This story begins in the courtyard of a huge mansion. It is night outside and a heavy downpour. In a dark room, a baby sleeps on a crib. He is wrapped in a white blanket. A tall man stands over his bed and watches with a stern gaze. The baby continues to sleep soundly and does not feel any danger. At this point, the man says that a creepy creature has been born. This is how the father reacted to the birth of the baby. Earlier on the same day and hour, another baby was born in this house. He is lying with his mother on the bed. There are many servants around who are rejoicing at his arrival. He has blonde hair and long eyelashes. He lies in a roll and smiles sweetly. He has been named Kei-jin. But the mother of the second child has no joy. She sits on her bed at night and holds the infant in her arms. Her eyes are full of sadness. She wants this baby to be that first child, Kei-jin. The father and mother were disappointed in the baby. He had no right hand. She sits with the infant every night in a chair by the window and cradles him. The mother leans over his head and whispers to him to just die. But the baby is sweetly stretching in his curl and doesn't want to die. He smiles and remembers the words his father spoke when he was still in his belly. Back then, the still pregnant mother was waiting for the speedy arrival of this baby. Her husband puts his hands on her shoulders and tells her that this baby is their hope. You can see the madness and rage in his eyes. He could never surpass his big brother, and this baby must be better than their child. But all the hopes of the parents are dashed when the baby is born without a right arm. After a while, little Kei-jin and his servants are walking in the mansion's courtyard. Each of them rejoices at his first steps and beckons the baby to come to them. They marvel at his beautiful appearance. His smile is like that of an angel. The mother of the second baby is watching this lovely picture from the side. She is standing near a tree so that she is not noticed and sees Kei-jin has already started walking. At that moment, her baby is lying on the grass. He is crying loudly and has not yet taken his first step. After a while, he does manage to grow up a little and stand on his feet. But Kei-jin has already picked up a sword. His mother is very upset by this. She sits at the table surrounded by bottles of wine. The moment came when the second child also took a sword in one hand, but Kei-jin was already practicing swordsmanship and practicing mana. No one cared about his accomplishments, for Kei-jin was always one step ahead. This caused him both admiration and envy. It was the time of cold winter and the streets were covered with heavy snowfall. At this time, a wagon pulled by 2 horses is traveling down the road. Inside sits a second child who is 7 years old. He has wrapped himself in a cape to keep warm. Everyone thought he was sent as a servant to Kei-jin, but in reality, his parents sold him for 300,000 luden. Covered in scars, he cries out violently at this betrayal. Davin sits on his knees, tied to a tree with a rope. It is bitterly cold outside. The adult Kei-jin laughs at him. He pulls out a whip and says that this is the first time he has seen such a loser. At that moment, he strikes Davin hard with it. He grits his teeth in pain. Kei-jin didn't like him from the beginning, and he was the person he took his anger out on. His brother had beaten him with a whip, leaving deep cuts on his body. He demanded more tears from Davin, but he always tried to hold them back. All the adults passing by turn a blind eye to the situation and just laugh. Kei-jin stands surrounded by his subjects and uses all his strength, beating the helpless Davin with a whip. All around, snow is also still falling against the beautiful mountains and thick fir trees. The palace is also shrouded in snowfall, but there is no one there to control Kei-jin. His father is an incredible man, but left his family for a long time. So his son was allowed everything and grew up an uncontrollable psychopath. While practicing with the wooden sword, his partner can't handle this speed of attack. Kei-jin swings sharply into the air and easily dispenses with it. His opponent's training sword breaks in half with a crack and shatters. Kei-jin places his weapon on his shoulder. His partner gets down on one knee and admits defeat, but his superior talent and blessing has become poison to him. In response, he merely chuckles. For Kei-jin, the battle is not over yet, and he delivers the final killing blow to his partner. He is satisfied with his victory and demands a battle with his next opponent. Davin stands among them, and Kei-jin points his sword at him, challenging him to battle. The man is jealous of his cousin's strength and talent. He wraps a bandage around his sword and steps forward. Davin wants to be just as strong and seeks to defeat Kei-jin. He attacks sharply and flies straight at him. They clash swords, and Davin looks straight into his brother's eyes with great rage. Kei-jin doesn't like the look in his eyes and demands that he stop looking at him. At that moment, he throws Davin away from him with force and he flies off many meters away. He hits the stone statue hard and cannot get up. Kei-jin continues to finish him off and tells him that he can't beat him even if he trains hard. He looks down at him and says that the likes of Davin will never equal him. He lays his head under Kei-jin's boot and says he still wants to win. Overcoming the intense pain from his relative's blows, Davin continues to think about winning. He tries to achieve his goal and continues to train hard with his sword. At this time, Kei-jin neglects his training, indulging in alcohol and girls. But even under such circumstances, Davin fails to defeat him. However, he does not intend to give up and believes that one day everything will change. The time has come for a decisive battle in the arena. Many spectators have gathered around. Kajin and Davin fight mercilessly, using all their strength and skills. Kajin strikes his brother with a powerful blow that should knock him down. Davin flies backward but remains undefeated and stands firmly on his feet. His eyes are filled with rage and a desire to win at all costs. He slams his hand into the ground and that energy flies straight at Kajin with great speed. A bright flash appears, causing Kajin to lose control of the situation. The light makes him lose his vision and he is covered in sweat. This situation puts him in a stupor. Davin flies at his brother and thrusts his sword forward to strike him. His eyes are full of rage. Gritting his teeth, he continues to fly forward rapidly. Kajin thrusts his sword in front of him and Davin strikes right at him. A bright flash forms around them. There is an explosion of tremendous force in the arena, a wave of it going off in all directions. On the faces of the spectators, one can read great horror and fear from what has happened. When the smoke clears, one of them sees something no one expected. Kajin is on his knees, and the one-armed Davin has placed his sword on his shoulder. He has defeated someone no one could defeat. Before this day, out of 21 matches with Kajin, he had 21 losses. Now in his 29 years, Davin was able to defeat his brother and holds his sword on his right shoulder. He looks at it and remembers how people mocked him and told him to just give up. They called him a talentless idiot wasting his time. But now Davin has won. Kajin stands in front of him on one knee and admits his defeat in front of everyone. At this point, all the spectators get up from their seats and start shouting Davin's name. He asks Kajin how long he thought he could stay stronger than him. There is rage and disappointment on Kajin's face. He thinks he has lost to a loser. These words plunge Davin into memories of his early childhood. He imagines his mother, who wanted him dead and was not happy about his successes, and his own father, who was disappointed by the birth of his son. Davin's brother continues to humiliate him and tells him he wouldn't live his life like him. His eyes fill with hatred. All the anger spills out into name-calling towards the one-armed brother. Davin responds by saying that he wouldn't waste his life on alcohol and girls if he were him. Instead, it's worth living a more meaningful life. Satisfied with his victory, he turns around and walks away from Kajin. At that moment, his brother runs up to him from behind and stabs him with his sword. All the spectators sitting around see this picture and are wildly horrified. Kajin continues to stand from Davin's back and holds his sword in his back. Barely alive, Davin sneers and calls Kajin and his act vile. His brother is still holding onto his sword, and with fear in his eyes does not utter a word. Davin realizes that he can no longer survive, but he is glad that he has finally won. The sword of the son that stabbed into him contains the Samian family's anti-demon mana. He turns to Kajin and tells him that he will be remembered as a loser. The dark stone hallway is lit by a few torches hanging on the wall. In this room, an unconscious bound Davin sits on a chair. He regains consciousness and without raising his head, thinks he has gone to hell. Standing over him is a very tall and stout man in chains. A black mask with horns is placed on his head. He tells Davin that he is a lucky guy and Saint Ryla was present in the arena. Davinus looks at the masked man and doesn't understand what happened. The man explains that while in the arena, Ryla healed a nasty and dirty guy. Davin realizes that he is a survivor. That said, he has a lot of broken bones and can't breathe. A masked and chained man tells him that he has signed a contract with the devil. Davinus looks at the man very surprised and once again interrogates him. In response, the man says that a loser like him could only defeat Kajin by signing a contract with the devil. Davin's parents also confirm this. He sits tied to a chair and is in shock at such news. He imagines his mother and father and is upset at such a betrayal. The masked man says that 300 innocent dead children and bottles of blood for the contract were found in Davin's family home. He also explains that Kajin impaled him to save the honor of the Samian family. Davin laughs because his family chose Kajin instead. Now his mana is sealed and he has to serve a life sentence. The masked man looks at the guy and wishes him to suffer for all eternity, rotting in prison. The tendons in his arms and legs have been cut out. An immobilized Davinus is pulled down the hallway to be thrown into the prison. He sits on the bare stone floor in semi-darkness. His eyes are blindfolded and his body is wrapped in rope. Davin finds himself in a terrible position from which there is no escape. Suddenly, Kajin appears within the prison walls. He stands in front of his brother and grins. He enjoys watching Davin suffer and is condemned to eternal imprisonment. He brags to his brother about becoming Sword Emperor. People now extol him as a hard-working genius. Kajin leans over to Davin and whispers in his ear that it's all thanks to this loser. After he left, the one-armed guy was given much less food and water. It's been a long time. Davin has lost a lot of weight and his hair has grown back below his shoulders. He is exhausted and hungry. Sitting on the floor, he tries to straighten his one arm. The wound on his palm is still bleeding. At this moment, he thinks about his death. Just not as the loser he is now considered to be. He would like to die in the arena with dignity. He lies face down on the stone floor and feels a strong chill run through his body. Davin imagines how his life would have turned out had he not been one-armed. He wishes he had been born healthy and had been blessed by the sword god Keshak. His parents would have been happy then and felt proud looking at him. His mother would be able to wrap her love around him and never let him out of her arms. But in reality, he is absolutely defeated and exhausted sitting in jail. With half-closed eyes and his mouth barely open, he tries to utter that he wants to live. He drops a tear on the cold floor of the dark underground prison. At that moment, the drop turns into a bright burning light that illuminates the darkness. It starts to grow bigger and becomes like a bright sun. Davin hears some voices. Someone is yelling at him for not listening to an adult. At that moment, he opens his eyes. Someone is holding him tightly by the shoulder and calling his name loudly. Winchin. From this grip, Davin experiences severe pain in his right arm. He is in a room of the house wearing a clean and neat suit. In front of him stands a man who is displeased about something. He is a grown man from a noble family. Davin thinks this is all a dream, but all his sensations are all too real. He remembers that he has just been named Vincent. He is the 7th son of the Adank family. If this is a dream, Davin likes him. The disgusting smell in the underground prison has been replaced by the fresh air around him. He looks at his right hand and rejoices at such a welcome gift that he has dreamed of all his life. The man from Adank's family looks at him furiously again and starts yelling. He demands to stop ignoring him and tries to hurt Davinu with mana. In response, the guy grabs the man's arm and is going to block this attack. He is going to separate himself physically from his opponent using his mana. Davin applies very little force, but the blow pushes the man very far away. He is shocked by this outcome and apologizes to the man. Davin says his hand slipped. He reaches out his hand to the man to help him up. The man pushes his hand away and with a hateful face calls Davin a cocky puppy. He will not speak against him, only because Vincent is to the main family. But the man threatens him that his son will crush him and then the branch family will defeat the main family. Davin sees that the man is just like his father. He also wanted to defeat his older brother. When the father failed to do so himself, he began to project that onto his son. After that, Davin stopped honoring his parents. The man of noble appearance turns away and warns Vincent that he will not forgive his rudeness shown today. He looks at Davin with one eye and says he will have his revenge on the day of the true swords meeting. Davin sees the insolent man off with a look. Now he ponders everything that has happened. Left to himself in an empty room, he can finally exhale in peace. Davin in Vincent's body sits down in one of the padded chairs and closes his eyes. If this is all a dream, he should have woken up by now. But the guy realizes that all of this is happening in reality. Suddenly, a strong pain pierces his head and he clenches his eyelids. At that moment, memories from Winchin's life begin to come back to him. He sees how his mother passed away after giving birth to him. His father ignored the boy and did not care for him in any way. The other children bullied him and treated him like a scapegoat. He was such a coward that after slapping the youngest child of the Adenka family, he just cried in his room. Vinchin was the ugly duckling in the main family. This made him a welcome prey for branch families who wished to suppress the main one. Now the one-armed Davin had been reborn into another useless child named Vinchin. After pondering all of this, Davin gets up from his chair and heads onward. In a stack of books, he finds Vinchin's journal. He pulls it out to find answers to his questions. Davin continues to stand by the bookcase and reads the pages of the diary one by one. Vincent writes that he feels he is a mistake, and it is better for him to die. Davin sees Vinchin's many belittlings and concludes that with such self-esteem, he has simply given up. He puts the journal back on the shelf with the thought that God has answered their prayers. In his final seconds, Davin wanted to live while Vincent always wanted to die. Probably the one who wanted to die had disappeared, and the one who wanted to live came back to life. With this thought, Davin continues to stand by the books. Suddenly he hears a voice saying that it is impossible to believe such absurdity. Davin turns around abruptly. He looks for where the voice could have come from and thinks there is someone in the room. The voice tells him that the man is very naive. Davin thinks that some demon is trying to trick him. Davin sees that there is no one in the room. At that moment, the voice tells him that he was originally the owner of this body. This news leaves the guy in shock. After all, then it turns out that Vincent himself is talking to him. The voice confirms that it is indeed him, but now without his body. He asks to be called Julian. He appears to Deven floating in the air among the butterflies. But he won't understand why Vincent isn't dead. In response, Julian laughs and says that an epiphany suddenly came to him. Davin says he heard of such a thing once. People blessed from birth can sometimes hear insights. It's a thing the gods give people. Suddenly, Davin tenses up a lot and can't believe the thought that has come to him. He points his finger at Julian and asks if he is now a god. In response, the latter confirms his words. Julian laughs and calls himself a minor god who still has a few more accomplishments to get to become a real god. To do so, he intended to summon a ghost god, but Davin arrived in Vincent's body instead. Julian explains that this is called a summoning. If he completes it, he will achieve his goal. Davin looks at Julian and informs him that he has no interest in his accomplishments. He plans to take a chance on a new life and live it his way. Therefore, the wishes of some ghosts don't bother him. Julian smiles and agrees with Deven because he didn't give up during his life and wished for another one, unlike Vincent's. However, he warns that if Julian's spiritual energy disappears completely, Vincent's body will die. Davin stops after these words and looks at the ghost. He takes these words merely as a threat. The guy thinks that this body is too healthy for an early death, and it is unlikely that anything will happen to it. Suddenly, Davin felt something strange in his new body. He couldn't move. From the outside, Julian was controlling all of this. With one force of thought, he made Vincent's body finally fall to the floor unmoving. The ghost offered to show Davin the true memories of his past. Davin began to immerse himself in them, as if dipping into a deep lake with butterflies flying around him. Suddenly, bright lightning bolts appeared from the belly of Vincent's body, rising upwards. Davin is still unable to move, and only grits his teeth in pain. He begins to hear voices that are full of humiliation and abuse towards Vincent. The boy lies on the floor with his hands covering his head. At this time, other kids are stepping on him. But further away, Davin sees that his face at this moment is completely calm and centered. In another flashback, the youngest child Loa slaps Vincent. But even at this moment, there is not an ounce of fear or despair on his face. Vincent has been playing the role of a coward all this time, laying the groundwork for his death. Davinus returns from his memories to reality and is very surprised at such thoughts of a 13-year-old boy. Julian smiles evilly and says that his acting was flawless. To hide his true intentions, he avoided being observed by his family. Davinus sits down at the table and folds his hands in silence. Julian offers to listen to him, as it would be to the benefit of both of them. Davinus continues to sit silently with his eyes closed, and the ghost himself starts the conversation. He asks the boy if he knows the archdemon Davin and the hero King Kajin. Such a question makes Davin's eyes widen. He stands up abruptly from his chair and looks at the ghost. The one did not expect such a reaction and is in shock. Davin becomes enraged and cannot believe that he's been called an archdemon. Julian begins to tell a story that happened 500 years ago in the house of the Samian family. Back then, Davin, a one-armed swordsman, escaped from prison after massacring all the guards. He made a contract with the devil and devoured thousands of people to become stronger. For this reason, history speaks of him as the greatest demon. Upon hearing this story, Davin realizes that he has moved 500 years into the future. He grabs his head and doesn't realize the odds of Davin and Kajin being in the same bloodline of the Samian family. He is certain that 500 years ago he died in prison all alone. He recalls the moment when Kajin came to him and tried to humiliate him. While he was imprisoned, Stormsword became the Emperor of Swords. Davin is very angry because the whole story was greatly distorted by calling him a great demon. Feeling hatred for his family, he stands up and slams his fist on the table with all his might. The ghost is full of excitement and tells him that the hero King Kajin was a friend of the great demon and loved him very much. Davin gets even angrier and throws books from the shelves towards the ghost. Julian doesn't understand why he's reacting this way. Then Davin shouts that the whole story is just a lie. The ghost's eyes widen in interest, and he realizes that Davin is from those times. He agrees with him. In response, Julian calls him old and asks him not to be angry, because it is really a collection of stories. Davin resents the ghost's manner of speaking. In his defense, Julian says that children in his time grow up quickly. The boy again pushes back his chair to sit down and asks his interlocutor to stop talking. To defeat the great demon Davin, Kajin teams up with his best friend, the Sunsword Emperor. Davin looks at the ghost and asks who this Sunsword Emperor is. The one explains that it was Arslan, an ancestor of the Adank family. Davin remembers this boy. He laughs at the fact that he was the first head of the family. He was once a frail boy who admired him greatly. Davin was already in great physical shape then, and Arslan wanted to be like him. Then the boy became Davin's apprentice and treated him very warmly. He was the only one who believed in his teacher's innocence and visited him in prison several times. Arslan wanted to seek justice and restore Davin's honor. The boy became sad and thoughtful at this point, as Arslan never showed up again after that day. Julian raises a finger up and says that the Sunsword Emperor left their family a life mission that touches his achievement as well. The ghost smiles broadly and explains that this mission is to transcend the Samian family and face the truth. Davin is touched by these words and realizes that Arslan has not given up on his goal. He knew Davin was wrongly accused and has not given up trying to uncover the truth. The boy realizes that none of this is a coincidence, though he doesn't know much of the story. Arslan disowned his Falker family and created the Adank family at that time. This family was created to restore Davin's honor. That is why he was reborn in this house. Davinus gets up from his chair and concludes that he has been called to fulfill the mission of this family. He clarifies with the ghost if he will become a god afterward. Julian agrees and tells him that Davinus can then become the true owner of his body. He will also reward him with an incredible blessing. He smiles and adds that it's a bargain for both of them. Davin walks over to the wall where the sword hangs. He grasps the hilt and pulls it out. He holds the sword in his left hand and says that he will inherit this mission and surpass the Samian family. His eyes are determined to rise above the family that betrayed him and become part of the Adank family. Together with Julian, they walk out into the courtyard of the house and head somewhere. The ghost flies behind Davin and asks where he is going, calling him an old man. Davinus is again hurt by these words and asks him to stop referring to him that way. The ghost laughs and says there's nothing wrong with that. After all, He lived as much as 500 years ago. Davin starts fooling around, pretending not to notice Julian. He calls him by the name Vincina and pulls his arm. They make up, and on that good note, continue their journey onward. At that moment, they hear a voice in the backyard of the house yelling that sparring is starting. The boys turn around. Davin and Julian begin to watch the sword fight in progress. The opponents are sparring in iron armor. Davin wonders how the martial arts have changed in 500 years, and what advances have been made. He continues to watch and thinks how strong the descendants of Cajun have become. At this point, Davin feels his new body becoming too heavy. His face abruptly begins to pale. He leans forward and loses all his strength. The place where Vincent just stood becomes completely empty. Night falls, and Davin sits on the bed using his mana. Vincent's body is too weak and tires easily. Suddenly he notices something wrong with his mana flow and is greatly surprised. He gets out of bed and starts screaming, calling for Julian to come to him. Ghost flies up to him in his pajamas and with a pillow in his hands. He was awakened in the middle of the night. Davin starts shaking Julian by the shoulders and asks why he didn't study fencing. The ghost replies that his disability prevented him from learning the skill. Davin continues to yell at him, not understanding why. In response, Julian says that he was born that way. To the one-armed Davin, this is no excuse. He says that Winston has a rump and should have studied fencing. Julian pushes the guy away and doesn't understand which sacrum he's talking about. Davin explains that Vincent can store mana in his bones. Julian is very surprised and asks the guy again what that means. Davin grabs the back of his head and starts explaining the whole point to the ghost. The point is that mana helps you to have a power that surpasses that of a normal human. The kind that works miracles is usually only stored in a person's heart. But if a person has a sacrum, he can store his mana in his bones and use it indefinitely. Julian is very surprised by this incredible ability of his body. Davin explains that it is very important. Cajun, who everyone knows as the hero king, also had a sacrum. Davin looks at his new body and realizes that he now has something he has envied all his life. But as he looks out the window of the house, he realizes that the world is already a very different place and full of strange things. The ghost turns to Davin and says that he can't get the image to his heart. Davin doesn't realize what image he's talking about. Julian covers his face with a pillow and calls him Grandpa again. He begins to explain that the image is an imaginary repository for mana. Davin is very surprised that people don't store mana in their hearts. He tries to ask the ghost how to produce the meditation method then. Julian's eyes are full of surprise, and now he does not understand what method he is talking about. Davin gives a glimpse of Arslan, who stores mana in his heart. He begins to tell him that Arslan had a great meditation method for this. Julian explains that all mana is now stored in an image called a star. Their number denotes the power of a martial artist. People in the world long ago gave up storing mana in the physical body. This news is very upsetting to Davin. He looks out the window at the stars and concludes that every adult in the family creates at least one image. Davin pulls out his sword and thinks about the fact that the image helps avoid the risks associated with storing mana in the heart. In the past, many masters have died because of such mana storage. It simply exploded. At this point, Davin starts to use his mana and the sword in his hand starts to emit a blue light. Julian gets very scared and asks him not to collect mana in his heart, but Davin has no intention of stopping and says that he has it strong. As he continues to collect mana, he tells the ghost that he has survived in the past because of this method. It is the only way to become a true martial artist. Suddenly, Julian stops Davin. He sees the mana spreading everywhere and says there is a formula for the cycle. Davin turns to the ghost and asks if there really is a flow formula. Julian tries to explain that the formula allows for efficient use of mana and that it can't be allowed to spread out like that. The ghost explains that there must have been people who failed with this use of power before. Davin tells him that half of the practitioners have had the magic power of the cycle curdle and explode. Julian looks at Davin upset and clarifies if those people died. Davin optimistically says that the other half survived after all. The ghost starts yelling at the guy, demanding that he treat his body more gently. At this point, Davin lies down with his back on the bed. He looks at Julian and suddenly asks him why he did such a reckless thing with his body. In response, he looks at the guy in surprise and doesn't know what he's talking about. Davin raises his left hand up and says that this body has a great rump and a strong heart. If Vincent practiced, he would excel at everything. Julian continues to listen intently. The sacrum not only restrains mana but also consumes it. Since it has not been used, it is now severely depleted. Davin continues to lie on the bed and says that Vincent's body will die if things are left like this. It is night outside. In the huge house of the Adenk family, everyone is asleep and only one window has a blue light coming from it. It is Vincent's room. Davin is practicing meditation to delay the death of his body for at least 10 years. There are many objects flying around him. He thinks about the fact that 10 years is quite a long time. During that time, Stormsword has become the Sword Emperor and everyone has forgotten about him. Davin thinks back to the time when he was slowly starving to death in prison and yet striving to live. He hits his foot with his fist, saying that those years were very scary and long. At this time, there is a knock on the door, and someone asks what the young man is doing there. Davin opens his eyes as he continues to meditate. All around him are falling objects that have been flying in the air. He tries to figure out who could be breaking into him. Suddenly, the doors swing open and a stout guy enters the room. He looks at the furnishings in the room and asks why Vincent's place is such a mess. Davin gets up from the floor and asks the guy if he is his servant. The guy makes a surprised face and confirms that he is a servant. His name is Wilson. Davin thinks about Julian slitting his throat in 3 years. He smirks afterward and decides to stop any thoughts. Davin throws Wilson his clothes and demands that he bring clean ones. He adds to have the servant clean the room as well. Wilson looks at Winchin in surprise and doesn't understand where the former weakling got so much strength from. He asks him if he was doing some kind of experiment. Davin replies that nothing of the sort has ever happened here. Wilson is filled with rage and starts yelling at Vincent. He accuses him of studying dark magic and of having to report everything to the head of the family. Davin smirks in response to his words. This servant allows himself too much insolence. Wilson continues to stare at Winchin in silence. The latter explains that it takes a lot of courage to not listen to the Lord's orders. Although he has given more assignments than usual, that is the nature of his job. Wilson starts yelling at Vinchin and says that he hates doing things he doesn't like and he's not here to clean. Davin looks the servant in the eye with a stern face and says he is his servant. He snatches his things out of his hands and walks away. Davin says he will do it all himself. Wilson gets very tense and asks where the man intends to go. Davin turns around and says with a smirk that he's going to the general manager to ask for clothes because his servant refused to do his job. Wilson grits his teeth and realizes he's in a no-win situation. He takes the things from Winchin and says he will do as he asked. With his belongings in hand, he walks down the hallway of the house and tells Vincent, who looks after him, that he will also do the cleaning. Davin continues to watch Wilson's footsteps and concludes that the servant has deliberately behaved so arrogantly to Vincent. Julian appears behind his back and says he thinks the same thing. Davin smiles and explains to the ghost that he is probably expected to solve the problem with the rude servant. Everyone needs to see his worthiness. Julian's teeth begin to shake with fear. He believes that Wilson has been a gang member in the past and has many deaths to his credit. Davin laughs at this. He looks at the ghost and explains that a man who has taken innocent lives will have a certain energy. The kind of energy he doesn't feel from him. You can tell from his innocent eyes that the servant is a simple coward. Julian laughs and says that this is impossible to believe. And how would he know all this? Davin turns to the ghost and with burning eyes replies that he has had to live a very bad life. Julian gets very frightened when he sees that look in his eyes. He thinks he has summoned something scarier than the spirit of the king. Morning comes, and a servant enters Vincent's room. He is carrying clean clothes in his hands. He asks his master if he liked the cleaning. Vincent smiles and thanks him. Wilson warns Vincent not to make such a mess in his room next time. He agrees with him. The servant likes this obedience to his master. He considers him incapable of anything. Suddenly, Vincent asks his servant to bring him a meter-long ebony wooden sword weighing 500 grams. Wilson smirks in response and asks what will happen to him if he refuses to fulfill the request. Davin walks across the room and replies that he will take it himself then. But in that case, he will have to answer something to the guard when he gets there in person. He explains to the servant that the pantry guards are excellent martial artists who are very loyal to the direct descendants of the family. These words startle Wilson. He places his hand on Vincent's shoulder and asks him to stop. Davin is greatly angered by the servant's behavior and becomes enraged. At that very second, he grabs his arm and throws it over his shoulder. Wilson falls to the floor and screams in pain. Davin apologizes with a smirk and says it's because of bad memories of being attacked from behind. The servant regains consciousness sitting on the floor and says he has never heard of such an incident. In response, Davin advises him to remember it well. Vincent's body is in a lot of pain after such an admission. There are many drops of sweat on his face. At this moment, the servant gets to his feet and wants to attack his master. Vincent turns to him and asks him what he wanted to say. Wilson stops abruptly and interjects exactly what kind of sword he wanted. Vincent laughs, for just now the servant wasn't going to do anything. Wilson gets angry, saying it was nothing of the sort. The servant leaves the room. At that moment, he closes the door so hard that there is a rattling sound. The servant opens the door again and peeks out of the small crack. He says he didn't do it on purpose, and it was all the draft's fault. Davin exhales quietly and resents Wilson's behavior. The servant walks down the hallway with a wooden sword in his hand. Steam is billowing from his head with anger. He grits his teeth in rage and promises himself to defeat Vincent next time. Wilson walks into the room and shows the sword to his master. He has no intention of just handing it over. Davin sits calmly at the table and holds up a book. He tells the servant that he has an acquaintance with no right arm. He points his finger at the book and goes on to say that because of this affliction, he had a very hard life and a horrifying end. After saying this, the servant Wilson gives the wooden sword to Winchin with a bow. He grits his teeth in shame and anger because he has again failed to defeat his master. With his errand completed, the servant leaves the room again and closes the door behind him. Davin is left alone and stares at the sword. Now he expects to give it a good workout. The wooden weapon in his hands whizzes past his head with tremendous force. Davin is practicing hard in the courtyard on special dummies and strikes them. Suddenly he stops and holds the sword in front of him. Vincent's body is too weak and he's already tired after a few swings. But he likes the feeling that makes him develop in martial arts skill. At this moment, Vincent's dummy flies in half. He is very surprised by this. The guy who chopped that mannequin appears in front of him. He mockingly says that he didn't notice anyone here because of his low mana. Davin demands that he introduce himself. The guy calls himself Revan Adenka and calls Vincent useless. Vincent reacted silently to these words and continued to look in Revan's direction. At that moment, a voice came from the rest of the training dummy. He said that Revan was his distant relative. It was Julian. He says that this guy is one of the candidates for the True Sword Gathering, and he has a great chance of winning. Earlier, it was Revan's father who threatened Vincent and grabbed his shoulder. Upon recognizing that this is the son of the very unpleasant man, Davin stomps his foot hard on the ground. Revan tells him that if he wins at the True Sword meeting, he will have to fight Vincent. Davin imagines in his head how this duel goes. This competition is made up of children from families that have ties to Adenka and practice martial arts. In this fight, they fight with real swords. The winner is given a chance to fight the direct heir of the Adenka family, who must be about the same age as him, and that would be Vincent. Revan taunts him and warns him not to hide in fear. Davin responds by saying that a martial artist cannot be afraid of a sword. These words amuse Revan greatly and he calls him tongue-tied. Davin looks at him standing next to the mannequin and advises him to learn that too. According to him, even provocations should be of a decent level. Raven, on the other hand, scoffs at the relative who came to train. When Davin was a one-armed man, even Cajun respected him in training. He looks angrily at Revan and calls him a disgrace to all martial artists. Revan is angered by these words. He finds nothing better to do than to insult Winshin's father. He adds that he has decided not to forgive him since he disrespected his father, and places his wooden sword on his shoulder. Julian warns Davin that he is 2-star level and has the attributes of a man of steel. He is much stronger than Winshin. Davin knows that if he fights now, he will lose. But he sees Revan as having an inferiority complex from not being born into the main family. His father doesn't act mature, and Revan doesn't know what the etiquette of a martial arts master is. Davin holds a sword and wants to teach him how to do so. He uses his mana and puts the wooden sword to Revan's face. Davin continues to hold the sword and warns his opponent that the likes of him would be beaten by the older families. Revan is surprised by this behavior from Vincent. He gets angry and points his sword in his direction. He thinks that Vincent has no mana. Revan knows this since he has faced his sword and realizes that he doesn't stand a chance. That said, he sees an aura around Vincent that says he is ready to chop him in half. This environment terrifies him. He puts his sword away and offers to calm down. Davin puts his sword behind his head and says that if Revan is scared of the wooden one, he can't fight at the meeting. He looks directly into his opponent's eyes, saying that only real swords will be used there. Revan is greatly angered by these words and grits his teeth in rage. He uses his mana and flies with his sword towards Vincent, wishing him dead. Revan's eyes are full of rage. He uses all his power to deliver a crushing blow to his opponent. Julian hovers next to Vincent and is terrified. He asks Davin to dodge faster, but he continues to stand right in front of Revan. Suddenly, the boy's servant appears and grabs him by the arms. He warns him that he can't fight young Master Vincent right now. Relief appears on Julian's face and he exhales calmly. Davin smirks at this point. The servant explains to Revan that if he hurts Vincent now, he might get an excuse to refuse to fight at the True Sword meeting. This makes the boy very angry. He calls Vincent a coward and promises him to meet him at the competition. Davin sits in his room reading a book by candlelight. At this time, Julian warns him that things could end too badly. In response, the young gentleman says that he has taught an ill-mannered child a lesson. This stubbornness irritates Julian, and he regrets having gotten involved with the old man. He wanted to summon the powerful spirit of the king, but now he is teaching Davin the things of this time. He sees in one of the books a picture of a boy. This portrait looks very much like young Davin. Julian begins to yell at him and demand that he focus on the blessings and features. Davin doesn't understand what the features are about, and Julian starts telling him that they are artificially made from the power analyzed from the blessings. Davin is outraged by this. Artificially made blessings are disrespectful to the gods who can punish. Julian turns away and reminds Davin that he doesn't respect him either, and urges him to be grateful. The boy remembers that Revan also has the Steel Man trait. The ghost explains that it focuses on strengthening the entire body. He introduces the Dwarf King who gives Revan blessings, with the hallmarks of protection and destructive power. Davin says it makes more sense to hone one trait, but that gives the power quickly. He recalls the dummy and how Revan chopped it up. He showed a strong accomplishment that Davin hadn't seen in his time. To compete against such people, he will need to get used to such innovations. It's a sunny day outside. There is no one in the courtyard of the training arena yet. That's where Davin begins his training. He uses all his skills to hone his strength. He is being watched by servants who are walking by. One of them notices that Vincent is working with his left hand, but that way he won't be able to use the image. Suddenly they hear a voice behind them demanding that they not speak of him so recklessly. All the servants turn around in astonishment. Standing in front of them is the deputy commander of the White Sword Unit, Merlin. She asks what they found amusing about the martial arts training. The servants apologize and run away in fear. Merlin is watching them at this moment. He then turns his head toward Winchin and sighs disappointedly. Looking at him, people are free to call him a disgrace to the Adank family. He waves his sword aimlessly, lacking mana and features. Davin stands and leans on his sword from exhaustion. Julian looks around and sees everyone whispering. He asks him to train in the forest. The one-armed Davin remembers his loved ones. He was used to everyone treating him down even then, until he wielded the storm sword. Sweat pours down his face. But if he was able to triumph with one hand, it can't be said that he won't be able to do so now. Suddenly someone holds out a vial of some kind of liquid to him. The guy says it's an advanced recovery potion. He says it will make it easier for Vincent to train and gain strength with it. Standing in front of Davin is the deputy commander of the White Sword Unit, Merlin. He is surprised that this man is not laughing at him, but instead helping him. Merlin explains that Vincent's eyes are desperately searching for something, and one should not mock a martial arts master. Davin looks him in the eye and repeats his name. He promises to remember this man. He apologizes and does not want to detain Merlin as he is on patrol. The deputy commander of the White Sword leaves, and Davin continues his training. Merlin turns around and says that something has changed in the boy. Davin has regained his strength and starts hitting the dummy with his wooden sword. He delivers dissecting blows one by one with his left hand. Suddenly he gets tired again and sits on the ground. Davin pulls out a recovery potion and begins to drink it. Night falls, and he and Julian begin training again. He sits at a table and makes notes in a book. He needs a certain technique to accomplish his goal. He imagines balancing with his right foot. After that, it is necessary to add hip rotation. Then he can feel the mana in his heart. Suddenly, Davin opens his eyes wide and his pupils begin to glow. He says that he has begun to see it, began to see the path of the one-armed Davin, who is facing Cajun and is about to overpower him. He also sees the path of the sword lined with dots and lines. This path will help manifest abilities. Davin is on the training field and, acting on these lines, strikes with a wooden sword. After the technique is produced, the dummy is cleaved in half and flies apart. Davin's technique has worked and he rejoices at his first accomplishment. He looks at the sword and concludes that his swordsmanship technique is now complete. A servant is walking down the hallway towards Vincent's room. He is very angry, as he has had to carry breakfast to the young master at 5 in the morning for many days now. He looks at the tray of food and begins to smile. A plan has matured in his mind on how to humiliate Vincent. Wilson walks into the room and places the breakfast on the table in front of his master. As the lid opens, a look of disappointment begins to read on Vincent's face. He looks at the plate and sees that some of the food from it has already been eaten. Davin looks at Wilson and tells him that he shouldn't have stolen the food so obviously. The servant whistles and pretends not to understand what the matter is. The young gentleman then tells him to wipe his mouth, which bears the marks of the crime. The servant is startled and presses his hands to his face. Davin looks at Wilson in a bad mood and warns him that he may now turn a blind eye to his misdemeanor. But no more of this insolent man should dare cross the line. At this point, Davin's eyes fill with rage. Wilson smiles and kneads his fists. He informs his master that he used to be a street thug and killed people. Davin laughs at the servant and begins to dip his fork into his breakfast. Suddenly, he uses mana and relays his thoughts to Wilson. He says that through fear, the man will not be able to gain his trust. This really scares the servant. Winchin didn't have this power before. Now he sits up and shows him his power. Davinus demands that he stop showing off in front of him, and promises that soon the servant will no longer be ashamed to serve Vincent Adank. He chops vegetables on a fork and warns Wilson that there will come a time when he will have to show his loyalty or live under fear. The servant runs from the room and shouts from the doorway that even under duress he will not show any loyalty. Wilson closes the doors to the room and stands with his back to them. He's in shock at what he has seen. He has been startled by Winchin's behavior and concludes that his equanimity has exploded. Merlin walks across the courtyard of the training arena and examines the mannequins. He does not see Vincent there and concludes that he came to the courtyard earlier. Suddenly something stops his gaze, and he continues to stare in surprise. Merlin sees Vincent's dummy and how it is cut in half as if by a real sword. He remembers that the boy only used a wooden implement in training. When he touches the cut surface, he feels how smooth and even it is. Merlin doesn't understand how such progress could be made in just a few days. Meanwhile, Vincent continues to eat his breakfast while Juliana pokes fun at something behind his back. He puts on a clean white shirt, illuminated by the morning light from the window. Meanwhile, behind him, Wilson sits on the floor and folds his clothes. Julian is watching him closely. He notices how polite the servant has become and mockingly tells Davin so. Suddenly, Davinus looks at the sleeve of his shirt and turns to Wilson. He says that his clothes are made of Leviton cotton. It is very cheap and harms the soil. Such clothes are not fit for an aristocrat. Then he looks at the plate of breakfast he has eaten and makes the remark that the quality of the food is also poor. Davin concludes that someone is stealing the money and appropriating it for himself. Julian assumes that it is Wilson who is stealing. At this point, they look at the servant, who is greatly frightened by such arguments. But Davin refutes the Wilson version, as the latter would not have thought of such a thing. He comes to the conclusion that it is someone higher in rank. Meanwhile, inside the walls of the house, a wooden sword cuts through the air using red mana. In his room, Revan has been practicing since morning. He takes a break to rest and recuperate. He recalls how Vincent recently told him that he was afraid of the wooden sword. Those words reignite the rage in him and he clenches his teeth hard. He starts yelling that he is not afraid of anything and uses his mana. With anger, he starts swinging his sword. At that moment, a voice from behind the door calls his name. Revan immediately stops and stands in the middle of the room. His father walks into him. He sees the boy's attitude and fitness and praises him for his good training. With a serious look, his father warns Revan that there is not much time left before the true sword gathering. He must defeat Winshin so that his family can escape poverty and a life of misery because of status. His father then takes his hand on his forearm with his own and squeezes it tightly. He looks Revan in the eye and admonishes him that he has a duty to become the man from the branch family that will turn on the main one. Such obsession from his father scares the lad a little. The closer the gathering gets, the more his irritability grows. Revan's imagination conjures up the face of Winshin, whom he needs to defeat. Doing so will allow his family to return to the happy times before. At this time, Julian is holding the record book and is very pleased that he has finished entering the information about the participants of the meeting. Davinus starts leafing through the entries and is very surprised. He sees there not only personal information, but also the techniques and habits of the participants. The guy turns to Julian and says that it gives him goosebumps. Davin clarifies the ghost's plan. At the True Swords meeting, he wants to borrow the king's spirit power and get the miracle stone. The ghost shows Davin a crystallized mana in a book. If swallowed, the body and mana will become stronger in an instant. Davin observes Julian's attitude and realizes that he desperately wants to win. His thoughts are preoccupied with the fact that with such an arsenal of information, it would be shameful to lose. Davinus gets up from the table and leans on it with both hands. He tells the ghost that he is indeed not the spirit of that particular king, but he promises to give him a more meaningful victory that the king could never provide. The ringing of the servant's bell echoes throughout the house. Davin shouts out Wilson's name. At that moment, the doors to the room open, and on the threshold stands an already badly tired Vincent servant. Davin holds the bell in his hands and asks Wilson to fulfill his request. A woman's hand runs her fingers over the notes in the papers on the table. Holding a quill in her other hand, she hears someone's voice from behind the door. It's Wilson asking permission to enter. He carefully opens the door and asks how the woman is doing. Sitting at the desk is Chief Chamberlain Ryler. Around her there are many books on shelves. She looks sternly at Wilson through her spectacles and asks him to state his case. The servant is startled by her strictness. Moreover, she has the 7 stars of a martial arts master. Wilson informs her that Mr. Winshin has a few words for the head of the family. Ryler replies that he doesn't have the courage to address his father himself. While the Chief Chamberlain continues to take his notes, the servant says that Vinchin has requested that the head of the family attend the True Sword meeting in person. He is going to prove his worth in the main family. Ryler explains that the head of the family has never attended the meeting and does not intend to. At this point, Wilson says that this will be the price for embezzling funds from the budget. At these words, the Chief Chamberlain gets shock and consternation in her eyes. Wilson asks her for her silence to make what seems impossible possible. Ryler looks at the servant and asks him to repeat the words spoken. He is startled and explains that he merely relayed his master's request. The Chief Chamberlain replies to Wilson that that is enough for her and for him to leave. He quickly runs out of the study and closes the door behind him. Ryler reflects on the fact that Vincent did not come to her personally with this threat. By sending Wilson, he decided to show his authority. A venomous smirk appeared on her face, and she began to wonder if the guy had realized her intentions. In an empty room, a middle-aged man with a strong build sits on the floor. He doesn't show his face and sits back. It clearly shows strong muscles. Suddenly, he becomes alert and speaks the name of Relsa's Chief Chamberlain. She stands behind him and informs him that young Master Vinchin is inviting him to a True Sword meeting. He tells her that it makes no sense. Ryler explains that Vinchin is going to prove his worth as a member of the main family. Vinchin's father remains just as serious, but is greatly surprised by this statement. He asks Ryelsa if she thinks his son is skilled enough to speak of the value of the bloodline. She makes a bow to the head of the family and says she doesn't think so. But this time, Vincent has promised to prove his worth. Ryler's going to be the family head's notary at this meeting. He asks her if she realizes the seriousness of it. The head chamberlain sits on the floor on one knee and says she's willing to give her head up if she loses. The head of the family doesn't understand why Ryler is willing to do this. She explains that Winshin took advantage of her weakness. Suddenly, the head says that he knows about her stealing money from the budget. At this point, shock and fear appears in the head chamberlain's eyes. He calmly continues to say that she was probably doing it for the future good of Winshin. Ryler apologizes. The head of the family informs him that he is not going to get involved. She is not his servant, but a certain woman's. He begins to think that this method is her style. It consists of expressing her intentions to the head of the family without losing his dignity. At that moment, the image of a girl with long hair and a sword appears. She asks if he's really the son of Sarvana. The head of the family takes a towel in one hand and informs Ryla that she has been taken. He gets up from the floor and says that he will come to the true sword meeting. The day of the meeting arrives. The martial artists enter the arena where many spectators have gathered. Among them walks Revan, who is determined to win this fight. His goal today is to get the upper hand over Vinshen and his main family. Suddenly, he notices a man in the stands whose face is not visible. He takes a closer look and realizes that the head of the Khan family himself is sitting there. Revan thinks he has come to see him and sees this as his chance. A flag with the crest of the Adank family is flying in the wind. The time for the true sword gathering begins. Revan holds his sword in his hands and with excitement in his eyes is about to attack his opponent. The guy reflects his blow with his shield and is not about to lose to him. He swings his sword and with fury he attacks the arrogant Revan. He stabs him in the left shoulder and the sword splits into small pieces. The Steelman's specialty makes Revan invulnerable and he strikes back at his opponent. The boy flies backwards from the crushing blow and is defeated. His father rises from the rostrum and cheers his victory with a frenzied cry. At this moment, Revan stands in the arena and looks at his unconscious opponent. Davin is watching all of this. He concludes that by the martial arts standards of his time, they are all geniuses now. But there is a huge hole in their martial arts forms that he is going to exploit. They all derive their power predominantly from their own traits. It's like puppets controlled by someone. Davin looks at Revan and realizes that because of this, he was able to use his specialty and attack his opponent so rashly. Revan is pleased with his victory and stands in the arena and makes a bow to the audience. He notices Vincent and is viciously pleased that he did not run away before the fight. Davinus mentally tells him to win faster and not to wait for him to escape. Vincent's father continues to sit silently on the podium and watches the competition. In one of the fights, both of the competitors' swords fly into the air. The audience rises from their seats and eagerly awaits what happens next. Another of Revan's opponents flies back, crushed by a powerful blow. The match is over and a stoppage is announced. The winner of this contest is Revan Adenka. He stands before the head of the Adenka family and shouts out that he has defeated all of his opponents. With malicious joy in his eyes, he announces that now it is time to fight his close friend Vincent Adenka. Davin has waited a long time for this moment and finally it has come. Revan must now fight the direct heir of his family. Davin stands determined and accepts Revan's challenge from the Branch family. They stand in the arena facing each other and wait for the contest to be resolved. A judge from the White Sword Division stands between them and asks them to prepare. At that moment, Vincent asks to fulfill one condition. He beckons to Wilson, who is holding a wooden sword. Davin takes it in his hands and explains that it is with this ball that he will fight in the arena with his left hand. He also gives Revan the right to take the first 3 punches. All the spectators think that Vincent has lost his mind. Revan's father doesn't realize what he's carrying. Davin continues to say that he will not move from his seat until Revan does make his first 3 strikes. His opponent is furious at these conditions. He thinks the man is laughing at him. The spectators in the arena are outraged by this behavior of Vincent. They think he is arrogant. At that moment, Revan's father jumps up from his seat and starts shouting to the head of the Adank family that Vincent is doing this to justify his loss. The head of the family looks at what is happening and allows Vincent to use his terms. He tells his son to prove his words with his actions. Davin in Vincent's body looks at the head and promises him to do so. When all issues have been resolved, the judge from the White Sword Division authorizes a battle with the direct heir. Revan has prepared for the battle and incites Vincent to attack him. Davin responds by reminding him that he will allow him to take the first 3 strikes. The referee raises up a red flag and authorizes the fight to begin. At this point, Revan flies at Vincent, ready to kill him with one punch. Davinus stands his ground and tells his opponent that this is his first strike. He recalls their conversation with Julian about keeping the first strike short. At that moment, Revan brings his sword past Vincent's head over his left shoulder. Rejoicing in his impending victory, he shouts to the young lord that he has gotten it. At this point, Davin concludes that all of Revan's moves are mere feints and the real blow will be the second one. Revan continues to frantically rejoice in his control over Vincent. Davin continues to analyze his opponent's moves and comes to the conclusion that he is using his special defense, forgetting all the basics. He uses his mana and takes a swing with his left hand towards his opponent's sword. Davin pushes Revan's weapon away and says that great swords are not meant to pierce. Vincent would need to be several levels stronger than his opponent to reflect his opponent's sword and see its direction. The thought makes Revan uncomfortable. Davin looks into his opponent's eyes and a strong aura blazes around him. He has allowed him to make 2 attacks already. Revan gets very angry and calls Winchen's name. He leans forward and is determined to attack. He takes a swing of his sword and yells at him for just learning a couple of pathetic tricks and acting cocky. At that moment, Davin grabs Revan's hand in which he's holding his sword. He trips him and his opponent's foot slips upward. Revan begins to fall, letting go of the sword from his hand. At that moment, Davin catches him by his shirt. The opponent falls to the ground with a great cry of pain and defeat. Vincent stands over the lying Revan and says that it was his 3rd strike. He takes the wooden sword in his left hand and tells Julian that he will keep his promise. Holding the sword out in front of him, he prepares to make his first attack. The spectators in the stands did not expect to see such a sight and shriek in shock. Some are just tensely watching what will happen next. The head of the family stares at the boys and silently waits for the continuation. Revan's father is beyond furious at this point and yells from the podium. He forces Revan to stand up and continue the competition. At this point, he barely rises from the ground, leaning on his sword. He doesn't understand what's going on or why he's having trouble with a guy who doesn't know how to use mana. Julian appears above Davin's head, who hasn't had time to see anything clearly. Davin explains to him that this is a basic martial art. There are many ways to overpower an opponent without using a weapon. Therefore, a martial artist should never be idle. Revan continues to rise and looks directly into Vincent's eyes. He says that he understands everything now. He thinks that the heir to the main family got the specialty in such a short time because a minor god gave it to him, and he is ashamed to name him. Julian is outraged at such words. At this point, Davin replies that he can think that way if it makes him feel better. Revan swings his sword up again and goes to attack his opponent. He yells that his tricks are about to end. Julian advises Vincent not to block this dangerous blow and dodge to the left. Davin does so, and Revan's sword hits the ground with tremendous force. After his opponent misses, he grabs his wooden sword and swings it behind his head. Revan is startled and realizes that he's now completely open to being hit. Davin makes an attack and drives the sword strike across his opponent's neck. Revan grasps the damaged area with his hand and realizes that it doesn't hurt at all. At that moment, his father shouts to him from the stands. He says that a practiced sword could never break the steel man's defenses. Davin is frustrated with his untrained body and realizes he can't use much strength. But he expects his opponent to gain confidence and use the same technique against him. Davin puts his sword forward and is ready to strike next, using Revan's strength. As his opponent swings to attack, he stabs his sword into his chest. Revan flies backwards from such a blow a few meters off the ground. Davin looks on with a furious look and asks Judge Jaren to prevent a tragedy. The referee tenses greatly at such words and doesn't know what to do. Davin realizes that he only has one chance now. He lifts his leg and rushes forward. Along with his wooden sword, he takes off and flies towards Revan. If he uses the necessary skill, his body will collapse. Davinus continues to approach the airborne opponent to strike before he falls. Revan sees Vincent heading towards him and tenses up. He raises his sword and intends to strike back. Suddenly, Davin stops his gaze and sees something that impresses him. The path of the sword appears before him, connecting his point and Revan's point. He continues to fly at his opponent and asks Julian to carefully observe the technique he has learned. Davin directs the strike of his sword at these points, which glow like bright lights. He makes the attack and Revan's hand along with the sword flies away from his body. His father is discouraged by this defeat and stands at the podium with his mouth hanging open. The head of the Adenka family continues to watch the events unfold in silence, but is greatly surprised. Davin holds his sword above his head and tells Julian to cut space and swirl the flow of mana to tear everything apart. This is what fencing is all about. At this time, Revan begins to scream violently in pain and frustration. He is holding onto his right shoulder, which now has no arm on it. Standing behind him is the referee who can't believe what has happened. Vincent appeals to the referee to finally give him credit for the win. Referee Jaren raises the red flag up and declares Vincent Adenk the winner. Afterward, doctors gather around the injured Revan. Potions and hemostasis are not helping him. At this point, his father runs up to him from behind. Davin turns to the referee and says that he asked him to prevent the tragedy. The judge apologizes for the oversight. Julian is worried about Davin as his body is at its limit and he needs to rest. He replies that he won't die from it. Vincent looks at his father with a victorious smile and says that he has kept his promise. The head watches his son with a serious look and sinks into his thoughts. He thinks about Vincent's promise to reaffirm his worth to the Adenk family. At that moment, he looks at his son and confirms his words. The head of the family rises from his seat and declares Vincent the winner of the True Sword Gathering. His son has shown his amazing abilities and now stands before his father. The head turns around from his seat and calls everyone inside the building for the award ceremony. A dark night falls, lit only by the stars and a bright crescent moon. At this time, the ceremony begins in the assembly hall. Vincent stands next to the head of the family and awaits the awarding. A box is opened, and in it lies the very same miracle stone, which shines very brightly. The head of the Adenka family takes this stone in his hand and says that it should be awarded to the person who has surpassed the difficulties. He lowers his hand and is about to give this stone to Vincent as the winner. At that moment, Revan's father bursts into the ceremony. He shouts that none of this makes any sense. He is furious and accuses Vincent of deception and of taking the power of an apostle. Davin and Julian look toward Father Revan and continue to listen in silence. Behind him, a priest stands in the doorway and tells the head that there is a small problem. The head of the Adenka family looks at the priest and asks for the gist of the matter. He explains that they have tried every way possible to attach young Mr. Revan's hand back on, but all attempts have been unsuccessful, and it cannot be restored. The young master continues to endure the pain as it is. Revan's father turns to the priest and cannot believe that his son will forever be one-armed. He grabs him by his clothes and begins to shake him. The father demands that his arm be reattached, but the priest says he has never seen such wounds before. Julian watches and is very surprised. He turns to Vincennes, but he gets no response. Revan is lying on the couch with his arm beside him. The priests say that the hand was cut off by something the divine powers cannot handle. Standing next to him is his father and the head of the Adenka family. They decide to go to the high priest. Suddenly, Revan's father turns towards the people and shouts that such damage could only have been done with the help of the devil. Everyone around them begins to whisper. They agree with Revan's father's opinion. Vincent walks next to the head of the family and asks for permission to intervene in the situation. The head gives him permission. He turns to everyone present and says that all proceedings must take place with the permission of the head, who has declared him the winner. Thus, Father Revan's words directly deny the authority of the head of the family to all the guests. Charles Adenka is covered in sweat from fright, and Vincent says that he cannot know the situation better than his father. He turns to Judge Jaren and orders him to arrest the man. The judge clarifies exactly which man he is referring to, and Vincent points to Revan's father. Charles Adenka is furious at this and tells Vincent that he has no right to do so. The young lord replies that he questioned the authority of the head. The judge from the White Sword Division is serious about following Vincent's orders. He grabs Revan's father and binds him firmly with a rope while he screams. Charles Adenka is arrested and sits silently with a broken and furious look on his face. At this point, the head of the family approaches him and tells him that he is in debt to Vincent. He explains that in the Adenk family, you can't punish a man for the same crime twice. If it wasn't for Vincent, he would have received punishment from the family. The head of the family explains that he forgives the act to his father and demands Charles not to open his mouth again. The man is crushed and apologizes. Next, he turns to his son Winchin and praises him for his efforts. Julian is discouraged by his father's praise. Davin passes on the thought to the ghost that he looks happy. Julian admits that he is embarrassed, as his father rarely praises anyone. At this time, Revan begins to moan in pain. His father turns to him and shouts his name. The priest warns that soon there will be no time left and the arm will be impossible to get back. Julian leans over to Vincent and whispers something into his left ear. He comes up with a plan that will definitely turn out in their favor. Davin agrees to carry it out. He approaches the priest and clarifies if it is possible to get his arm back with the help of the miracle stone. He is very surprised by such an offer, as it is Vincent's reward for his victory. Davinus looks at the priest and sees from his reaction that it can be done. He says he will put an end to this situation because he himself cut off Revan's hand. The head of the Adenka family agrees with him and allows him to resolve the situation on his own. Vincent approaches Charles and says that Revan taunted him during practice. Revan's father sincerely apologizes for his son's behavior. Davinus declares that all words must be backed up by actions and snatches a sword from one of the men. He approaches Charles and cuts the ropes that bind him with this sword. Vincennes demands that he show true remorse worthy of a martial artist. Revan's father does not understand exactly what he wants. Davin looks at Charles and utters the phrase, "An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth." He wants his father's right hand in exchange for his son's hand. Charles is shocked by this demand. Davin sees his consternation and thinks about what a loser this man is. Charles continues to sit on the floor and silently ponders the whole situation while everyone around him waits for his decision. Suddenly, he grabs his sword and places his right hand on the table, ready to sacrifice it for his son. He takes a swing of the sword and his face is covered in sweat from fear and tension. Julian tells Vincennes that he really loves his son. He agrees with him and clarifies that it is twisted. Charles awakens his resolve and thinks about cutting off his right hand for Revan's sake. He points his sword at her and begins to scream violently, ready to do the deed in a second. At this point, Vincent looks away and reminds the judge to prevent any accidents. The judge from the White Sword Division makes an attack and cleaves Charles's sword. By inertia, the handle of the weapon falls on the table and Father Revan's hand remains unharmed. Vincent turns to the judge and wishes him to use his courage for a better occasion next time. He then gets down on one knee before the head of the Adenk family and informs him that everything has been resolved. Vincena's father praises him and holds the miraculous stone in one hand. He places the stone in his palms and presents it to his son as a full-fledged victor. Vincent takes the stone and tells the priest to act immediately. The priest clenches the stone with his teeth and stands over Revan for healing. At that moment, it splits and flies around into small pieces. Revan's arm begins to heal and forms a bright light at the site of the wound. His father looks at his son, and tears of joy appear in his eyes. Julian is pleased with this turn of events, but feels a little sorry for the lost miracle stone. Davin tells him that it is indeed a valuable object that can help even with mental problems. At this moment, Wilson is overheard outside the door of the room where all the events are taking place. He begins to admire his young master, calling him cool. He recalls Winston's words that there will come a time when he will have to choose, either submit to fear or show loyalty. Wilson has now grown to respect his master greatly and wants to be loyal to him. At this time, Charles embraces his son and they both cry after all the events. A joyful Wilson appears and addresses his master with enthusiasm. He enters Winston's room and informs him that he will soon be cooking his dinner. Julian does not understand why he has changed so much. Davin replies to him that he has begun to recognize him as his master. But Julian is not satisfied. He wanted much more than the respect of a servant. There is another knock at the door, and the ghost wonders how Wilson could have dinner ready so quickly. But a priest enters the room and wonders how Vincennes is doing. He puts his left hand on his right shoulder and greets him. The man further identifies himself as Dullan, priest of the goddess Gaia. Vincent sits at the table and inquires as to the purpose of his coming. Dullan replies that he wants to express his gratitude for his help. Julian hears everything that is happening, and a look of intense surprise appears on his face. The priest holds out his hand to Vincennes, in which he holds a miraculous stone. He asks him to accept the gift. Dullan explains that it is his reward for doing such a noble deed to young Master Revan. He became a priest to help the sick. However, today he was unable to do so and compared the value of the miracle stone to a human life. And at that moment, Vincent was willing to sacrifice his stone and gave it up for Revan's sake. Because of his act, Dullan has rethought his life and now gives this gift to Vincent. He smiles and accepts the stone as a tribute. But Davin explains to the priest that he has realized everything himself. Dullan thanks Vincent and starts pulling something out of his left pocket. He pulls out a tablet to be used if the temple's help is needed. Dullan explains that he has recently become a second-class priest. Julian sees the plaque and feels very surprised. Davin doesn't understand the meaning of this accomplishment. Seeing the ghost's intense shock, Julian explains to him that he now has access to infinite healing and free use of the temple. Dullan thanks Vincent once again for learning so much and makes a bow to him. Davin advises him to take care of himself. At this time, the surprise never fades from Julian's face. He sits down on the table in front of Vincent and says that they now have a much better acquaintance than Wilson. Julian starts to feel embarrassed that Vincent is being too sincere with him. Davin thinks it's from lack of praise and affection. The ghost hears the word praise and in that moment remembers something. His father usually eats alone, but there was an occasion when he invited one of the family members over after a True Swords meeting. It was Dayanun's second child. She had won an incredible victory at the gathering that time. Davin suggests that this time too it might be such an opportunity to be at dinner with the head of the family. Davin gets up from his chair and says that his whole body is aching with pain. But he has no time to rest now. He puts on his outerwear to get ready for the likely invitation. Julian doesn't understand why he has to be so overprotective and taps his finger at his temple. At that moment, Wilson bursts into the room. You can tell by his shouting and shortness of breath that he was in a hurry. The sweat of excitement is beading on his face, and he tries to say something about the head of the family. Winston interrupts him and calmly tells him that the man must have invited him to dinner, and he should be taken to him. Wilson is surprised that his young master was able to predict this as well. He began to admire him even more. Outside, night has fallen, and only the stars light up the Adenk family home a little. Vincent walks quietly down the long hallway, which is carpeted with carpets. Suddenly, a girl appears in front of him and tells him to hurry. It is Vincent's stepmother. She congratulates him for his incredible achievement at the True Sword gathering. He bows to her and thanks her. Vincent's real mom died in childbirth. Her name is Versa Halam. She was a ruthless martial artist nicknamed the Giant. Now she's responsible for everything concerning the Adenk house. She asks Vincent to follow her as his father is already waiting for him. They open the doors and walk into the room, standing next to each other. At the end of the half-empty hall, they are greeted silently by the head of the Adenk family. He looks at his son with a stern gaze and speaks his name. Then his eyes go wide and are filled with intense severity. This pressure from his father makes it hard for Vincent to breathe. He had not felt it before. Davin concludes that this is his test. He wants to know if his form today in the competition was real. Vincent replies to his father that there is no need to pressure him in private. The head of the family puts his hands together and asks his son why he thinks so. Vincent replies that earlier his mom called him father instead of head of the family. At this point, Vincent's father looks at his spouse and pauses. He puts his hand up and praises his son for being observant. The head of the family begins to explain that he called Vincent here for 2 reasons. The first is to congratulate him on his victory today. The second reason is Charles Adenk's suspicions. After these words, Davin tenses up. A little earlier, Revan's father had accused the guy of cheating and winning unfairly. Vincent recalls how these words were made in the presence of many people. This accusation brings him into a stupor under someone's gaze. His stepmother's eyes begin to burn bright red and stare wide at him. Davin strains hard from this pressure and continues to remain silent. The head of the family asks his wife if there is any chance that his son is an apostle. She replies that there is not. At this time, Davin thinks about the strange sensation he experienced. Vincent tells him that it is his mother's specialty. Her eyes can see the truth. His father continues to wonder about Vincent's martial arts look. He hasn't connected the image to his heart yet and couldn't just cut off Revan's hand. Stepmother looks at Vincent and says it is the swordsmanship art of the hero king Cajun Samian. According to the information of their time, he swung his sword in a similar manner and could prevent any incredible ability of the enemy. His sword was also able to subdue Archdemon Davin. Hearing these words, Vincent tensed up again. He hears this horrible lie about himself again, which puts him in a state of confusion. The stepmother takes Vincent by the shoulders and looks at him with her eyes. She asks him to speak. She needs to know how he learned to wield a sword reminiscent of the hero Samian. Vincent silently looks into her eyes and bleeds sweat with excitement. He looks toward his father and concludes that it was not he who called him to dinner. It was his mom who is curious about the origin of his martial arts, and that's why they set up this whole interrogation. Julian suddenly appears and asks Vincent not to answer his stepmother. At that moment, he sees his reflection in her eyes. The ghost explains that her eyes are capable of distinguishing truth from lies and excuses will not help him. Then Davin jokingly suggests that he is not her son, but a man who lived 500 years ago. Julian grabs him by the shoulder and asks him to give him some time to think. The stepmother still looks at Vincennes as well and asks him to tell her the truth. Davin asks Julian to speed up. The ghost at this time is grabbing his head in fear of his mom. Davin suggests that he take 1 step. Julian looks at him and doesn't understand what that means. Davin presents his former body and tells the ghost that he is only 1 step away from overcoming his fear. He resolutely looks his stepmother in the eye and tells her that he will take the first step for him. He tells her that he has had an epiphany. These words shock everyone, and the stepmother interrogates Vincent once more. She begins to shout that only those involved with the dark arts use illumination without a blessing. Davin is covered in sweat from excitement. Julian had not previously warned him of such a thing. His stepmother looks at him carefully and suggests he go through the holy court or stand against the judges of Jeremel. Julian overcomes his fear and whispers to Vincent to repeat his words. Copying the ghost's words, he says that he can be tested by the temple. The stepmother is greatly surprised by such a statement. Only a highly confident person would do such a thing. Vincent takes out the miraculous stone and says that he was given it by a third-class priest who would definitely recognize the evil in it. The stepmother sees the stone and says that she was the one who gave it to Dullen. Vincent replies that he accepted it as a gift. She looks at the young lord with her gaze and recognizes his words as true. She asks if it was indeed an insight that helped him in his training. Vincent agrees with her, but clarifies that he learned swordsmanship differently. Davin tells his truth. He says that he has long looked closely at the mysterious techniques of sword-wielding, and in the latter decided to learn them. After that, he tells Vincent's truth. At one point, he wanted to stop being a coward, even if it would entail suspicion from some people. Davin and Julian decide to combine the 2 truths of their lives to stand up to the eyes of their mother. Vincent replies that his goal was to outdo Samian's family. Davin is pleased with Julian's courage. He echoes his words that he wanted to become stronger than his relatives. His goal was also to prove his importance to his father. At this moment, the head of the family listens attentively to all his son's words. Vincent stands in the middle of the hall and addresses the head of the family. He says that if the temple has already made its assessment, all that is left is his father's decision. The head of the family begins to scratch his chin and ponder over his answer. The stepmother sees this action and thinks about how her spouse only does this when he is pleased with something. The head of the family crosses his arms across his chest and announces his decision with a serious look. He tells Vincent to keep studying his art. Julian exhales in relief and Davin thanks the head of the family. The stepmother turns to her consort and warns that the hero king's sword art is similar to that of the great demon king Davin. The head of the family looks at his spouse and informs her that he knows this. The stepmother explains that the Samian family may accuse them of stealing if they find out about the use of Cajun's art. But they won't do anything if it's the swordsmanship of the great demon king Davin. She asks her spouse if he confirms his decision. In response, the head of the family looks sternly at the stepmother and says that he has already taken all the facts into consideration. The stepmother exhales in relief and stops saying anything to her husband. She turns to Vincent and tells him that his father will now be responsible for everything. Now he must try not to let him down. Vincent makes a bow and accepts this warning. He thinks about the fact that the stepmother has confirmed the head's decision and has also given her permission. The head of the family gets up from his seat. He praises his son for his excellent performance at the meeting and his proven worth as the direct heir to the family. He walks towards Vincent and informs him that he is ready to grant one wish. Davin replies that he wishes to become stronger. The head of the family likes his answer. He looks at his son and asks him to tell him what he can do for him. Julian whispers to Winchin that he needs access to the library. Winchin relays this request to his father. The head of the family informs him that this is only available to 3-star martial artists. He asks his son if he was able to connect the image to his heart. Vinchin reports that he was unable to do so, but he wants to take the opportunity to be a spoiled child. The head of the family smiles and allows Vinchin to visit the library. He turns to his stepmother and asks her to give Winchin the purple lotus. At this point, Julian and Davin are greatly surprised. The father says it is a gift for keeping a promise to him. The crimson lotus is the sword used by the head of the Adenka family during his ascension. Davin picks it up and sees that years later the sword is still sharp and incredible. They walk down the hallway and Julian starts spinning in the air with happiness. Davin says that this is not the last time he will experience joy. He plans to accomplish much more in the future than he is now. Julian hangs his head down and says he was disappointed at first that he couldn't summon the spirit of the king. But then he would hardly have been able to accomplish all of this. The ghost feels he can trust Davin with his body. On that note, they leave the house, where they are met outside by Wilson. Winchin says they are leaving and the servant obediently prepares to follow the young master. At that moment, the stepmother comes out to join them. She asks Vincent to stay a moment. She is proud that he has put a lot of effort into training and learning techniques. According to custom, the winner of the true sword competition must enter the Purple Fortress and subdue the Purple Demon. This is one of the institutions of the Adenka family. It stands on a mountain and seems impregnable. To enter it, one must defeat the True Swords Assembly and subdue the low-ranking Purple Demon. Davin turns to Julian to come up with an answer for his stepmother. The ghost suggests telling her that Vincent doesn't know how to do it yet. The stepmother didn't expect to get that answer and thought he had planned it all out in advance. She sees that Vincent is in terrible pain after that strange sword move at the meeting. He agrees with her. She makes her voice serious and urges Vincent to listen to her advice. In that state, he will not be able to overpower the Purple Demon as he will simply die. They are still standing outside, and the stepmother continues to say that the demon cannot be defeated with one blow. At this point, Julian turns to Vincent to see why she is giving them advice. Winchin assumes that she sympathizes with them. They stand in front of his mom, and Davin tells the ghost that in the past his enemies threw him in jail and faked the story. The stepmother could have set them up with her eye, but she didn't. At the very least, she is not hostile to them. Vincent bows to his stepmother and thanks her for her advice. He leaves before he can finish listening to her. The stepmother wanted to tell Vincent about the peculiarity of the Purple Demon, but he never asked about it. She stares at Vincent's footsteps, and her heart flutters. She thinks about how amazing a martial artist he is without a shred of fear or doubt. She turns to his deceased mother, Sarvana, and asks if she's watching. Today her son has taken a big step as a martial artist. It is a new day and Wilson is hanging clean laundry in the yard. Today he intends to support the young master as best he can. At that moment, something heavy lands on his head and he hears an accusation from behind in his direction. Wilson turns around and sees the girl forcing him to confess that he is up to something. She believes that he wants to hurt young Mr. Vincennes again. Wilson denies her accusations and asks her to pay attention to the laundry washed for him. The girl sees how neatly hung all the clothes are and calms down. Wilson beats his chest with his fist and says that the young master has changed a lot, and this has prompted him to change for the better too, as a faithful servant. The girl looks at the servant in surprise and asks how Vincent is doing. Wilson begins to tell the whole story. Meanwhile, events are unfolding in the Adenk family library. Inside are Davin and Julian, amidst a huge number of books. Julian watches silently as the books one by one fly off in different directions. Davin is furious that there is not a single record of events that took place 500 years ago, and grabs his head. The ghost scrutinizes the shelves of books and says that there are no records of this period alone. He concludes that someone deliberately erased these records. Davin folds his arms across his chest and agrees with his thought. He is now thinking about the need to improve his sword skill. He will have to fight a purple demon soon. At the moment, he can't reach the image, so he will have to look for a technique to train. Julian remembers how the man in his body used the sword-wielding method of the hero king and called Arslan a child. This raises questions in his mind, and he turns to Davin and asks him to tell him about himself. Davin thinks about the truth shocking the ghost. After all, he is known as a great demon. He thinks it would be disrespectful to Julian, who trusted him with his body. Davin exhales and warns Julian that he will be surprised. The ghost is in anticipation. Davin speaks the name, and at that moment a piercing sound echoes in Julian's head. Because of this, he couldn't hear the name and asks Winchin to repeat it again. Davin repeats it again, but this time too, Julian has a violent noise in his head that makes him cover his ears. Vincent abruptly gets to his feet and scatters the books around him. He yells to the ghost if he's okay. Julian slumps to the floor and holds his head. He tells Vincent that he's fine, but asks him not to repeat the name again. At that moment, Davin notices something. It piqued his interest a lot. Among the books on the floor was one with the title, First Love at the Watermill. He and Julian are confused. There is no way there could be a love story among the mana training books. Davin opens the book and sees that it preserves a secret historical record in hidden form. They blush in surprise as they read through the pages one by one. Julian shows his disdain that the truth is retold in such a form. But such a record would not arouse the enemy's suspicion. Suddenly, Davin shouts to the ghost, and the latter looks at him with a withering glance. He says that the protagonist of the book has no image. He uses the power of love as a feature. This suggests that traits are not used to awaken a mana flow, but are summoned by that flow. To do this, the image theory must be discarded. Julian is very surprised. If you save mana without an image, you can die. Vincent holds up a book and explains that the author has already saved mana without an image and survived. Because of this, they will be able to manifest the features. They head towards the exit of the library, and Julian keeps saying that the peculiarities are very dangerous to study. But Davin has already figured out how to get stronger. He turns to the ghost and suggests that they test this theory sooner rather than later. On the way out of the library, Vincent is shouted at by a young girl who had previously interacted with Wilson. She cries with joy and asks the young gentleman if he really defeated Revan Adenk and was awarded the purple sword. Julian clarifies that this is Ceri's maid. She was away for a while because of her family's situation. Davin remembers moments when she helped him and showed him care. He replies to the maid that things are indeed as she says. At that moment, she falls to her knees in front of him. Ceri wipes away her tears and says that she was very worried about the outcome of the meeting. Vincent and Julian are embarrassed by her behavior and wonder how to calm the woman down. Davin kneels down and takes Ceri by the shoulder. He tells her that he kept his work on the man a secret, which she will not be ashamed of. At that moment, Vincenu gets yelled at by some guy and tells him he found him. All three of them start to look at him as if he is an unwelcome guest. Standing in front of them was Revan Adenka. He tells Vincent that they need to talk. They end up in a room and sit in chairs across from each other. At this time, Ceri stands between them and watches with excitement. Revan continues to sit in silence and ponders something in his head. Vincent and Julian look at him and wait for him to start talking. Ceri offers Revan a sandwich, and at that moment he gets up from his chair. Without saying anything, he grabs his sword that hangs behind his back. At this moment, Davin and Julian are in a great shock of surprise. Revan promptly pulls out his sword and says that he has come to repay the events at the True Swords meeting. Vincent pulls out his purple sword and stands up to defend himself against his opponent. He thinks about the fact that now Revan knows about the swordsmanship skill, and this move won't work anymore. Vincent yells at Ceri to get out of this room immediately. She's very worried about Vincent and refuses to leave him here. At that moment, Ceri hears Revan saying that he is forever indebted to Vincent. He puts his sword point to the floor and explains that he forgave his rudeness and gave him the miraculous stone. Revan, on the other hand, was a coward and tried to save his arm at the cost of his father's arm. In the end, he was left with a hand and a calm father, but he never gave anything back. He releases the sword from his hand and says that he no longer wishes to be a coward. Revan gets down on one knee in front of Vincent and bows his head. At that moment, he recites the Pledge of Allegiance to him as his thanks. Ceri, a servant girl, is watching and cannot believe that young Master Revan has gotten down on one knee. Davin is delighted at this outcome, but Julian warns him not to believe him. Vincent explains that Revan has placed his sword in front of him. This is considered an act of giving his life to another person. Suddenly, Julian has some interesting thought in his head. Vincent draws his sword again, and at that moment the ghost informs him of a good idea. Davin places the blade of his purple sword on Revan's left shoulder. He informs him that he accepts his oath and will also stand at his side as long as he is loyal to him. Revan sees that Winchin is indeed holding a purple lotus, and realizes that he has been rewarded by the head of the family. He smiles because he now has full confidence in his oath, and will not regret it. Ceri, the maid, is amazed at this outcome, because not so long ago, Vinchin was a mere loser. She rejoices that now the bad times are in the past, and the young master has truly changed. Davin puts his sword away, and at that moment Julian interrupts him with a little chuckle. He tells Vincent to now try to get the Dwarf King's blessing from Revan. At this time, events are unfolding in the home of the head of the Adenk family. The stepmother is facing the window and informs the head that Vinchin plans to enter the Purple Fortress next year. His father clarifies the status of conquering the Purple Demon. The stepmother replies that Vinchin refused to learn about the characteristics of this demon and seemed confident. It can be attacked if you have 3 stars or more, as these creatures have no physical form. Also, the stepmother informs the head of the family that Revan Adenka now lives in Vinchin's annex. A mana runs through Vincent's body, which is illuminated with blue and red light. He is sitting in his room on the floor, and Revan and Julian are standing next to him. Revan stands behind him and asks him to try to create the loop again. Julian is very tense from this dangerous environment and asks him to do everything carefully. On the table is an open book of the very same love novel from the library. Revan picks up this book and tries to figure out how to get the blessings of the Dwarf King through its methods. He puts the book back on the table in front of Vincent and says he will help him, unless it is a collection of ramblings. In that case, Vincent will have to entrust his life to Revan, meditating beside him as he directs the flow. Davin replies that the man has sworn allegiance to him. Revan is stunned by these words. Vincent begins to meditate, and Revan realizes that if he were him, he would hardly trust his life. He feels pathetic again, but this time the loss for him feels in a good way. Revan looks at Vincent, who is gathering mana without an image. He never thought the direct heir would use such a crazy method. Vincent meditates with his eyes closed, and the noose rises above the level of his face. Julian hovers over his back and asks him not to be willful and to slow down. Davin asks not to tell him off. Ghost starts to get indignant because he's worried about his life. At this point, Revan asks Vincent not to speed up. Julian points his finger at him because he repeated the same words. Davin appears as Vincenus, and he explains to the ghost that he couldn't accomplish anything in his past life if he didn't take risks. Suddenly the noose begins to tighten more, and Davin says that sometimes you have to take risks to move on. Julian starts yelling at Vincent that at this rate he'll just die. The two ends of the loop are one step away from coming together, and Davin asks for a little more time. One end begins to join the other, and sparks fly from them. Revan tries to interfere with Vincent and yells that it's too soon. He doesn't have time to do anything, and the loop joins together in one piece. Davin begins to rejoice that he has succeeded. Suddenly the ends of the loop split in two and turn red. A huge explosion erupts from Vincent's room, blowing out all the windows. Revan Adenk is thrown back onto the bed, which breaks in half. He is in great pain from the impact and tries to cough up smoke. During this time, Vincena's stepmother continues to talk to the head of the family. It is about half a year until the next entry into the Purple Fortress. The head believes that having defeated a 2-star martial artist, his son will easily handle everything else. In a completely destroyed room, Revan runs up to Vincent. The man gives a voice that he's alive. Revan tells him that it took him 6 months and now the young master is overdoing it. He needs at least 2 months. At this time, the head of the family tells his stepmother that he is giving Vincent a 1-month deadline. He looks at her and asks her to tell his son that this is the time to overcome the purple demon. Vincent is lying on a ruined closet piled up with many books. He looks at Julian, and from the blow he received, he thinks he has been reincarnated again. At that moment, someone's footsteps are heard in the hallway, approaching Vincent's room. Chief Chamberlain Ryler goes to deliver a message to the young master from the head of the family. She wants to tell him that he doesn't have much time left. Ryler abruptly swings open the doors of the room and calls out to the young master. Suddenly, she sees a horrifying picture that makes her eyes widen in surprise. She sees before her a ruined room with a hole in the wall and Revan and Vincent bandaged up. She becomes very angry and demands an explanation about what happened. Vincent asks her not to worry and explains that he was just doing a little meditation. Sari starts yelling at the young lord and tells him that meditation doesn't lead to such things. In response, he apologizes for her worries. Everyone around him notices how his attitude towards others is different from the young master's past attitude. Ryler exhales and says he will not question him further, but he needs to hurry as the head of the family has left a message for him. He wants Vincent to complete the initiation rite in a month. Such news makes Davin and Revan tense up considerably. Julian informs them that his father has never pushed the time frame before. Davin thinks about it for a moment. He looks up and realizes that the head of the family has big plans for him. Ryler turns around towards the exit and says that in a month's time she will accompany Vincent as a protector. She asks him to train hard and defeat the purple demon. Revan looks at Vincent and thinks about the fact that you can't get a blessing from the Dwarf King in 1 month. Vincent intends to hurry, but at that moment his hand is grabbed by Sari. With tears in his eyes, he asks the young lord not to overwork himself. Vincent smiles back at the maid and promises to fulfill her request. At that moment, he sees a strong aura around her and thinks it is mana. He concludes that Sari has a very large amount of it. She again demands that he promise her to take care of herself. Vincent agrees with her and asks her to leave to discuss something with Revan. The maid immediately leaves and closes the door to the room loudly behind her. Julian and Revan look at Vincent and are confused. They don't know how to get everything done in a month. At this time, Davin starts meditating again and creates a loop. After creating the mana loop, he turns to Revan and asks if it is the right one. He and Julian open their mouths in shock. Vincent was able to complete the mana flow. Davin sits with the result of his labor and says he did it faster this time and can now proceed with the manifestation. Julian is pleased with this result and sees how capable the man in his body is. Vincent suggests that he not wait a month and exceed his father's expectations. 2 weeks have passed. The weather outside is clear, lighting up the trees in the forest. Revan, Vincent, and Julian are in the middle of this forest and begin their training. Davin puts his hands out in front of him and is about to start the peculiarity. Revan is focused and watching all of the young lord's actions. Julian tenses up as well and waits for further events to appear. Vincent asks Revan to take a step back as there might be an explosion again. The boy refuses as he wants to see his success with his own eyes. After saying this, Julian tells Davin that Revan is definitely loyal to him. Vincent concentrates and starts looping the loop to create a mana chain. He effortlessly pulls it off and holds the chain in his hands. At this moment, the connections of the chain begin to form a different shape. They turn into perfectly even circles that emit a bright light. At this moment, Julian experiences some strange sensation and raises his eyes upward. He sees right above them the king of the dwarves, who has a very stern look in his eyes. His one eye burns with a bright light, and he wears a helmet with horns and a long beard on his head. Julian greets him and wonders how he got the ability to see gods of this level. The dwarf king directs his focused and stern gaze at the boys. The ghost is in awe of his powerful appearance and unrivaled strength. At that moment, the dwarf king's hammer begins to glow and radiate power. He swings its long hilt behind his head to deliver the blow. Julian sees this and begins to cover his head with his hands in fear. The dwarf king performs a hammer blow that envelops all three boys in a bright light. At that moment, Vincent stands with his eyes closed and his hair flies up. Davin opens his eyes and sees something incredible in front of him. In front of him in his hands is the blessing from the dwarf king that he just received. Revan is overjoyed at this outcome and explains that it is a blessing of body strengthening. It is only a notch below a man of steel. He smiles and thinks about the fact that it didn't even take them a month to do this. At this time, the dwarf king stands high above the trees and continues to watch. Julian looks up at him and confusedly says that the king can go back. A bright light emanates from Davinus. He has now established the foundation for conquering the purple demon. He tells Revan thank you for your help because it all worked out because of him. He then informs him that there is one more request he would like to ask. 2 days later, on a clear sunny day, a horse-drawn carriage awaits their departure. Davin comes out wearing a white jacket and carrying a purple sword. As always, he is accompanied by Julian. At the carriage, they are met by the chief chamberlain. Winston apologizes for the unexpected request. She is worried that the head son has decided to undergo the initiation rite 2 weeks early. Before Vincent, who is now standing before her, she had accompanied the rites 3 times. The father and brothers of the heir to the Odenk family have always won the challenge. Ryler asks Vincent not to be careless while undergoing the test. He looks confidently at the chief chamberlain and asks him not to worry about anything. The horse-drawn carriage has started its journey and is traveling along a narrow road of dense forest. Inside the carriage, Vincent and Julian and Ryler sit across from each other. From the long ride, they have fallen asleep, and only the ghost is watching the road. The Protector is useless in this mission. Julian informs Davin that loot will fall from the demon and Ryler must follow up on it. Davin doesn't understand why they have to go through the same ordeal generation after generation. Suddenly, Ryler asks Vincent if he has studied the purple demon. This question surprises him and Julian. The chief chamberlain explains that the prerequisite for conquering the demon is 3 stars or higher, but the young lord has never achieved them. Julian turns to Vincennes and says that he has never once asked about the purple demon. The son of the head of the family asks Ryler not to worry about it. He thinks about the fact that Arslan arranged everything to overcome the challenge. The Crimson Demon is the very first monster he has already defeated. Ryler continues to warn Winston that he must not let his guard down and notices the smile on his face. She doesn't understand what it is about her that makes the family's main heir so amused. Vincent wonders why she is so eager to help him. Ryler replies that she is a guard and an observer in this ordeal. But Davin looks at her with a serious look and asks about stealing money. She replies that the stealing is due to the usual lack of finances. Vincent suggests that the chief chamberlain deliberately showed him her weakness so that he would take advantage of it. These words make her speechless. Ryler lowers her head and sweat of excitement appears on her face. Vincenzo gives her a chance to talk about it if she doesn't want to. Suddenly the carriage stops and the horses let out a loud squeal. The chief chamberlain and Ryler realize that they have arrived at their destination. They step out of the carriage and quietly step their feet on the ground. Davin looks at the place they have come to and sees the lair of the purple demon. The place is full of ancient ruins. Ryler explains that people call this place the Old Temple. There was a memorial here for the first head of the Arslan family. It was erected after he destroyed one of Archdemon Davin's followers. Davin thinks it's all connected and can't be a mere coincidence. Chief Chamberlain Ryler reaches out and takes her sword by the hilt. She holds it in front of her and informs Vincent that she is ready. Ryler raises the sword above her head, and a pillar of bright flash rises upwards. A beam of blue reaches all the way to the sky and begins to form a defense. At the end, a dome forms that covers the entire area of the old temple. Julian calls it a mana barrier. It is set up so that only one monster can pass through it. Suddenly, someone's burning red eyes with a black face and wearing a robe appears from behind a pillar. A purple demon of enormous size appears in front of Vincent and Julian. It looks intimidating and has no face. The demon is watching Vincent closely. He pulls out his purple sword and asks the chief chamberlain to watch closely. Davin is about to prove his worth to the Edenk family and asks Ryler not to miss a single detail. At that moment, the demon swings his huge scythe at Vincent and is about to attack. It has great power and is rapidly heading towards the man. Julian advises Vincent to dodge and use the way of the sword, but he refuses as creating distance is advantageous for the longer weapon. He lifts his leg and takes a determined step forward towards the purple demon. In their case, Davin decides to get as close to his opponent as possible. The demon did not expect such an action and is in some confusion. Vincent strikes his sword against the scythe and holds the demon's weapon in this position. This hold prevents him from swinging his scythe to strike. They are very close to each other, and Vincent shows all his strength. Ryler watches the attacks of the son of the head of the family and realizes that he has made the right choice of tactics to approach the enemy. But for his first fight at the age of 14, he acts too perfect. He looks like a man who has subdued the purple demon many times before. Davin feels the Dwarf King's peculiarity and how much strength it gives to his untrained body. He continues to fight the demon and thinks about how this is just the beginning for finding the way of the sword. Suddenly, he stands with his foot on the scythe and pushes off, which confuses his opponent again. Davin forcefully jumps back a few meters away from the demon. He lands on one knee, full of determination for his next move. Davin has increased the distance, thinking now is the best time to do so. The Crimson Demon is very aggressive, but the long defense must have tired him out. He swings at Vincent and he finds the sword path he's about to attack. The demon is open on all sides, and it will be easier for him to strike with the sword path. With the help of his feature, Davin will get rid of the recoil of the sword skill. Now his body is unusually strong and his eyes are lined with the path of the sword. From the attack, the purple demon releases the scythe from his hand, and many red particles appear around him. Vincent watches as his body begins to dissipate into the air. Suddenly, he sees the purple ball that was inside the demon. Vincent's opponent has completely dissolved, leaving only this orb behind. It falls to the ground in front of Davin, and the purple smoke dissipates from it. Vincent turns to the head chamberlain and asks if she has seen everything. She stands not far from him and is stunned at such an inappropriate question. Sweat from the exertion shows on her forehead, because Vincent doesn't know that the purple demon can't be defeated with one blow. At that moment, it starts to form a ball again, which lies next to Vincent. The demon has 2 lives, and now he reappears as if nothing happened. He stands behind Vincent's back and makes a sweep of his scythe in his direction. Vincent doesn't suspect a thing while the weapon flies straight at his head. At that moment, Ryler shouts to him, trying to warn him of the danger. Davin makes a glance to the side and finally notices his opponent. He manages to crouch low, and the scythe whizzes over him with great speed. Davin sees the demon's face and thinks that in 500 years he has never changed. Suddenly, he sees the point of the scythe in front of his face again, heading straight for him. He manages to bounce back, and the scythe crashes right into the ground beneath his feet. At that moment, Davin notices how fast the demon has become. These demons have evolved a lot in 500 years, though their appearance has changed as well. Ryler sees the reborn demon fly into a rage, and his speed and strength improve. He swings his huge arm at Vincent and tries to grab him. The heir to the Adenk family bounces back again, and the demon's blow causes rocks to fly from the ground. Davin stands near the wall and realizes that the enemy is now very dangerous. The demon flies at him in a rage. The path of retreat through the wall is blocked, and Vincent is stumped. At that moment, a scythe sweeps across the temple wall and splits it in 2, forming an entrance. Vincent covers his face from the flying debris and the very bright light. At that moment, Julian calls out to him and offers him shelter in the temple. He asks Vincent to change his plans because things are going badly, but the heir to the Adenk family has no intention of giving up and wants to lower the demon's guard. The enemy's goal is to corner Vincent for the final blow. The moment the purple demon is ready to make that strike, Vincent will realize his plan. Riley watches from the sidelines and doesn't know how to help the son of the head of the family. She clenches her fist, reminding herself that she is just an observer, and her intervention will mean Vincent's defeat. She pleads with Lady Sarvana not to let her ruin her son's future. A woman pops up in her memories telling her that the one is very strong. She looks at the young defeated Ryler and suggests her to join them. She used to be a thief on the border of the country. However, this girl called such a monster with her. She introduced herself to her as Lady Sarvana and smiled sweetly at Ryler. The girl turned around and asked Khan and Versa if they minded. Khan didn't care, and Versa couldn't help but agree with what she said. Something changed in Ryler's mind then, or she was just tired of the thieving life. She gave her hand to Sarvana and grasped it firmly, thus giving her consent. Ryler ended up joining them in their adventures for the sake of becoming an Adenk legend. Someone's huge and terrifying feet were treading the ground of the dense forest. It was a large and strong ogre who swung his club at Ryler. She bravely glared at him, displaying her sword. But in this battle, Ryler was just a decoy. At that moment, Sarvana bounces off a tree behind him with her sword in hand. She praises Ryelsa for his excellent work and attacks this monster. The sword travels down its neck and cuts off the ogre's head, separating it from its body. The girl flies past the defeated ogre without a scratch. Sarvana was very strong and beautiful. Her blue hair flowed like silk. She possessed a power that made people around her smile. In Ryelsa's hopeless life, she was a ray of light that had once given her a chance. She sank into her memories and closed her eyes. A warm smile spread across the Chief Chamberlain's face. Outside the window of Adenk's large house, it is dark night and a heavy downpour is falling. Someone's hand covers the face of Lady Sarvana, who is no longer breathing, with a white cloth. Standing beside her is her husband and Ryler with her newborn baby. She mourns for her as she has lost her nearest and dearest person. At this time, in her arms in a small roll lies Winshin, who has just come into the world. The boy is crying very hard, not feeling the warmth of his mother nearby. Ryler makes the decision to let go of the sadness and focus on Sarvana's baby. She aims to protect this child from the harsh life of the heir to the main Adenk family, until he becomes a respected martial artist. But Winshin grows up to be a coward and a weakling. His sister gives him a hard slap that makes him fall to the floor. She laughs at him and calls him a completely useless loser. Instead of standing up in defense, Vincent agrees with her words. This amuses his sister even more. While around the corner of the hallway, this picture is observed by Ryler. She has counted hundreds of incidents of bullying in 14 years, and no longer expects anything from Vincent. One day she notices Wilson eavesdropping on a conversation between Vincent and the head of the family as Revan's hand was being healed. Ryler appeared behind him and chided him for yet another stupid behavior. Wilson is horrified at the head chamberlain and begins to explain that he acted as a servant to the young master. He informs Ryler that the head of the Adenk family has finally recognized Winshin. At that moment, she saw a ray of hope. The only thing left to do was to support Winshin. Now he stands before the purple demon, stumped. The opponent swings his scythe and is about to deliver the decisive blow. The demon is full of rage and power. Its weapon flies straight towards Vincent. He looks at his opponent and takes no action. Suddenly he says the word now and looks forward to something. At that moment, Revan whizzes past Ryler at breakneck speed. She turns her head and sees the guy. Such a suddenness surprises her a lot. The Crimson Demon made his attack, which sent a lot of sparks in different directions. Revan manages to repel the enemy with his sword and protect Vincent. He applies great strength and zeal, restraining the demon's weapon. The enemy keeps trying to free his scythe, but Revan prevents him from doing so. At this point, Ryler is greatly perplexed and realizes that Revan had planned ahead of time to help Vincent in the battle. Daven tells him that he is counting on him. In response, Revan asks him to finish this sooner rather than later while he can still hold the sword. Vincent places his hands in front of him with palms up, forming a semicircle with them. In this position, he begins to meditate, being right on the battlefield. Ryler sees this and thinks he's crazy to be doing this in such a dangerous situation. If he is pushed or hurt a bit in this position, the young lord will simply die. Vincent is sitting right in front of a purple demon that could attack him at any moment. Revan tells his opponent not to look at Vincent, as he's not the one blocking him right now. He holds tightly to the hilt of his sword, giving all his strength to delaying the demon. Suddenly, the opponent releases his weapon, pushing Revan's sword away. He is even more ferocious and has no intention of conceding this fight. The Crimson Demon immediately makes his next attack towards Revan. He utilizes his Steelman feature and is easily ready to meet his opponent's strike. Revan puts his sword above his head and blocks the demon's attack again. He looks him in the eyes and says that he didn't expect to receive such a weak blow. At that moment, he hears a strange cracking sound. It startles him greatly. Revan's sword did not transfer the effect of the Steelman, and now it is breaking. The demon swings his scythe again and deliberately aims at the sword. He makes his attack, and Revan's sword breaks apart right in his hands. Revan clenches his teeth at this unexpected turn and begins to curse. He looks at the demon who is ready to make another strike and realizes that without the sword he can't protect Vincennes. Revan uses his ability and stops the demon's scythe with his hand. He grabs the point from both sides and holds it right above his head. Revan tries his best to buy time to help Vincent. But the demon is too strong and it's getting harder and harder for the guy to restrain it. At this point, Vincent says Revan did a great job, and the path of the sword appears. Revan sees a bright beam from the attack coming right next to him. Vincent delivers a decisive blow, cleaving the demon, and the demon moves his weapon away from Revan's head. The enemy's body gradually dissipates and the purple ball reappears. The demon can no longer be revived and bright sparks begin to spread throughout the ball. They gradually destroy it and its particles fly around. Finally, the purple ball explodes completely right in front of Revan and Davin. Vincent thanks him for his help. They are both satisfied with the victory and the fact that they are still alive. Suddenly, Ryler's voice is heard in the young master's direction. She talks about how the head of the family will be displeased with his antics and it did not exceed his expectations. Vincent smiles and bows his head. He tells the head chamberlain that she is getting too ahead of herself. She created a mana barrier so that only one monster could enter, but the first demon had already died, so now it was time for another to appear. At this point, the second monster actually started to get through the mana barrier. Vincent explains that the first victory was for Revan to prove his resolve. And now he is going to prove himself. Vincent picks up the miraculous stone. He bites it with his teeth and prepares for another battle. A strong aura appears around him, and he looks at the demon, waiting for the contest to begin. Davin watches the monster approach, and realizes that even with his body strengthening, he can only use the art of sword-wielding twice. He meditates to determine the effectiveness of the miracle stone. Davin holds his sword out in front of him, hoping his body will hold up. He gives the demon flying at him a crushing blow with his sword. The enemy begins to dissipate again, and its core is revealed. It appears as the demon regenerates. The monster has a lot of open spots to attack, and it will be easier for Vincent to find the path of the sword. He sees this path, and again delivers a decisive blow towards his opponent. It was a double application of the sword art that split the demon's core in two. It falls right in front of Ryler's chief chamberlain, without any chance of revival. She closes her eyes and realizes that all her fears were in vain. In front of her stands Vincent, who was able to defeat the purple demon, and it was amazing. After the completed initiation rite, the young lord's strength is running low, and he begins to scream. Julian wonders why his body is in such a state after practicing the art of sword-wielding. Davin explains that it was made possible by the peculiarity, meditation, and the miracle stone. Despite his condition, he must be on his feet until the end, like a true victor. Left with no strength left, he rests on his sword. Ryler stares at his back, and her face shows pride in Sarvana's son. Suddenly, upward mana begins to spread, and the birds fly off in different directions. A large circle with patterns is formed over the temple site, and it completely covers the battle site. Revan sits on the ground and is confused with shock, for after defeating the demon, it should have been over. Julian also looks at what is happening and can't understand what it is. Ryler holds his sword out in front of him and says it's a summoning circle, but there was no information about it. At that moment, the stones rise into the air and one of them begins to glow. The burning eye of some stone monster appears in front of them. Ryler tensely and intently looks at it and realizes what it is. She points her sword at the ferocious stone snake and says that it is a relic of the guard. The fact that such a large guard has yet to be discovered suggests that it was created with the temple. Ryler tells the snake that it is a servant of the Adenk family and demands to know its mission. The guard's relic opens its mouth wide, showing huge fangs, and answers nothing. Due to its ancient age, it is not functioning properly. Ryler asks Revan to take Winston away. He lifts the exhausted young lord and puts his arm around his shoulder. They leave the location while the chief chamberlain controls the actions of the large snake. She is now ready to apply the art of wielding Baladian's sword. She delivers a crushing blow, the beam from which illuminates the backs of the departing boys. They turn their heads and cannot detect the chief chamberlain. Before them on the ground before them lies a defeated huge snake of stones. Its eyes burn with a bright blue light and chunks of ice can be seen at the bottom of the ground. Suddenly, Raelsa's voice is heard and the entire snake is covered in a thick layer of ice. Silence forms and cracks gradually begin to show through the ice. At that moment, the guard's relic shatters and the head chamberlain appears. Revan looks in her direction and keeps his eyes on such skill. Ryler demonstrated the skill level of the 7 stars and defeated the snake. At this moment, Vincent hangs on Revan's shoulder and says in a weak voice that this is not all. He raises his head and looks towards the temple, saying that it's there. Exhausted, he makes a sword attack and directs his mana in that direction. At that moment, one of the pillars behind Ryler's back splits in half. Julian and Revan are startled and don't understand why Vincent did this. They look at the column and think he pointed his sword into the void for some reason. Suddenly, Chief Chamberlain Ryler notices something and is shocked. She sees a guard on the column in his true beetle form. This guard spreads his wings and starts flying towards the guys. He opens his jaws to attack and approaches at an incredible speed. Ryler uses her Milky Way Wanderer specialty to protect Vincent. Thanks to her snowy footsteps, she heads swiftly towards the monster. Suddenly, she pulls out her sword and is ready to make an attack from behind the guy's back. Ryler's sword cleaves the guard in half right in front of Revan's face. Revan releases Winston from his grip, and they both end up on the ground. Ryler is confused because she was unable to sense the presence of the guard's true form. However, Vincent notices this and warns her. He lies on the ground with no strength and asks the head chamberlain to look at the place. On the pedestal of the destroyed column is the chest that the guard was protecting. Things have calmed down, and there is silence in the dense forest that surrounds the temple. Ryler walks over to the chest and opens its lid. She peers inside and discovers something. Vincent sits on a defeated snake and asks the head chamberlain what is in the chest. She pulls out a dragon bone and says it was most likely left by the first head of the Arslan family. Julian informs Davin that it is a rare magical relic. It seems to be the reason Arslan created the rite of passage. Ryler gets down on one knee in front of Vincent and asks him to take this bone. Of all the members of the Adenk family who came there, he was the one who found it. Vincent says that such a trophy should be donated through the church. If anyone finds out about Ryler's antics, she will be in trouble. Vincent gets to his feet and draws his sword. He offers the head chamberlain an idea. At that moment, he cleaves the dragon bone in half with his sword. Vincent smiles and takes one half of the bone in his hand. He says that he will now be an accomplice. He couldn't have gotten it without Ryler's help, so now Vincent hands the other half of the bone to her. The Chief Chamberlain smiles and thanks Vincent for his generosity. Among the dry trees at sunset, driven into the ground, stands a sword. This is the grave of the heads of the Adonk families and the graveyard of swords. The current head of the family sits among them. Ryler appears behind him and informs him that she has returned from Vincent's rite of passage. The head informs her that this must be reported to the church, but Ryler wants to show him something significant, so she has come to see him in person. The head of the Adenka family looks in her direction and is eager to listen. Ryler begins to tell how Revan risked his life for the young lord, and that Vincent was successful in his conquest. But the head of the family thinks this speaks to the difficulty of the challenge for Vincent and the need to use subterfuge. Ryler adds that afterward, his son single-handedly defeated the second demon. These words shock the head of the family. She unwraps the roll and reveals the dragon bone left behind by Arslan. It is the half that Vincent shared with Ryler. The head of the family is greatly surprised, especially from the fact that Vincent shared the bone himself, chopping it in half with his sword. He tells Raelsa that she is missing something important in this situation. The head asks the Chief Chamberlain to break the dragon bone himself. He says that's an order, and Rayler obeys with intense excitement in her eyes. She places the bone on the ground and hits it hard with her sword. Together with the head of the family, they look at the bone, which remains unharmed. Ryler decides to use a more powerful force and apologizes to Adink's ancestors beforehand. She summons the North Wind and directs a tremendous amount of mana power at half of the dragon bone. It becomes covered in ice but remains as intact inside as it was. Suddenly, the ice that enveloped the bone splits apart and flies apart. The head of the family turns away, and Ryler doesn't understand how her strongest attack failed. The head informs him that only a top-class blacksmith can break it. He then fixes his gaze and utters the word father. He sees his father's grave and concludes that it will soon be his turn. As it turns out, Winchin has a special power, and the head asks Ryler to take care of him. He continues to look at his buried father's sword and calls Vincent his son. Wilson sheds bitter tears and cries out to his young master. He's interrupted by Sari, who drinks Winchin tea. She asks him to let him rest and speak softly. Wilson needs to go with his young master to the Purple Fortress. He is very frightened about it. He's afraid to see the scary monsters and intimidating martial artists there. Sari sarcastically replies to Wilson that the street thug is scared of the monsters. Daven looks at the maid and tells Julian to pay attention too. He sees Sari's maid's body emanating a powerful stream of mana again. Julian replies that he can't feel it, even though he has lived with her for a very long time. Davin had already seen such a flow 500 years ago. To confirm his version, he asks Sari what her last name is. The girl replies that she is from the ruined Heasley family. This puzzles Davin as she possesses a magical body. This is the first time Julian hears about all this, and Davin explains that it was this family that studied mana and the body and learned about the divine sacrum. The Heasleys have the ability of a magical body. It allows the wearer's body to be filled with mana, much like the divine sacrum. This means that the magical body is able to prevent death from the sacrum. Vincent asks Sari if she knows anything about her family or chapter. She says that her grandmother died. Ta was the only relative she knew. Vincent apologizes to her. Sari stands across the room and tells her not to worry. Julian wonders why a family with such abilities went down. Davin explains that it could be the Samian family's shenanigans. If they were trying to hide the existence of the divine sacrum, then they needed to shut up the Heasley family. Suddenly, Sari remembers that there was another relative of hers, but she is already dead as well. Vincent's mother, Lady Sarvana, was also from the Heasley family. At these words, Julian is shocked. Vincent says that he never knew this. Sari explains that it is because of the prohibition to mention Lady Sarvana's name aloud. The head of the family always became sad when he heard the name of his deceased wife. The loss of a loved one seemed to him an insurmountable loss. Wilson and Sari are in this house precisely because of her. She hired people without discrimination and even from broken families. This was especially true for the head chamberlain, who was at rock bottom. Sarvana personally brought her into the Adenk family. Julian says that Mom was an amazing person. That explains why Ryler looked out for them so much. At that moment, there is a knock on the door. Someone has come to see young Mr. Vincennes. Standing on the doorstep was Chief Chamberlain Ryler. She came to inform that Mr. Revan was leaving. At this time, he had already gone outside and was about to leave the Adenk family home. Vincennes manages to catch up with him. Revan explains that they have already killed the purple demon, and there is no point in staying here. Davin then asks him to fulfill another request. This opportunity makes Revan's eyes light up with joy. He asks him to look into the history of the Heasley family from 500 years ago. He may even have to look into the history of the offshoot families. Revan jokes that there must be something similar to the novel First Love Near the Watermill they found earlier. Vincent agrees to this. Revan is willing to help Vincent in this endeavor, and they shake hands. They agree to meet again, and Revan promises to be stronger by then. Ryler and Vincennes look after Revan, who waves goodbye. Vincent asks the head chamberlain if her kindness is a way to repay his mother. She confirms his hunch. He has one favor to ask of her, but not as Sarvana's son, but as Vincent Adenka. He wants Ryler to train him until he goes to the Purple Fortress. The head chamberlain is very surprised. Vincent informs her that he needs it as a martial artist. She closes her eyes and asks Lady Sarvana if she can pledge her allegiance to young Master Vincent. Ryler remembers her smiling image and realizes that she will never answer her again. She opens her eyes and looks at Vincent. Smiling at him, she informs him that she will not be soft in training. Davin is encouraged by the Chief Chamberlain's agreement and says he is counting on her. The day begins in the courtyard of the training arena. The weather outside is clear. Ryler stands in front of Vincent and explains that he needs to get a specialty. In order to do this, you need to link a chain to mana and to the specialty. She picks up the sword that is on the stand and is about to start practicing. Vincent is surprised that Ryler didn't use her sword from the initiation rite. She explains that he will face the sword of the Black Moon when he is worthy of it. Ryler points the sword in Vincent's direction and says that the Purple Fortress is 5 months away, and if he wounds her even once, he will get the specialty. She smiles and suggests that Vincent try to hurt her with his strange sword path. He warns her that this tactic was used on Revan and it didn't end well. She leans towards him and asks if she looks like young Master Revan. At that moment, her sword is pointed directly at the young lord's eye. Vincent applies the sword path and Ryler bounces off of it with success. She is familiar with this power and does not plan on giving him a chance to use it. Davin is shocked that Ryler just aimed for his eye. Ryler says that his friendship with Priest Dullen will come in handy for his healing. Vincent says that Ryelsa is too ruthless. She reminds him of her words about not being soft on the young master. A week passes. It is a deep night in the courtyard of the house, which is lit by a full moon. Vincent and Ryler continue practicing in the courtyard of the house using the sword path. Vincent is about to attack and swiftly flies forward towards his target. Ryler gets behind him and tells him he is too slow. Suddenly she makes her attack and there is a strong impact into the ground. Vincent lies on the ground and Ryler tells him to rest after 2 attacks in a row. She puts her sword away and praises Vincent for his progress. Ryler is about to call out to Wilson and Sari. She looks at her sword and sees that it is all cracked and ready to break. She has already changed her weapon many times in the past few days. Ryler wants to go to the blacksmith and complain about this problem. She goes into the blacksmith's shop and tells him that the man has lost more than just his title as a master craftsman. She warns him that shoddy work will end up with him working as a garbage man for the Adenk family. Blacksmith Hansen takes off his safety glasses and looks at Ryler. He is a physically fit man with a long beard. He asks the Chief Chamberlain who she is and if she is a follower of Sarvana. Ryler holds out a bundle to him and asks him to look at what is inside. Out of the bag falls a number of broken swords that Hansen had made. These are the swords she has been using for the past week in sparring. She says that such fragile weapons cannot be shipped. Hansen looks at the cracks in the sword and says this is all very strange. He asks who she was fighting. For that kind of damage, it had to be a martial artist with 9 stars or more. Hansen starts listing all the possible options, but Ryler denies fighting them. She says that in sparring against her was Vincent with the Purple Lotus sword. These words come as a shock to Hansen, as he knows the young lord as a weak loser. Ryelsa, along with the blacksmith, stand in the courtyard of Adenk's house at night and wait for Vincent. He does not understand why he was awakened at such a late hour. Ryler apologizes and says that the blacksmith wanted badly to see the Purple Lotus he created. Julian and Vincent are shocked by such news. They realize that this is the same blacksmith Hansen. This is the same dwarf who can summon even Khan if he wishes. Julian tells Vincent that this is a famous blacksmith and an old friend of his father's. He used to be a craftsman in the Adenk family. A few decades ago, he stopped making great swords and focused on ordinary swords. His greed for money caused him to lose his honor. Davin comes to realize that he is an incredible man. Julian does not understand his admiration. A lot of people were able to survive because of this man. He prioritized the survival of others over his own honor. Vincent makes a bow to the blacksmith and introduces himself as the 7th young master of the Adenk family. He is pleased to meet Master Hansen. The blacksmith hears the word master in his direction and becomes puzzled. He begins to laugh, calling Vincent a suck-up and apologizing for the late meeting. Vincent assures Hansen that his words did not contain a fraction of the humiliation. He tells him that as a master, he has chosen the right path in his life. Hansen is immersed in memories of when he heard those words before. Back then, they were sitting in a bar with the head of the family. The man warned him that everyone would laugh at his choice. He raised his mug of beer and assured the blacksmith that he believed his choice was the right one. Hansen stares seriously and focuses straight ahead and sighs. He sees how much Vincent resembles his father in the way he treats people. Hansen tells him that he thought he was an ugly guy, but now he realizes that these are just rumors. He asks the young master to give him a Purple Lotus to test his condition. The blacksmith looks puzzled at Winchen's sword and thinks about something. He brings it back and asks if this is the sword that Winchen fought with against the demon and Ryler. The young gentleman answers him in the affirmative. Hansen is very much shocked as there is not a single scratch on the sword. He looks at Winchen and assumes that he is using his own strength in battle, not the power of the sword. The blacksmith offers to demonstrate his sword skill to the young lord. Hansen sees the lad's hesitation and says it is not the style of a man wielding a purple sword. Julian warns Vincennes that he has already used the sword skill twice today, but Davin doesn't want to miss this chance. At that moment, Sari's maid runs up to Hansen from behind and grabs him by the shoulders. She starts yelling at him because he is making noise while everyone is asleep. Her yelling makes the blacksmith confused. Vincent asks Ryler how they know each other. She replies that Hansen used to donate money to poor children. From outside, they look like father and daughter arguing about something. She turns her back on Hansen and takes offense at him for making a scene at her work. The dwarf tries to calm her down and promises to come back tomorrow. Vincent puts his hand on Hansen's shoulder and promises to stop by his forge tomorrow with Sari. He is overjoyed by this news. He runs back to his place and asks Vincent not to forget about Sari. Julian thinks Hansen is being silly at the sight of his daughter. The maid looks after Hansen and sighs happily. Now it is clear where the kindness in her heart comes from. It is a new day and black smoke is billowing from the furnace of the forge. Vincent is there and demonstrates his sword technique. He makes various movements in the air and shows his attack. Hansen and Sari watch his skills and are enthusiastically impressed. Hansen thinks about his strange technique and how it is similar to the technique of a hero king and a great demon from legends. Seeing his power, he realizes why he now has the purple lotus. Vincent stops and asks Hansen if this is enough of a demonstration. The blacksmith admits that the young lord has interested him and he wants to make a sword for him. At such an offer, he is very surprised. Vincent is honored. Hansen grabs his head and says that there is one detail missing for this. He already has one sword in mind, but it requires a rare ingredient. The blacksmith explains to Vincent that it cannot be bought with any amount of money. It is the horn of a mastodon. Julian and Vincent are stunned by what they hear. They silently look at each other and realize which horn they are talking about. It is the same bone they had gotten at the initiation ceremony at the old temple. Vincent places it on Hansen's table, and Hansen is shocked by what he sees. He looks at the mastodon horn lying in front of him and begins to scream violently. Vincent asks him to be quiet, as only his father and Raelsa know about it. Hansen covers his mouth with his hands. The blacksmith comes to the conclusion that their meeting must have happened. He is ready to make a sword for Vincent. The young lord holds up the purple lotus and asks if he can put a horn in it instead of creating a new sword. Hansen suggests he just get a new sword, but Vincent explains that the purple lotus symbolizes the beginning of his father's career and is simply excellent. Hansen agrees and takes Vincent's sword. He asks him to come back in 3 weeks. 3 weeks later, Vincent, Sari, and Julian arrive at the forge. A bright light reflected in their faces. The entire building was badly ablaze with fire all the way up to the roof, as it was wooden. Vincent watched this with horror and realized that the workshop could no longer be saved. The three of them watched this terrible scene. Hansen was nowhere to be seen. Sari was worried about the blacksmith and tried to figure out where he was. Vincent shouted for her to pull herself together. Her shock suggests that it is likely that something unusual has happened to Hansen before. Vincent tells Julian that they have to save him. The ghost stops him from jumping into the fire. He intends to attack the fire with his sword and quickly make his way through the door to the inside. Julian scolds him for his rash actions, but Vincent no longer hears him. He uses his sword with the intent of an attack to kick down the door to the workshop. Vincent sees the path of the sword pointing into the flame-shrouded entrance. He makes a cleaving motion with his sword and heads inside the building. Once inside, Julian points his finger to the right and says he's there. Mr. Hansen is sitting on the floor in a room completely engulfed in flames. He is already unconscious, and Vincent is about to pick him up and take him outside. Suddenly, Julian notices something and it shocks him very badly. There is a bright beam of light behind them. The ghost assumes it is a purple lotus. Everything looks like mana has flooded all around. The dragon bone is stronger than Hansen expected. But first, Vincent intends to lead the blacksmith out of the fire to safety. At that moment, burning wooden beams collapse in front of them. Vincent becomes angry and begins to wonder what to do in such a situation. The exit in front of them is completely blocked and the young lord stops. The fire could consume them at any moment. Julian forces himself to think of something. Suddenly, he asks Winchin if he knows any defense techniques. The ghost explains that the dragon bone won't be able to keep the fire going forever, and you can just wait it out. The young lord says that there is a sword technique entirely for defense. He begins to remember that he is not only Vincent Adenka, but also Davin Samian. Vinchin presents his former body and thrusts the sword forward in front of him. He makes a cleaving motion around himself with the soft steel shattering. The quality of his mana depends on his will. A defense begins to form around Davin. He makes slow movements with his sword and strikes the fire that is close to him. This is the first chapter of the Soft Steel Destroyer. With a completely silent sword, he continues to accomplish his goal. Julian is amazed by his technique and watches with his mouth open in amazement. He sees that this is indeed the sword-wielding technique of the Samian family. It makes him wonder again who this person in his body is. Finally, no flames of fire can be seen in the workshop and it becomes safe. Vincent exhales in relief. He has succeeded in protecting Hansen. He sits on the floor while the blacksmith is still unconscious. Suddenly he regains consciousness and starts coughing violently while lying on the floor. Vincent lifts him up and is pleased to see that Hansen is fine. The blacksmith wonders how the young lord was able to use the Samian family's sword-wielding technique. Davin evades answering and says that Hansen is talking complete nonsense. The blacksmith agrees with him and thinks he was just dreaming the whole thing. He points to the sword that is floating in the air and says that he has completed it. Hansen has never made a sword out of dragon bone before. He didn't expect the mana to start flowing out and spitting out fire. Vincent walks over to the new sword and takes it by the hilt with both hands. At this moment, the sword begins to glow even brighter. This really startles Davin. He experiences a strange feeling inside, as if the sword is resonating with him. At this moment, a bright symbol of its feature appears on its blade. Hansen asks Vincent if he liked the sword. Vincent replies that he loved it. Julian begins to sense that something is wrong and tells Davin. If this was all a setup by Arslan, then didn't he know the bone would behave this way? He could have left the clue with her. He concludes that this is practice before using the next dragon bone. Vincent turns to Hansen and asks him to create a new sword for him. The blacksmith sits on the floor of the ruined workshop and says it will take him a while to do so. There's also the problem of having to get a second bone now. At this point, Julian begins to laugh, anticipating Hansen's future reaction. Chief Chamberlain Ryler has the other half of the bone left to use. She brings it to Hansen and places it on the table. The blacksmith is once again in great shock at what he sees. He looks at the dragon bone and starts screaming even harder than last time. The head chamberlain asks him to be quieter as only the head knows about it. Hansen covers his mouth with his hand again. He is surprised that a follower of Sarvana shows such loyalty and gives up the dragon bone. The blacksmith takes it in his hands and promises to craft the perfect sword, but doesn't give a time frame. Ryler walks down the road on a clear sunny day and thinks about the fact that she gave up halfway through. She is extremely impressed with how Vincent has grown and what a martial artist he is becoming. Suddenly, she hears someone calling her name and stops abruptly. It's Vincent apologizing for taking away the Chief Chamberlain's gift bone. He wants to repay her for it somehow. Ryler stands before the young gentleman and says that she already received her payment 14 years ago. Vincent was born then and is now improving as a martial artist. To her, this is the most valuable reward of all. Davin pulls out his new sword and says that in that case she will be beyond thrilled. Davin's feature mark burns on the sword again, and he says that during the fight with the demon, he was already thinking about how he would defeat the 7-star master. He promises her to win today and learn the Chief Chamberlain's specialty. Ryler pulls out her sword and reiterates that she won't go soft on Vincent. Night has fallen again, and the training arena in the courtyard of the Edenk family home is illuminated by a bright beam. A strong stream of mana sweeps through the place, filling the entire space with it. It is Ryler's mana that envelops Vincent. He tries to shield himself from it with his hands. Vincent is not ready to attack yet, as Ryler's power is not enough. At that moment, she makes a leap upwards and flies straight at Vincent. He said that he will defeat her today, but so far he's not even close to winning. At that moment, Vincent blocks her sword right above his head. A violent explosion erupts from the courtyard of the house, followed by mana spreading everywhere. The tip of the blade of the Chief Chamberlain's sword rests against Vincent's purple sword. He tries to hold back Ryler's attack and continues to block her strike. The Chief Chamberlain used mana equivalent to 4 stars, but Vincent handles it. There is no damage on either sword, though this amount of mana should break the sword. Vincent sees the sword's path and is about to come out of the block and attack Ryler. He uses his mana and performs a strike. From such force, the head chamberlain flies upwards. She notices that he is engaging a completely different flow and force this time. Ryler looks at Vincent and realizes that the purple lotus now has a higher power. This sword cannot break due to the Dwarf King's feature that absorbs all vibrations and impacts. Its new power is that it absorbs all the features of its wielder. Ryler lowers himself to the ground and tells Vincent that the purple lotus has become stronger. The Chief Chamberlain smirks and says that in that case it will be even tougher. Davin notices that she has abruptly disappeared somewhere and can't find her. At that moment, Ryler appears behind the young gentleman's back. She begins to circle around him at great speed using her mana. Davin closes his eyes and tries to focus on finding her mana. He finds her and makes a swift attack using his sword. At that moment, Ryler appears from behind him and tells him he was wrong. Vincent smiles and keeps the whole situation under his control, waiting for the Chief Chamberlain to attack. Suddenly, he grabs her sword by the blade with his bare hand and squeezes it tightly. He holds her sword and says that he knew of her attack from the back. Davin sees the path of the sword aimed at Ryler. She is amazed at how he can hold her sword with his bare hands and has learned in a month to track her movements. Davin focuses on a variation of the double sword strike and takes a strong swing. The Dwarf King appears behind him, and he directs his attack at Ryler. A huge stream of mana makes a strong strike, and Davin is left holding the Chief Chamberlain's sword. Ryler lands on her feet in the crater formed by the explosion. She realizes that Vincent has used up both of his blows, but this time the Chief Chamberlain has lost her sword. Davin throws her sword, which sticks into the ground. A look of puzzlement appears on Ryler's face. He explains that he doesn't want to win an easy victory by fighting a man without a sword. Ryler stares at Vincent silently and intently, lowering her glasses. She draws her sword and says that the young lord has behaved arrogantly. His opponents will not show him any gentleness, and will not show an ounce of sympathy. She begins to use her specialty, and a lot of ice appears all around. Davin looks at Ryler and tells her that she has a very impressive aura. She asks him to try to counter it and is about to make an attack. Her foot pushes off the ground and heads towards Vincent. Suddenly, Ryler stumbles and starts to fall, letting her sword out of her hands. She doesn't realize what her fall is related to. There is a look of intense puzzlement on her face. Vincent gently catches her with his hand and Ryler falls onto his shoulder. With the finger of his right hand, he stabs her forehead. It makes the Chief Chamberlain start to wrinkle his nose. Davin holds his finger in front of her face and tells her that he hurt her, and she is 4 months away from moving to the Purple Fortress. Ryler asks how he did it. Vincent explains that it's impossible to wound her, even with a double blow. So he cut through the mana around her with the help of the Dwarf King's powers. Ryler thinks about the fact that it is impossible to block her specialty. She tells Vincent that he has exceeded her expectations as always. After saying that, he asks her to fulfill her promise. Ryler gets up from the ground and says that she will tell him what they agreed on. She begins to recount her blessing of the mana flow from the Galactic Wanderer. Vincent's hands create a new loop to get another feature. He's in Ryler's office meditating under her supervision. It is a dark night outside the window, and Ryler thinks about the fact that Vincent is going to learn the specialty in 2 days. To do so, he only has to let the mana flow along the path. Vincent effortlessly creates a path and lets his mana flow along it. The specialty from the Galaxy Wanderer successfully begins to manifest. Julian again expects to see a god of enormous size and worries that it will go through the roof. Suddenly, he notices a bright galactic glow at his side. He sees a girl much smaller than himself who is glowing with a blue light. At this time, it is winter in the Purple Fortress, and there is a heavy snowfall that covers the roofs. The man demands the woman fill out paperwork. She replies that a martial artist would not waste his potential on paperwork. This is Dean Vargan Pagoda and the director of the Purple Fortress, Helga Quibel. Now she needs to check on the next incoming students. She sits at her desk, and in one of the papers she sees the name Vincina Adink from the main family and is greatly surprised. Helga expects it to be another unsavory type from the sons of the family. Vargan thinks about the bad rumors about Vincent and how he might tarnish their reputation. He decides to get rid of the problem before Vincent arrives at the Purple Fortress. At this time, the Galactic Wanderer puts his palm in front of his lips and blows into it, releasing his blessing. At this moment, Julian floats in the air next to Vincent and notices a strong flow of mana. The Galactic Wanderer's specialty consists of only one stage. Vincent continues to meditate with his eyes closed. At this moment, an ice tornado appears, which makes Julian feel very cold. Suddenly, the Galactic Wanderer disappears and Ryler says that Vincent has now received a special feature with which he will not leave a trace even in the snow. Davin exhales ice vapor from his mouth. He now has the ice step feature. He and Julian are in their room, scrutinizing the entries in the book. They point to a purple fortress on the border near Samian's house drawn on the map. In the past, followers of the Archdemon invaded this house and Arslan and the other heroes fought them off. That's when the Academy was founded. Vincent introduces Arslan with the dragon bone. He expects to find his will in another horn in the fortress. Julian says that according to legend, it's not the dragon bone hidden there, but another treasure. It is a divine fruit that is more effective than any medicine in the world, and possibly able to raise the dead. There is also a rumor that there is a divine tree in the Academy that grows this fruit. Julian says that in the past, he wouldn't have even believed it. But given recent events, it's more real to him now. The ghost suggests that Davin get this fruit and heal his rotting rump, thus avoiding death. He reminds him that they will have 9 years left after entering the Academy. Davin replies that there are already less than that left after overexertion. Julian is encouraged to unlock the secrets of the divine fruit and get his hands on it. Vincent agrees with him. Suddenly, Davin sees something in a book and calls Julian to show it to him. The book said that after entering the Purple Fortress, one would have to survive without the financial support of family. Julian explains that this rule was put in place to prevent corruption and discrimination. Davin wonders where they will get the money. Julian smiles and tells him not to worry about it. The ghost invested in a place called the 6th Magic Tower. This tower is famous for its elite training in magic. Sponsoring the research of mages can pay off after a while. On a table inside the tower, there are many blank sheets and chemical flasks. Julian has invested in a mage named Varnelli, and he has recently become co-owner of the tower. But if the co-owner dies, the investment will turn to nothing. At that time, someone knocked on Varnelli's door. A man in a black cloak enters and begins to draw his sword. Varnelli stands back and informs her that she is not going to work with this person. At that moment, the unknown man makes a strong attack using his mana. Varnelli falls to the floor and shows no signs of life. The assassin passes by and leaves. In the morning, the newspapers print the news that the co-owner of Varnelli Pagoda's 6th magical tower has died due to an explosion while exploring. This news reaches Winchin, and they are terribly upset by it. Julian begins to cry over his money. Daven asks him to first pay his respects to the dead man. The ghost says he doesn't care about that right now. Without money, they are in danger of starving to death. Winchin continues reading the newspaper, where it is written about a will in which Varnelli bequeaths everything to his younger brother. That person is Vargon Pagoda. He is the dean of the Purple Fortress. Vargon stands on the edge of the fortress and thinks about how much potential his sister had and what a disgrace to the family he was. As he stands and looks out over the snow-capped mountains, Vincent and Julian plan to track him down. Davin realizes that there are only 4 months left before the Purple Fortress, and that's a small amount of time. He plans to gather all the information he needs to become as strong as he can. 4 months have passed, and the sun is shining, and there is a lot of snow in the mountains of the Purple Fortress. Ryler stands by the carriage and for safety reasons sends Vincent to walk. Standing with him are the maids Sari and Julian. They continue on their own. Ryler warns them that they will meet the headmaster on a certain road. Vincent thanks the head chamberlain for her help. She smiles back at him. He tells her that his mother Sarvana would have thought the same way. These words surprise Ryler. She thinks about how she would have cried with happiness and tells Vincent to take care of himself. The carriage sends back, and Vincent with Sari and Wilson walk towards the Purple Fortress. At this time, Vargan approaches headmistress Helga and informs her of young Mr. Vincent's imminent arrival. Helga is not at all happy about this. The dean informs her that this is her job. She looks at the crystal hovering above the table. She hears that the monster has been invading residences in the neighborhood in recent days. She rejoices that she can go to the defense of the residents of the fortress, but the crystal says the monster is weak and the swordsmen can handle it themselves. She stands in the window opening and tells Vargon that she is leaving the meeting with Vincennes to him. She jumps down from the window and is followed out of the study by the dean yelling at her to stop. A man stands behind the dean and asks what they will do with Vincent. Vargon Pagoda turns to the man and says he will go meet him instead of the headmaster. He lands in the courtyard of the fortress, where 2 guards with spears stand against the wall. They pay their respects to Dean Vargon. He asks them where young Mr. Vincent is. One of the guards gives the dean binoculars and shows him which way they are. He takes it and puts it to his eyes. Something about what he sees puzzles him. Vargon sees Raelsa and Vincennes' chief chamberlain standing near the carriage. The guards are startled when they hear her name. Everyone knows of her peculiarity as a galactic wanderer. Vargon begins to think that Vincent is good for nothing at all. Otherwise, he would not have been sent to guard such a strong man. The guard asks if the difficulty of the exam will be lowered, but the dean replies that there will be no change. He was going to get rid of him before Vincent enters the fortress. At this point, Vargon starts using magic. The dean decides to give the boy his first exam right away. It will be the conquest of an illusory monster. At this time, Vincent and his assistants are quietly advancing along the snowy path towards the Purple Fortress. Wilson notices something unusual up ahead and asks Sari to take a look at it. In front of them appears the Purple Fortress, which is located on a cliff. Suddenly, a bright and blinding light begins to emanate from it. Vincent is surprised by this. The boys stop and continue to watch what is happening. Out of nowhere comes a great roar of some scary monster. Everyone except Davin gets very frightened. Huge paws with claws start running towards them in the snow. Vincent realizes that the exam has already begun and is ready to face the danger. He pulls out his sword and decides to see the results of his training with Raelsa. Davin is happily ready to receive such a greeting from the Purple Fortress. From deep within the snowy forest, the monster's huge glowing eyes stare at Vincent. It begins to walk out towards him and treads step by step with its huge paw on the ground. It is a blue-eyed white tiger. It is considered the strongest predator in the Snowy Mountains region. Wilson and Sari are holding the Lord's belongings and are very frightened by the appearance of the intruder. Winchin warns them that when he is out of sight, they will have to run towards the Crimson Fortress. At that moment, he leaps from his seat and runs away from the beast, luring it behind him. This kind of monster usually chases after the fastest target. Its eyes watch Vincent. He begins to growl heavily and runs after the young lord. Vincent is pleased that his plan worked. Suddenly, he notices something and it doesn't seem right to Davin. Even though the beast looks like a blue-eyed white tiger, it doesn't seem real. However, that doesn't change the fact that Davin needs to overpower it. He stops and turns around to face the beast. Vincent sees the path of the sword and is about to unleash his powerful attack. As he flies, another tiger appears from the side and seeks to attack the young lord. Vincent turns his head at the second monster and becomes greatly puzzled by this surprise. He uses the body-strengthening feature, and mana begins to flow through his legs. Daven abruptly pushes himself upwards with his foot and avoids his opponents. After landing on a tree limb, Julian appears behind him and asks him to look forward. From the cliff and below, a multitude of blue-eyed white tigers begin to approach them. The ghost warns that it is impossible to kill them all with 2 sword strokes. Winshin realizes that something strange is going on here. These tigers do not move in groups because they are the strongest predators. They also can't stand the smell of blood. Julian assumes that these are illusions created through magic. At this point, Vargan continues to use the magic circle to create monsters. He sees that young Mr. Vincent has noticed his trick of creating tigers, but it still doesn't make a difference to him since it's high-ranked magic that summons illusory monsters. The 7th son of the Adenka family sits in a tree and tries to think of something. He assumes that if he holds out for a while, the mana should run out soon. But Julian refutes his version. Most likely, this magic uses a binding element that helps combine several similar spells into one. Daven concludes that he needs to find the main illusion and then the others will disappear. In cases like this, the real beast is ahead of the others because it is controlled by a human. But that man will try to protect the connecting element. The beast that doesn't move on top of the mountain is the real monster. Vincent clearly sees his target and rushes out of the tree towards it. He summons the Galaxy Wanderer feature and runs straight towards the tigers. He instantly whizzes past them and one of the monsters is quite surprised. Vincent uses Ice Walk and moves swiftly without leaving a trace. Vargan sees this feature that belongs to Raelsa and doesn't understand how this is possible. Vincent has appeared in front of the binder in an instant and stands opposite him. He realizes that he has achieved his goal, and all that is left is to overpower him. The beast has red eyes and stands behind the other 2 tigers. Vargan does not intend to give up so easily and wants to prevent Vincent from passing. He forces the monster standing in front to attack the young lord. Daven's Crimson Lotus is fortified with Dragon Bone and is able to absorb the properties of his mana. He senses the absolute cut of the sword with the Galaxy Wanderer's feature and changes in sensitivity. He swiftly sweeps through all the tigers, dissecting them with his weapon. At that moment, the magic circle in Vargan's hands begins to disintegrate. Vincent gets to his feet as the defeated monsters scatter behind him. Each one of them begins to fade away, dissolving into thin air. Finally, there is no one left. Only particles of mana fall to the ground like snow. Vargan realizes that Vincent did not destroy the illusion. He has disconnected the real mana circuit that forms the magic. The Dean realizes that this young gentleman has a deep knowledge of magic. Daven is pleased with his victory and rests his sword on his shoulder. He wonders if the examiners of the Purple Tower are happy with this result. The guard asks Vargan how they will process the exam results. The Dean replies that Vincent has just destroyed his magic. He orders the gates to be opened to welcome the young lord. The fortress is a meeting place for martial artists. But is it possible to meet a mage of this level there? Wilson and Sari stand at the gate and are happy to see the young master. Julian says that his and Vincent's research was correct. At that moment, the huge gate of the Purple Fortress begins to open. Vincent and his servants walk forward along the snowy road leading inside. There they are met by Vargan, Varnelli's younger brother and the mage in charge of all important matters in the fortress. He invites Vincent into the fortress and tells him that he has passed the first test. Vincent inclines his head and tells Vargan that he is glad to meet him too. Julian tells the young master that there is a sponsorship system here and a talented student can get a sponsor in the fortress. Julian smirks and says that they will earn a lot of points now. This will allow them to recoup all the lost money invested in the magic tower. Vincent and Vargan take a carriage ride down the busy street of the Purple Fortress. He informs the young gentleman that he will be put up in a dormitory. Vincent agrees. As Wilson and Sari survey the streets from the carriage window, Vargan informs them that Vincent will now be a cadet and will temporarily lose his status. Daven realizes that these are the last moments he will be treated with respect. There are young girls in uniform walking down the street and Sari is very impressed. She says that such a uniform would suit Vincent. Vargan explains that it will be issued to him tomorrow. The young gentleman asks what his rank is. The dean explains that all cadets start at rank 9 and move up from there. The ranks go from 9 to 1. By passing the exam after the first rank, Vincent will receive the title of martial arts master. To graduate, one must live in the fortress for at least 4.5 years. Until then, Vincent needs to find the divine fruit. Vargan asks the young master if he aimed at the monster that was the center of the spell in the first test. Vincent confirms his words and the dean is glad he was right. But how did he have so much knowledge of magic if he lived in a family of swordsmen? Julian says he was terrible at martial arts and tried his hand at everything else. Vincent, on the other hand, refuses to talk about it. Vargan sees that this child is talented and insightful. He doesn't understand how he could be labeled worthless. For Dean Vincent, Adenka is now of genuine interest. The young gentleman remembers that he wants to ask Vargan something as well. He asks him a question about how to obtain the divine fruit. These words surprise the dean. He exhales and thinks that it is foolish to believe in such legends and that Vincent is still a child after all. Nevertheless, the dean replies that the divine fruit chooses its owner. Together with Julian, they come to the conclusion that Vargon also thinks it is a legend and that no information can be obtained. At that moment, there is the squeak of wheels from the carriage Vincent was riding in. They stop outside the 9th rank dormitory, which has 5 floors. The door to the building opens and everyone is ready to go inside the premises. Vincent's servants will reside on the 1st floor and he himself will reside on the 3rd floor in room number 5. Vargon gives the young lord a sun badge, which denotes that he is a cadet of the 9th rank. He puts it on his clothing. At that moment, a bright glare appears on the badge. Vargon greets Vincent with a modest respect for eternal glory, but he doesn't understand what it means. The dean explains that it is a standard greeting in the Purple Fortress. Vincent puts his right hand to his heart and salutes Vargon as well. Finally, a door appears with a sign that reads, Room number 5. Vincent and Julian swing the door open and walk inside the room. There are other cadets standing by their beds not saying a word. Their faces are tense and sweat drips from excitement. Vincent asks Julian what he did wrong and why the atmosphere is like this. Suddenly, Julian hears a familiar voice addressing Vincent. Adenka Malone, the 6th son of the main family, appears in front of them. Vincent asks Julian who the dumb big guy is. Julian replies that it is his older brother. He bullied Vincent the most and even made him eat leftovers. Suddenly, Deven feels nauseous at the memory of Vanshin. Malone bullied the weak daily at the expense of his great strength. Vincent looks at the frightened cadets and realizes that his older brother continues to behave in this manner. He tells Julian that Malone is defaming the honor of the Adenk family and asks permission to teach him a lesson. The ghost even gives permission to destroy him in return. Vincent takes his older brother's hand with both hands and says that they haven't seen each other in a long time. He didn't think to meet him here and is very happy to see him again. These words stun Malone and he doesn't know what to say. His older brother puts his hands up and says that they are not close enough to him for such talk. Vincent smirks and says that it has been a long time since he left home. He then raises his gaze to Malone and says that after all this time he is still rank 9. The older brother's eyes show anger and rage at such a truth. He beckons Cadet Sizen over to him and he approaches him with great fear in his eyes. Suddenly Malone gives him a hard slap which makes sparks fly aside. He reprimands him that the guy doesn't watch out for the newcomers and they allow themselves to talk to a member of the main family like that. Cadet starts crying, and Malone makes him responsible for this kind of behavior from Vincent. Vincent had no idea that this creep was a descendant of Arslan. At that moment, the heir to the Adenka family sees something that puzzles him. In the profile of Malone's older brother, he sees Cajun of the Samian family. Vincent silently walks towards him and Julian is greatly startled by his intentions. He puts his hand on Malone's shoulder and Malone pays attention to him. At that moment, Vincent strikes his older brother in the face with his fist. Malone's head tilts to the side and the young lord moves his hand away. Sizen sees this picture and begins to scream in horror. No one has ever allowed themselves to hit Malone before. All the other cadets are also in a panic and don't know what to expect now. Malone sees a red mark on his cheek from the punch and he starts laughing. He says that little Vincent has missed his brother's whip. Davin replies that he has learned something from this era and will be able to respond. Malone swings his fist in his face and Vincent dodges the blow. He grabs him by the collar and tells him that in this age, a penchant for martial arts is not considered essential. At that moment, Vincent lifts Malone up and throws him over himself. He falls to the floor with a great thud trying to cough up the impact. Vincent shakes off his hands and looks at Malone, who can't even get up. He turns to the cadets and encourages them to be martial artists and not to be intimidated. Sizen looks at him and feels great surprise at such courage. Suddenly, an intense rage erupts in Malone. His anger makes veins appear all over his face. He pulls out his sword and tries to attack Vincent from behind and take revenge on him. Malone makes his attack, but the young lord manages to bounce back from the blow. He sits on the floor and Julian suggests using this situation as a new opportunity. The enraged older brother approaches Vincent and stares at him in silence. Meanwhile, the action unfolds in the village near the fortress. A bunch of defeated monsters lie one on top of the other and will not harm anyone else. The villagers thank Director Helga for helping them defeat them. They invite her over for a drink to thank her for her hard work. The director of the Purple Fortress laughs and says that she still has a workday. But she agrees, and at that moment Vargon appears behind her back. He asks her to pour him a drink too. Helga is surprised to see him. The dean says that his boss is making him suffer from stress, and he needs a drink. On the table is a cooked, juicy burger and a glass of booze. Vargon tells Helga about Vincent Adenk's first trial. She listens to him attentively. The dean sees that she does not understand what he is talking about, and she admits that she knows nothing about magic. He explains that Vincent was able to destroy something that she, as a 7-star martial artist, doesn't even know about. Helga replies that there is nothing incredible about it, since the other cadets were able to destroy a mountain or something similar. She calls Vincent a coward and says that Vargon has found his own kind. Suddenly a crystal appears and informs him that the dean urgently needs to return to the fortress. Vargon is not happy about this news and asks what has happened. He is told that Cadets Malone and Vincent have requested a mediator for the duel. This news gives Dean Vargan a huge shock and indignation. He moves to the fortress with the help of magic and is not happy with the situation. Vincent and Malone are already standing in the arena at this time. The man approaches the dean and apologizes to him. Bronda, who is in charge of the dormitory, informs Vargan that this is a duel between two direct heirs, and he was obliged to fulfill Vincent's request. Vargan asks him to continue to report everything related to the cadet. He is willing to turn a blind eye to the mess in the dormitory that Bronda failed to keep an eye on. If it wasn't for Vincent's report, he would have to be held accountable. Malone gets angry and calls Vincent a sly fox for his antics. He merely smirks in response and takes his words as a compliment. Vargan stands in front of the cadets and authorizes a duel between them using the dean's authority. Vincent pulls out his sword, which gives off glares in various directions. Malone draws his weapon and sees a purple lotus. He cannot believe his eyes. He accuses Vincent of using a replica sword and trying to imitate his father. The older brother is even willing to bet his right hand that it's a fake. Vincent smiles and warns Malone that he will have to keep his words. His opponent starts laughing and uses the blessed characteristic of the daughter of fear. He wants to force his younger brother to surrender and uses a chokehold against him. At this moment, Saizen is watching everything nearby, and he is enveloped with fear from this feature. Sari also feels frightened and clamps one eye shut. She is very worried about the young master. Julian tells Vincent that this peculiarity throws his adversary into terror. He sees that Vincent is perfectly fine and doesn't understand how this is possible. The young lord explains that it is because of his spirit. A swordsman shouldn't be afraid of another swordsman. But Julian still won't understand how a peculiarity can be ignored with this delusional stance. Vincent explains that it is due to the state of mind. Malone looks at his younger brother and is puzzled that the singularity didn't affect him. At this point, everyone who had gathered to watch the bout also noticed the cadet's absolute calmness. The older brother thinks that Vincent has engaged some trick and is about to attack him. He pulls out his sword and uses his mana to crush his younger brother. Malone delivers a powerful blow and chunks of rock start flying around. He begins to smile and is ready to rejoice in his victory over Vincent. But suddenly Malone notices that his little brother has disappeared somewhere. He tries to find him, and at that moment Vincent appears behind him. The enemy turns his head and doesn't realize how he moved so quickly. Vincent makes a strong kick with his foot, and Malone flies off to the side. The guy is thrown back a decent distance from his opponent. He coughs and crosses his arms over his chest, putting his sword behind his head. At that moment, a stream of mana flies at him and Malone stares intently in its direction. The swift blade engages the ice walk and Vincent makes an attack. His older brother blocks the blow with his sword. He sees that Vincent has strengthened his body and struggles to hold back his attack. Suddenly, Malone swiftly flies backwards and lets the sword out of his hand. He is in great pain and falls to the ground, defeated by Vincent. Watching the duel between two heirs of the same family, the dean thinks of Malone's insignificance. But he realizes that Vincent holds his position because of his immense strength. This strength exceeds the level of a level 9 cadet. At this moment, Saizen hears a voice behind him. Someone is asking why no one is in the rooms. Cadet Selbira walks over to him and places her elbow on his shoulder. She sees that Malone is lying on the ground and the dean is watching the whole thing. Saizen admires Vincent's demeanor and his speech about how a martial artist's only fear is respect. He continues to watch the events in the arena and wants to become like the heir to the Arenk family. Selbira looks at Saizen and tells him that this is not the end. The suppression feature is Malone's secondary feature. His primary feature is much stronger. Julian yells at Vincent to finish his brother off before the end. But he notices something is wrong. Malone has dropped his sword, but the dean still hasn't declared victory. At that moment, Malone's eyes, lying on the ground, open and begin to burn with a bright light. A powerful stream of mana begins to emanate from him, resembling a pillar of fire. The cadet's hair flies apart from this force. Selbira shouts that this is a feature of one of the greatest gods. She gives Malone the power of electricity. Vincent's older brother rises to his feet and uses the intelligent giant's blessing. Vincent sees this picture and is greatly amazed by such a feature. He tries to dodge Malone's attacks and bounces away from the mana flow. Vincent grits his teeth from such exertion and wonders what he should do. Julian sees his arm, which has stopped moving and emits many sparks of current. Malone demonstrates his power and asks Vincent's opinion on his micropulse feature. Julian says that he only had the Fear Daughter feature before. At this point, his older brother says that Vincent didn't know about it. He had this trait since birth, but only mastered it after coming to the fortress. Vincent sits on the floor and asks how many years he's been hiding this trait. Malone says he didn't intend to hide his power. He didn't think it was necessary to show it off. His younger brother is very surprised by this statement and is shocked. Malone tells Vincent that his feature of suppression was enough to overpower the other children. When he reached adulthood, the fortress allowed him to join since he is the direct heir. Unlike the others, he doesn't have to work hard like some dog. Vincent becomes furious at his words and demands that he stop this nonsense. His talent allows him to achieve in a couple of years what others have to devote a lifetime to. At this point, he introduces himself in Cajun. Davin says that Malone ignores the responsibility that comes with this power and the efforts of others. With this life stance, he denigrates the reputation of the Aidink family. Malone laughs at Vincent and his burned right arm. He urges him to stop talking and fight him. At that moment, a huge stream of electric lightning flies out of his hand. Vincent runs towards him and says that he will take his right wrist away. He now has one punch, which he uses with an absolute Gnome King cut. Vincent jumps up to the ceiling and heads swiftly towards Malone. The older brother unleashes his power at him. Cadet dodges the stream of fire and electricity and remains unharmed. This makes Malone very angry, and he starts screaming, calling him a parasite. The older brother starts throwing his mana everywhere while Vincent promptly dodges it. The Dean of the Crimson Fortress notices that Cadet Malone is enraged by his own mana and has stopped controlling it. Suddenly, his attack causes an explosion in the ceiling and rocks start flying down. At this moment, right below the site of the explosion, Sari stands and gets very scared. A huge amount of piles of rocks are flying at her. She doesn't have time to move away and only cries out. Vincent looks towards Sari, noticing this danger, and shouts her name. The maid covers her head with her hands and expects the stones to be about to fall on her. Suddenly she opens her eyes and sees that she is fine and there is a man standing nearby. It's the Dean of the Crimson Fortress who has used his magic to save Sari and is holding the pile of stones. He asks the maid how she is feeling. She doesn't have a scratch on her. Vargon turns to Branda and demands that all cadets be evacuated. Next he turns to Sari and says he will teleport her to safety. Suddenly he stops and looks closely at the girl. He notices that her body is full of mana that she is radiating out of herself. Malone is in an intense rage and frenzy. He demands that Vincent come down to him. At this moment, the guy thinks about the fact that this feature has many open spots. It is only necessary to find one of them and sneak into the center. Vincent's foot slips during the icy step and he loses his balance. He didn't expect such a situation, and doesn't even have time to think of anything at this moment. He promptly falls to the ground to a burst of electricity from Malone. Vincent lies on the ground and realizes that it will be too hard for him to maintain the icy walk for too long. At this time, the Dean of the Crimson Fortress watches Malone laughing at his brother lying there. He realizes that he made a mistake, and he should have created a mana barrier from the beginning. The Dean puts up a defensive space, and now the duel will be safer. Vincent realizes that he now has little space to avoid the Mad Brother's attacks. Malone says that the Dean is supposedly on his side, and Vincent doesn't stand a chance. He's already broken through his body reinforcement, and right now it's going to be a little hard for him to use an absolute cut. At this point, Julian says it's okay to use the cut for something else. Malone kicks his foot hard on the ground, and electrical pulses fly towards Vincent. He decides to use the ghost strategy and prepares to fend off his older brother's attack. Vincent makes a high jump into the air and avoids Malone's attack. He grabs the mana barrier at the top while his older brother resents another miss. That jump completely used up the ice walk. Julian tells him not to worry and to follow his plan. Malone urges Vincent to meet his death in this very spot and is about to unleash a torrent of electricity into him. He directs all his power upwards at his younger brother and expects his victory. Vincent realizes that Malone has bought his provocation and begins to act decisively. He slides his sword into the mana barrier and begins to cut through it. Vincent follows Julian's plan and makes a circular motion with an absolute cut. At this moment, the Dean of the Crimson Fortress notices a hole appearing in the barrier. A huge stream of Malone's mana rushes out through this cut. He looks up and out of surprise doesn't realize how this delusion is possible. A pile of heavy rocks falls down directly on his older brother and completely overwhelms him. From such a heavy weight, he cannot move, and only his head remains unharmed. Vincent stands up on one of the rocks that crushed him. He says that the oath of a martial arts master carries great weight. He stands over Malone and is about to defend his honor with the sword given by his father. Vincent smiles evilly and says that a younger brother cannot turn an older brother into a liar and swings his sword. He chops off Malone's right hand with it, causing him to be in great pain. The older brother's hand flies off into the air. This proves that Vincent's sword is not fake. At this time, the Dean doesn't understand why his mana barrier is broken. It was created with multiple layers through countless spells. But Vincent Adenka was only able to break it with a single swing of his sword. Malone begins to scream in terror and pain as he lost his right hand. Vargon flies up into the air and says that Vincent Adenka is the winner of this fight. He turns to the Dean and asks why he didn't stop him. The Dean replies that it was Malone's personal stipulation, and he cannot interfere. At that moment, they both hear someone calling for the young master. Wilson appears in the arena, having brought a priest with him at Vincent's request. Shevin, the Purple Fortress priest of the 5th class, shouts to find out who owns the symbol of the 2nd class priest. Vincent tells him that it belongs to him. The priest looks at him and at Malone lying on the ground in surprise. He wonders how he came to have this valuable item in his possession. Vincent smirks and says that this symbol allows him to receive the same treatment as its original owner. Shevin looks at the guy and realizes that he was not allowed to ask such questions. He asks Vincent if it is necessary for him to heal his right arm. He agrees. The priest begins the healing and the guy's hand becomes healthy. While Vincent is enjoying his new hand, Malone is lying behind him in a pile of rocks. He yells to his younger brother that this was all planned and he should heal his arm too. Vincent turns around in his direction and looks at his older brother. He smirks and says that restoring his arm would not be in his best interest. Malone takes great umbrage, and Vincent clarifies that he put her in an official fight, and if he does get his arm back, it will ruin his honor as a martial arts master. At this point, Julian feels great joy. Malone is faced with a hard choice. He can keep his honor or his right arm. Julian is enjoying sweet revenge, and looking at it, Davin wouldn't want to become his enemy. At this moment, other cadets run into the arena and marvel at Winchen's victory. A priest stands beside Malone and demands that he resolve the issue with his arm, or it may be too late. He squirms in pain and tells him to heal it after all. Julian wants his older brother to say it loudly so the other cadets can hear. Malone seems to hear him and shouts to the priest that he is willing to disgrace himself to save his hand. He and Vincent are pleased with this result and ask the priest to take care of his brother. Vargan uses magic to lift a pile of stones off Malone, and he begins to be healed. His arm falls into place, and he is advised not to overexert himself. Season and Selbira are impressed with Vincent's victory and sympathize with him. The boy shouts to him and asks if he can become as strong. He turns to him and says it is possible. But in order to do so, Season needs to overcome his fears. He is very moved by his words, and tears begin to come to his eyes. Malone watches the others show respect to Vincent after the victory, and it makes him terribly angry. He still thinks he's king and grabs the rock that lies nearby. He uses his power and thinks it's not too late to fix things. He is about to embed the energy of a sentient giant into that stone and smash Vincent's head in. But suddenly someone's foot steps on his arm. It's the Dean of the Purple Tower. He tells Malone that he will turn a blind eye to his arbitrary behavior. If it weren't for his hand, he would be held accountable. Vargan looks at the cadet with anger and warns him not to give him any trouble. Caught in his self-righteousness and insolence, Malone lowers his eyes and agrees with the Dean. A week passes, and the action unfolds in Dean Vargan Pagoda's office. Julian teaches Vincent how to properly hold his sword and place his hand over his heart. He explains that this gesture is used to express condolences in this era. Vincent stands in front of the Dean, and he tells him that the cadet is 4 months late with his condolences. He casts his eyes downward and says that this whole situation is rather awkward. In time, Vincent will be the direct heir again, and he'll still be a mercenary. Vincent tries to justify himself, but Vargan interrupts him. He says that the cadet knew about him from the beginning. The Dean accuses him of seeking information about him and his sister from the beginning. He asks Winchin what purpose he has in all these actions. Julian doesn't know what to answer, and Davin starts an honest conversation himself. He says that he was looking for information about his sister. The Dean assumes that Vinchin wants money for the investigation. The cadet lowers his eyes down and admits that's what he originally wanted. But after meeting him and getting the full story, he changed his mind. It made him take a second look at himself. At this point, the Dean looks at Vincent intently and waits for him to continue. Vincent explains that he too was once a talentless child, and he was once suppressed too. After all of that, he just wanted to talk to the Dean of the Purple Tower. Vargan replies that he is well aware of Vincent's situation, but it is unlikely that he will hear anything new from him. The Dean once ran away from his family and the magical tower of the Samian family, who abandoned him. After that, he began working as a mercenary, and then for the Adenk family. He tilts his head and says he had no ties to his sister and family after that. Vincent wonders to the Dean why he didn't drop the name Pagoda back then. This question causes Vargan to look puzzled, and he stares at the boy in silence. Malone enters the dorm room. At this time, the other cadets are talking peacefully on their beds. They notice the presence of this evil tyrant and stare at him in silence. Without reacting in any way, they turn away and continue to socialize further. Malone sits down on his bed in proud solitude and with lost honor. He lies down on the bed and covers his eyes with his hand, which has recently been healed. At that moment, his fist clenches hard, expressing his indignation. He opens one eye, which fills with rage. Malone promises to kill Vincent. Suddenly, a black cloud slowly begins to rise from under the bed. A demon with red eyes appears in front of the cadet and asks him about killing Vincent. He wants to help Malone with this, and he is drenched in sweat at what he sees. At this time, the Dean begins to explain to Vincent that he has not discarded his last name because of his fame and his inability to hide it. The cadet wants to give his side of the story, but Vargan demands him to shut his mouth. He reminds Vincent with anger in his eyes that he is still a child and has no stars. The Dean clenches his teeth and says the kid has no idea what he's been through. At this point, he starts yelling that he would first of all destroy the magic tower if he had the chance. Vincent puts his head down and replies to the Dean that he knows about his thoughts. Vargan stops shouting and looks at the young lord in surprise. Davin recalls his past in prison and says he was the same way, but it wasn't revenge that he desired at the end. He wished for attention and love, remembering his mother and himself as a child. These words make him seem stoic. Vincent continues to explain to him the reason why he left the family name. In his opinion, Vargan still feels an attachment to his family. The Dean falls back in his chair and silently rethinks what he has heard. He thinks back to himself as a child. His sister was talented and bright, and he endured all the bullying. Her brilliance caused him a lot of suffering. Those close to him kept comparing her talent and his worthlessness. He could not stand against such pressure and ran away from his family. Vincent looks at the dean and advises him to be honest with himself because emotions are not always so simple. Vargan smirks and can't believe he got the advice from Vincent. He gets up from his chair and admits to him that it was a great condolence. The dean tells Vincent that he has invested a lot of money into the magic tower. Now he is willing to sponsor it, and he no longer has to worry about the expenses in the fortress. This news makes him and Julian very happy. Vincent closes the door on the other side of the study, and the ghost praises him for his well-chosen words. He lists the names of all those who are now their allies after his words. Vincent is outraged that Julian is making him look like some kind of fraud. All of his words were sincere and from the heart. The ghost laughs and says that his speech was influenced by the era of 500 years ago. They walk down the hallway and suddenly hear someone start to admire them. Standing in their way are Saizen and Selbira, who have already heard about the dean's sponsorship. He has never sponsored anyone before and is very demanding. Vincent approaches them to greet them. He asks what the girl's name is. She introduces herself as Selbira, the second representative and a 9th-rank cadet. They shake hands, and Selbira says she is responsible for reporting to the teachers. Suddenly, Vincent notices something, and it surprises and shocks him greatly. He sees behind the girl's back her peculiarity, which is similar to his mom's peculiarity. It allows Selbira to recognize the strength and hidden potential of the enemy. The girl sees that Vincent has no image, and the purple color around him prevents her from appreciating his hidden potential. Vincent tells her that he doesn't like her way of introducing herself by using a feature. Selbira apologizes to him. What puzzles her is that he has sensed the use of her peculiarity. Earlier, even the teachers could not understand it. Selbira wonders what Vincent is doing in the hallway at night. Cadets are not allowed to walk alone at that time. He doesn't understand why this is not allowed, and Saizen explains that one can get lost in such cold. Selbira jokes that one could fall into the hands of the evil ghost Davene. Saizen is startled by her words. Vincent begins to shake the girl and asks her to tell her about Davin. His touch makes her embarrassed. Saizen begins to tell her that this archdemon lived 500 years ago. After he lost to the Hero King, his spirit began to wander the world. But some soul fragments make pacts with martial arts masters. They give them colossal power so they can achieve their goals. But in return, the spirit takes their soul. As the guys talk, Selbira tries to move away from the embarrassment. Vincent is confused and thinks that this archdemon actually existed and was not a legend. Selbira has moved away from the shock after Vincent touched her shoulders and says that victims of this ghost are found from time to time. Davin has given serious thought to the evil spirit that appeared 500 years ago. Malone sits on the bed and can't believe his eyes that he sees the spirit. He offers to make him a contract and help him achieve whatever he wishes. At that moment, Malone gets very frightened and realizes that the evil spirit of Davin is in front of him. He starts flying around the cadet and says that it is not important now. What is important is that he can help him achieve the necessary goal and kill Vincennes. The spirit begins to suggest to him that Malone must reclaim his throne as king. It is as if he is enveloping him with his aura and hypnotizing him, forcing him to sign a contract. Saizen and Vincent open the door and enter their dorm room. At this time, everyone is already asleep and there are no lights on anywhere. Vincent heads to his bed. Saizen informs him that he has to be on night watch tonight and leaves. At that moment, Vincent notices something strange to his left and it worries him. He looks at Malone's bed and finds that there is no one on it. In the dark night, one of the cadets is holding a lantern with a bright crystal inside. It is Saizen who has joined the night watch and is on duty outside. Around his neck hangs a horn to signal danger. In front of him, there is pitch darkness ahead, which is very frightening to him. At that moment, he hears some sound ahead of him. It puzzles him. Out of fright, Saizen starts screaming loudly to find out who is hiding there. At that moment, a terrible thing happens, and the guy's left arm flies off to the side from the impact. Sweat beads up on his face, and he stares silently at his wound. A huge monster appears in front of him and says it was aiming for his throat. Saizen sees his attacker and recognizes someone in his face. This causes a look of horror to run down his face. In front of him stands Malone with burning eyes and an evil smile, who is looking for Vincent and wants revenge for everything. He has grown to a huge height, and there is a lot of evil aura emanating around him. Saizen looks up at him from below and holds onto his shoulder. He grabs his sword and tells Malona that his appearance has changed as if he has made a contract with an evil spirit. The boy taunts the sentinel and says that he has become bolder and points his sword at him. Saizen points his sword at his opponent and says he is not afraid of him. At this point, Malone grabs him by the throat and begins to squeeze him hard. He then pushes him to the ground with force and swings his right arm. He tells Saizen that he will execute him for raising his sword against him. Malone's sword flies straight at the cadet's head, and he clasps his eyes shut, awaiting his death. At that moment, someone's mana pushes his opponent away and he lets go of Saizen. He looks to the side and sees there the man to whom he owes his salvation. Braun's mentor has appeared in front of them, holding a sword and ready to fight Malone. He tells the evil cadet that he has denied his pride as a martial arts master. The enemy is only roused by the appearance of his mentor, and his death will bring him even more joy than Saizen's. Bronda sees that his blow has not left a scratch on him and asks the sentinel to raise the alarm. The dorm room is completely silent, and none of the lanterns on the wall are lit. Vincent sits on his bed and stares at his older brother's empty seat. He still hasn't come back, and Julian says no one will care about him even if he freezes. Suddenly, Vincent hears a strange sound that makes him become alarmed. Everyone gets up from their beds and explains to him that it was an alarm and something happened during the night watch. Vincent is very frightened and realizes that trouble has happened to Saizen. Multiple cadet footsteps are heard down the corridor as they rush to the alarm. Vincent runs down the dark stairs with a purple lotus in his hands. Suddenly, he sees Selvira in the hallway and beckons the girl over to him. He asks her what happened. She is still unaware and came out immediately to the alarm. Vincent smells the scent of blood. He realizes that something very terrible has happened. He asks Selvira to notify the dean via crystal of the emergency. He explains that things are worse than they seem, and someone much stronger needs to be summoned. While Selvira tries to contact the dean, Vincent urges everyone to follow him outside. The cadets run down the dark hallway. They are very concerned about the situation. Suddenly the alarm stops. Vincent sees that the mana flow has also stopped. This means that the battle is over. Selvira asks everyone to hurry up, but Davin stops her and asks her to put some kind of protective seal. They continue to run onward, and the son of the Adenka family explains that the first battle is over. Since they have not been contacted, then the enemy has won. Selvira thinks about it and remembers one defense seal that can be used. It is one of the 7 basic seals of Adenk, a 3-sided defense seal. But suddenly the girl remembers that there is one important condition. A master with 5 stars or higher must stand on top of the triangle. Otherwise, the seal will lose its balance and collapse. If they can find Bronda's mentor, then everything will work out. At this point, Vincent pushes the door to the outside with his hand. From what he sees outside the door, horror and intense shock runs through his eyes. There is blood everywhere on the ground. The other cadets also see this picture and are greatly frightened. Suddenly, a man falls to the ground in front of them with no signs of life. Vincent looks at him and realizes that he knows this man. Drops of sweat trickle down his face. Poor mentor Brond lies on the cold ground completely bloodied. Suddenly, a portal appears in the sky, and a voice from there says it has found something. From the portal, a huge hand appears holding a sword and points it downwards. This sword attacks Vincent, but he manages to deflect the blow and bounce aside. A cloud-like black hole with a scarlet aura around the edges appears before him. He holds his sword in front of him and demands that this monster reveal itself. At that moment, Malone appears with a distraught look on his face. He says that everyone who opposed him is gathered here. Vincent is very angry and disappointed in his older brother. He asks him why he did all this. Selvira sees his dark aura and reports it to Vincent, who is standing next to her. It is an aura peculiar to those possessed by Davin's evil spirit. Vincent is shocked by these words. But Davin is now in Vincent's body and cannot fight himself. At this moment, Malone gathers dark mana in his hand and is about to show the cadets who is the real king here. He uses his suppression feature against everyone gathered outside. A force of terror sweeps through the girl with white hair and Vincent standing nearby. Everyone begins to feel intense fear and see that Malone's power has become much greater. At that moment, they hear someone's voice urging them not to be afraid. Vincent tells the cadets that they are martial artists and should stop being afraid by exposing their swords. At this point, their fear disappears and they point their weapons at Malone. The older brother resents Vincent for releasing the cadets from his suppression. Davin remembers the dead 5-star master Bronda and realizes he can't handle Malone. He needs to wait for the reinforcement Selvira has requested. At that moment, the dean is making some notes in his office. Until help arrives, Davin needs to buy time with the help of the inexperienced cadets of the 9th rank. He asks Selvira if she can apply the protective seal perfectly. She replies that she can. Davin asks the girl to tell everyone that they will manifest the 3-sided defense seal together. At these words, she is shocked. After all, it requires a 5-star martial artist to stand in the center of the seal. Davin says he will replace that master. This is very frightening to Selvira. He has no intention of giving up and is willing to stand at the center of the seal himself, to create it. Selvira warns him that without the 5 stars he will die the second the seal is set. Vincent turns to her and tells her that she represents the family now. She needs to make a decision that will protect everyone. She stops panicking and tells Vincent that he has a way with words. Selvira turns to the rest of the cadets and asks them to form a 3-sided protective seal with Vincent at the center. Malone scoffs angrily and says that the boys would prefer suicide over death at his hands. Vincent laughs back and says that he will be trapped in that seal. After making a contract with an evil spirit, it will be a total humiliation for him. Malone is amused by these words and allows the cadet to create the seal. Julian suggests that Vincent just escape with an ice walk, but the boy disagrees. In that case, everyone else will die. All the cadets begin to stand in formation in a specific order, one after another. They raise their swords up and a multitude of blue rays appear. They begin to create a three-sided defense seal, and a protective barrier appears over their heads. Winston feels his mana is about to explode, but no matter what, he must endure it. Malone sees his brother's condition and starts laughing at him, wishing he would break sooner. He unleashes a powerful mana attack on Vincennes, and the protective seal reflects the blow. Malone is in great shock that his blow failed to break through their defenses. He doesn't understand how his little brother is able to withstand the power of the seal. Vincent puts his sword out to attack and tells Malone that his strike is too weak. This awakens even more rage in his older brother, and he is about to deliver an even more powerful blow. He swiftly flies forward towards the three-sided defense seal. He and Vincent come face to face, and only the barrier of the seal separates them. Vincent feels a tremendous power emanating from his brother. Because of the evil spirit, the glow of the intelligent giant has become even greater. Malone makes a big swing of his arm and launches a seal attack. At this moment, all the cadets begin to cover themselves with their hands from his strike. An intense look of surprise and fear appears on their faces, making sweat run down their bodies. An evil spirit of huge size and with red eyes is looking directly at them. They get very frightened and think that the archdemon Davinus is in front of them. Malone starts laughing and says that this is exactly the facial expression he was expecting from them. Suddenly, Vincent starts yelling for the cadets not to let fear overpower them. He urges them not to be afraid of this scoundrel who has lost his humanity. Selvira sees Vincent's efforts to boost overall morale while holding back the weight of the seal. She decides that she will not stand idly by either. The girl shouts to the cadets to release mana on her signal. All of the boys put aside their fear and listen to Selvira intently. She gives the command and all the cadets release mana. Malone promptly flies backwards from their combined attack. He lands and slams his sword into the floor to slow him down. Malone is furious at their antics. He didn't expect anyone to be willing to stand up to him. Vincent urges his older brother to surrender, for the masters will be there soon. If he surrenders now and reflects on what he has done, he can avoid the worst outcome. At this point, Malone bows his head and thinks. The evil spirit sees his doubts and starts talking about how he needs to kill everyone. Malone agrees with him and raises his head. He looks towards the cadets and is about to finish what he started. His uniform rips at his chest and he begins to scream. He is willing to give his life to see them die. Vincent sees that his brother's mana has gotten much heavier and he is ready to make a major attack. Malone clutches his sword in his hands and is no longer going to give the cadets a chance. His muscles have gotten many times bigger and he uses a huge stream of dark mana against the guys. The blow hit the defense and began to go through it. The ground shook beneath the cadets' feet and they struggled to contain the seal. Selvira warns everyone to watch out for the rocks that rise from the ground. At that moment, the rocks under the cadets' feet begin to fly upwards. One of the boys gets hit hard in the head. This blow knocks him off his feet. Suddenly, the barrier of the defense seal begins to be covered with multiple cracks. Vincent sees that it can no longer hold back Malone's attack and begins to collapse. From above him, his older brother appears and directs the power of his sword at him. Vincent puts the purple lotus in front of him and is ready to face his opponent. The force of Malone's attack proves to be very massive and crushing. The mana begins to dissipate, and amidst the smoke, a three-sided defense seal can be seen. Vincent doesn't understand how it could resist. One of the guys fell out of the chain and the seal was starting to break. At that moment, there is a guy lying on the ground inside the barrier holding the hilt of a sword. Selvira turns her head and looks down. She sees Season, who replaced the wounded guy and kept the seal intact. Malone sees him too and doesn't understand how he survived. Earlier, he had dealt with him and Mentor Bronda. Season replies that he has ceased to feel fear of this tyrant. Malone is disappointed by his blunder and becomes very angry. He angrily yells at the cadets to stop looking at him as if they are capable of winning. Selvira urges everyone to hold their positions and hold out a little longer until help arrives. Vincent sees that Season won't be able to hold out much longer and the seal is running out. Suddenly he notices something. It makes a look of intense surprise appear in his eyes. He sees the path of the sword to strike Malona, even though he wasn't even going to attack. This raises many questions in his mind that he can't answer yet. The black sword path goes through Malone's right arm. On one side, Vincent must wait for reinforcements, but on the other, the seal is running out. He is faced with a difficult choice. Vincent can make an attack or not use the sword path. At this point, cracks begin to appear on the three-sided seal of the elephant. Vincent realizes he has no more time and warns everyone to get ready. He says that the seal is about to shatter and this news scares Selvira. Vincent uses an absolute cut in an alternate form to strike and swings his sword. Malone starts laughing and asks his younger brother to fight him for real. At this time, Vincent remembers the second chapter of The Galactic Wanderer. He makes his attack and whizzes past his older brother far ahead. Vincent looks back and is angry that he failed to strike and his attempt failed. Malone stands with his back to his younger brother. He couldn't reach him following the path of the sword. Vincent wants to try again and he hears his brother taunting him. Malone attacks him with a distraught look and promises to fry him to a crisp. He unleashes a large stream of mana on Vincent, which leaves no chance and hides the guy from sight. Selvira and Season begin to feel strongly for him and shout his name. At that moment, Vincent appears in the dissipating smoke with a burnt hand. Because of the affected area of his left hand, he can no longer hold his sword properly. Vincent realizes that he has nowhere to retreat to. He flies at his brother with a new attack. This time he plans to get Malone and approaches him, swinging his sword. His older brother grabs him by his stricken arm and prevents him from making a strike. Vincent grits his teeth in pain and sweat drips down his face. Malone is distraught and believes himself to be indestructible, especially after his younger brother's injury. He continues to hold his hand and releases his mana over the affected area. Vincent's hand turns black from the burn and releases a purple lotus that flies downward. Davin thinks about how in his past life he wouldn't have had this chance. But now he has Winston's body and his right hand with which he catches the sword. He sees another sword path and is about to use an absolute cut. Vincent makes the attack and cuts Malone's right arm off his body. He flies backwards and starts screaming hard from the pain he has caused. At that moment, there is a massive explosion right in front of Vincent. Flames engulf Malone and hide him from sight. Vincent tries to see if he was able to overpower him. Suddenly, the silhouette of his older brother appears out of the smoke and turns out to be alive. He holds onto his wounded arm and tells his younger brother that he dared him to chop off his arm twice. Vincent takes a closer look at him and sees that the evil spirit's aura is gone. The unknown black path of the sword was showing a break in the connection between Malone and the evil spirit. His brother has not yet realized that he has lost the demon's support and is seeking revenge. Malone's eyes light up with bright flames of rage and he promises to tear Vincent to pieces. The older brother uses his power of electric pulse and directs his attack at Vincent. To completely stop Malone, he has to hit him one more time. Vincent holds his sword and gathers his strength. At that moment, a blue bright glow envelops his face and body, and he realizes he can't move. Malone is about to make his attack and is already closing in on him. Davin doesn't want to end his life here. He still needs to find out what happened 500 years ago. At that moment, he hears a voice ordering Malone to stop. Right in front of Vincent, he is restrained in a multitude of paralyzing ropes. His older brother demands to be freed and tries to break free from the ropes. Suddenly, he turns his head and sees Dean Vargan behind him. He looks at the boy with a stern face and orders him not to act so arrogant. The Dean creates a magic circle with Malone in the center of it. Ice crystals begin to form under his feet. They gradually consume the guy's body, giving him no opportunity to move. The director of the Purple Fortress holds a whip in his hands and urges Malone to surrender. Helga warns that he's now imprisoned in a magical seal. It completely binds him together with the image. The only drawback to the crystal prison is its long setup time. With mana, no martial artist can escape from it. Malone is beyond furious and screams violently, calling Winston's name. He tells him that this isn't the end. At that moment, the guy's head is completely hidden in the shackles of the crystal. Malone is imprisoned and completely immobilized. Dean Vargan and the headmaster are watching. Helga turns her attention to Vincent Adank and walks towards him. She calls him the rogue that Sir Vargan had so praised. The headmaster sees that Vincent is badly injured. From his injuries, he can't even answer her. He takes his sword and sticks its sharp blade deep into the ground. Vincent sits down on his knees in front of the principal, and she admires his endurance and heroism. She strokes his head and promises to take care of everything with Vargan. At that moment, everything starts to blur in front of Vincent's eyes. Silvira and the other cadets run up behind him, worried about his condition. Suddenly, Vincent finds himself in an empty white space studded with many mirrors. He looks around and tries to figure out where he is. At that moment, Julian calls out to him. The ghost begins to scold him for overexerting his body. Vincent is greatly surprised and shocked to see Julian. In the office of the head of the Adank family, the director of the Purple Fortress, Helga, is standing in the office. She greets Khan and stands in the middle of the room in front of his desk. The head of the family asks Helga to drop the formalities and start talking. She is embarrassed and starts scratching the back of her head, calling the head by name. Khan folds his hands near his face and asks the headmaster to tell her what happened. She does not know how to inform him about what has happened. This news will not make the head happy. Helga gathers her thoughts and begins to report to Khan what has happened. Among the cadets, there are 15 wounded and 1 dead. This is Mentor Bronda, who was a 5-star master. Cadet Sizen managed to survive the deadly fight against Malone when the mentor had his back. Khan asks for a generous tribute to the wounded until they recover. He also promises to pay his respects to the fallen mentor and his family. Helga bows her head and feels guilty. She wishes she had shown up at the scene of the battle a little earlier. The head of the family denies her guilt and says that a lot of factors have to do with contracts with evil spirits. At this point, something puzzles him and he stares ahead in concentration. Malone was supposed to die after becoming a contractor, but he is still alive and in prison. The chapter says that contractors are given unimaginable power in exchange for their lives. When the power runs out, they die. Helga reports that the mages at the fortress have found no definite reason for this, but there is one single clue. According to the cadets, Malone stopped being possessed after Vincent struck him. His arm was severed and unable to join back together. This news left the head in shock. He started thinking about the strange method of fencing that his son used. Khan suggests to take disciplinary action against his son Malone, as he had violated all the rules. Adenka's sixth son is behind bars and has read the sentence that he will spend his life under house arrest with his tendons cut off. Such a measure will prevent Malone from ever picking up a sword again. This news brings tears to his eyes. Head Khan asks Helga to reward Vincent and asks where he is now. He has been moved to the main house after his treatment. He is lying on the bed wrapped in a blanket. Vincent still does not regain consciousness for several days. During this time, Adenk's son is still in a white room surrounded by mirrors. Vincent wonders to Julian what this place is. The ghost was sent there with Vincent after his unconsciousness and does not know this location. Julian looks around and dares to make some assumptions. In his opinion, they are inside Malone's memories. Vincent is shocked at the thought of them being trapped inside those memories. They do not understand the reason for this displacement. Julian believes it has nothing to do with Vincent's swordsmanship. In Davin's past life, this never happened, and he was never trapped in the memories of his opponents. He tries to figure out how Malone, the contract, and the absolute cut are connected. Suddenly, he hears a voice behind him, about a guy not wanting something. Vincent turns his head and sees his brother's memories in the mirror. Malone tells the dean that he is stronger than a rank 9 cadet and doesn't want to train. Julian says that this conversation took place before he arrived at the fortress. The dean tells Malone that he is one of the honored children of the Adenk family and can make a complete fool of himself. If he doesn't want to end his life on the stage, he needs to unleash a sentient giant. Vincent comes to the conclusion that there is some reason why Malone has been getting away with everything. He gets down on one knee in front of Vargon and agrees with what he says. At this point, he begins to form a loop and bind the peculiarity to his mana. Vincent and Julian experience a great shock when they see the intelligent giant's mana flow. As Adenk's son continues to watch Malone's memories, black smoke begins to appear around him. There is more and more of it, and Vincent becomes very frightened. He tries to find Julian, but he is nowhere to be found. He is standing in a thick cloud of black smoke with no one but him. Suddenly, someone's hands reach out to Vincent and tell him to just die. He looks up and sees his mom leaning over him. The boy grabs his head and realizes that this is already his personal memories. He sees Master Nedia, a beautiful girl who lived in his time. Next in his memories comes the image of Falcon, his friend. He also sees little Arslan, who is reaching out his hand to him. They all start to leave, and Vincent asks them to stop and tell him what happened after his death 500 years ago. At that moment, the boy's chest is pierced by the sharp sword that almost killed Davin after winning the competition. He realizes that his killer must also be in his memories. Just like 500 years ago, an enraged Cajun stands behind him. In that moment, his memory plunges Davin into the prison where he is chained. He recalls his last days living within the walls of Samian prison. Suddenly, someone's voice tells him that he has done nothing wrong. This person stands in front of the bars and explains to Davin that the Force will not be able to always hide the truth. It was Arslan in the form of a child who promises to fight for his brother's honor. Davin is restrained by chains, but he cannot hide his surprise at this man's appearance. At that moment, someone's footsteps begin to approach him on the stone floor. Standing before him is a grown and matured Arslan with long blue hair. Davin doesn't recognize him and tries to guess who is in front of him. The last time Arslan visited him was as a child, and he had not seen him as an adult. The future first head of the Adenka family tells him that Julian is Arslan, but Davin doesn't hear him and yells for him to repeat what he said. At that moment, Arslan bows his face and asks to meet him again in 500 years. A bright ray of light like the sun appears from afar. It illuminates everything around, including Davin and Arslan. The chained boy is shocked by what he hears. He realizes that this was all planned. Davin starts pulling his hand forward and shouting Arslan's name loudly. Suddenly, he wakes up in the main house. His left arm is bandaged and thrust forward. Vincent puts his arm down and sits on the bed, mentally pondering everything that has happened. Sweat runs down his entire body and he tries to comprehend what just happened to him. He grips his head with one hand and thinks about Arslan and what he did to him. Julian appears in front of him and is pretty scared for the guy. Vincent replies that he is fine and his body is healed, but he is troubled by the memories he just saw. It seems that the adult Arslan visited him in prison until his demise. Vincent's thoughts are suddenly interrupted by a basin of water and a towel falling to the floor. Sari and Wilson appear in the room in front of him and are very shocked. They look at Vincent and tears begin to well up in their eyes. The servants run to the young master and start hugging him hard. Wilson cries and says that he no longer hoped to see him conscious. Sari clings to Vincent joyfully and is greatly relieved. The young master himself did not expect such tenderness and is somewhat puzzled. He is truly grateful that the servants are so concerned about him. At that moment, Vincent hears another voice suggesting that they come to see him later. Standing before them is Helga, who caught the cadet at his most touching moment. She introduces herself to Vincent as the director of the Purple Tower and raises her left hand in the air. He places his right hand on her left shoulder and greets Helga. The director takes a chair and sits down next to the boy. Helga asks to drop the formalities and just call her Nuna. She informs him that she has temporarily left the fortress to report to his father about what happened. At this point, all her paperwork is handled by Dean Vargan. The headmaster informs her that he plans to return to the fortress with Vincent in 3 days. She sits across from him and informs him that she has a small request for the cadet. Nuna suggests that Vincent fight a young gentleman from the Samian family. The cadet is shocked by this suggestion and once again repeats the headmaster's words. She explains that it will be a friendly exchange meeting. Vincent again doesn't understand anything and interjects Nuna, repeating her words. She starts telling about an event where members of the Samian and Adenka families compete against each other. The heads of both families will be present at this big event. This year's friendly encounter will be held within the walls of the Purple Fortress. Vincent's throat lumps at the realization that he will see the head of the Samian family. He wonders to the Nuna sitting across from him why she is only talking about this now. The headmaster explains that Malone was originally supposed to attend the meeting, but now the only age and level-appropriate heir is Vincent. He recalls the dean's words about the stage and realizes that it was about a friendly encounter. Vincent's opponent will be the 6th son of the family, Samian. He is a genius who already has the prospect of becoming the next head of the family. Nuna sits back in her chair with a sad face and says that even Malone had no hope of defeating him. She gets up from her seat and tells Vincent that other than DEI, no one has ever won a meeting. Therefore, he shouldn't have to sweat it out to win. Vincent smiles at the principal and says that intending to lose to the Samian family would be against Adenk's will. Her eyes show respect for the young cadet after saying that. Nuna scratches his head and says that she likes his train of thought. At that moment, his father appears in Vincent's room and asks him to take responsibility for his words. The head of the family gets in front of his son and expects to hear him answer. Vincent says that he has already shown him the responsibility for his words during the True Swords meeting. Khan informs him that the pressure of a new adversary will be incomparable to this one. Vincent smiles and promises his father to come back victorious. The head of the family is impressed by his son's attitude and is willing to wait for his victory. He tells Vincent that his internal wounds are quite serious to his mana, and he needs to rest. Together with Helga, they leave. The door to the young lord's room slams shut and there is complete silence. The head of the Khan family walks down the hall with the headmaster and remembers Vincent's reward. Helga asks him what the reward will be. Khan replies that he will go with her to the fortress. He's going to engrave Vincent's name on the purple monument personally. At these words, the director of the Purple Fortress gets a great shock. This is a great monument that has the names of the heroes of the Adenk family inscribed on it. All of these people have accomplished great achievements. Helga turns to the head and says that other than DEI, no one else's name of a cadet of the 9th rank has been inscribed on the monument. The chapter leaves the headmaster and moves on. He says he will meet her in 9 days. In the meantime, Vincent has folded his hands behind his head and is enjoying his rest. His head is now occupied with thoughts of the upcoming friendly exchange meeting. He introduces Arslan and Kajin. This meeting will be a great opportunity to find out the current level of the Samian family for future suppression. Vincent sits on the bed and beckons Julian over to him for advice. He asks the ghost if he has heard anything about the 6th son of the Samian family. Julian hesitates and says he has never inquired about a friendly meeting. In that case, there is very little chance that Vincent would defeat an opponent of the same level as him, even with his abilities. Without considering the image theory, he would reach 3 stars at most. But the 6th son of the Samian family will have at least 3 stars or more. Vincent closes his eyes and thinks about the fact that the difference in strength will be significant. He doesn't intend to leave it like that and tosses his blanket up. Vincent is about to start training immediately. Julian tries to stop him as his body is badly injured. He removes his bandage and says that he is already healed. In his case, only limited use of mana is necessary. Julian demands that his body be treated with care and calls Vincent an old man. Vincent's wooden sword emits a strong flow of his mana from him. He regains possession of his left arm and continues to train diligently. Davin stops in the training arena and thinks about the upcoming encounter. Fighting the son of the Samian family reminds him of his past life. Suddenly, he hears a voice beside him and turns his head. Standing in front of him is a guy with blonde hair. He says that this is the arena where they first clashed their swords. Vincent is very surprised by this encounter. Revan stands in front of him, happy to finally see his friend. On the table there are cups with drinks, and the two friends are talking about recent events. Revan takes a sip of tea and tells Vincent that he has information regarding his request. This news is very encouraging, and he jumps up from his seat with joy. Revan says that he has discovered information that he doesn't know how to use. He was curious to know more about his family. They continue to sit at the table, and Revan explains that besides him, there was no one in his family who was gifted in martial arts. Davin recalls how easily he was able to push Revan's father away with his weak strength. It was strange that his father was always the observer at a true sword gathering. Revan persisted to find out the reason for all this, and his father told him. He got up from his seat and led his son behind him to show him something. There was a cabinet with many books in the room that they headed towards. Revan's father removes the protective seal from the cabinet with his right hand. At that moment, it begins to shift and move aside. An empty opening with a staircase appears in front of them. Not even the head of the Adenk family can go in there without Revan's father's permission. The hidden archives of the Adenka family history are located there, which are unknown to the whole world. All the records of the first member of the Adenka family, as well as the light and dark parts of history, are located in this archive. It gave them a high status. Revan and his father walk past the racks of books and talk about how if the archive is uncovered even after 500 years, they will suffer losses. After hearing this story, Revan begins to wonder about the information in this archive. At that moment on one of the shelves, he sees a book with the records of the Heasley family. Daven is overjoyed at the news that there are still records of this family. He assumes that there must be records there with proof of his innocence. Revan says he can't show him the records yet. That will require a long wait before he can take his father's place. Vincent thanks him for his help and asks why he told him such secret information. Revan relaxes and puts his hands behind his head and says that he already owes Vincent his life. In response, the guy smiles sincerely and thanks his friend for trusting him. Suddenly, Revan looks down and informs Vincent that he forgot something important. He pulls out a magic crystal that levitates above his hand. Revan went to replace his broken sword, and the blacksmith asked him to give it to him. At that moment, the magic crystal begins to emit a bright light. Hansen appears out of it as a hologram and informs him that he hasn't used this thing in years. Vincent is very happy to see the master and asks how he is doing. Revan says it's a recorded message. Daven tries to get out of the silly position and says he was just messing around. Hansen continues talking and warns him to keep the crystal in his possession. He smiles and wants to let the guy know what he found out about the dragon bone. The blacksmith has learned that it will not be possible to forge the perfect sword from it. Vincent is very upset by this news. He doesn't understand exactly what the reason is. Hansen reminds the boy about the fire in the workshop and says that he found out the reason. When he transferred the bone to the Purple Lotus, a fire was lit. That fire could not have been stored in the sword. The dragon bone absorbs the temper of its owner's mana. Hansen has the blessing of the unshakable flame. The Crimson Lotus absorbed the power of this blessing and caused an explosion. Therefore, it is now impossible to forge a sword more powerful than the Crimson Lotus. Winshin lowers his head and cannot hide his disappointment. At this moment, he hears Hansen suggest an alternative idea. He informs him that the dragon bone can be used to make a hammer for him. The blacksmith conducted an experiment on a small section of the bone and found that the power absorbed by that bone has no effect on other parts of it. But in that case, he would have no more material left to make a sword. At this point, Hansen's message ends and his image disappears. Vincent thinks about the fact that he needs more bones to make the perfect sword. Revan is about to go back to the workshop to get his sword and asks Vincent to leave messages for Hansen. He asks him to tell the master to forge a sword for him out of dragon bone. Vincent promises to try to get more bones. Revan thinks this is impossible and tells his friend that he is talking nonsense. He says goodbye to Vincent and asks him to take care of himself. They shake hands and leave. The action once again takes place within the walls of Adenk's main house. Julian and Vincent walk down the corridor and the ghost resents his friend's useless information. In response, Vincent explains that they now have options. All that remains is to become stronger and find a way. To do this, Vincent needs to defeat the sixth son of the Samian family. He informs Julian of this and asks him to think of a way to defeat him. Julian grabs his head at Vincent's new scheme, which he has to finish. He explains that there's no way to win right now. They've barely gotten by with Malone not yet possessed. Vincent recalls how he used a wide range of attack and powerful force to break through his body reinforcement. Julian suggests they use the blessing of the sentient giant. He thinks this is possible since they have already seen the flow of mana in Malone's memories. The older brother was meditating on the floor in the dean's office at the time, and associated the peculiarity with mana. Vincent says that you can't just get the singularity with a memory. Julian informs him that it is only impossible with a person's memories. These words puzzle Vincent. Many small butterflies begin to flutter around him, and one the largest. Julian says that with a god's memories it can be done. The very form of the feature that Malone used appears before Vincent's eyes. Vincent can't hide his joy that Julian has remembered it exactly. The ghost is intensely proud of himself. The boy wants to get the intelligent giant's blessing right now. Julian explains that with a body like that, a blessing is out of the question. The mana of the sentient species is the most destructive element, and the sentient giant is the strongest sentient god. Vincent's body will simply collapse to no avail. Julian urges him to return to the fortress and recover as much mana as he can. He forbids him to train and instructs him to sleep 9 hours a day. The pile of advice makes Vincent feel very pressured. 3 days pass and the son of the head of the family returns to the Purple Fortress. He and Principal Helga drive up to the fortress and Vincent is surprised. He doesn't have to walk this time. Earlier, he was tricked for a welcoming ritual. The boy looks out the window and sees a large number of carriages traveling with them. Helga informs Vincent that he has to go through the engraving ceremony. This news comes as a great shock to him. Inside the fortress is a huge purple monument with the names of the Adenk family members on it. Winshin stands beside it and a column of uniformed men approaches him. The girl cadets follow each other and carry a black flag with the symbol of the Purple Fortress. One of them is a representative of the cadets of the first rank, Hana Adenka. She is the direct heir and third daughter of the head. All cadets of different ranks line up and hold different colored flags corresponding to their rank. A representative of the cadets of the fifth rank and the chapter's fourth son, Abel Adenka, also attends the ceremony. The cadets continue to line up in front of the monument and become very numerous. Damien Adenka, the fifth son of the chapter and representative of the eighth rank cadets, appears among them. This is the first time Davina sees the other direct heirs besides Malone. They all impress him, especially the representative of the cadets of the first rank, Hannah. He sees her sharp aura and it gives him goosebumps. At this moment, the footsteps of the ninth rank cadet representative are heard. Selvira appears and behind her is Cadet Sizen, who is holding a flag and is fully healthy. Vincent sees them and is pleased that the cadets of his rank are fine after a hard battle. Everyone lines up and begins to discuss whose name will be engraved by the head himself. At that moment, they hear footsteps behind them. One of the cadets turns and everyone falls silent. The head of the Adenka family appears in front of them and heads towards the monument. Khan, in front of all the cadets, calls his son Vincent Adenk to him. The head stands with his back to the monument, and Vincent takes steps towards him. He places his right hand over his heart and says a greeting. Julian didn't think he would be given such a great gift. The head looks at his son and asks for his purple lotus to be provided. Vincent pulls out his sword and hands it to the head of the Adenk family. The head faces the cadets, and informs them that he will now engrave Vincent's name with his sword. Khan pulls out a purple lotus and splits the air with it, releasing his mana. He focuses his gaze and is about to accomplish what he has planned. The head of the family takes a swing of his sword and a large stream of mana begins to flow around him. Vincent sees such great power, even though his father barely put mana into that sword. It blows like a strong wind through the cadets who can barely stand on their feet. The head's fourth son and heir, Abel Adenka, is impressed with the level of the head of the family. First-rank representative Hannah stands firmly on her feet and keeps her gaze straight ahead as if she doesn't notice this strength. The crimson lotus becomes as if incandescent with Kana's mana and gradually cools down. An engraving with Vincent Adenk's name appears on the greatest purple monument. The head of the family turns to face Vincent and the cadets. They all utter a respectful greeting. The father turns to his son and admonishes him to never forget his name. He smiles in response and makes a promise to always remember that he is Vincent Adenka. In the ninth-rank dorm room, the cadets can be heard talking. They sit in a circle on the floor and marvel at the ceremony, believing Vincent to be the real Adenka. At that moment, Selvira appears in the room, looking for the head's son. She informs Cezanne that she wants to throw a congratulatory party for him. Cadet suggests that Selvira look for him at the training ground, but she doesn't think to find him there. In the meantime, Vincent is actually practicing. He is sitting on the floor and meditating. Julian is watching his process. He tells Vincent in which direction he needs to move. He needs to feel 3 points. Suddenly, Julian begins to stammer in the middle of his words and sniffles. Tears stream from his eyes. Receiving the engraving has moved him deeply. Vincent does not understand such intense joy. Julian explains that his father has finally recognized him as a son. The son of the chapter explains that his plans are to accomplish more. Therefore, it is not the time to cry or laugh at such trivial events. He encourages the ghost to stop crying and focus on getting the blessing of the sentient giant. Julian stops crying and promises to try harder in their scheme. Vincent starts meditating again, and rays of mana form on his chest in a circle. Julian asks him to focus on creating a triangle. At this moment, a perfect triangle appears and lights up yellow. A huge flame of mana erupts from the purple fortress and shoots into the sky. Julian closes himself with one hand and tries to find out if they succeeded. A powerful god appears in front of them that is made as if from fire. The intelligent giant emits a bright light, and his eyes burn with bright flames. Julian is very happy to successfully receive a new blessing. At that moment, Vincent falls to the floor and starts moaning heavily in pain. Bright sparks appear from his eyes, causing him a lot of agony. Suddenly, fire mana begins to flow out of his body in all directions, and he begins to scream violently. His eyes light up even more and emit intense flames from them. Julian looks at his body and gets very scared for Vincent in this state. He yells out that his body is heavily overflowing with lightning energy. Vincent is unable to handle it. At this moment, the Mind Giant's feet are treading on the floor of the room. He says that at times the likes of Vincent appear. They master divinity on their own.
Julian tries to ask the god what happened to Vincent and how to fix it.
The sentient giant explains that he just gave him a blessing. Julian says that can't happen to a human being. All the more reason for them to repair the body. The Mind Giant reminds Julian of his sacrum. At this point, the ghost hesitates. The god goes on to explain that his physical body absorbed mana like a cotton ball, and he gained far more power than he should have. Vincent still can't handle that much mana and continues to be in pain. Julian tries to save Vincent and asks the Mind Giant how to help him. In order to do so, he needs to stop the flow of mana. After doing so, the lightning will also stop. Julian exhales in relief and is about to tell the plan to Vincent. At that moment, the intelligent giant warns him that he will no longer grant him the blessing. He puts them in front of a choice. On one side is the blessing, and on the other side is life. Julian looks at the anguished Vincenu and doesn't know what to do. He starts yelling at the mind giant that this is all absurd and makes no sense. These words really anger the god who just gave them a blessing. He says that they called on him themselves, and it's not his fault that Vincent has taken on powers far beyond the capabilities of his body. He calls Julian an inferior god and demands that he know his place. The mind giant warns that this boy will not stop the flow of his mana. Vincent knows that if he does, he will no longer receive the blessing. Lightning continues to come out of Vincent's eyes, and there is no way he can handle that kind of power. The mind giant tells him to take control of the mind energy and contain it in his body. Then he will fully receive his blessing. Julian can't sit idly by while Vincent is barely hanging on to his life. He wants to try to use his divine energy to protect his heart. A multitude of butterflies begin to fly around Vincent lying on the floor. They penetrate his heart and create a divine defense around him. Julian is happy that he has succeeded in enveloping Vincent's heart with his energy. All he has to do is absorb all of the lightning's energy. At this point, the power of the lightning becomes even greater and more impressive. Julian realizes that he will have a hard time dealing with this level. The lightning energy begins to overwhelm Vincent's heart, making it about to explode. At this moment, the ghost's hand gradually becomes translucent. Julian has used a lot of energy and his body starts to disappear. He doesn't want to die, and at the same time, he doesn't want to subject Vincent to death. He imagines lightning energy breaking through his defenses. At that moment, Vincent's heart can't take it and completely explodes. The dead soul of his former own body flies past Julian. Such fantasies bring tears to the ghost's eyes, and he realizes that he can't remove the protection from his heart. He almost completely begins to fade away and tries to call out for help. At that moment, quick footsteps begin to be heard outside the door. A man enters the room and sees Vincent lying on the floor. Julian looks at this man as if he's the savior of their lives. Standing in front of them is the priest who earlier healed Malone's severed arm. He tries to approach Vincent but cannot because of the lightning bolts. The ghost realizes that his voice can reach those with sacred powers. He looks at Vincent's active mana flow and realizes that he has not given up yet. The boy is lying on the floor and cannot move. He is conscious, but completely without strength. Julian doesn't intend to give up either and focuses on getting out of the situation. He turns to the priest to hear his voice. The priest tries to figure out who is calling him. Julian introduces himself as a god who is helping Vincent. He asks for healing for him right now, but the priest is still unable to approach him. Julian decides to block the zipper to gain access to the guy's body. He tells this plan to the priest and asks him to start the healing at this point. The ghost uses his energy to prevent the lightning from affecting the priest. A protective circle forms around Vincent and the priest begins his procedure. Julian has a hard time containing his energy and forces himself to be patient. At this point, he gives permission to touch Vincent's body for healing. The priest summons Gaia's light and a bright green beam begins to glow in his palms. Vincent still continues to lie immobilized and unresponsive to anything. Suddenly, small bright lights begin to appear in his pupils. It is a clear, sunny morning in the Purple Fortress. The mountains in its background are completely covered in white snow. At this time, one of the maids arrives in Dean Vargan's office. He turns to face her and asks if she is ready now. Sari stands in front of him and excitedly replies to the dean that she is ready. She places her right hand in front of her and asks Vargan to teach her magic. The dean turns to the girl standing and asks her to remember the duel between Vincent and Malone. Back then, he saved her from a pile of falling rocks and felt that she had incredibly strong mana in her body. Like Vincina's, this mana is beyond the comprehension of the current study of magic. The dean warns Sari that the training will be difficult and he has never taught anyone on request before. The girl takes her eyes aside and says that she wants to study magic very badly. She explains that Vincent continues to grow. He's at the point in his journey where Sari can't help him. It is only in her power to care for the young lord after his severe injuries. Sari intends to study magic and have at least a little more ability to help Vincent. Dean Vargan smiles and says that the young master has a very loyal servant. But in order to train, she needs to get permission from Vincent. During their conversation, the dean's office fills with a bright light. Vargan looks around trying to figure out what is going on. Sari sees the young master and a look of intense consternation appears on her face. Vincent is sitting in the training room in a small pit with smoke rising from it. The dean asks the priest what happened to the young gentleman. The priest smiles and tells him not to worry about him. He recalls the lightning bolts he saw recently. Having made his assumptions, the priest shares them with the dean. In his opinion, young Mr. Vincent has just received a blessing. At this point, the boys can be heard talking. Vincent asks Sari if she wants to be trained in magic. The girl replies that it requires the young lord's permission. Julian is excited about the possibility that his servant will be taught magic by the Dean of the Crimson Fortress himself. Vincent notices that the ghost looks too faded. Julian asks not to worry about him. The young lord turns to Sari and warns her that the training will not be easy, but she's serious about helping Vincent. He wishes her hard training, and the girl is very grateful for his permission. Vincent goes to the dean and asks him to take care of Sari. He smiles in response and promises to teach her with all rigor. Vargan reflects on Vincent's blessing and concludes that he received the giant's lightning bolt. He turns away for only a moment as the cadet grows even stronger. The dean is relieved that Vincent is doing well. He suggests that Sari make lesson plans. Vincent sits on the floor and ponders that even Sari has a teacher. He hasn't learned any of the sword arts that Arslan left for Adenk. Vincent turns to Dean Vargan and the latter turns at his voice. He reminds him of an upcoming friendly exchange meeting and informs him that he wants to put all of himself into training. To do so, he needs a teacher to train him in the fortress. The dean doesn't understand what kind of teacher he is talking about. According to the rules, Vincent himself must find one. This news surprises the cadet greatly and a shock appears on his face. The fortress only provides a training facility for members of the Adenk family. The eldest of each family gives the child a teacher. The children of the main family are handled by the oldest. Vargan looks at Vincent and asks him not to say that he still hasn't found an elder. The boy confirms his thought and the dean sighs disappointedly. Vincent tries to ask Julian about this information, but Julian also confirms that they have no seniors. No one has ever been willing to sponsor Vincent, who was worthless in his time. The guy starts to think, and an idea pops into his head. Chief Chamberlain Ryler is holding an envelope with some kind of letter in it. She is sitting in her office, and in front of her desk is Wilson, who brought the letter. According to him, it is addressed to the head of the family from young Mr. Winchen. Ryler realizes that the personally delivered letter carries something important. But he doesn't understand why the servant didn't give it to the head of the family at once. Wilson begins to shake with fear and says he can't go to the head alone. Ryler sighs and agrees to hand over the letter. There is an empty envelope on the table that has been opened with a special letter opener. The head chamberlain stands in the office of the head of the family and explains why she personally brought the letter. Head Khan unfolds the piece of paper and silently reads the contents, standing near the window. Ryler approaches him and asks him to tell him what the letter says. The head of the family looks her in the eye and informs her that Vincent is asking for a teacher for himself. Ryler mentally begins to berate herself for forgetting to think this step through. Also in the letter, the head son informs her that he has received the lightning giant Malone's blessing. Khan looks at the piece of paper and realizes exactly what Vincent wanted to ask of him. Ryler tells him that the young heir needs his father's help. He is the only one Vincent can turn to. After these words, the head thinks for a moment. Khan turns to Ryler and asks if she can help him in his studies again. The chief chamberlain refuses. She is using the sword arts of her destroyed family, not Adenk's family. Her training will give him bad habits. In response, the head chamberlain asks what needs to be done to help his son. Ryler smiles and remembers a man who would be perfect for the role. He is a strong man and wielder of a lightning giant who utilizes the Adenka family's sword art. The authority of the head can grant this gentleman a position for entry into the fortress. Khan clarifies to Ryler that this man's consent is also needed. The chief chamberlain asks the chapter not to worry about it, as this gentleman is her friend. This is the vice-captain of the White Sword Group, Merlin. The same person who once treated Davin and Winchen's body well. At this time, Merlin was quietly patrolling inside the courtyard of the Adenk family's house. Suddenly something caught his attention and he turned his gaze to the side. There was a mannequin standing in the training arena that made him very confused. Looking at him, he remembered his introduction to young Master Vincent. Merlin smiled and wondered how things were going for him now. At that moment, Ryler appeared in the courtyard and started talking to the gentleman. Merlin sees his longtime friend in the person of the head chamberlain, and Raelsa greets him warmly. They are in a room and Merlin hangs up his coat. He says that Raelsa must have some important business to attend to. She informs him that she wants to offer him a new position. In response, he wonders where the position will be performed. Raelsa says it will be with the Yellow Dragon Group at the training facility. He sighs deeply, not expecting to get anything interesting out of the position, and declines. Raelsa sits back in her chair and continues to say that she would like to give Merlin the opportunity to train someone. She says the name of the worthless young Mr. Vincent. This news gives Merlin a shock. Their room is lit by a chandelier of crystals, and the chief chamberlain explains that he has no sponsors. Merlin puts his head down and informs Ryler that he is unlikely to be able to handle the position. Suddenly, he hears that Vincent has recently mastered the giant's lightning blessing. This news makes Merlin take an interest in the young master, but he himself doesn't have much authority with his elders. Is there any point in talking about training a man they haven't even elected? Ryler's eyes light up, and she suggests Merlin make a wager. Soon Vincent will fight a duel with young Master Samion. If he wins, Merlin will train him. Vincent continues his training and stands leaning on his sword. The friendly encounter is 7 days away. He realizes that he is not ready yet. He needs to fully learn how to control the power of the giant's lightning. Vincent uses a small current boost and swings his sword. He sees that this power is not enough. He needs to create a beam like Malone did. The guy is going to increase the power to realize his idea. At that moment, the lightning bolts from the sword start flying in different directions. One of them flies past his face and explodes, almost hitting him. Julian sighs heavily. looking at his next failure with this power. They stand in the lightning-ravaged training room, and the ghost says that Vincent is not at all capable of controlling lightning. He explains that the lightning charges fill his body and that makes it harder to control them. Julian doesn't understand how Malone could use so much power. He is upset that the effectiveness of the blessing is lower than the effort to obtain it. Vincent smiles and reminds him of the bitter tears. The ghost blushes in embarrassment and realizes that he heard his entire conversation earlier. Julian is greatly embarrassed and waves his hands, asking Vincent to forget everything. But the guy is deeply grateful to him for saving his life. Suddenly, Vincent asks the ghost if he remembers Raelsa's answer. She wrote to him in a letter that she apologizes to the young master. Judging from the current situation, they won't be able to provide a teacher before the friendly meeting. One reason is that his potential teacher refused the offer. The second reason is the influence of the elders who don't want Winchen's interference in their already formed heir structure. The elders exist to keep the power of the head of the family in check, and even the head of the family is unable to interfere in this matter. Raelsa writes that she would very much like to help him, but she cannot leave her duties for long. Vincent tells Julian that this year's friendly meeting will be won solely by their power. The ghost thinks about it and suddenly remembers that there is another way. Vincent doesn't understand what method he is talking about and asks Julian to tell him. He speaks of the art of wielding Samian's sword, which he used in the workshop. But if Vincent uses it, they will face consequences. Then the young lord will be taken to his stepmother again, for the purpose of interrogation. Julian agrees with Vincent, but the thought of losing makes him sadder. Vincent is also sad that he can't use the swordsmanship from his past life, but suddenly he has a thought. He can use his skills if his current state will let him. The bright sun illuminates the Samian family's main castle of impressive size. Chains tightly restrain a section of the blue-eyed white tiger's body. Standing in front of this monster is a guy that the tiger is ready to pounce on. This beast from the frosty mountain of Adenka should defeat the man as soon as he enters the purple fortress. At that moment, the guy with the earring in his ear hears a voice behind him. Julian Samian informs him that an opponent has been selected for a friendly exchange meeting. He pulls out a questionnaire with a picture of Vincent Adink and explains that he is the worthless seventh son of the Adink family. The boy takes his questionnaire, and Elder Samiona explains that he is growing fast compared to the other children of his rank. He leans over and whispers to him that if the lad wins, nothing will change. But his losing will bring utter humiliation to the family. As they speak, one of the blue-eyed white tiger's chains breaks. A bolt pops out of the shackles on its paw and frees the tiger from its confinement. The monster flies behind the guy's back and is ready to tear him apart with its powerful paws. At that moment, he uses the blessing of the sword god and makes an attack. The blue-eyed white tiger is cut into pieces and its body flies apart. Standing among its remains is a young lord who seems indestructible. The sixth direct heir of Kagon Samian plans to win the duel of the friendly encounter and show the world his strength. The purple fortress cadet is holding a crystal in his hands from his back and is going somewhere. It is Selvira, who is happily running down the hallway and humming some kind of tune. She smiles and thinks that Vincent must like her gift. She swings open the door to the training room and tries to find the cadet there. Suddenly she sees something that shocks her. She is enveloped by a strong stream of mana, from which she tries to cover herself with her hands. A wide beam of power is embedded in the floor, sending force in all directions. Vincent holds a purple lotus, which is enveloped in mana. This power has magnified the sword several times. He holds his sword by the hilt with his left hand as he continues to thrust it into the floor. Selvira sees this picture and doesn't realize what this skill is. It seems as if he is holding a completely different sword. Vincent puts away the purple lotus and greets the girl who came to see him. She starts to get very embarrassed in his presence and doesn't know what to say back. Suddenly, she pulls out a crystal from behind her back and presents Vincent with a gift. She informs him that inside the enchanted crystal is something for him. It records the sparring of the sixth son of the Samian Kagon family. Selvira gives this crystal to Vincent with a happy face. Vincent is overjoyed at such a gift and sincerely thanks the girl. Her face turns red with embarrassment, and she asks the cadet to be careful with the last part. This part of the footage of his sparring shows a slightly violent scene. The crystal floats in the air and is ready to show off the contents within it. Kagan Samian and his opponent appear before Vincent and Selvira. This isn't the first time Davin has seen this technology, but each time he is mesmerized by it. Julian jokes that he sounds like an old man. Suddenly, Vincent's gaze becomes as focused as possible. He looks at Kagon from behind and at his earring fluttering in the wind. The footage shows the guy putting his left foot forward. At this point, Kagon attacks the lower body of his opponent. It's a trick that confuses the man into fighting him. With one swift strike, he forces his opponent into a defensive stance. He then delivers a powerful blow with his sword that is hidden between his continuous ones. This tactic allows him to destroy his opponent's sword by splitting it in half. Kagon wins and his opponent sits down on one knee, admitting defeat. Vincent sees that even after his victory, the heir to the Samian family does not stop. He stands over his opponent and begins to smirk evilly. At that moment, he stabs his wooden sword into his face and cleaves it. He says that this is a fair price for challenging Samian to a duel. Selvira covers her face with her hand from this scene and calls Kagon a cruel scoundrel. Vincent focuses all his attention on the behavior of the heir to the Samian family. All of his movements are identical to Kagon's from the beginning. The similarities in appearance may still be a coincidence, but his techniques. They all replicate his brother's movements from the past down to the slightest habits. Vincent imagines himself as Davin, and doesn't understand why Kagon reminds him so much of Kajin from those times. Davin focuses his gaze and is serious about meeting the heir to the Samian family. In the Great Hall of the Purple Fortress, a woman stands behind a counter with a purple monument behind her. In front of her, a number of people are gathered wearing the cloaks that mages usually wear. She slaps her hand on the counter and asks everyone to create a moment of silence. This is the captain of the mages, Alberto. She greets the other mages who have gathered for a meeting about a friendly swap meet. She explains that a friendly swap meet is always held in 3 stages. The first stage is a treasure hunt with the goal of finding a chest in an enchanted dungeon. The second stage of the encounter involves a battle with a captured monster. And the third stage is the highlight of the friendly encounter. It involves the sparring of 2 opponents. Alberto raises a thumbs up and says that they are responsible for the first stage. And they also need to determine the type of monsters to create. Vargan, the dean of the Crimson Fortress, raises his hand and asks for permission to speak. The captain of the mages allows him to do so. He suggests using level 8 reptiles and demons inside his fortress. Vargan thinks about the fact that such monsters are difficult enough for 3-star martial artists, and that would be enough for a stage. At this moment, another person raises their hand to give their opinion. Alberto peers through his glasses at this person and lets him speak. A mage from the 6th Magic Tower Association suggests using a level 8 giant beast, Fractor. The dean hears this suggestion and feels extremely furious. He yells at the man and says that giants in terms of difficulty are only suitable for martial artists with 4 or more stars. This mage of unpleasant appearance explains his stance by saying that this is the first friendly encounter in tens of thousands of years, and changes need to be made. The dean yells that the use of giants is only necessary to make the 6th young lord look good. The mage tells Vargan that the man is only looking for excuses. In that case, he'd better give up now. The dean is very angry with the mage, and believes that the Samians have gotten the loyal dog. In response, the man calls Vargan's words nonsense and starts spinning a magical burning ball in his hands. The captain of the mages, Alberto, shouts for them to stop their argument. She suggests that the discussion be settled by a vote and a show of hands of those who agree to use the giants. Everyone around them raises their hands, and Dean Vargan watches in horror. He realizes that they are all conspiring and have a purpose in this choice. Alberto claps his hands and announces the decision according to the vote. She smiles and says they will prepare a giant illusory beast, Fractur. Principal Helga is concentrating on something and has a bunch of thoughts jumbling in her head. The friendly exchange meeting is 1 day away, and she is meticulously filling out paperwork in her office. Helga sees the dean and asks where the guest list of the Samian family is. The dean shows her some record books. She almost cries and says that the workload is not diminishing. She doesn't like being the director of the fortress and filling out paperwork. Vargan informs her that he is always willing to help. These words calm her down a bit, and she asks about the preparations for the first phase. The dean sighs disappointedly and begins to tell Helga what happened. All the mages not from the Purple Fortress along with the captain were bought by the Samian family. Helga hesitates and asks if that is the reason for his bad mood. Vargan informs her that Samian decided to influence more than just the tower. They have also influenced the Mage Association. Helga stretches upward and says she wouldn't be surprised at their demonic nature. The dean says that Vincent needs to win the other stages. These words really shock Principal Helga, and she asks him to repeat them. She can see that Vargan seriously believes that Vincent will win these competitions. The dean gets a little embarrassed and says that it will be better for the Purple Fortress. He told Helga earlier that there is less than a 10% chance of the young gentleman from the Adenk family winning. She grabs him by the neck and jokes that the dean is crazy about Vincent now and has even offered him sponsorship. With that, he might upset his little sister. Helga clutches Vargan tighter and continues to fool around with him. The dean doesn't realize which little sister he's talking about, and suddenly teleports out of her embrace and asks her to get to work. Vargan leaves the office and closes the door behind him, leaving Helga alone. She's thinking seriously about something and says that her words were serious. The day of the friendly exchange meeting has arrived. Many people have gathered in the fortress. In the middle of the hall stands Winchin and the dean with the principal. Reporters are taking pictures and can't believe they are seeing Vincent Adenk. Malone was supposed to participate, but he cannot attend the meeting and is replaced by Vincent. At this time, Davin thinks only of the fact that Kagan seems to be imitating Kajin. He approaches the gate and experiences a familiar feeling comparable to déjà vu. The gate begins to open and a bright blinding light streams through it. A man enters the fortress and places his foot confidently on the ground. It is the same young lord from the Samian family who will be fighting Winchin. He smiles and greets all the people who have gathered in the Purple Fortress. Kagon looks at Vincent and says he is glad to see him. He introduces himself to him as the sixth son of the Samian family. Vincent extends his hand and introduces himself as a cadet of the Crimson Fortress of the 9th rank. He and Kagon seal their greeting with a friendly handshake. The reporters start taking pictures of them and say that the guys look good next to each other. Kagon creates a smile on his face and tells Vincent that it's nice to be friends with someone his own age. In response, the young gentleman looks at him intently and agrees. But inside himself, Vincent feels uneasy and even gets covered in sweat. He doesn't see anything strange about the guy, but his smile makes him very uncomfortable for some reason. Kagon informs Vincent that he hopes to see his abilities manifest with the help of the Force. Vargan and Helga find such words mocking and place Adank below Samian. Vincent smiles and casts his eyes downward. He tells Kagon that he expects the same from him. Davinus also hopes that Kagon will be able to show his talent. After telling him those words, he continues to smile. The Dean sees that Vincent has decided to provoke his opponent. Director of the Purple Fortress, Helga sees the guy's attitude and realizes that he's determined to win. The reporters see the resulting tension and are happy to capture such footage. Vincent and Kagon look at each other and hear the announcement that the friendly exchange meeting has begun. The arena of the Purple Fortress is packed with many people waiting for the competition to begin. Among the spectators, most are cheering for the Samian family and raising their hands for them. Many of the girls are in love with the beauty and strength of young Lord Kagon. The director of the Purple Fortress holds a crystal and is about to make an announcement. She declares the friendly exchange meeting officially open and stands between Kagon and Vincent. The first stage of the competition is a treasure hunt. She pulls out a chest and says that this is the one the boys will need to find in an enchanted space. However, inside that space, they will meet a monster created by magic. It will be a giant fractor. The other mages are surprised by this choice and consider it an increased difficulty. Captain Alberto smiles in pleasure at this moment. A voice from the crystals above the arena says that each of the contestants will choose 2 cadets of the 9th rank. They will accompany them in this phase. The headmaster approaches Vincent and says that the side that lost last year chooses the cadets first. Helga whispers in his ear that he needs to choose Selvira and one other cadet. Vincent interrupts her and loudly announces those who will accompany him. He calls the names of Cadet Sizen and Harmon quite confidently. From such a choice, the director of the Purple Fortress gets a great shock. She begins to scream from such a surprise. The wave from the scream spreads throughout the arena. Helga apologizes to the audience. The reporters start asking about these cadets. They are so unknown that they are searched for in the lists. Finally, one of the reporters finds their names and is greatly surprised. These 2 have the lowest scores among the 9th-ranked cadets. At this time, Sizen and Harmon enter the arena in a state of intense fear. Some of the spectators don't understand Vincent's choice, while others think they are cadets with hidden potential. Helga once again asks Vincent to think carefully about the escorts, but the guy has already made up his mind. She tells him not to use these guys as an excuse for his loss. Vincent explains to Helga that the reason lies in something else entirely. He is not going to give any excuses to young Mr. Kagon. And the second reason is that they are distant relatives of the Adank family. That's what they talked to Selvira about. Samian must be defeated using the blood of the founder Arslan. Selvira was even then upset at this choice of the young lord. But he reassured her that he respected and trusted her. Thanks to Selvira, he was able to defeat Malone. Vincent asks Selvira for a favor at a friendly meeting. She doesn't understand what it's for and thought he didn't choose her. Vincent explains that this favor is needed to provoke Kagon Samian. If he falls for it, it will be a serious disadvantage to him. Kagon is about to make his choice given Vincent's arrogance. He chooses a representative and a vice representative to accompany him. Vincent is happy with this arrangement and congratulates him on his choice. He knows that in this meeting, all the conditions have been set up for Samian. The dean decides to simply trust him and watch him win. One of the mages doesn't understand why Vincent refused representation. The dean sees his puzzled face and tells him that it is already time to get ready. Drops of sweat appear on the man's face and he agrees with Vargan. A magic circle begins to be created for the first stage of the friendly meeting. A portal is opened for the participants that will take them to an enchanted space. There is a separate entrance to the cave for each team so that everyone can show off their abilities. Helga announces that the first stage of the friendly exchange meeting begins at this point. Standing next to Kagon is Selvira, who he chose as per Vincent's plan. Sizen and Harmon are still in great excitement, standing behind the young lord. They cross the portal and find themselves in a dark and cold cavern. Sizen pulls out a glowing crystal and suggests using it. Vincent supports his idea. The cave becomes much brighter, and the 3 of them continue onward. Kagon's foot steps directly into a puddle, the drops of which fly off to the side. He and his assistants also find themselves in the cave and head deeper into it. Selvira offers the young lord the use of the lights, but he refuses. He makes a fake smile and asks the 2 of them to walk away from him. Selvira realizes that Kagon is neglecting them. He thinks he can handle everything alone. In the arena, the spectators watch the movement of the contestants and wait for the battle with the giant. Helga sees that the boys have very different approaches. Kagon notices that Vincent does not consider them his helpers. Harmon asks the young lord if he really considers getting help from them. Vincent asks them not to worry about that. He considers them excellent martial artists who have transcended their fears. Suddenly, a bright and blinding light appears ahead of him. At that moment, there is a violent explosion and the cadets are thrown backwards. They hit the stone ground of the cave hard and are in pain. Saizen holds his head and tries to comprehend what just happened. At that moment, his eyes open hard at the horror that has appeared. Standing right in front of him is the huge giant Fraktur, whose face looks like a lion. Saizen sees his burning red eyes and huge fangs sticking out of his mouth. He becomes very frightened and starts screaming. The cadets have a panic attack and can't find Winchin anywhere. There is a huge boulder on the ground in front of them, and they think he crushed it. At that moment, Vincent appears and jumps out on top of the monster. He uses a slippery step and quickly moves in the direction he wants to go. Vincent makes an attack with his sword and strikes the monster, causing it to growl violently. The giant Fraktur falls to the ground in front of the young lord with a violent rumble. Vincent shouts to Saizen and Harmon to act right away. They take the tambourines in their hands and act according to plan. Saizen asks Vincent to leave the giant on them and search for the chest. Harmon and the second assistant run around Fraktur and hit the tambourine, creating loud noises.
These monsters have poor eyesight, so they only react by hearing.
The giant rises and begins to follow at the sound of the cadets. Saizen tells Harmon to take the monster back to where they came from.
Vincent praises his aides and tells them that they are very brave.
While the monster is distracted, the guy seizes the opportunity and goes to look for the chest. Principal Helga is shocked by Vincent's tactics and yells that this is not the way to do things. The dean clenches his teeth because the main objective of the stage is to show off his martial arts abilities. The mage with the unpleasant appearance is amused and thinks that Vincent didn't understand the real meaning of this competition. The young lord continues to move swiftly in search of the treasure chest. Suddenly, he stops his gaze and stares in surprise somewhere. In front of him on the ground is the chest he was trying to find. Suddenly, there is another explosion, to which Vincent has no time to react. He is thrown back by the blast wave, and another monster appears in the cave. Vincent lies on the floor and tries to cough up the hard landing. He looks ahead and sees another giant monster that he needs to deal with. It has one large eye and two long, sharp horns on its head. This giant swings his arm and hits the ground hard. Another explosion occurs, which should do a lot of damage to Vincent. But at this moment, the guy flies out of the puffs of smoke with an ice walk. To carry out his plan, he needs to make at least one absolute cut. But the presence of two monsters has complicated things. The giant monster points its pupil towards Vincent and watches him move. It reaches out its huge hand and tries to grab the flying cadet with it. Vincent realizes that this monster reacts faster to the speed of the ice walk. At that moment, another explosion comes from the wall directly in front of him. Vargon, the dean of the Crimson Fortress, is outraged that there is another Fraktur in the contest. He turns around and looks at the mage who was involved in creating the illusion. The one replies that apparently they made a mistake in the beginning. The dean grabs him by the chest since he dares to do such dirty tricks and still bears the name of the Sixth Magic Tower. At that moment, someone's female hand puts a hand on his shoulder and asks him to stop the relationship. It is Headmistress Helga, who asks him not to make a fuss among many eyes. She explains to Vargon that nothing will change now from his anger. The mage praises Helga for her calmness and behavior worthy of the head of the Purple Fortress. In response, she leans toward him and demands to linger after this is all over. At that moment, Selvira watches Kagon fight and drops of blood fly at her. She is shocked by what she sees and can't take her eyes off because of the shock. In front of her stands a giant monster with a huge left arm cut off. Kagon is in his element and continues to overpower Fraktur. He flies over it and attacks it with his powerful mana right in the head. The monster becomes defeated from his injuries and falls to the ground with a clatter. Kagon Samian stands right on his body and looks at the hole in his head. He expected the monsters to be really gigantic, but the victory was too easy for him. At that moment, another Fraktur appears behind Samian's back. Selvira yells to him that there are two giants here. She realizes that this shouldn't have happened and something is going wrong. Kagon is completely calm and applies the Samion family's sword art. He engages his mana and is about to unleash a crushing attack. The young lord uses soft steel destruction and makes many continuous sword movements. After his attack, the giant monster's arm splits into several pieces. Kagon Samian swiftly runs up its huge forearm. The giant Fraktur doesn't have time to stop him and only watches the movement. At that moment, the guy makes a mighty leap and pushes himself off his arm with his feet. He flies upwards and finds himself above the giant monster's head. Kagon is set to deliver a crushing blow to the second Fraktur. His attack flies straight at its head, leaving the giant no chance. Another monster falls again right in front of Selvira and the other cadet. The dust from the fall dissipates around them, and Selvira realizes that Kagon is very strong. Even if there was another monster here, his result wouldn't change. Kagon orders the monster to get up to show him his other techniques. At this time, Vincent Adenk's monster continues to stand firmly on its feet. He once again tries to catch the young master during the ice walk. Julian grabs his head and doesn't understand why things are going against their plan. He proposes a new plan. They need to corral the two monsters in one place and use an absolute cut. Vincent replies that this will not be easy to accomplish in reality. The monsters are too big, and if you aim at one spot, he won't see the path of the sword. They begin to argue while the giant Fractor continues his hunt. Vincent is thinking about how to defeat both monsters at once and where he can get a target. Suddenly he thinks of something and realizes that this could be a great way out of the situation. Vincent looks at Julian and realizes that he fits the role of a target. Meanwhile, Sizen and Harmon are standing around with tambourines and shaking with fear. They are stumped, and a giant monster is headed straight for them. Vincent isn't even close, and they don't know what to do now. The giant Fractor stands right in front of them and is ready to sink its fangs into them. At that moment, Vincena Adenk's blue mana appears around them. He lands in front of the helpers and places the treasure chest on the floor. He shouts to Sizen and Harmon that there has been a change of plans, and the second monster will be here soon. This news has Cadet Sizen very scared, and he is not at all prepared for such an eventuality. 3 eyes of 2 giant monsters appear out of the dark cave. They stand next to each other and are about to attack the cadets. Sizen and Harmon are horrified by what they see. At that moment, Vincent is watching them intently. The monsters begin to approach the boys, treading the ground with their huge feet. The cadets are in a panic and are ready to meet their death. At that moment, Vincent Adenka shouts to Julian to be ready. A ghost appears over the heads of the 2 monsters to carry out his friend's plan. Julian grabs his head in terror and says he doesn't want to become a target. The first giant Fractor begins to growl violently and puts his huge hand out at Vincent. He sees that because of their large size, he can't find the path of the sword after all. Vincent dodges the blow and decides to find something for both monsters to face. At this point, he focuses and feels the other half of his soul. Vincent sees the path of the sword go through the monster's head towards Julian. The ghost is scared and hopes it is safe and the attack doesn't hurt him. Fracture swings his huge arms at Vincent and is about to crush him with his blow. The young lord uses an absolute cut in an alternate form against the monster. The giant's fists descend on the lad and are about to wipe him into powder. At that moment, Vincent releases the power of his mana and flies at Fracture. He gets close to his face and uses the Dwarf King's special from Chapter 1. At this moment, a second monster comes into view with Julian above his head. He sees Vincent's absolute cut cleave this giant in half. The ghost doesn't understand why the mana doesn't stop and heads in his direction. Out of terror, he begins to scream. Suddenly, there is a massive explosion in the cave, bright flames from which spread out in different directions. Vincent lands, and at that moment, the crushed monsters begin to fall. Captain Alberto is disappointed that Vincent was able to take down the 2 giants. The mage also watches his victory and can't believe that it was done in one blow. Crimson Fortress headmistress Helga is amazed at such strength and turns to the dean. Vargon tells her that it is Vincent's death blow called an absolute cut. The young lord stands on the ground and the shards of defeated monsters spread out in front of him. He averts his eyes to the side and thinks about the fact that the absolute cut can't handle just one. Just as Vincent suspected, his power can't hurt a god. Julian starts to get mad at him because he wasn't sure about it and made him a target anyway. Vincent smiles and says that the god can't be killed, but the ghost is still pretty scared. Cadet doesn't understand how Julian could have just heard his thoughts. At that moment, Sizen and Harmon see him talking to someone. They ask him if anyone is there. Vincent turns to them abruptly and tells them that there is no one here and they should go. He informs his assistants that he has saved the absolute cut for this occasion. Vincent looks at the portal and plans to fight something else with his strike. He slides his sword into this portal and cracks begin to form around it. Vincent swipes the purple lotus upwards and destroys the space created with magic. Sizen and Harmon are greatly impressed by this sight and sunlight begins to fall on them. Vincent and his aides are back in the arena and he is holding his sword with his hand raised up. The mage is in great shock that the magical dungeon has been destroyed. No one expected such a thing from a cadet of the 9th rank. Vincent himself is pleased with his victory. At this point, the mage asks the others to check the spell since there was a mistake. But Dean Vargon puts his hand on his shoulder and says that this one is not necessary. He explains to the mage that Vincent's sword can cut through any magic. But even Vargon didn't expect the boy to be able to destroy an entire dungeon. What amazes him most is not Vincent's sword skill, but his creativity. At this point, Capital Alberto starts shouting that destroying the arena itself is impossible. She demands the disqualification of young Mr. Vincent Adenk. Director Helga explains that nowhere is there a rule against destroying the dungeon. No one has ever done such a thing until now. She holds an enchanted crystal and addresses Alberto personally. As the captain of the Mage Association, she should be taking a neutral side. But right now she looks like she cares a lot about Vincent's defeat. Sizen approaches Helga and hands her the chest. The cadet wonders if Vincent has won. At this point, the mage says from behind her back that it's not a victory for him yet. The first stage is to demonstrate his power, so it is not as important to finish first. He clarifies that young Master Kagon is not finished yet and continues to fight the giant. Young Master Samian is facing the monster and still has time to demonstrate his fighting skills. In that case, victory may be his. Kagon's eyes are determined to showcase his talents on fracture. At this point, Vincent approaches the mage and tries to clarify the matter. He is sure that Kagon will quickly leave the dungeon in the near future. The mage is very much freaked out by this news and asks Vincent to explain his reasoning. The cadet turns to the dean and asks if the connecting element was used to create the dungeon. Vargon confirms his words and says that it is a prerequisite for creating equal dungeons. The dean and the mage look at Vincennes and he reminds them that he has already destroyed his dungeon. In that case, where does the mana that was used to create the destroyed space go? It can be compared to a pipe with water flowing through it, divided into two streams. If one end of the pipe is blocked, then all the water will be forced out through the second path. And if you put Kagon in front of this pipe, he will be faced with twice the flow of water. It will with great force and pressure simply wash away the young lord. At this time, Kagon stands in front of the giant fracture and sees his strength increase. His eyes become puzzled at what is happening and a drop of sweat appears on his face. The monster opens his eye wide and looks at his opponent with it. He makes a sweep of his arm and is about to grab the young lord. Kagon assumes that Fractor's intelligence must have remained at the same level. He is about to cut off the monster's arm with which he is trying to grab him. Kagon makes his attack and uses soft steel destruction. His mana collides with his opponent's arm and splits, never dealing damage. The monster's fingers move closer to the young lord, and he is ready to attack. Kagon cannot believe what is happening, and that his crushing power has failed. The giant Fractor strikes the ground with his fist and rocks begin to fly around. He directs his gaze downward to track the prey he has caught. His one eye burns with a bright red light, and sparks continue to fly around from his strike. Kagon Samyan flies away from such a monster's strength and loses his sword. As he falls, he thinks about the fact that something happened outside the dungeon, and the giant's strength increased many times over. There is no other way to explain the fact that the dying monster has gained so much mana. Kagon falls to the ground, and the giant Fractor points his fist in his direction. The young lord realizes that he has no time to adapt his form. At that moment, the sounds of tambourine begin to echo in the enchanted dungeon. The monster is distracted and averts his gaze in the direction of the loud noise. Selvira beats the drum and shouts to her second assistant to go look for the chest. The girl continues to distract the gigant's attention and starts running around him. The monster turns around towards Selvira and tries to catch up with her. Before the contest, Vincent asked her to try her best and help Kagon. If it wasn't for his request, she wouldn't have done anything for the creep. At that moment, a huge shadow appears over Selvira's head and she looks away. The ground next to her is hit hard by someone and she flies off to the side. The girl falls to the ground and covers her face with her hands from flying splinters and rocks. She coughs and tries to understand what happened this time. Selvira sees another monster in front of her that was recently killed. A wave of shock from such a surprise hits her and a drop of sweat runs down her cheek. The girl looks up and sees that there are now two enraged, huge giants standing in front of her. They are swinging their fists at her and are about to make a strike. The monsters are full of rage and tremendous strength, which the girl can't handle. From terror, she begins to scream and does not know how to get out of the dangerous situation. Kagon is overwhelmed with rage at this turn of events, and he flies at one of the monsters from the back. He wants to punish everyone for ruining his perfectly planned performance. The young lord uses the Scarlet Song technique from the final chapter and releases his mana. With great speed, he flies at the giants and applies a full blood moon. With a single strike, Kagon crushes both monsters and leaves huge holes in their chests from the attack. The giant Fracturas are pierced through and defeated by the young lord. Selvira sits on the ground and watches his battle. Kagon's blow impresses her greatly. She thinks about the fact that the young lord intentionally left the giant alive for his show. Kagon is still angry that things didn't go according to his plan. He looks at Selvira, who intervened in his battle with her help. The lad intends to hold a grudge against those involved and seek revenge. The young lord completes his stage and exits the portal into the arena. Behind him are representatives of the cadets of the 9th rank and carrying a chest. Suddenly he sees Vincent in the arena and cannot believe his eyes. The man tells him that Kagon must have appreciated his gift in the dungeon. Young Master Samian asks him to clarify exactly what this is about. Vincent explains that he was able to use magic to overflow his dungeon with mana. This news is very shocking to Kagon, and he realizes that he has been made a fool of. He chuckles doomedly. There is no way the young lord expected Vincent to outmaneuver him. Kagon places his right hand over his heart and admits total defeat at this point. At this point, a wicked smile appears on his face, and he promises to change everything from this point on. Vincent looks him in the eye and says she looks forward to the change. Principal Helga watches their discussion and reminds them that the winner will be chosen by the judges. At that moment, Vincinadenka is declared the winner of the first stage. The next stage in the Purple Fortress is due in 3 days. Selvira walks down the corridor and is relieved that her friend has won. At that moment, a young Mr. Kagon appears in the girl's path. He informs her that he would like to thank her for her assistance. Kagon extends his hand to her, and Selvira becomes anxious at this point. She looks at his hand and something begins to make her very uneasy. His hand emits a strange aura and she feels uncomfortable touching it. Kagon brings her attention back to himself and tells her that it's a little hard to keep her hand in the air for long. The girl apologizes and they seal their thanks with a handshake. The young lord quickly turns around and walks back out, wishing Selvira to take care of herself. She holds up her hand and cannot believe that Kagon has come to thank her. At that moment, a wicked smile appears on his face, and in his thoughts he says goodbye to Cadet Selvira. A frosty night has fallen in the purple fortress, which is illuminated by bright stars. Within its confines, a lovely spirit appears in the form of an animal flying through the air. Siri the maid develops her magical skills, and many such spirits appear around her. Suddenly, someone calls out to her, and she looks away in the direction of the voice. Wilson appears in front of her in the forest with a huge backpack behind his back. He brings her food and clothes. Sari wonders how the friendly meeting went. Wilson informs the maid that Vincent won the first phase due to his faithful service to his master. Sari is relieved, and the servant asks her why she is training in the forest. She explains that on the snowy mountain it is easier to communicate with the spirits. At the fortress, however, she is more focused on helping her young master. The girl informs him that she is best suited to be a spirit mage. She will soon need to make a contract with one of them. Spirits in the form of animals are very much disposed to Sari, and she likes them a lot too. Suddenly, the girl hears a request for help and turns her head at the sound. She and Wilson don't understand where in the dark forest there is someone else but them. Sari looks deep into the forest and again hears a distinct voice asking for help. The girl looks up and asks the screamer to identify himself. At this time, everyone in the purple fortress is clinking glasses of alcoholic beverages. Selvira raises a toast to Vincent's victory in the first stage of the friendly encounter. Everyone around her joins her in celebrating such a grand event. Vincent does not share her enthusiasm and says that he has beaten his opponent by only 1 point. Selvira disagrees with the cadet, for this victory is significant to Adink's history. Vincent praises her for being the deciding factor in his win. He expected the girl to give Kagon tremendous support during the competition. It was her contribution that played a key role in the young Lord Samian's victory, and it affected the scores. Selvira is shocked at how Vincent planned everything in advance.
The girl promises to assist him at every opportunity and puts her fist forward.
Vincent repeats her action too and says that he trusts her. They bump fists and cement their trust in each other. Suddenly, Vincent sees something that scares him a lot about Selvira. He grabs her wrist and begins to examine it with horror. The girl doesn't realize what is happening. His actions make her feel embarrassed. Vincent is very angry and doesn't understand when this could have happened to her. On Selvira's right hand is the binding seal of the Samian family. He asks the girl if she has had any contact with this family. The girl tells him that Kagon shook her hand in gratitude. A look of intense rage appears on Winshin's face at Samian's despicable act. Julian tries to find out from the boy what the seal is. The young gentleman explains that it is more of a curse. It's an ability that gradually draws out the opponent's mana and leads him to a slow death. To remove it, you have to determine the type of seal and find the appropriate method. Vincent holds Selvira's wrist and encourages her to train together every day at dawn. The girl is thrilled at such an offer from Adank and blushes profusely. Suddenly she realizes something in her head and gets very scared that the training is already tomorrow. It is dawn, and Julian and Vincent are standing in the forest near a tree waiting for Selvira. They discuss the girl's curse. Kagon did it directly, which means no one should be able to detect the seal. Vincent believes the history of the seal has been erased. Otherwise, Julian would have known about it. The ghost realizes it's a serious matter and offers to keep it a secret. Vincent will never forgive Kagon for using dark magic against a man who isn't even connected to the competition. At that moment, a girl appears in the forest in front of them and calls the guy by name. She has long, loose hair and a beautiful dress. She apologizes for being late. The girl asks Vincent how she looks and twirls a curl on her finger. The cadet is very fascinated by her outfit and doesn't recognize the former Selvira in it. Vincent doesn't understand why the girl is dressed like that for practice. Julian jokes that this guy was clearly a eunuch in his previous life. The ghost explains to the cadet that Selvira is giving him signs of attention. Vincent experiences a great shock at the realization that the girl likes him. 500 years ago, he would have been 29 years old. The feelings of a 14-year-old young girl are hard for him to accept. The sky is just beginning to lighten, and Selvira suggests they start training. She and Vincent begin with meditation and take each other's hands. He tells her to keep circulating mana and to let him know if she feels anything strange. The girl explains that something can't happen from just meditating. Vincent sees that the flow of her mana is severely disrupted. That being said, the girl doesn't feel it because of the many losses since the image theory. Julian sees a barrier in the form of a ball on Selvira's arm. He asks Vincent if he can break the curse. The boy looks closely at the girl's wrist, which has a seal on it. He gets tense and informs Julian that he will not be able to remove it on his own. The ghost is shocked by this information and asks what to do in that case. Vincent continues to look at Selvira's hand and says that the binding seal requires an offering. It is usually the living heart of an animal, spirit, or human. If the heart is released, the curse will be lifted. Vincent clenches his teeth hard and warns Julian of what will happen if they fail. According to him, the seal will absorb Selvira's mana, and she will die in 3 days. Julian echoes what Vincinomi said and is very unhappy with this timeline. Even in this situation, his priority is still to prepare for the second phase of the friendly meeting. Vincent looks at the ghost with a serious look and lets him know what is really important now. If his comrades hadn't betrayed him and sided with the Samians, he wouldn't have spent the rest of his life behind bars. At this point, Selvira informs Vincent that she's already tired and cannot continue. He suggests she finish for the day and they head back to the Purple Fortress. Julian asks Vincent about the curse. He tells him that in prison, his mana was sealed and used the heart of a prisoner for the death penalty. The ghost again tells the boy that his past life was horrible. He wonders what crime he was so cruelly punished for. Vincent admits that it was because of the duel with Cajun. While they are talking, Selvira feels sick and starts to faint. The girl falls to the ground and Vincent and Julian turn around. Cadet is very agitated and clenches his teeth from worrying about Selvira. He calls her name, but she doesn't hear him and continues to lie there with her eyes closed. The girl finds herself in the Purple Fortress in the healing room. She is treated and left to rest. The priest informs Vincent that this is the first time he has encountered such symptoms, and the fortress will not be able to help her. The cadet realizes that it is unlikely that anyone will be able to break the seal at all. Her story has been erased, and even the priests at the Gaia temple in the capital will not help. Vincent opens the window and asks the priest Shevin to take care of Selvira. He puts his foot on the windowsill and is about to use the only way to save the girl. He needs to find the offering, which is somewhere on the huge snowy mountain in front of him. The priest starts yelling to Vincent to stop immediately, but the cadet is already flying down from the window, splitting the air with his rapid fall speed. Vincent is not going to give Samian a single chance in his dirty deed. The boy's eyes are filled with rage and determination to save his friend. The very night comes when Sari is in the forest and hears someone's voice. It seems to her that it is the voice of a spirit, but the girl can't find it, as if it is far away. At that moment she sees someone and is greatly surprised by such an encounter. In front of her, a young Mr. Winchen lands on the snowy ground. He sees Sari and asks her what she is doing in the forest in the middle of the night. Together they continue on their way, and Winchen tells her that he is looking for an offering. Sari wonders what is usually used as this for cursing. The young lord says it must be something small, maybe even a spirit or an animal that can be hidden. The girl hears the word spirit, and different thoughts start popping into her head. She turns to Vincent and he turns to her and listens intently. Sari informs him that she has an idea and can help the young master. At this time, Selvira lies on her bed, and the seal curse begins to progress greatly. Vincent uses the ice walk feature and whizzes past the full moon. He is holding Sari, who is concentrating on looking out for something. Suddenly, she points her finger at an object and tells Vincent to move there. Sari hears a voice between the canyon walls and they head that way. They land and Sari starts yelling for the spirit to call out once more. Vincent can't wait because Selvira doesn't have much time left. He suggests she destroy everything nearby with her sword to break the binding seal. At that moment, Sari scoops a handful of snow into her palm, and Vincent watches closely. She uses magic and a bright ball of light begins to glow in her hands. Sari opens her palms and reveals to Vincent a small spirit that has been bound by a binding seal. The girl begins to cry and hopes to help him somehow, but the young master says there is no way. Since becoming an offering for the binding seal, he hasn't had a chance. Now it is better to send him to the other world. The girl continues to stare at this defenseless spirit and cannot accept its fate. Suddenly, she tells Vincent that there is another way to stop the seal from working. At that moment, a magic circle forms around the girl, a beam from which rises into the sky. Julian and Vincent are shocked by her decision. Sari is going to make a contract with this spirit. This will help it have a higher priority than the binding seal. At that moment, the sword from the seal in the spirit's body begins to break apart. It frees itself from all the chains and spreads its legs happily. Sari sees that the curse has been broken and feels great happiness about it. Vincent thanks her for her incredible help. The girl realizes that her talents were able to benefit the young lord. At that moment, someone else's strong mana flow appears out of nowhere. Vincent reacts to this dangerous situation and watches the flow carefully. Suddenly, he moves swiftly from behind Sari's back towards the attack. Vincent blocks the blow with his sword and delivers his crushing attack. The mana stream splits in two and hits the wall without hitting the guys. Vincent is very angry and demands the man who attacked them to show his face. A voice from the darkness turns to the cadet and asks what he is doing. Someone's footsteps begin to approach Sari and the young lord. Kagon Samian appears in front of them, accusing Vincent of interfering with their family's traditional ceremony. He looks contemptuously at his rival and advises him to find a good excuse for himself. Vincent is shocked by Kagon's appearance and takes a strong dislike to him. Kagon tells him that he has just violated the traditional ceremony of the Samian family. He points his finger at him and accuses him of a huge diplomatic conflict. For the sake of silence, Kagon demands that the spirit be put down and quietly leave. Vincent starts yelling that he is going to kill Selvira with this tradition. Young Master Samian begins to scratch the back of his head and realizes that Vincent knows about the seal. The cadet continues to keep his eyes on his opponent and feels a great deal of anger. Kagon looks at him and explains that there is a certain class of people. Vincent already understands what this is about. The Samians clearly put themselves above everyone else. He continues to speak and explains that those like him and Vincent were born to carry heavy burdens, but there are also those who are exempt from it. These words make Vincent tense up. Kagon explains that one such exempted one dared to cross that line. It made him very angry that Selvira dared to intrude into his plans. From that moment on, he was determined that he would never forgive her for it. Kagon found nothing better than to severely punish Selvira with the death seal. A crazed smile appears on his face, and he waits for understanding from Vincent as a member of the same high class. At that moment, a rush of the cadet's mana rushes through the air. Vincent puts his sword to the throat of Kagon, who remains completely calm. He tells him that humans have not changed at all in 500 years. Vincent adds that Kagon shouldn't kid himself and his right is completely false. At this point, Samian draws his sword and puts it to his opponent's head. In the reflection of Vincent's sword, his eyes are visible. Samian laughs and says how beautiful they are. At this moment, the young lord of the Adenka family continues to watch his opponent's actions. He continues to hold his sword and says that they are unlikely to be good friends. Kagon stares intently into Vincent's eyes and promises to see in the end who will be right. The Purple Fortress cadet clarifies to him that it will happen in a friendly meeting. They continue to stare at each other in silence, each thinking about their own things at this point. The binding seal on Selvira's hand begins to come off and releases the girl. Her eyes begin to open and her consciousness slowly returns to her. She lifts herself out of bed and tries to realize where she is. Priest Shevin is overjoyed at her recovery. At that moment, Vincent bursts into the room and inquires about Selvira's condition. Shevin shows him his hand to the girl and tells him that she is fine. Vincent takes her wrist and begins to examine it carefully. He sees that the binding seal is completely gone from Selvira's hand. Vincent is greatly relieved that he was able to save her. Priest Shevin warns the cadet that the competition is 2 days away and he needs to prepare. Vincent smiles and informs him that he cannot lose to a man like Kagon. He thinks about the fact that they will have to face a real monster during the second stage. At this time, the action unfolds in the main castle of the Adenka family. In the newspaper is printed a picture of Vincent and his first result at a friendly exchange meeting. This newspaper is read by one of the 4 great elders of Jagal Adenka. He cannot believe that all this is true. Another of the 4 great elders, Fidenel Adenka, confirms the news and that Samian himself has admitted defeat. The 4 elders sit around the table and begin to discuss the maturation of Vincent Adenk. Suddenly, one of them stabs his fingers on the table with some sort of displeasure. It is Elder Delbek Adenka. He resents that this is no time for jokes. The other elders try to figure out what the reason for his displeasure is. Delbek explains that for 500 years, the elders have always been the governing body. But in the last 25 years, things have changed. Khan Adenka changed the position of the elders and lowered their authority on the board. And now he continues to raise his authority as the head of the family. Fidenel explains that this is why they are now sponsoring his first son and second daughter as potential heirs. The head's first son, Carmen Adenka, this man is overflowing with ambition. Second daughter, Dea. She has no interest in anything but martial arts. Delbek explains that they are going to use these 2 as puppets and make one of them the next head. But if Vincent wins, the whole situation could change dramatically. His mother, Sarvana, has always annoyed the elders. Now they don't want to let her family influence Adenk's 7th son, or they'll lose control altogether. Delbek reminds them that the head recently engraved Vincent's name on a purple monument and gave his son his sword. Jagal asks the elder to clarify what exactly he is driving the conversation towards. Delbek's face becomes as focused as possible and he relates his assumptions. In his opinion, Khan is using Winshin to eliminate the elders. Everyone continues to stare at Delbek in silence and waits for his next word. He explains that they cannot allow Vinshin to make any more progress. The elders try to figure out what Delbek's plan is for this. At this point, another elder, Tilawan Adenka, folds his hands on his cane. He suggests sending a letter to the Samians with special content. In it, they will inform them that they will not consider the illegality of the Samian family's actions during the first phase. At this point, Delbek becomes puzzled by such a suggestion from Tilawan. But the elder continues and says that there will then be a condition for the second stage. It will have to take place only under the guidance of the Adenk family. 2 days pass and the second phase of the friendly exchange meeting begins. At this point, Principal Helga makes a small explosion for the audience. She announces a punishing duel in which there is only one rule. It is necessary to crush the monster in the shortest time possible. The opponent of the participants will be a lizard man. He's known for creating long spears from animal skeletons. Kagan is the first to start his fight. The monster makes a powerful attack with his spear and hopes to defeat the young lord. He looks at the point of impact and does not find his opponent there. The lizard man begins to get angry at his miss and tries to find his prey. The dean doesn't realize where the boy has vanished to. Principal Helga looks up and clearly sees him there. Kagan swiftly flies at the monster right above its huge head. The young lord uses the Scarlet Song from the beginning chapter and is confident in his strike. He applies a flash of moonlight that cleaves the monster in half and lands on the arena. The lizard man is crushed, and Kagon emerges victorious from this battle. His time is stopped with a timer and is ready to announce the results. Dean Vargan reports that Kagon made it in 86 seconds and gets 14 points. Kagon Samion sets a new record with his score, surpassing Lady Dea by 20 seconds. The spectators in the arena are delighted with this time and realize that the Samions have a high level of training. Kagon looks at Vincent and is already confident of his complete victory over him. He is pleased that everything went according to his plan this time. His opponent is watching everything from the sidelines. He points his sword at him and promises to cut Vincent off in the next phase. Cadet Adenka enters the arena and Julian is worried for the short time they have to overcome. Vincent reassures him and tells him that speed is not a problem for him and they will break through at the start. Helga announces the next contestant, and there is a cage with a monster behind her and the dean. Vincent draws his sword and is ready to do battle with the lizard man. The director authorizes the start of the second stage for the cadet of the Purple Fortress of Adenk. At that moment, Vincent notices something very strange in front of him. This lizard man is in some kind of distraught state and drooling. In the Odenkov house, there is a white cup on the table with hot tea poured into it. Elder Tillowin drinks his drink and tells him that he did nothing before the second stage. Fidinel asks him not to lie and to tell how he decided to thwart Vincent. He picks up the cup and explains that he really didn't do anything to the cadet monster. Tillowin finishes his tea and says he didn't use magic or drugs. He also caught exactly the same monster that was provided to Kagon. However, Tillowin purposely didn't feed the lizard man for the past 2 days. An ordinary martial artist would hardly notice this, but in doing so, the monster becomes much more ferocious. Its ferocity increases so much that the count of victory is no longer seconds. Vincent stands in front of the monster and notices from its behavior that it is very hungry. Julian looks at the enraged giant man and offers to stop the fight. At that moment, the organizers open the cage and the enraged monster runs out. Vincent thinks he should duck, but in this case, he won't break Kagon's record. The guy makes a decision and puts his sword arm out to the side. He stands in front of the monster, giving him full access to his body. Principal Helga gets very scared for the cadet and starts yelling at him. Dean Vargan warns the boy to dodge immediately. At this time, the monster rapidly runs towards Vincent and is ready to tear him to pieces. After the impact, many drops of blood begin to appear in the air. The lizard man's huge spear pierces through Vincent's chest. Helga is in great shock at what she sees and cannot utter a word. Vincent is in extreme pain and tries to fight the wound. He raises his sword and thrusts it into the monster's hand, which is holding the spear. If the lizard man continues to move his weapon, he will help the cadet to cut the time. In that case, he won't have to control his lightning giant feature. Electrical impulses begin to coursing through the monster's body, and it is in great pain. Vincent releases the full power of his blessing, directing it at the enemy. At that moment, the lizard man explodes and Vincent is thrown back by the wave. A large electric ball appears in the arena, lightning bolts emanating from it. The dean asks for the priests to be summoned urgently and doesn't understand what has happened. Helga smiles and asks Vargan to check Vincent's record first. She recalls the cadet's words that losing would be against Adenk's will. She marvels at the lengths Vincent is willing to go to in order to win. His selflessness makes it seem as if a spirit from the past has entered the bloodied lad. He stands with a spear in his shoulder, and the dean announces the result of his victory. Vincent did it in 5 seconds. He broke Kagon's record in this stage and is declared the winner of the second stage. At this point, the priests run over to him to heal his wound. They take the spear and are about to gently pull it out of Vincent's body. The priests take out the implement and begin the healing at the same time. Kagon is watching this process. Samion watches as they remove the spear from his opponent's body and ponders. He is amazed at the barbaric way Vincent has chosen for himself in this ordeal. The priest's hands attempt to heal Vincent as he bravely endures the pain. A smile appears on his face, representing his joy at his victory. Kagon Samion is terribly unhappy with this result. This guy is not used to losing. With the help of an enchanted crystal, the second stage is declared complete, and the organizers ask the spectators to leave the stage. The third and final stage will begin in 3 days. The girl turns off the enchanted crystal, and that is the end of the broadcast. She rides in a carriage and asks if the child is Sarvanna's son. A carriage of several carriages rides along the road, and in one of them rides a woman who dreams of meeting Vincent. The priest Shevin complains that work in the Purple Fortress used to be unpretentious. With the arrival of young Mr. Vincent, everything has changed for him. The cadet thanks Shevin for the beautifully treated wound. He feels as wonderful as if nothing had happened. Suddenly, the priest says that this is not true at all and Vincent is wrong. He pulls out a level 2 card and explains that he can't treat him as well. Vincent looks at the priest and tries to understand what he means. Shevin explains that Vincent's healing is like a miracle, but he is a 5th grade priest and his treatment is tantamount to sewing up a wound. He says that at this point the boy's heart is not fully healed. Vincent is shocked by these words as he needs to be in full health very soon. If he overloads his heart before it is fully healed, he will never be able to use mana again. Principal Helga bursts into the treatment room and calls him to dinner. Vincent doesn't realize what dinner is being talked about. There was no information about it. Helga informs him that the brother and sister of the head of the family, Samion and Adenka, have arrived at the fortress. Vincent, along with his father, walk down the corridor of the Purple Fortress. The Samions have invited them over for dinner, and Vincent wonders what they are up to. Suddenly he hears a voice saying hello to the head of the Adenka family. A grown-up girl walks towards him and tells him that they haven't seen each other for a year. It is the head of Valkia Samion. She looks at Vincent and says that she's glad to meet him. The dinner table is set with various delicacies and hot dishes. Across from each other at the table sit representatives of two different families. Valkia suggests that Vincent eat as much as he can, as it is their family's specialty. He takes a cut piece of meat and brings it to his mouth, thanking the girl. Vincent looks at her and ponders the reason for her personal visit to the fortress. Her presence is already a symbol of the Samayans as one of the rulers of the continent. She turns to Khan and says that he has become more petty with age. Valkia points the blade of a large knife at Vincent, which scares him a bit. The girl says that Khan has been hiding this cute boy all this time. At that moment, her mana is thrown towards Vincent and he is in pain. The young master of the Adenka family throws the chair away and it falls to the floor. Vincent gets on the floor and grabs the purple lotus for protection. Valkia realizes that the boy sensed her hidden mana and it surprises her. Sweat drips down Vincent's face and he thinks about how the girl is very strong. He sees her murderous aura and mana that is quite sharp and can cut. Valkia smiles at Vincent and calls him quite perceptive. He thanks her and waits in his thoughts for a duel with such a strong opponent. Vincent's father asks him why he is smiling. The boy replies that it is because of Valkia's strength. Khan folds his arms and asks his son how he realized that. Vincent explains that he just felt it. The head of the Adenka family shifts his gaze to Kagon and thinks about something. At that moment, a look of intense shock and surprise appears on the boy's face from the fork pointed at him. Khan engages his mana and directs it at the young Lord Samion. Kagon doesn't notice the hidden mana used against him by the head of Adenk. Khan wipes his mouth with a napkin and says that the lad is quite polite and doesn't pull out his sword in the middle of dinner. Sweat drops appear on Kagon's face and Valkia tells him not to worry about it. Suddenly Vincent realizes what this was all for. Julian agrees with him. The heads of the families have a duel to see whose son is better. It is deep night outside and a full bright moon adorns the sky. Valkia and Khan admire the scenery and the girl says that his worthless son has matured. The head explains that Kagon has left no such impression. She starts laughing and says that's where Khan Adenka got her. Suddenly her laughter stops and she thinks seriously about something. She informs Adenka that someone is plotting something wrong. There is visible interference in a friendly meeting, despite the heads of the two families watching. The head wonders from her if it could be the elders of the Samion family. Valkia informs that the first stage was most likely their mischief. However, in the second phase, the four elders of the Adenka family have already intervened. Their target is Vincent, as they want to get rid of him as soon as possible. Valkia wonders from the head if his son can win in the third phase. Khan thinks about something and informs that he can only say one thing right now. He turns his head towards Valkia and says that the Adenkas will surpass the Samions. She begins to joke and says that they have 500 years to do so, or they can abandon their goal. Valkia wonders how the head will be able to stop the Council of Elders from interfering. Khan looks at the girl with a serious look and informs her that no one in this world would dare to commit treason before his eyes. Nothing will be able to stop Vincent from winning even in the third stage. Valkia looks at his son's confident head in victory. He adds that Vincent would defeat Kagon unequivocally without overcoming any additional obstacles. The chapter recalls the words of his son, who promised to return with victory. He recounts this promise to Valkia and says that he trusts Vincent. The third stage of the friendly encounter comes, which is the decisive stage of the ordeal. The spectators notice that Valkia Samion will be watching the duel. The head of the Adenka family is seated nearby. Two of the greatest martial arts masters will be watching the third stage. The contestants cross their swords, on which they will fight in a matter of minutes. The director calls them to exchange friendly greetings and begins to announce the start of the fight. Kagan Samion is confident of his victory and has no intention of yielding to Vincent. His opponent focuses his eyes and thoughts on the challenge and is ready to fight. There is complete silence in the arena, and the audience watches the further actions of the contestants. Julian reminds Vincent of his status and the prohibition against overexertion. The boy thinks about the fact that only a double-edged sword can bear his wounded heart. Kagan is aware of his opponent's weakness and is going to take that chance. He looks at the cadet's sword and starts planning his new show. Samion wants to provoke him into using his skills to explore the guy's capabilities.
At that moment, a giant's lightning bolt flies at Kagan, and he is not at all impressed with the power.
He puts his arm forward and catches those lightning bolts with his hand. The full force of his attack begins to dissipate and doesn't do Kagan the slightest bit of damage. Vincent is in great shock at the way Samion handled the lightning. Kagan taunts him and says it was some kind of test attack. A purple aura appears around him and he promises to sizzle Vincent to calm down. Young Master Adenka notices his black burning mana and is horrified. Cage and Samion use this secret technique in their last duel. By burning life force, the Red Emperor's Meridian increases magical abilities manifold. Kagon looks at Winshin with a crazed look and wants to show him the meaning of his power. He swiftly flies towards his opponent, about to attack him.
Vincent thrusts his sword forward to block Samion's strike.
At that moment, Kagon makes his strike and a wound appears on the cadet's shoulder. Vincent sees the blood and only then realizes that he has been hit by the sword. Samion flies past him and stops behind his opponent's back. The young Adenka-san sees Kagon's speed and realizes that this is a whole other level. This guy was able to surpass even young Kajin's talents and strength. At this moment, he makes his next attack and yells at Vincent for thinking too much. The young lord of the Adenka family blocks his opponent's blow and holds up his sword. Kagon sees that Vincent's smug look from earlier is gone. He swings his sword and plans to make sure that Adenk's son can never fight again. Vincent meets his opponent's eyes and unleashes the giant's lightning power. Their powerful manas collide with each other in this intense duel. Suddenly, bright fiery sparks form at the point of their contact. At that moment, a violent explosion occurs in the arena, sending shards flying everywhere. The head of the Adenka family watches the further events in the puffs of dissipating smoke. Head Samion is impressed by his son's strength and smiles as he awaits his victory. The entire arena is covered in smoke from the explosion, and the contestants are nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, there are bright blue beams of Vincent's mana from the blessing of the Galactic Wanderer. The guy lands on the cracked rocks and thinks about the fact that the Red Emperor is not suited for long battles. If he timed it right, Kagon's power should weaken soon. Suddenly, Samion appears in the air, not about to give the cadet a break. He uses the terrible song from Part 2 and swiftly attacks the enemy. Vincent sees a huge stream of mana flying at him, about to perform a new moonstrike. The guy is discouraged by this force and doesn't know what to do in this situation. At this moment, there is again a huge explosion that should leave Vincent no chance. A deep crevice appears in the ground from Kagon's blow and smoke rises from it. Samion lowers his sword to the ground and tries to see his opponent. Suddenly, he begins to laugh, sensing his victory at this point. He calls Vincent a freak and says that this is how it will be with all challenging Samions. Kagon is even a little upset at such an easy victory. But suddenly the guy notices something. He sees Vincent holding a purple lotus and another sword forms from it. The guy stands firmly on his feet and applies Amaluna's sword skill from Chapter 3. He applies the power of the sword bastion and looks at his opponent with a willingness to attack. A training wooden sword splitting in half resurfaces in his memories. Kajin's opponent sits on the ground in front of him, having lost his sword. Kajin doesn't stop there and stabs his defenseless opponent in the head. He laughs and thinks this fight is boring, kicking the lion guy with his foot. Samion calls him a loser who is worse than the one-armed Daven. At this point, his brother is sitting upstairs watching Kajin from the sidelines. Daven is still young and not as strong. He silently continues to think about something. At this moment, a man appears from the back who does not understand Kajin Samion's behavior. Daven informs him that he has done well in his fight. A martial arts master, Falcon Amilin, appears in front of him. He and Daven were only puppets in order to develop Kajin's abilities. Falcon turns to the lad and asks if his recent intention was serious. He intends to overpower the young Lord Samion, who has strong talents. In doing so, his entire existence is one of sheer cheating. Daven closes his eyes and replies that this is indeed his goal and dream. Falcon replies that he is the only one actually making attempts to overpower Kajin. Of all the Samions, only Daven can truly defeat him. Falcon was a consummate martial artist, and a friend who cheered him on until the very end. But he became strong too quickly and paid for it with his life. At one point, Falcon fell into a trap set by the elders of the Samion family. But he left Davenu his swordsmanship skill, which he is now using against Kagon. This skill is quite the opposite of the Samion's skills. It requires very little mana to use. Vincent continues to focus on Kagon and has no intention of giving him the victory. This is the first time young Mr. Samion has seen such a skill, and is greatly surprised. Vincent tells him that Samion's justice is the art of wielding the sword for which his creator died. Kagon draws his sword and is ready to continue the duel with his opponent. His gaze becomes frantic and Samion informs him that his skill is completely useless. Kagon launches his sword, which promptly flies straight at Vincent. The young Mr. Adenka puts his sword in front of him and tells Samion that he is wrong. At this point, he successfully deflects Kagon's blow by blocking his weapon. Samion holds his sword by the hilt and begins to press harder on it. He applies Samion's sword art from Chapter 1 and stands with his foot on Vincent's sword. Kagon looks his opponent in the eye and informs him that he will break his weak skill with ease. Vincent is not about to give up and looks at the guy sternly with his eyes. The young Lord Samion uses the blade of swift rain. Daven feels an incredible pressure, as if he's fighting against young Kajin once again. Only this time, things are already different, especially for the one-armed Daven. Kagon is about to deliver a crushing blow and says he's going to finish off Vincent. Suddenly, young Mr. Samion disappears from the cadet's sight. Vincent is shocked to see him disappear so abruptly and unexpectedly. The onlookers around him assume that he must appear out of nowhere. Adenka smiles and agrees with their words, expecting his opponent to appear soon. Kagon flies past Vincent and misses the opportunity to attack him. The boy doesn't understand how his opponent could predict the direction of his attack and dodge. Vincent explains to Kagon that he always lands with his right foot. Now he will jump in the air to dodge the counterpunch. Kagon does jump in the air, and Vincent points his sword in his direction. Samian is about to attack his opponent and considers his words as a ruse. Vincent slides his sword in front of him and says that he always likes to strike from above because of his arrogance. At that moment, he attacks Kagon and he flies back from the blow. He could have easily deflected that blow, but he didn't. Now Davin is sure of one important detail. Samian is using the same battle tactics as Cajun, but right now, it's working against him. After all, no one else knows his swordsmanship as well as Davin does. Kagon becomes furious and flies at Vincent to crush him. Losing control of the situation, Cajun also loses his temper and pounces directly. Vincent swings his sword and uses this situation to his advantage. He applies the double cut of the great sword and is about to attack his opponent. Kagon continues to fly at Vincent and screams with indescribable rage. The young lord of the Adenka family concentrates on striking and decisively advances. At this moment, sparks begin to fly from his attack to the sides. His tremendous strength splits Kagon Samian's sword in half and it flies apart. Vincent's opponent looks at his sword with only the hilt left in his hand. The young Lord Samian is in great shock and disappointment. The spectators around him begin to marvel at Vincent Odenk's attack and expect him to win. Vincent expects it to be over by now. The absolute cut has taken a negative effect on his heart. But Kagon has no intention of giving up and intends to continue the battle without his sword. Vincent notices that his opponent's aura has changed, and its concentration has become stronger. Samian informs him that using his skill could be dangerous. At that moment, his sword blade regenerates with mana. He uses the blessing of the sword god Keshik and pounces on Vincent. His power becomes very large and poses a serious danger to Vincent. The head of the Adenka family observes the manifestation of his peculiarity and is very surprised. Valkia is also in shock and does not understand when her son managed to get this blessing. This trait grants its bearer an incredible talent in swordsmanship. When it reaches its peak, the bearer receives another trait. It is reflected on his sword with a bright blue light that emits a glare. This feature transforms the sword into a different component of the character, and Kagon is now at the peak of his 4-star milestone. Vincent is shocked at this unexpected turn of events, and doesn't realize what this feature is. Kagon has already spent most of his power on the power of the Purple Emperor. Using even more power could be dangerous for him. But the guy already sees his target, and is ready to fight his opponent to the end. He uses all of his remaining strength and pounces on Vincent. As their swords strike, sparks and lightning bolts of mana begin to fly around them. Vincent blocks Kagon's blow with his powerful weapon, overpowering his immense strength. The spectators try to cover themselves from the wind that has resulted from the battle. Vincent continues to hold back his attack and drops of sweat appear on his face from the exertion. Suddenly his eyes widen with surprise. Vincent's sword begins to shatter. Kagon reminds the young lord of Adenk how he recently risked his life in the second phase. It was all for a smirk of satisfaction from the victory, which was directed to Samian. Now Kagon too is ready to give his life just to destroy his opponent. Vincent realizes that the boy is copying Cajun's behavior, but he doesn't intend to give up either. His eyes are filled with the bright light of mana. He is ready to fight to the end. Vincent uses all his strength and pushes Samian away from him. Kagon creates a wicked smile on his face and is about to attack his opponent again. Vincent clenches his teeth and puts his sword with falcon skill in front of him. The young Lord Samian makes a strike and aims it at his opponent's weapon. Vincent looks at his sword, which has split apart and exposed a purple lotus. Kagon begins to exult in his success because he was able to break his opponent's skill. At that moment, Vincent's fist begins to fly swiftly at his head. He manages to block the blow with his hand, but it doesn't help him much. Using his mana, Vincent throws Samian back a few meters. The guy gets to his feet and looks at his opponent, preparing for another attack. Vincent tries to catch his breath and realizes that they have reached their physical limits. Kagon clenches his teeth and is ready to bet everything on one last crushing blow. He raises his sword up and uses the Scarlet Song from the last chapter. Vincent sees the path of the sword and applies the absolute cut in an alternate form. Kagon attacks with a bloody full moon and a huge stream of his power flies into his opponent. At this moment, young Master Adenka uses the Lightning Giant's lightning feature and sends a powerful stream of mana into his opponent as well. Suddenly, their streams collide and a strong energy is formed between them. Vincent's absolute slash with the power of the giant's lightning burst through the target and exploded. From the large amount of smoke, Kagon has stopped seeing anything in front of him. He tries to focus his gaze and sees something that puzzles him. At that moment, Vincent pounces on him to make one last attack. Kagon realizes that his opponent used his last move to form a smokescreen. Vincent urges his opponent to watch his actions carefully. He attacks Samian and cleaves his right arm with his powerful sword. At this moment, the announcement is heard that young Lord Kagon has been taken out of action. Vincent clenches his teeth and the marks from the boy's wound fly past him. Cadet Vincent Adenka is declared the winner of the third stage of the friendly encounter. The spectators in the stands begin to cheer and get up from their seats. They raise their fists up and shout the winner's name with glee. The support makes Vincent feel proud of himself and the Adank family. He looks with bated breath at the spectators who applaud him. At this moment, Davin imagines himself in his body in Vincent's place. He begins to clutch the purple lotus tightly in his hand from finally defeating the Samian family. Vincent screams loudly, releasing all the tension from this fight. The enchanted crystal announces that all interviews will take place after the treatment. At that moment, it is split apart by a sharp sword and the broadcast stops. Elder Delbecq is very angry over Vincent's victory and their ruined plans. Tilowen is seriously thinking about something and sits silently in his chair. Chief Chamberlain Ryler turns to the man standing next to her. She tells him that young Master Vincent has become quite strong. Merlin agrees with her and says that he has lost the wager he made with Ryler. In the Purple Fortress, talk of an interesting and exciting friendly meeting is heard. Young Master Raven walks through the snowy forest and asks Serkan if he could defeat Vincennes. The latter answers him that he alone is on par with the Adank and Samian families. Raven Valthikin wants to fight Vincent and satisfy his ego. He thinks through various ways in his head and one idea comes to him. The guy turns around and points his spear at the Purple Fortress. If Vincent is a cadet, he spends every day of his life within the walls of that fortress. Raven asks Serkan to contact his father to enroll in the same institution. Vincent's eyes are focused again. The boy is silent and trying to comprehend something. He is in a puff of black smoke and doesn't know what this place is or how he got here. It's probably the world of his memories again, the one he recently fell into. At that moment, a huge number of someone's hands start reaching out to Vincent. A large number of people in armor appear around him, looking to attack the guy. Their eyes are burning brightly and they have iron horns on their heads. Vincent pulls out his sword to defend himself and repel the attack of the opponents. He uses an absolute slash and easily deflects the attack of the unknowns. Vincent takes a closer look and has a strange sensation from his strike. He remembers Malone during his contract with the evil spirit and realizes that there is a demon involved. Suddenly his eyes widen greatly and he is greatly surprised by something. One of the men removes his helmet and reveals his face. Vincent recognizes him as Kazan. The guy calls him the one-armed Davin and informs him that he has been looking for him for a long time. Vincent starts yelling and tries to figure out what Kazan is doing here. His opponent grabs his sword and pounces on Davin to destroy him. He feels a strong mana pressure and is able to move his body. At that moment, a bright light appears on someone's sword and it begins to emit mana. A burning beam appears and prevents Kazan from getting close to Vincent. At that moment, everything disappears and all that remains is a black cloud of smoke with a light ray of light. Suddenly, a man appears in front of Vincent out of nowhere. It is Arslan Adenka, who wants to tell Davin something very important. A bright beam of light appears from behind and Vincent tries to ask Arslan what it all means. In the same space, someone's evil red eye appears. In front of them appears a huge demon with a dark purple aura around it. Together with Arslan, they stand in front of this evil entity and watch it. Davin looks up and is greatly shocked by the sight he sees. Arslan Adenka explains that this is the great demon that caused everything to happen. He begins to scream that there is no more time left. The demon has learned of his existence and there is a need to act decisively and get them back. Arslan asks him to step outside of Samian and face the truth. Davin freezes and listens intently to his friend's words as he holds him by the shoulders.
Arslan draws his sword and rushes into battle with the demon. He tells Davin that everything is up to him now.
Davin doesn't have time to ask anything, and Arslan leaves him by attacking the demon. At this point, the guy wakes up on his bed in the dormitory, surrounded by his comrades. He begins to think over Arslan's words, and realizes that he has already defeated Samyonov. But he still hasn't reached the truth. Vincent begins to think about what other conditions he needs to fulfill in order to complete the mission. Suddenly, the door to the room opens and there is complete silence. The head of the Adenka family enters Vincent and apologizes to the cadets of the 9th rank. The boy did not expect his father to show up in the dormitory building and is greatly surprised. All the cadets consider his arrival a great honor and put their right hand to their hearts. The head informs them that his talk will not take long, and they can relax. Selvira tries to explain something to Khan but doesn't have time to finish. He turns to Vincent and praises him for winning and keeping his promise at the friendly exchange meeting. Khan offers to give his son an award and asks him what he would like. At this point, the boy realizes that he is missing the very basics. He's still not an Adenka. So he asks his father for a master who will teach him how to wield an Adenka sword. The head asks if Vincent is aware of the negative attitude of the Council of Elders towards him. His son replies that he is aware of the situation, but things have changed since his victory over the Samians. If they oppose the appointment of a mentor, Vincent himself will become displeased with the Council of Elders. His father can't hide a satisfied smile and scratches his chin again. He tells Vincent that in that case he too will be dissatisfied with the council and asks his son to follow him. They descend the dormitory stairs and head somewhere. In the hallway, Raelsa appears in front of them along with Merlin. Vincent is very happy to see the head chamberlain and turns his attention to the man next to her. He says his name, which makes Merlin very surprised and pleased. The first time they met, the guy promised to remember him, and he didn't cheat. Ryler explains that Merlin is an 8-star martial artist. He has incredible mental powers. Merlin places his right hand over his heart and introduces himself as the former chief of the White Sword Corps. He is now a member of the Yellow Dragon Corps. He looks at Vincent with a smile and calls himself Merlin Paleko. Upon hearing this last name, Vincent begins to feel quite surprised. It is Arslan's real last name, which he had before Adank was created. At this point, the action unfolds in the huge castle of Samian's family. Valkia sits on the throne and asks her son if he realizes his loss. She explains to him that he had completely lost his cool and could not control his emotions. Now the outcome of this disgrace must be carved on Kagon's arm. Young Master Samian apologizes to his mother. She strokes his head and tells him that there is good from defeat too. But if he repeats his mistake, Valkia will personally cut his tendons. Kagon smiles and agrees with Mother, promising not to repeat his blunders. At that moment, a torrent of bright red lightning bursts from his eyes. Mother tells him not to lose his temper in front of her, even if he is upset. At that moment, a large shadow of an evil spirit appears from behind Kagon. Its target is the one-armed Davin, and the demon now knows where to find him. At this time, Merlin wonders to Vincent what's wrong with his last name. The boy evades answering and says that everything is fine. The young gentleman is pleased that Sir Merlin is above him in status. Ryler explains that the Paleko family is one of the oldest families of knights. It is an ordinary family, not particularly high or low in status. Vincent thinks about why the Paleko family name still exists separately. Ryler informs Merlin that he can assume the position of teacher as of tomorrow. He tells Vincent that he will treat him as a student. The cadet promises to study humbly. The head of the family, Adenka, instructs his son to be diligent. The young gentleman agrees with him. Khan focuses his gaze and thinks about the fact that Vincent has many obstacles in his way. The elders may be capable of doing much to prevent him from accomplishing his goal. Tilawan continues to ponder the failed plan against Adenk's seventh son. Elder Delbek slaps his hand on the table and informs them that the worst has happened for them. Vincent has become the hero who defeated Samian. Stopping his growth is no longer in their power. They ask Elder Tilaban to explain their future plan for the situation. He lowers his head and says he is deeply ashamed. The young lord's growth has been beyond their control. At this point, Finadel raises her serious eyes to the elder, who is ready to blame him for what happened. She says it was his own plan, but it failed miserably. Tilawan realizes that now the three elders want to pin everything on him and thus get rid of him. He informs his colleagues that countermeasures must be taken. Elder Holloman sits with a face that has a lot of terror in it. A dead mage and the captain of the Mage Association lie on the floor in front of him. Valkia approaches him with a bloody sword and demands an explanation for inciting these people before a friendly meeting. She wipes her sword and waits for the elder to give a clear answer to her question. The elder informs her that he did this for Samian's complete victory. Valkia kicks at him and Hollyman ducks her head to the left. She reports that in the end, no victory for Samian happened. The head of Samion hates political intrigue and lies. In her opinion, such things are not fit for a warrior. Because of all this, Valkia never had a fair fight with Khan. She says that the conspirators never belonged to the Mage Tower or the Alliance. Valkia is going to get justice for Samian's honor. But with the elder Hollyman head can do nothing with his own hands. So she urges him to sit quietly and take care of the flowers on the estate. Holloman feels very afraid and tells the head that he understands her. He goes into his room and closes the door behind him. The elder is trying to recover from what happened. There is an enchanted crystal floating on the dresser and Holloman heads over to it. He turns it on to contact someone urgently about an important matter. Elder Tilawan receives a call on his crystal that he's not expecting at all. Holloman starts yelling at him for not blocking 2 of the 3 gates. The elder silently listens to his shouting of grievances and answers nothing. He replies that Vincent's skills have exceeded their expectations and nothing more can be done. If one tries to intervene, no one can escape responsibility. Sweat drips down Tilawan's face, and he continues to say that the problem is no longer with the Council of Elders. Holloman strains his gaze and tells him that it is necessary to get rid of Vincent. The young lord is sleeping peacefully in his room and recuperating after a hard fight. Suddenly, he opens his eyes abruptly and feels a strong sense of danger. A man with a sword is leaning over him and trying to thrust it into the cadet. Vincent dodges and promptly leaps off the bed, avoiding the blow. He grabs the purple lotus and demands his opponent show himself. Feathers fly out of the pillow from the sword strike, and the opponent informs him that Vincent has good sense. Merlin appears in front of him, having just nearly impaled the young lord. The time is past midnight, and he asks the cadet to call him his teacher. Merlin praises him for his sense, but his observation lags behind. He asks the cadet to assess the situation, and Vincent is horrified. The teacher informs him that this is the magical dungeon used in the first gate. Vincent needs to get a passing score in training to get out of there. He's going to break Vincent's giant lightning bolt and then repair it. This is due to the fact that the cadet in particular got up in a snag. The kid tries to figure out what that means. Merlin explains that first, he needs to understand the full power of the giant. Only then can we talk about Adenk's sword. The teacher pulls out his medallion and holds it in his hand in front of Vincent. He informs him that this pendant is treated with magic. If someone else touches it, the pendant will self-destruct. Merlin gives Vincennes the task of destroying this pendant. Until then, to forget about the sword of Aidink. The young lord asks his teacher for help to grow as fast as possible. He recalls Arslan's words that he needs to be reborn as the true Adenk and learn the truth. Vincent tells Merlin that he will definitely destroy the pendant and master the sword. He applies his thunder lightning specialty and uses a pulse current. At that moment, blue sparks from his mana appear from Merlin's eyes. He unleashes a powerful attack without even moving. Vincent flies off to the side and falls to the ground. Cadet lands and gets to his feet. He holds his sword and has no intention of retreating. Vincent looks up and sees something that scares him. He sees blue burning and huge eyes that look right at him. A god appears in front of him and Merlin asks the boy to look closely. The teacher informs Vincent that this is what an intelligent giant looks like. Julian recalls the god he saw when Vincent received his blessing. The current god is very different from that one. Merlin again directs the power of the thunderbolt with his eyes. At that moment, the god swings his sword over Vincent and directs its power at him. The impact causes a multitude of lightning bolts to scatter around and rocks to fly apart. Vincent is thrown aside and he is grouped with his body in flight. He falls to the ground in front of Merlin and the huge thunder god of lightning. Vincent tries to figure out what that blue lightning is and why it is so different in power from his lightning. Merlin stands in front of the boy and apologizes that he's not really suited to be a teacher. He can't teach with easy-to-understand explanations, so he has decided to teach him in the way he does best. Merlin's lightning bolt will constantly strike the cadet until he awakens his mind giant. Vincent focused his gaze and intended to carry out the teacher's instruction. At this time, in a basin with plenty of foam, Wilson is doing laundry. He's trying hard, and you can see that he is already tired. Walking beside him is a small spirit that Sari has recently contracted with. Principal Helga is asleep at her desk, and the dean is once again unhappy with her work. Sari's spirit continues to walk around and get to know the fortress and the people. He walks through the corridors, in one of which Elder Tillowin walks by. Tillowin makes his look serious, and comes up with a plan to eliminate the Winshin. The spirit enters the dorm room where the young Lord Adenka lives and begins to investigate everything there. At this point, there is a portal in the room where Vincent does his training. It has been about a week now, and the little spirit has been watching this portal. It is deep winter outside, and snowdrifts have covered all the ground in the domain of the Purple Fortress. The spirit rejoices in the snow and digs into the ground beneath it, popping out to assess the surroundings. He is getting a little older now and sits down in Sari's arms. Spirit tells her about his adventures. The girl is glad everyone is doing well. She calls him Pok Pok. All this time, Sari is practicing in the forest and has built herself a tent. But the girl does not stop worrying about the young master. The maid hasn't seen the young master for a week and thinks about keeping him out of harm's way. Meanwhile, Vincent fights with the sword created with Falcon's skill. Merlin's pendant is still hanging on him. Vincent charges at him from above, about to make an attack. The teacher blocks his sword with his sword and the cadet tries to break through his defenses. Merlin sees his small progress as he has begun to mix sword wielding and energy. However, he is still a long way from the level he needs. At this point, the teacher begins his attack. Vincent realizes that he needs to act now. He applies the power of the accelerated microcurrent and directs it at Merlin. The teacher puts his hand forward and a large amount of blue lightning flies out of it. It forms a barrier that Vincent's peculiarity cannot break through. The cadet is puzzled by this situation and contemplates his next actions while hanging in the air. Vincent realizes that the range for his attack is too large at the moment. At that moment, a strong wave from Merlin's punch is thrown upwards. Vincent closes in from it and feels incredible pressure with overwhelming range. Merlin appears behind him with a sword and tells him that it is not enough to admire the power. The master makes an attack and the cadet swiftly dodges backwards from the blow. At that moment, Merlin's pendant appears before his eyes and must be destroyed. He tries to reach up and grab it with his right hand. At this moment, the pendant hangs around Merlin's neck and is literally a few centimeters away. Vincent makes a grab with his hand, but the teacher bounces sharply to the side. The young master realizes that in this way Merlin has deliberately placed the pendant in front of him. At that moment, Vincent is hit hard in the side with the hilt of his sword. Drops of sweat break out on his face from the pain he is experiencing, and he begins to cough. Vincent falls face down on the ground and releases the purple lotus from his hands. Merlin analyzes that his apprentice's movements are getting better, but there is no progress on the giant's part. The teacher offers Vincent a rest and pulls out a flask of water to drink. Julian suggests the guy sitting on the ground to drink liquids too, because there is no clear distribution of breaks. At this moment, Vincent thinks about the fact that his strength is not enough to overcome the blue lightning. It's like two different guises of a giant with a significant difference. Vincent puts the water flask to his mouth. Julian is angry that the water from the bottle is pouring out too slowly. At that moment, the cadet opens his eyes wide and some kind of epiphany comes to him. He imagines a bottle in the air from which water begins to pour. Vincent removes the bottle from his imagination as if it did not exist. In that case, all that is left is a large stream of water. He looks at this stream that begins to pour down on him and concludes. Suddenly, he informs Merlin that he has figured it out. The teacher, along with Julian, turn around on him. He had always thought that you had to control the energy and release it yourself. It's like pouring water out of a flask. At this point, lightning starts coming out of his eyes, and the guy informs him that it wasn't necessary in the first place. You need to force the energy to flow naturally through his body and sword. After that, just let it go. At that moment, a huge stream of Vincent's blue lightning flies out at Merlin. The teacher is proud of his student's accomplishment and is pleased that he has finally succeeded. He informs Vincent that the training is not over yet. At these words, the cadet gets a shock in his eyes. Despite his success, the boy has yet to fulfill the main condition and destroy the pendant. Now the young master is confident in his abilities and is ready to defeat Merlin. The teacher makes an attack with his blue lightning, and the cadet heads towards him. Merlin swings his sword with his hand for a strike at Vincent. At that moment, the cadet swiftly moves behind the teacher's back and is at his head. Vincent attacks him with his sword, and Merlin manages to block his blow. A larger blue explosion forms around them, and lightning bolts fly apart. Merlin is thrown backwards, and he successfully lands, slowing his movement. He looks around and tries to find Vincent amongst the dissipating smoke. The young lord uses the ice walk technique and begins to quickly circle around the teacher.
He prepares to make his attack right now and swings his sword.
Vincent uses the King of the Middle sword skill and directs a powerful stream of mana towards Merlin. At this moment, he sees his teacher blocking his strike and cracks appear on his sword. This greatly puzzles the lad, and Merlin informs him that he and Ryelsa are longtime friends. They are well aware of each other's frequently used techniques, so Vincent is out of luck this time. The teacher makes a strike and destroys the student's skill-created sword. It's dangerous for him to be in this state, as Merlin interrupted Ryelsa's medium sword technique. Suddenly, the boy focuses his gaze and sees something that puzzles him. On Merlin's face, under his left eye, is a large scar. It is deep and quite old, so the enemy has been relentlessly pushing him back without time to heal. He recalls the scars on Davin's body, which left behind a sense of shame and defeat. Vincent applies the giant's lightning power, and the mark of his feature appears on his sword. He makes an attack and attempts to strike at the teacher's Achilles heel. At that moment, the cadet breaks the rope of the pendant and grabs it with his own hand. Vincent flies past Merlin at blistering speed with the target in his hands. The pendant ends up in the stranger's possession and begins to slowly disintegrate. It breaks apart and shards fly in different directions. Vincent falls to the ground and hits it a little painfully, having accomplished the last condition of the training. Merlin thinks about it and places a hand on his scar, probing it. He realizes that his apprentice was aiming that way. It's not a bad tactic for his age. The teacher informs Vincent that the test has been passed. He is now ready to teach him the art of wielding the Adenki sword. He warns that it will be much more painful than the current training. Vincent exits the space and finds himself among his friends. At that moment, Sari appears in the corridor of the Purple Fortress, worried about something. She shows the young master a sheet and says that it is addressed to him. It is a mission order to the cadets of the 9th rank, sent personally to Vincent. Selvira informs him that it's usually the 7th rank that deals with this sort of thing. Julian notices something and asks Vincent to bring it to his attention. The customer of this letter is Elder Adenka, which means everything is for a reason. Season and Selvira offer their friend their help as they have grown stronger since their friendship. Vincent focuses his gaze and seriously considers the whole situation. He informs the Dean and Merlin that he will go alone on the mission. Vargan warns him that going alone is dangerous, but that's exactly why Vincent doesn't want to take anyone with him. He suggests that it may be some sort of examination from the elders. Merlin adds that it could also be a trap. Vincent is now like a speck in their eye for them to get rid of. Dean Vargan agrees with his words and does not want to send Vincent alone on a dangerous mission. The cadet informs him that this is only his war and the victory will be to overcome this trap with pride. He explains that there is one truth. Vincent wants to learn it and become stronger. At these words, Merlin is greatly shocked. In this process, he will inevitably be drawn into a power struggle. Therefore, he will have to handle it alone. Vincent clenches his fist and proudly pronounces that he is an Adenk after all. Dean Vargan realizes that Vincent has already made a firm decision. He allows him to go on the mission alone and advises him not to lose his dignity. Vincent places his right hand over his heart and moves out on the mission. Principal Helga lies quietly on the roof of the Purple Fortress and hums tunes. At that moment, Dean Vargan appears and rebukes her for her idleness. She asks him about the mission that Vincent Adenka received. Helga concentrates and wants to know from whom the cadet received the mission. Vargan informs her that the mission was from an elder. He assumes it is Tillowin. Helga calls him an old man and says there can be no well-intentioned missions from him. At this point, a crystal appears in front of them and informs them of trouble in the fortress. The guards explain that right now an unknown man is crashing through the fortress gates. He repeats that he needs to see Vincent and does not respond to commands. The director gives the order to block the gates. At this time, the guards try to get the man's name and affiliation. His counselor urges him to go through the official process and then return, but the man does not agree. He grabs his spear with his hand and begins to apply mana to accomplish his goal. The man puts his energy into the spear and is ready to attack the guards. He wants to see Vincent and tries to find out where the cadet is. The guards set their guns on the enemy and are about to stand to the death defending the gate. The man sees their mindset and is ready to engage the crowd of armed men. He swings his spear in their direction using his guerrilla skill. Suddenly, his weapon is encircled by a magical rope that prevents him from making an attack. The man becomes indignant and doesn't realize what the whip came out of nowhere. The ropes wrap around his entire body and prevent him from moving. The director informs the guy that she was able to recognize him using the spear technique. It's Raven Valthikin. She stands on the edge of the building and urges the man to keep it simple and stop. The counselor watches in horror and shouts to his master. Helga warns Raven of the consequences that will come upon him after resisting. At this time, the dean uses magic to immobilize the male advisor. He is agitated that he has encountered a mage of rank 4 or higher than rank 5. The counselor turns to the command of the Purple Fortress and tries to explain everything. Helga interrupts him and demands an explanation as to how they dared to use a gorilla spear. Suddenly, the director's ropes are torn apart and Raven is freed. Helga is greatly puzzled by this, as it is impossible to just pull them off. Raven's eyes light up at the sight of the headmaster and he asks to be taken on as an apprentice. At this time, Vincent's horse-drawn carriage is traveling down a forest road. Julian reports that he hasn't seen a forest without snow in a long time. He's concerned that the elder's trickery is still unclear. Vincent agrees with his friend and scrutinizes the mission sheet. The mission of the elders is to defeat one goblin. Julian assumes that this goblin is bait for a trap in a certain location. Vincent explains that goblins usually live in a group. Individually, they are very weak, so they hunt with a numerical advantage. But for some reason, this goblin is walking alone, and it's a very strange anomaly. He's probably so strong that he doesn't need a group. That's why he dealt with it by himself. Such a creepy assumption gives Julian goosebumps. The ghost is going to come up with a worst-case scenario battle strategy. Vincent opens the door as he walks and looks around, orienting himself by the location of the mission. Suddenly, he jumps onto the roof of the carriage, which continues to drive forward. The cadet tosses a bag of money to the coachman and informs him that it is the toll for the journey. They haven't reached Turnicon yet, but Vincent is about to get off here and looks up at the man from the roof. The guy warns him to get out of the woods as soon as possible. The coachman starts yelling at Vincent that it is dangerous to be on the roof, and he needs to get off immediately. At this point, snowflakes start falling on him, and he's greatly surprised. Vincent uses the ice-walking technique and disappears from the roof of the carriage. Vincent speeds through the forest expanse, leaving a trail of mana behind him. Suddenly, he stops, performing a braking motion with his right foot. At this moment, the young lord crouches down on the ground and looks around. He decides to use the giant's lightning power to find the goblin in the forest. He uses the giant's truth support feature to search for him. At that moment, a bright beam appears in the sky, emitting a multitude of blue and yellow lightning bolts. The god of thunder appears above Vincent, who is impressive in size and strength. He closes his eyes and thinks about the fact that the blue lightning can cover a large area. His main goal is to cover the entire area with weak lightning and detect all moving objects. After that, Vincent opens his eyes and something in particular catches his attention. With his power, he has detected a solitary moving object. At this time, there is a goblin in the forest and his eyes burn with a bright, unnatural light, radiating rage. He is in the middle of the forest and growls heavily, displaying his full power. At this moment, a path from Vincent's features appears not far from the goblin. The guy takes a seat behind a tree and watches the monster, which is too huge for a goblin. He sees strange marks on its body that emit a bright magical glow. Julian suggests that this could be the result of black magic being used. After saying this, Vincent realizes that he must not underestimate his opponent and must fight carefully. Suddenly, a bright blue beam appears behind his back with lightning bolts emanating from it. The young lord turns around and sees that something has penetrated his protective barrier. He assumes it is an assassin from the Council of Elders. Vincent feels the enemy coming toward him. At that moment, something flies at his head. The boy dodges and the weapon crashes into a tree. Vincent looks at the spear that just almost crushed him and is greatly surprised. Someone's foot appears in front of him and the enemy reports that he barely caught up with the guy. All this time, Vincent was being chased by Raven, who is very happy to see him. The guy's eyes light up and he informs him that he really wants to fight the young master. Vincent still doesn't understand where this kid came from or why he wants to challenge him. Only the Crimson Fortress cadet uniform and 9th rank badge give him any explanation, but he has never seen this man before. At that moment, a goblin peeks out from behind him, clawing at a tree with its huge claws. Vincent turns his head in his direction and is covered in sweat from excitement and surprise. The goblin shows its fury and delivers a powerful blow that makes the tree fall. Vincent jumps up and dodges the attack of the enemy who wants to destroy him. Raven continues to stand in front of the monster and is greatly shocked by its sudden appearance. Vincent tries to warn the guy that it could be a chimera. Monsters with such black magic are very dangerous to attack recklessly. Raven doesn't understand what Vincent wants to convey to him. At this time, the goblin approaches the guy. He pounces on him, showing his sharp fangs and glaring with mad eyes. Vincent realizes that the goblin has now made this strange guy its target. The monster takes a swing with his huge arm to deliver a crushing blow. Raven is startled by the surprise, but puts his right arm out to the side. His spear flies from the goblin's back and strikes him tangentially. The guy's weapon then flies straight into his hand and he catches it at speed. From the attack, the goblin falls to the ground in front of Raven, and there's a great rumbling sound. Although he doesn't know all the details, but he needs to defeat this monster first. At this time, Helga and Vargon are walking near the Purple Fortress. The headmaster is sipping his hands up and relaxedly happy that all is calm in the schoolhouse. The dean asks Helga a question and she shifts her attention to him. He wonders why the headmaster completed Raven's admission procedure so quickly and sent him after Vincent. This guy, in his opinion, would make a great backup for the young lord. Even a Denk has a hard time encroaching on the Valthican's restraint. Helga smiles at the dean's words and says cryptically that she doesn't understand his hints. Suddenly, the headmistress casts her eyes downward and thinks about something. She then turns to Vargon and wonders if she still has vacation days left. While all is quiet in the Purple Fortress, the evil goblin is trying to overpower Raven. The boy is not the least bit intimidated by the upcoming battle. His eyes light up brightly at the possibility. He pushes his spear off the ground and pounces on the goblin. Raven Valtic's power knocks the monster to the ground. Suddenly, the goblin looks up and becomes very puzzled for some reason. The monster sees an enemy flying at him with a spear that casts a glare in the sunlight. Raven gives him a crushing attack that causes the ground beneath the goblin to split apart. After the attack, the monster quickly regains consciousness and has an intense rage. He swings his arm and is about to strike back. Raven pulls the tip of his spear out of the ground and expects to finish off his opponent. He whizzes past the goblin and cleaves his belly with his deft movements. Vincent stands in the tree and watches this stranger's battle in silence. With his skills, it doesn't even make sense for the young lord to intervene in the fight. The strength of this newly minted cadet is no match for his peers. Raven smiles, and Vincent assumes he is on par with him and Kagon with his abilities. At this time, the goblin stands calmly on the ground, even after being badly wounded. Raven uses the all-penetrating spear skill with the defense attribute. His opponent begins to growl heavily, not intending to give up. A swift beam of Raven's mana flies into the goblin's chest, hurting it badly.
With a powerful force, he cuts off his opponent's arm and flies past him.
Vincent and Julian watch this spectacle and are shocked that the boy slew the goblin. Suddenly, the opponent's arm begins to regenerate and regrows. Raven watches this process and is greatly surprised by the surprise. Every piece on the goblin's body has regenerated and left no trace of the wounds. His arm has become even more powerful and is about to attack the enemy with its huge claws. Raven is shocked by what he sees and starts screaming heavily that his arm is covered in scales. Vincent tells him to stay focused and dodge the impending strike. His sharp claws dig into the ground, leaving his opponent no chance. He swings his arm and Raven tries to run away from the crushing blow. The boy suddenly freezes and thinks about everything that has happened and the monster's physical capabilities. Vincent yells to the cadet to immediately dodge and not stand still. At that moment, many brightly colored threads begin to appear all around. They wrap around the goblin and do not allow him to move. Raven sits on the ground and sees that the monster is immobilized by the magical threads. Some man manages them and tells young Mr. Raven that you can't run away like that. The boy is overjoyed and calls his savior Sirkun. The man wonders if the young gentleman is hurt. Raven informs him that he's fine. At this time, Vincent looks at the man and realizes it is the butler's uniform. The goblin clutches his arm and tries to free himself from the shackles holding him down. The monster succeeds easily and the threads fly off in different directions. Winchin turns around and sees that his opponent has freed himself. The butler is shocked by such strength and realizes that this is an unusual goblin. The monster crouches on the ground and creates a magic circle underneath him. Raven is shocked at what he sees as normal goblins are unable to use magic. The monster's eyes light up with rage and is ready to attack its target. Suddenly, the goblin vaporizes, leaving behind only a purple magical trail. The unknown man controls the magic circle with his left hand. He stands on a rock wearing a hooded robe and controls the monster's actions. This mage informs the elder that a problem has appeared in their plan. Julian is shocked at this sudden disappearance. Vincent explains that his mana can be felt farther away. He's distracted by the two strangers beside him and wonders who they are. The butler introduces himself as Sirkun and introduces Vincent to a young member of the Valthican family, Raven. The young gentleman informs him that he has become a cadet of the Purple Fortress as of this day and has come to Vincent's aid at the order of the headmaster. Julian hears the family's last name and feels very uncomfortable. They are one of the 3 warrior families on the continent, along with Adenka and Samion. They are masters in wielding the spear. It's clear to Vincent now where the boy got his fighting skills from. But Julian adds that Raven is the only child of the chapter. He is the sole heir and future head of the Valthican family. But Vincent doesn't understand what a child with that status is doing in the Purple Fortress. Julian suggests that they stick together, Raven, since no one dares touch him. This will help in situations where the elders will act against Vincent. Besides, they are strong warriors themselves and can be good reinforcements. After such arguments, Vincent is grateful to the fortress director for such a gift. Suddenly, Raven's butler turns to Vincent and demands an explanation from him. He wonders why young Mr. Adenka went alone on a mission with a strange goblin. Vincent explains that it is a mission, and it is not a simple enslavement of a monster. Sirkin warns the lad that he can't let his young master put himself in danger in Adenka's power struggle. Raven's status as a cadet is nominal for now, so they have time to decide whether or not to interfere with the mission. At this point, a cheerful young gentleman enters the conversation and says that there are more important matters at hand. He points to Vincent and tells him that he is challenging him to a fight. Julian reminds his friend that he had said something about this earlier. Raven informs him that he saw the guy sparring with Kagon, and he was shocked by the fight. Initially, his goal was to fight Kagon and defeat him. But after a friendly exchange meeting, everything changed. Raven tells him that he wants to improve with Vincent's help and become stronger than him. Vincent did not expect such words, and is greatly surprised by the aspirations of his new acquaintance. Julian folds his arms across his chest and says that this guy is full of passion. Vincent is impressed by his eagerness to win and thinks they are well suited for each other. But suddenly the young Mr. Adenka announces that he's refusing the fight. This news comes as a great shock to Raven. Vincent explains that he is now on a mission. Catching the goblin is of paramount importance to him. Raven asks young Mr. Adenk to fight at least once. He begins to scream like a little child and says it is cruel. Vincent smiles and informs him that his decision will not change. He is not going to fight Raven until he defeats the goblin. Suddenly, Vincent's attention is distracted by something and he focuses on the danger. Raven continues to not give up and suggests that the young Mr. Adenk capture the goblin and then fight him. Vincent informs him that this requires free time. He may not have that time. Young Master Valtican takes this information as a possible agreement and is excited about the upcoming goblin hunt. The butler is shocked by his master's enthusiasm and thinks about the fact that this child always goes for his goal. Raven moves after Vincent Adenk with a joyful and smiling face. Further action unfolds on a bustling street in the city of Turnicon. Waiters are delivering food, and a representative of the Valtican and Adenka families plan to stay at an inn. They sit at a table, and Serkun assumes they are meddling in some trouble between the elders and Adenka. Vincent says that the goblin must be defeated first. He assumes it is a chimera created by someone. The butler agrees with him. Raven adds that he is concerned about the monster's scales and horns. They are going to look for it with that in mind. At that moment, someone comes down the stairs. Vincent feels the presence of a strange aura that does not carry anything good. He jumps up from the table and smells a familiar foul odor. It is similar to the musty aroma from the Samian family dungeon that now lingers from the staircase. At that moment, a man in a white hooded robe descends it. Vincent realizes that this smell is coming from this particular person. He stands in front of the stairs and asks the man for a moment of his time. Sweat breaks out on his face at the sight of the young Mr. Adenk. Vincent tenses up and doesn't realize how this unknown man knows his name. At that moment, the man steps his foot on a step and slips. He loses his balance and flies to the floor right in front of Vincent, hitting his head. The young Mr. Adenka takes the stranger by the pecs and demands he identify himself. The man grits his teeth and is greatly intimidated by Vincent's pressure, who tries to find out on whose orders the man is acting. Suddenly, a strange odor begins to emanate from the stranger again. Vincent notices a magical circle of symbols on his chest with a purple aura emanating from it. At that moment, bright rays appear from his eyes and his body is covered in lightning. Vincent pulls out his sword as the stranger's mana is out of control. Behind him, Raven and the butler run up and wonder what the problem is. Vincent turns to them and yells that the man's mana is about to explode. Serkun reports that he feels nothing of the sort. Raven makes a greatly surprised look at this point. The young Adenka-san explains that this intense flow of mana is only felt by him. At this point, the mana tries even harder to escape from the stranger's body. The flow becomes so powerful that it is ready to blast the man at any second. Vincent starts yelling that it is getting too dangerous, and everyone needs to get out of there. A massive explosion occurs in front of the young gentleman and envelops him with its wave. Serkun the butler leaps from his seat and covers Raven with his body. The fire wave of the explosion approaches the young Lord Adenk's face and is ready to engulf him. Vincent starts yelling hard for everyone present to run away. All the people stand up from their seats in the establishment and watch the explosion. The women feel intense horror upon seeing the man exploding before their eyes. Serkun tries to understand why he did not feel this danger. Putting all his thoughts aside, he creates magical threads from his hand. His first priority is to protect the young Lord Raven. He wove a web from the threads that created a protective barrier. At this time, the fire wave of the explosion hits Vincent harder and harder. Raven asks his butler to help the young Lord of Adenk, who is now in danger. Sirkin focuses his gaze and realizes he cannot do it. Finally, the explosion reaches its strength and becomes enormous in size, engulfing Vincent. At that moment, bright blue beams of mana emerge from its center. The fire dissipates, leaving only small sparks behind. Vincent holds his sword in his hands, remaining completely unharmed. He used his power to destroy the explosion. His eyes are focused and droplets of sweat protrude on his face. Raven and his butler Sirkin are in great shock at what they see. At this point, Vincent begins to lose consciousness and gradually falls. Raven rushes out of his seat and runs to the young lord who is lying on the floor. He sees that his eyes are closed and his body is not making a single movement. While Raven tries to bring Vincent to his senses, Sirkin thinks about what happened. He saw the explosion completely engulf the boy. The butler doesn't understand how the guy could have repelled that explosion with his strange sword. Sirkin ties the lad up and they go up the stairs with the exhausted Vincent. The young Mr. Adenka reflects that this was the only quick way to avert danger. Julian resents that the guy used the supernatural sword attack 3 times. It could have made his heart burst. The door to the guy's hotel room closes and they find themselves inside. Raven suggests that Vincent call a doctor. The guy refuses and says he just overdid it. He asks for security while he meditates. Sirkin is surprised that Vincent trusts them so much. They only met today and could be up to something terrible. Young Master Adenka reports that he feels the butler warrior is no less than a 7-star warrior. If they are up to something bad, it won't matter if he is meditating at that moment or not. Sirkin is touched by Vincent's observation and trust and answers him nothing. He creates a cocoon from his threads, in which the young lord meditates quietly. Vincent creates mana around him, which helps him recover. Raven asks the butler how the lad managed to survive the explosion. Sirkin replies that it was made possible by the cut-through explosion. The young Mr. Valtican wonders if the butler is capable of such a thing. The latter replies that he cannot guarantee it. Besides, the cause of the explosion was a man. He's dead, but his body is relatively unharmed. It's as if the explosion never happened. At that moment, bright sparks begin to appear on the dead body. The man turned to dust and left behind only his clothes. Sirkin is greatly shocked and realizes that there is much he cannot explain about the situation. Raven becomes greatly pleased and informs the butler that he understands everything. He informs him that Vincent is outstanding and he wants to fight him as soon as possible. A dark night falls and the sky is lit only by a bright crescent moon. Vincent's hand opens the cocoon in which he had recently meditated. The young lord realizes that it took him a long time to recover. Vincent raises his eyes and turns his attention to Raven Valthican. He's sleeping peacefully after all that has happened. He and Julian reason that this is a display of true aristocratism. The ghost goes back to past events and says that that mana of that man was not ordinary. Vincent confirms his words. Besides, the others didn't notice it. He smelled of Samian prison, which means he's a prisoner. He was forcibly injected with mana and sent to them. Winshin reflects on the fact that now Samian is also putting them in trouble. Suddenly, the young lord hears the butler's voice behind him. He steps out of the semi-darkness and wants to ask the young Lord Adink something. Sirkin releases his threads and tells the lad that he knew about the explosion. That being said, Vincent did not use his opportunity to escape, and the butler wonders why. The cadet explains that there were many civilians in the restaurant and they were in danger. Among them was a girl who was cradling a breastfed infant. Sirkin wonders if that comfort factor or Vincent's goals are more important. The young gentleman turns his attention to Raven and asks how he would have acted in his place. The butler waves his head to the side and says that he wouldn't have left these people behind either. He admires the way young Mr. Vincent acted in this situation. The butler places his right hand over his heart and says that it was Adenka's most righteous sword. The cadet is touched by his words and thanks Sirkin for his support. The butler moves closer to the young lord and says that he respects him. As such, he will not interfere with the mission with the subjugation of the goblin. These words are very puzzling to Winshin, and he does not understand what is involved. At that moment, the footsteps of the very same monster are heard in the deep dark forest. The mage leads him with special spells and asks him to be quiet. He smiles and is about to give Vincent a dank to be eaten by that goblin. The mage removes his hood and smiles evilly, about to provide the monster with Raven as well. Morning comes, and the cadets set out to find the goblin in the vastness of the forest. Raven is excited to finish the search and deal with the monster as soon as possible. Vincent thinks about the fact that Sirkin the butler really didn't come after yesterday's words. While Raven slept, a conversation took place between them about the butler's refusal to participate in the hunt. He informed that his purpose was to protect the young Lord Valthican. Sirkin trusts Vincent and wants to give him the opportunity to carry out his plan. He can't wait to see how far his righteous sword can guide him through his family's obstacles. Sirkin promises Vincent not to touch a single hair on the goblin's body. Julian didn't expect the butler to not show up at all. But Cadet Adenka is happy about it, as it is the trust placed in his sword. They reason that one must not give a head start to the enemy and must hurry. Suddenly Raven turns to Vincent and asks him a question. The boy puts his hand on the back of his head and asks where they are going. Cadet Adenka is surprised that the young Mr. Valticana got up ahead and was going nowhere. Vincent informs him that they are heading to the site of yesterday's encounter with the goblin, but he can't sense him in the vicinity right now. That means his location is not nearby. He was sent into the forest yesterday in the same way he disappeared. Vincent is about to change his search method with the classical approach and rolls up his sleeves. Young Mr. Adenka approaches the bushes and starts looking for something there. At this point, he is stopped by Raven and tells him that someone with the appropriate specialization is needed. Vincent informs him that the goblin is too large for the ecology of this forest and it will be easy to track his path. In a past life, Davin used this hone technique when he hunted monsters. He catches the scent of blood and calls Raven, surprised at such skills, to follow him. They walk forward steadily, and the young Mr. Valthican tries to catch up with his comrade. Vincent pays attention to the trunk of a tree and sees large claw marks on it. Not far from them lies the decomposed carcass of a large animal. The young Mr. Adenka crouches down on the path and points out the large paw marks. Raven is impressed that the goblin's search dispenses with any trappings. They walk through the field and the Valthican cadet says he learned a lot today. Suddenly, Vincent stops his attention and focuses his gaze. He informs Raven that things are going too easily. This puzzles his buddy. All the tracks are laid out smoothly and without interruption. Thanks to this, they haven't lost their way once. It looks as if someone is leading them on purpose. Suddenly, a magical red circle appears under Winston's foot. In the eyes of the guy appears a strong surprise and fright from the upcoming danger. At that moment, there is a strong explosion, from which the ground is blown in different directions. The cadets remain alive and sit on the ground. Raven is shocked by the magical mine they stumbled upon. Julian informs them that the strangeness lies in the cane field itself. Reeds grow in moist and sunny places, but the conditions here are not suitable for them. Vincent agrees with the ghost and thrusts his sword into the ground using mana. He lets the power of blue lightning surge forward to explore the area. At this moment, a mage with a hood on his head appears in the middle of the field. He creates a magic circle with his hand to protect himself from Vincent's power. The barrier reflects the blue lightning that flies past this man. A bright blue ball appears above the forest, which was formed by the collision of the two forces. In the middle of the scorched field, the cadets notice a red magic circle and the same mage. They continue to stand still and gaze intently ahead. The magician informs them that they are smart kids and have recognized his magic trap. The mage smiles evilly at the cadets and introduces himself by the name Carball. Vincent wonders if this was all Elder Adank's orders. The mage confirms the lad's words and says that he was promised 100 million luden for this errand. Vincent is very angry and doesn't understand why he told everything so easily. The maddened mage informs him that he is not going to let the lads live. A huge monster with burning eyes appears behind the cadets. Young Master Adenka reacts instantly and uses a Milan's sword. Raven joins him and uses his Vatican spear power. The two of them attack the monster and deliver multiple blows to it. The goblin starts screaming furiously and deflects all of the cadets' attacks. Vincent turns to his opponent and can't believe what is happening. Carball holds the magic orbs in his hands and informs the guys to not forget about him. He puts his hands forward and directs the power of the magic at the cadets. Vincent and Raven bounce to the side as many magic attacks fly at them. The boys land and Raven notices that Vincent is not well. He clutches at his heart, which has yet to recover from the power sword. Carball hovers over the goblin and tells him that the cadet will have to fight him and his special chimera at the same time. He begins to laugh at his madness and informs him that he cannot be defeated under those conditions. At this point, a satisfied smile appears on Vincent Adank's face. He tells his opponent that he can no longer control the goblin. The mage becomes puzzled and magical threads begin to appear around him. Butler Sirkun stands behind him and ties the threads around his face, immobilizing the mage. Drops of blood begin to appear on his cheek at the scarred area from the threads that have compressed him. Butler Sirkun slashes his opponent with them, and he is blown apart. He stands on the ground in front of the cadets, and there is no trace of the mage left. Raven is very happy to see his servant, who appeared out of nowhere. He wanted to hide his presence, but Vincent was able to spot him. The young Lord Adenka says that he was sure of his presence next to Mr. Raven. Sirkun apologizes for removing the threat to his young master. Raven stops their conversation and informs them that the body of the enemy has gone somewhere. Only torn clothes lie on the ground, but the mage himself is nowhere to be found. At that moment, Carball appears next to the goblin, using his magic. He informs him that he has remembered Sirkun. He is a thread murderer who has become famous in the Vatican territory. He starts screaming madly and calls the butler the king of assassins. Sirkun silently listens to his opponent's speech and watches him closely. He begins to laugh at the fact that someone else remembers that name. Raven is greatly surprised by such a nickname. He uses his threads again and asks the mage why he isn't going to run yet. The enemy smiles and informs him that he just changed his plans. He is going to take their dead bodies and upgrade his chimera. Vincent smiles and asks the butler for help in overpowering the enemy. The three of them join forces and begin to attack their opponents. A sword path is lined up in front of the young Lord of Adenk, which he is about to strike. Vincent applies a crushing blow and aims it at the goblin. The monster closes himself from the cadet's attack with his huge scaled arm. He effortlessly deflects the powerful blow and remains completely unharmed. Raven doesn't understand how the goblin was able to block the blow. Vincent explains that it is as if he is rejecting the mana itself. At this time, a powerful battle takes place between Serkun and Karbal. The mage laughs and tells his opponent that his specialty is not suited for head-on confrontations. Serkun replies to him that he won't be able to keep the goblin under control for long either. The mage shows him his special leash, which he uses to subdue the beast and make it move of its own accord. Suddenly, he raises his hand up and snaps 2 fingers. At that moment, Raven and Vincent look at the goblin and become puzzled. The monster jumps up and brings his hands above his head for a strike. At that moment, Serkun becomes its target. Butler is distracted from his battle with the mage and turns his head toward the looming threat. At that moment, a massive explosion sounds over the forest again, sending shards of rock and earth flying in all directions. Serkun lands next to the huge crater formed by the impact. He turns to the boys and informs them that he is perfectly fine. The butler informs Raven that his assumptions about the scales of the ancestor of the dragons were correct. Vincent hears what it's about and becomes quite shocked. They are one of the extinct subspecies that are not particularly different from humans. But when their abilities manifest, their skin becomes covered in scales and reflects mana. At this point, the boys hear the mage start cursing at the goblin. He kicks him in the head and tells him that he could have gotten him with that attack. The goblin's eyes fill with rage and he is ready to pounce on Karbal. The mage notices his anger and is outraged by this behavior from his chimera. He attacks him in the head with his magical power for daring to defy him. Karbal warns that the goblin cannot get out from under his features. If he gets angry again, he will lose the blood of the dragon descendant and be destroyed. Serkun and Vincent hear him speak and realize that he is controlling the monster with the peculiarity. The young lord of Adenka realizes that there is then a way to overpower the goblin. While Karbal continues his showdown with the chimera, Vincent offers to use his plan. The mage turns his attention away from the chimera and turns his attention to his opponents. He looks around and sees that everyone has disappeared from his sight. Serkun's threads reappear in front of him, and he realizes that things have gotten a little more complicated. He knocks Karbal off the goblin and he promptly falls to the ground. The mage crouches down on one knee and begins to get angry at the whole situation. At that moment, Raven appears over him from behind with his spear. He makes a powerful attack with his weapon, and Karbal manages to bounce back from the blow. Raven uses the blessed spear that pierces everything and pounces on his opponent. Karbal is angry and realizes that he will not be able to block this blow. At this point, he decides to defend himself with the goblin's dragon scales and uses his magic on it. The monster stands in front of Raven and grabs his spear, holding the blow. The lad tries to free his weapon, but all his efforts are futile. The goblin tosses him aside and the young Mr. Valthican flies upwards. Karbal sees his small victory and is very happy with this outcome. At this moment, Vincent applies the supernatural transformation of the second stage sword. The mage becomes very angry and realizes that the opponents are targeting him. Vincent focuses his gaze on his opponent and is about to attack him. He uses the Milky Way Wanderer and flies past the mage and goblin. Karbal looks at his side and sees a severe sword wound on it. He starts laughing at his opponents and says that it doesn't change their disadvantage. The mage points his finger at the cadets and orders the chimera to destroy them. Suddenly, the goblin hesitates and stops responding to Karbal's commands. It begins to growl violently and turns its attention to the creator. Vincent explains to the frightened mage that he wasn't originally aiming at him. He was aiming at his leash, which Karbal used to restrain his goblin. The chimera has gotten out of the mage's control and is now pouncing on him with its powerful arm. Karbal tries to defend himself against the monster with his magic circle. The goblin strikes with his fist and breaks through his opponent's defense magic. Karbal tries to hold his position but can't do so. The goblin mercilessly crushes the brazen mage and leaves no trace of him. The monster begins to scream heavily, feeling the satisfaction of his victory. It has been freed from the terrible influence of its master and no longer obeys him. Vincent and Julian observe this horrifying scene and realize that the relationship between the mage and the goblin has not worked out. A true tamer shares his soul with the beast and has a bond with it to fight. This one was just using an athame for control. After Karbal dies, the goblin begins to lose its scales and unnatural appearance. Raven and Serkun are relieved to see the change in the monster's appearance. Karbal used magic to force an alliance between them. Vincent approaches the goblin and offers to finish the assigned mission. He raises his sword and realizes that there are no more obstacles to subdue the goblin. All has become calm in the forest and nothing poses a threat anymore. Vincent carries behind his back a sack with the proof of the completed mission. Raven walks ahead of everyone and is happy to report that the first mission has been successfully completed. The young Lord Adenka informs them that he was given this mission by the Council of Elders. Faced with a problem of this level, he is going to hold those responsible accountable at the family level. Vincent looks at the butler and informs him that he has a very reliable witness. He will confirm his words and the elders will not be turned away. Serkun wonders who this witness is. Vincent points his finger at him and says it is the King of Assassins. He opens the bag and shows the cuts on the monster's head that indicate the butler's work. Sir-kun rolls his eyes and sighs doomedly at the thought of being dragged into an unpleasant situation again. At that moment, Principal Helga appears in the forest and applauds the cadets. She stands in a tree and sarcastically asks if the butler has missed a beat again. Vincent looks at the girl and can't believe his eyes with amazement. She informs him that a miraculous coincidence happened and they met by chance in the woods during her vacation. Helga jumps down from the tree and tells Vincent that he did a good job and she will help him to finish everything successfully. The director asks Vincent to open the bag and show her the remains of the monster and the mage. The girl scrutinizes the contents and thinks about something. Vincent asks if she recognizes anyone. Helga closes the sack and informs her that this is the first time she has seen them. She agrees with the cadet about solving the problem on a family level, as these remains smell very bad. Young Mr. Adenka tries to clarify what she means by bad smell. Helga starts talking about Julian Samian, who supported Kagon at the Council of Elders. And the instigator of this mission is their mutual acquaintance, Elder Tillowin. He and Julian Samian are longtime friends, so coincidence in this situation is ruled out. Helga informs Vargan that she has independently verified the end of Vincent's mission and sent him home. The dean gives a doomed sigh. The headmaster adds that she is a hard-working fortress commander, even on vacation.
The dean explodes at such speeches and suggests that the girl is done with her duties.
He bows his head and says that he hates working overtime. At that moment, a guard approaches him. Vargan snaps at the man and says that he is very busy right now. The guard pulls out a stack of sheets and says that a report from Vincent has arrived. Vargan is a little surprised and takes this report from the man's hands. He begins to read it and is quite shocked by what he sees. The dean is pleased with how concisely and accurately the cadet has summarized the case. With such a report, he will be able to finish the paperwork more quickly. Vargan is greatly surprised that a chimera goblin and a mage were present on the mission. It was very imprudent to entrust such a complex mission to a cadet of the 9th rank. The report falls into the hands of the head of Adenk, who silently studies it. Khan takes his eyes off the papers and focuses on Vincennes. He wonders what his son has to say. The young Mr. Adenka puts his right hand over his heart and makes 2 assumptions. The first is that this assignment was a purposeful trap for Vincennes. Khan informs his son that he is a bit disappointed. The level of the mission is not too difficult, but it has become a problem for the young master. Vincennes clarifies that it wasn't a problem for him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be standing in front of the head now. The cadet explains that he felt Samian's power during the mission. He spreads his arms out to the sides and says that it is unacceptable to use that power to test him. Vincent informs the chapter that Elder Tillowin and Holloman have a close relationship. Khan wonders what his son's second guess is in that case. Cadet says that the incompetent elders might not have known about the incident. The head of the family thinks that in both cases, the elders are left at a disadvantage and will be seen as cowards or incompetent. He focuses his gaze on Vincent and asks him which assumption he is leaning towards. The young gentleman replies that with his head, he is leaning towards the second option. Better to be incompetent than a coward. As they speak, someone's quick feminine footsteps become audible. Vincent's stepmother swings open the door to the head's office and informs him that there is trouble. Khan looks at his wife and asks her to tell him what has happened. Drops of sweat from excitement appear on her face, and she says that it is about Elder Tillowin. He has just been found in Adenk's house dead with a sword through his heart. His sudden death under strange circumstances was ruled as a suicide. The head of Adenk's family gets very tense and asks how this could have happened. The stepmother explains that he stabbed his heart with a sword and died in his room. Tillowin left a suicide note. It says that he takes full responsibility for what happened in the mission. Vincent denies this version, and the stepmother abruptly turns her attention to him. The head son informs that this suicide was deliberately staged. Khan tenses up at this information, and a look of consternation is seen on his face. The stepmother, too, was not expecting to hear such an assumption about what happened. Vincent and Julian conclude that if Tillowin had realized his responsibility, he would not have let something like this happen. In this situation, either behind-the-scenes forces massacred him, or he faked his own suicide. Vincent says that it takes a strong and confident person to kill an elder within Adenk's domain. Therefore, this suicide is merely a planned play. The stepmother opens her one eye and looks intently at Vincent. She informs him that he was able to see what she failed to notice. The girl turns to her husband and asks him to take Vincent away for a while. Khan informs that it is within her responsibility, and she can do it. Versa turns towards the exit and calls the head son after her. She informs the guy that she wants to borrow his powers and use them to see what happened. The door opens to a dark room, which is lit only by the light from the hallway. Vincent and Versa stand on the threshold of the elder's room, and their shadows fall to the floor. In this room, a dead Tillowin sits against the wall with a sword in his chest. The young lord approaches the body, and Versa asks him not to strain himself too much, for this is the first time he has seen the body of a suicide. Vincent leans over to the elder and opens his eye wide. Versa watches the cadet's actions carefully and awaits his verdict. Suddenly, Vincent informs her that there are many oddities here. The girl has a question mark frozen on her face. The cadet reports that the sword on the elder's body is too clean, and it looks like it was stabbed in the first time. Versa reports that he is a swordsman and could easily do it with the use of mana. Vincent recalls his last days in prison and says that death implies more regret and pain. But there is no sign of hesitation or stopping in the elder's death. Young Mr. Adenka puts forward his verdict and says that Tilowan's death and his body is a fake. Versa asks the cadet where the real elder is now. Vincent smiles and begins to speculate on his supposed location. The boy turns to Julian and tries to find the answer to this question from him. The ghost doesn't understand how Vincent could talk about all this and not know the very essence of it. The young gentleman replies to him that if it was a delusion, he would have stopped it by now. Julian coughs into his hand and tells the cadet that he said all the right things. It's like using dark magic, the corpse-copying technique. Vincent turns to Versa and relays the ghost's words to her. She is surprised at this assumption. The girl asks the young master how he was able to figure it out. Vincent is surprised that the mother could not see it with her own eye. She explains to the cadet that she can only discern truth and falsehood through people, but she cannot see the essence of what has happened. Versa puts her hand on Vincent's shoulder and is about to show him how it happens. The girl looks him straight in the eyes and demands to tell him how he learned about black magic. Julian and Vincent are under Mother's gaze and try to think of something. Versa says she doesn't care to know about the old man's suicide. She wants to understand where the young lord got such mental powers and boundless knowledge from. At this time, Elder Delbeck sees someone he doesn't want to meet. The head of the Adenka family enters the room and informs the elders that they haven't seen each other in a while. He has brought a teapot with him and offers the attendees a hot drink. Khan takes the teacup in his hand and puts it to his mouth, taking a sip. The Adenk elders sit silently at the table and look at the head of the family. He starts the conversation from afar and speaks of the tea's pleasant taste and aroma. Khan informs him that it is Elder Tilowan's favorite drink. At this point, the woman gets a great shock. They continue to sit silently at the table and drink the tea that the head has brought. Suddenly, Fidenel turns to the elders with a caustic smile on her face. She asks if Tilowan's corpse has already been expelled from the council. The chapter watches her demeanor and sees her rejoicing that they were able to cut off all the tails. Fidenel puts her cup on the table and asks Khan to cut to the chase. She says that the head has come to them to voice his displeasure about Vincena's mission. Khan does not react in any way to the woman's words and says that it was mean of them. Fidenel informs him that he especially cherishes Vincent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come in person to voice his displeasure. The woman continues to mock the head's feelings and says that his affection for the lad is due to his mother, Sarvana Kisley. The other elders join in this conversation, hinting at the possible jealousy of Mrs. Versa. Fidenel does not hesitate and even calls the chapter's behavior shameless. She doesn't understand the point of the chapter caring about her son right now. Khan remembers his beautiful dead wife, and at that moment the elders say that he has become stronger because of her death. The chapter mentally moves to the events when she was still alive and in her room. The weather was clear outside that day and the rays of the sun reflected off the window panes of their home. He bows his head over her bed and offers her a chance that she may live. Lady Sarvana asks her husband to accept her choice. She wants him to take care of their baby. He starts crying and clenches his teeth. At this time, his wife tries to calm him down. Khan comes back to reality and his teeth are clenched just like before her death. She asked him to fill the void from her absence in the child's life with himself. At this moment, the head begins to emit a strong aura and becomes very angry at the elder's words. He shifts his eyebrows and rage appears in his eyes at those present. Fidenel continues to add fuel to the fire and says that Khan's intemperate reaction confirms their words. After Sarvana's death, he suddenly rose quickly and gained high status. The elder hints that this definitely has something to do with his wife's passing away. She gets up from her seat and says that Sarvana was a beautiful girl. The whole family was in sorrow after the tragic events. Suddenly, a caustic smile appears on her face, and she informs that it is not true. Fidenel accuses the head of the family of being the one who sent Sarvana to the other world. After her shameless statement, Khan puts his sword up to her face. He uses the power of his mana and is about to attack the Council of Elders. A bright purple light appears from the window of the main house of the Adenka family. Suddenly, a powerful beam of mana bursts out of it, sweeping away everything in its path. The elders are blinded by the bright light, and a strong wind from Khan's power blows through them. Fidenel can barely hold herself in place from such a strong flow of mana. She is terrified and in great shock at the events that have transpired. The head continues to hold his sword in front of the elder, but there is no destruction around. Fidenel realizes that it was an incredible illusion from the explosion of energy of the sword used. The woman thinks about how this is the limit of what a man can achieve with his power. The head of the family demonstrates his 9 stars of a martial arts master. He asks the elders to remember that his dead wife's name was Sarvana Adenka. At this time, Versa keeps trying to get the truth from Vincent. She looks at him with her eye and asks him to tell her how he sensed the dark magic. Julian is confused and asks the cadet what he will do. Young Mr. Adenka hesitantly tries to think of something for his stepmother. Suddenly he makes his gaze focus and informs her that he is able to see dark magic. Versa looks even more into Vincent's eyes and interrogates him once more. Julian is shocked by this answer and says that it was wrong. Mother explains that you can't see the name of dark magic and the marks of dark magic. Vincent agrees that he can't see everything from his perception. He focuses on the truth and says that a sudden revelation came to him. Versa is shocked by his answer and asks if it's like that revelation during the True Sword meeting. Guy explains that he is using perception and analysis. At this point, a revelation comes to him. The stepmother sees that her eye is not responding in any way. This means that her stepson has told the truth. She turns around and asks Winston to keep this ability a secret from the others. Julian swivels his head and can't believe those words worked. Versa looks at Tiluan's corpse and asks the cadet if his revelation told him where the real elder is now. Vincent looks at Julian and jokes about giving him the revelation sooner. The ghost informs him that this ancient dark magic must have used up a large amount of Tiluan's life force. The stepmother clarifies if there could have been a third person involved. Julian tells Vincent that the elder has become useless, and it is unlikely that anyone was helping him. Tiluan is now physically exhausted and without any support. The ghost raises a finger up and informs him that the elder should be in this room. Vincent relays this information to Versa, and she is shocked at such conclusions. Young Master Adenka turns to her and asks her to fulfill a request. Vincent focuses his gaze and informs her that he wants to personally take the life of an elder. Versa replies that Tiluan committed a crime and it doesn't matter who does the punishment. But he was an elder of Adenk after all and has a powerful force. The young lord pulls out his sword and says that's why he needs his mother's help. He is going to forcibly drag the criminal into the light. At that point, Versa will need to block his attack. She smiles at Vincent and is ready to help him carry out his punishment. The boy stabs his sword into the floor and uses blue lightning to find his opponent. His power sweeps swiftly across the room in search of Tiluan. It reaches the fake corpse of the elder and heads onward. Suddenly, the red silhouette of the real culprit's head appears in the room. Tiluan angrily pops out with the image of dark magic and pounces on Vincent. At that moment, Versa blocks his attacking sword with two of her fingers. She holds onto his weapon and prevents him from striking. Tiluan looks at the head's wife in surprise and doesn't understand how she can restrain him with her bare hands. He tries to make an effort to free himself and clenches his teeth tightly. Versa wraps her hand around the blade of his sword and breaks it in half. Tiluan becomes unarmed and falls to the floor, leaning on it with both hands. The woman informs the evil elder that he has become Samian's dog. The man has lost all his strength and sits in front of Versa with a very skinny body. He informs her that he could have escaped without her intervention. The head wife smirks in response. At that moment, Vincent stands behind her back and lines up a sword path to attack the criminal. A frightened look appears on Tiluan's face and the young Lord Adenk's lightning bolt flies straight at his head. He delivers a crushing blow to him and straightens out the elder. Vincent flies past the defeated Tiluan by inertia, leaving the remains of his body behind him. He gives him a serious look and informs him that it is now over. Suddenly a sharp pain pierces his body and mana takes all the guy's strength. Vincent falls to the floor and Versa watches the process in surprise. Drops of sweat appear on her face from fright for her stepson. The young Mr. Adenka is lying on the floor and he begins to shake. Versa calls his name but he does not respond. Suddenly his pupils light up red and he starts screaming. Versa tries to ask the young gentleman what happened to him. Vincent tells Julian that he felt a lot of pain after using a strong sword strike. The young lord looks at his finger and sees small pieces begin to break off from it. Julian watches this picture with horror and says that Vincent is starting to disappear. The guy didn't even think about it and wasn't prepared for the fact that it was about to start. His arm has started to show through his bones. Vincent realizes that his sacrum has collapsed. Versa heads for the exit and is about to call a priest for the cadet. The young gentleman cannot believe that the collapse has already begun. By his calculations, it should be several more years before it does. Julian reminds Vincennes that they have made incredible accomplishments with this body. In many cases, they have had to go beyond their limits. Julian becomes sad and says that after such a strain, the body might not have been able to take it and collapse early. Vincent turns to his friend and tries to talk to him through the Force. He asks if he had to fail in this life too. Julian has no words he can find for Vincent in this situation. Suddenly, many butterflies begin to appear around the young gentleman. Julian uses his power to restore his friend. He says that his methods were reckless and foolish. That said, the ghost doesn't think they were wrong. If it weren't for Vincent, it would have been impossible to gain the approval of others. Just as he did while receiving the Thunder Giant's blessing, Julian supports the guy's rump with his divine power. Vincent starts yelling to him that it could be dangerous for him. Julian bows his head and confirms his friend's words that he will eventually disappear. He laughs and says that the cadet still has time to fix his rump. Young Mr. Adenka shouts to the ghost and asks him to wait. Julian disappears and all that is left of him are butterflies that fly around the room. Vincent is discouraged by the loss and stares into the void while saying his friend's name. He opens his palm and one of the yellow butterflies lands on it. The young lord clutches this butterfly in his fist and asks the ghost to trust him. Vincent gets up from the floor and is determined to rectify this situation. At that moment, the door opens in front of him and a priest enters the room. He asks young Mr. Adenk if he's all right. Dullin observes Vincent and worries about his poor condition. At this time, the butler Sirkun is a witness in the proceedings of Vincent's mission. He is in front of the counter to corroborate Vincent's testimony on what happened on the mission. Men in suits are gathered in front of him, recording everything he says. Outside the hall door are Helga and Raven, who are waiting for the proceedings to end. The director's already tired of waiting for the notarization to finish. At that moment, another person appears there and calls out to the fortress director. Merlin appears before them and approaches Helga with a confident stride. He has traveled a long way from the fortress to the Adenk's house because he was worried after Vincent's report. Merlin asks what is wrong with his apprentice. The headmaster reassures him and tells him that the young master is fine. At this time, Raven sits on the floor and listens to the conversation between the two men. Sirkun comes out of the door and apologizes for the long delay. Principal Helga turns to him and tells the butler that he did a good job. Sirkun informs him that he still needed to take care of something. At this point, the scar on Merlin's face begins to burn, and he stares intently at the Assassin King. Helga sees their focused gazes on each other and realizes that they know each other. Sirkun informs her that they do know each other and not under good circumstances. It was the Assassin King who once left that scar on Merlin's face. Vincena's teacher pulls out his sword and begins to apply his mana. Sirkun is not left out and uses the specialty of his threads. Helga and Raven observe what is happening and demand that the men stop the showdown. At this time, a light comes on in one of the rooms of Adenk's house. A voice from there says that it is impossible to bring a body to such a state. Priest Dullin is busy healing the young gentleman and says that after the news about Tillowen, he decided to appear in person. He warns Vincennes that healing is not a panacea. If the body is fine on the outside, things may not be right on the inside. He had recently heard a similar grumble from a priest in the Purple Fortress. Suddenly, Vincent realizes that Dullin may know a way to heal the sacrum. He addresses this question to him while sitting on the bed in the room. The young Mr. Adenka begins to tell the priest the story of Julian. Dullin clarifies the information about the god who maintains the condition of a particularly weak bone. Vincent informs him that he has very little time. The priest clarifies to the young gentleman that he knows nothing about such a body construct. The lad is very disappointed that there is no way to deal with it. Suddenly, Dullin tells Vincent that he has another suggestion. He puts his finger up and explains that there is one way to protect and support this god. This will be possible if Vincent begins to develop his spiritual power. The boy seriously considers the priest's words and thinks about something. The young gentleman asks if it is necessary for him to become a priest in order to do so. Dullin explains that it would not be that easy. All the more reason to consider the fact that time is very short. The priest tells him that near the Gaia temple is the tomb of a holy king. There is a legend that the Holy Grail was left there. It gives the owner great divine power. Vincent is not sure of this method, as it is only a legend, but Dullin tells of a warrior who has already gained divine power. The young lord's eyes light up and he hurries to find out about this man. The priest raises his finger up again and clarifies that this is only one warrior in the story. That man is Arslan Adenka, Vincent's ancestor and the bearer of the Sun Sword. While Vincent and the priest are having their conversation, Merlin and Sirkun are about to begin the battle. Their long-ago battle took place on the Tsarvadan plain, where Merlin acted as a mercenary for the Tamilan family. Sirkun then represented the Adenk family, and they have met many times as enemies. Merlin raises his sword and says that nothing has changed now. Sirkun pounces on his opponent and thrusts his arm forward with the threads. Raven cannot watch this fight and shouts to his butler. The opponents cannot hear anyone around them and are only focused on revenge against each other. Suddenly, someone's female hand appears behind Merlin's head and is about to grab him. Principal Helga stops Merlin and Sirkun and holds them by the backs of their heads. She reminds them that they are now teachers of the Purple Fortress, and she will have to fend for them later. They sense Helga's authority and stop. The principal suggests that they continue their fight after Raven and Vincent's match. At that moment, voices are heard behind their backs. Vincent walks ahead and the priest moves behind him. Dullin tries to talk the young lord out of his dangerous search for the Holy Grail. Vincent tells him that the priest himself suggested this method. Now the heir of the Adenk family calls him to come with him to the tomb of the Holy King. Their conversation is overheard by Merlin and Sirkun. They conclude that the young lord is getting into some kind of trouble again. The butler leans over and puts his right hand to his heart. He wishes Merlin Paleco victory next time. His opponent looks disdainfully at Sirkun and says he hopes so. Butler and Raven step forward and head off to follow Vincent. Suddenly, the head mistress of the Purple Fortress calls out to Merlin and he turns to her. She is greatly surprised and clarifies if his last name is indeed Paleco. Morning comes and Vincent and Dullin have already approached their destination. The young gentleman is about to go inside and the priest is very worried by the rush. Vincent doesn't know how much time Julian has left. And if Arslan really did have the Holy Grail, then there is no time to delay. Dullin checks with the young lord to see if he has forgotten his words. No one who has entered this temple has ever returned alive. They stand just before the entrance and the priest begins to tell them with horror that no one knows anything about this place. Vincent casts his eyes downward and turns to Dullen with a question. He doesn't understand why the priest told him about the grail. After all, it now turns out to be a crazy idea. There are sentries outside, but there is no way to get inside without a second-ranking priest escorting them. Vincent asks again why Dullen sent him here. The priest lowers his eyes and looks down. He asks the young lord if he knows about King Lemgo. The lad replies that he has heard in general terms about him. Vincent learned about him when he studied history with Julian. He is the hero who established the Church of Gaia. The king accepted martyrdom when he led the fight against the great evil Devon. However, all information about him exists in the form of legends. Dullen reveals that he is a priest who inherited the king's power. Vincent looks at the priest and is greatly surprised by his words about the Holy King. The man explains that after receiving the power, one prophecy was passed down to him. Only someone who survived death and met a god would be able to find the Holy Grail. Dullen casts his eyes downward and says that much about this prophecy is incomprehensible. It remains a mystery to him what it means to survive death. The priest looks at Vincent and explains that the power within him points to the young lord. Perhaps he is the man from the prophecy. But Dullen is worried about the lad and didn't expect him to go to the grave so soon. Vincent asks him not to worry because the prophecy of the Holy King does indeed point to him. The young lord takes confident steps forward and steps inside the temple. At that moment, a powerful torrent of wind comes down on Dullen, emanating from the temple. He covers himself with his right hand and begins to worry even more about Vincent. The priest puts his hands to his face and promises to pray for the young lord. At this time, Vincent descends the stairs into the bowels of the temple, while the passage is illuminated by the rays of sunlight from the street. He takes a few more steps and is plunged into intense darkness. The stairs seem endless and Vincent descends down them further and further. In the darkness, his sense of space and time are dulled, so the descent seems very long to him. Out of habit, he tries to talk to Julian to get information from him. Suddenly, he remembers that the ghost can't hear him now and he has to walk all alone. He has spent 10 years in a dungeon and now a day alone with himself makes him uncomfortable. Vincent thinks the stairs are kind of strange. Perhaps in the darkness he missed something. The guy decides to check it out and thinks about something, directing his gaze to the side. At that moment, he hears a loud voice telling him not to look back. As soon as he does, he will immediately lose his sense of direction and stay in this grave forever. Vincent draws his sword and demands the unfamiliar owner of the voice to reveal himself. At that moment, a bright purple fire appears above him in several glowing rings. Beneath Vincent, many shadows of his own begin to form. These shadows begin to transform and rise upward in the form of a blue substance. They rise up in front of the young lord, and the lad is greatly shocked by such a sight. A man appears before him who introduces himself as Melanon. He represents the clan of Immortal Shadows and informs him that they have been waiting for the Seeker of Truth. Vincent stands in front of the huge shadows and tries to find out what this means. Melanon speaks the words that Arslan spoke recently. He urges the lad to step outside of Samion and face the truth. This clan has stayed to fulfill the mission and has been guarding this place for 500 years. Now Vincent must prove to them that he is a truth seeker and will be able to free them. The young Lord Adenka smiles and realizes that Arslan is the cause of all this. He asks how he can prove it to him. Melanon replies that in order to do so, he needs to chop them up with his sword and set them free. The proof will be his mana. He agrees to chop the shadows with Adenka's sword to fulfill their expectations. Vincent uses the method his mentor taught him. It is the style of Adenka's sword. He applies the moon cut from the first chapter and cuts one of the shadows. The young lord is satisfied with his strike and calls himself Vincent Adenk. He is a descendant of Arslan, who left a clan of shadows to guard this place. At this moment, Melanon's eye widens and lights up with a bright light. Many rays begin to emerge from it, and he informs it is not enough. At the entrance to the temple, all is quiet, and only a light breeze blows past him. Inside, Vincent's battle with the shadows that are trying to attack him begins to take place. After all his attacks, they inform him that his evidence is not enough. Vincent raises his sword and plans to use the power of the Thunder Giant. He spreads his arms out to the sides and applies a giant blue lightning bolt. At this moment, one of the shadows begins to split under the influence of his mana. But suddenly, his arm starts to regenerate again and returns to its original position. Vincent watches what is happening and doesn't realize how it happened. Shadows begin to pounce on him from all sides, ready to tear him apart. The young lord has no intention of giving up and uses different variations of attacks. He notices that the shadows are very strong. Even if they are knocked down, they get up and attack again. Melanon appears behind Vincent's back and informs him that whoever encroaches on the tomb will be destroyed. Vincent recalls his words about not looking back. If he does, he will lose his sense of direction and remain in this tomb forever. Melanon pounces on Vincent and strikes the young lord. He tells the lad to stop deceiving himself about his exceptionalism. Vincent starts screaming in pain, and the shadow informs him that he is not the protagonist of the prophecy. The young lord doesn't understand what's going on. After all, it should have been left by Arslan for him. If Julian had been by his side, he could have definitely given him a clue. Vincent worries about the fact that he is nothing on his own. At this moment, all the shadows are leaning over the young lord, ready to devour him. The young lord Adenka loses his confidence and sinks into sad thoughts. At this time, Priest Dullen continues to sit outside the temple and pray for Vincent. Suddenly, the guards behind his back stop someone on their way to the temple. Two people try to enter the forbidden area and are prevented from doing so. Dullen looks at the two men and is suddenly very surprised by their appearance. Vincent at this time has his head down and cannot utter a word. Melanon informs them that they are the keepers of the prophecy of the Sun Sword Holy King and Emperor. They must adhere to this prophecy and can use absolute power. The Shadow Clan hoped that Vincent might be the chosen one, but the guy can't defeat them and thus has nothing to do with the prophecy. At that moment, one of the shadows holds the lad tightly in his hand. Melanon tells him that the chosen one must see the truth and experience death. Vincent has an epiphany in his eyes and realizes that the prophecy contains two important points. At this time, Melanon informs him that neither of them apply to the lad. He makes a swing of his arm and is about to deliver a crushing blow to Vincent. At that moment, the young lord bows his head and a wind rushes past him. A large ball of mana forms around him, ready to explode at any second. Vincent releases himself from the hand of the huge shadow and throws out a powerful force of his mana. Melanon notices that it is black-red mana like Samian's and is surprised by it. Vincent uses the black-red magic power and a shadow begins to disintegrate behind him. He looks up and uses the red chant from the last part of the verse. The young lord makes powerful attacks with his sword using the red full moon. From the beginning, he used the wrong name for proof. He should have used the name of Davin Samian, who experienced death. He turns to Melanon and names himself, who came after defeating death. Vincenus orders him to follow the prophecy and lead him to the Holy Grail. Melanon feels a sense of freedom and exhales in relief that this moment has finally arrived. The creature's gaze becomes light and no longer threatens the lad. The Shadow Clan begins to disperse into the air and is freed from its confinement. At this moment, the darkness around the young lord dissipates and he is greatly surprised. A huge gate appears in front of him, which is the actual entrance. Vincent opens the gate and carefully peeks inside the room. He crosses the threshold and heads towards the tomb that stands at the very end of the hall. Vincent stops near the tomb itself and examines it carefully. The lid of the tomb is closed and there is no hint of the Holy Grail. Suddenly it opens, and a light breeze begins to come out of it. The silhouette of an unknown man appears in the air in front of Vincent.
The young lord is greatly surprised and assumes it is the Holy King.
Leemgo looks very imposing and introduces himself as the heir to the blood of Arslan. He informs Vincent that his agreement with his friend has finally been fulfilled. The Holy King raises his hand, and a bright burning orb appears in it. The young lord of Adenk watches his actions carefully. At that moment, a Holy Grail cup appears in his hand, which he presents to Vincent. Leemgo informs him that his role is now over and he can move on to another treaty. He hands the Grail to Vincent and says that it will lead him to heaven. Thanks to the young lord, he was able to keep his promise, and now leaves quietly. Vincent thanks the Holy King, and Leemgo at that moment completely dissolves into thin air. Vincent watches this process and is greatly fascinated by what is happening. He puts his right hand to his heart and humbly expresses his tribute to the king. Suddenly, the ceiling above the young lord begins to collapse. From above, a great multitude of large stones begin to fall on Vincent. He realizes that it was the vibration from the collapse of the tomb, and he needs to get out of there immediately. The young lord thinks about the fact that what is happening now could be the next treaty. Vincent looks back and sees his mentor Merlin there. The man looks at the young lord intently and calls himself Knight Paleco. At this moment, Dullen is standing upstairs having a conversation with someone. He tries to clarify with his interlocutor the reason for their appearance here. The director of the Crimson Fortress stands in front of him and explains that the prophecy was referring to her and Sir Paleco. She hesitates and casts her eyes downward. The headmaster repeats the prophecy about the one who sees the truth about Adenk who will be able to enter the tomb. Helga walks to the stairs and adds that the descendants of the Quibel family will also be there. She clenches her fist and informs them that it is now that the prophecy is coming true. The director of the Crimson Fortress thinks of Merlin and hopes he is in one piece. If Vincent is indeed that truth-seeker, the man cannot be saved. Young Master Adenka stands before Merlin and informs him that he found it strange to keep Arslan's true surname. He wonders what has happened to the Paleco family. His mentor simply remains silent in response. Suddenly he begins to speak and informs him that some of Adenk's military families have a prophecy. Like Arslan's shadows, they too have a specific task. The descendants of Paleco must sacrifice their lives in the Holy King's tomb for the sake of Adenk. Vincent is stunned by such news and cannot believe that Merlin came here to sacrifice his life. At that moment, a huge chunk of stone breaks off from the ceiling and falls right on top of the young lord. Merlin's eyes light up from his use of mana and look towards Vincent. He swiftly attacks the huge stone and throws it away from the lad. The stone splits apart and falls next to the young lord, who is holding the Holy Grail. Merlin says that this place has stood for 500 years. Now a collapse begins that cannot be stopped. He raises a finger in the air and informs them that there is only one way out of there. Above Merlin, a huge pillar appears in the ceiling that must be destroyed. It is like a spine supporting the walls of the Holy King's tomb. Vincent is about to do this and asks his mentor Merlin for help. The man refuses and informs him that this mission lies with him. He draws his sword and uses the power of lightning. The young lord realizes that Merlin is going to deliver him to Earth and die here. The man closes his eyes and reminds the lad of their first meeting. After their conversation in the training arena, something shook in his heart. That's when Vincent said he would memorize the man's name. There is no greater joy for him than to do his duty and die. With those words, he raises his sword upwards. Merlin makes his attack and tells the lad that he was a good student. His lightning bolt swiftly travels inside the tomb and heads for the pillar. Suddenly, everything stops and Vincent blocks Merlin's sword, preventing him from making his strike. The young lord asks if he had so little to say to him last. Judging by Merlin's words, the last name Palco means absolutely nothing to him. The real Arslan would never try to achieve a goal at the cost of someone else's life. He was an innocent child and felt strongly about Davin's injustice. There was no way he would have gotten rid of his descendants. At this time, he and Merlin stand in the crumbling tomb and Vincent continues to hold his mentor's sword. Sir Palco clenches his teeth and tries to free his sword from the block. He shouts to Vincent that at this rate they will both die in this tomb. The young lord suggests to his mentor that the two of them get out of there alive. Merlin is shocked by this suggestion and does not understand what his apprentice wants to do. Vincent takes off his jacket and clarifies with Sir Palco whether his goal was to do everything possible to save him. He ties the Holy Grail on his chest and informs him that he will be able to escape from there quickly. Vincent takes advantage of his specialty and applies the ice walking skill. He closes his eyes and concentrates all his strength to make one big jump. First, young Master Adenka plugs in the Dwarf King's defense. Then he combines his first feature with the Song of the Galactic Wanderer. Last of all, Vincent uses the Yellow Lightning Giant's defense. To it, he connects a second form of his blue-colored Thunderbolt. Merlin watches this process and is in great shock. He sees the young lord merge all the characteristics together. As a result, Vincent has a unique characteristic combined from all of them. His power now becomes powerful, and he is under the blessing of 3 gods at the same time. Vincent begins to cry out that action is needed now. Merlin uses his sword and heads towards the pillar to destroy it. He uses a powerful attack and sends a strong stream of mana upwards. His power emits a multitude of lightning bolts and begins to destroy the pillar that holds the entire tomb together. Finally, a small gap appears at the top, where a bright ray of sunlight shines through. Vincent rests his foot on the stone floor, which begins to break under his pressure. In an instant, he takes a powerful leap and swings into the air. From the sheer speed of his flight, a strong stream of wind blows across his face. Vincent approaches the hole in the ground and is soon on the surface. He sees the light and squeezes his last strength to get out of the tomb. He reaches upward to reach the edge of the crevice. At that moment, Vincent's strength runs out and he fails to reach his target. He cannot believe that his jump was not enough. The young lord begins to fall down, and at that moment, Merlin's hand tries to grasp the rock. Sir Palco picks up Vincent and pulls him up along with the Holy Grail. Merlin urges his apprentice to be sure to get to the truth. He uses his power to push the young lord towards the exit. Vincent reaches the surface while Sir Palco falls down. The young Lord Adenka begins screaming for his mentor not to do this. Merlin promptly falls downward to the loud screams of his apprentice. Vincent promptly flies upwards and something swiftly whizzes past him. At this time, Headmistress Helga jumps into the crevice and unleashes her whip. The girl spares no effort and tries to save the master at any cost. She ties one end of the rope around the protruding edge of the cleft. With the other end, Helga tries to catch Merlin and swiftly flies after him. The whip tries to catch Merlin, who falls down very quickly. Finally, the rope reaches the master and wraps around his waist. Principal Helga holds onto the rope and pulls Merlin up to the surface. At that moment, the girl realizes why Kibel's name was mentioned in the prophecy. Her mission was to save Sir Palco from death in the tomb. At that moment, Vincent comes to his senses and opens his eyes. He jumps up from the ground and begins shouting the master's name as he runs up to the crevice. At that moment, he notices Merlin Palco lying next to him on the ground. The mentor is unconscious but alive. Vincent is greatly relieved. Helga and Dullen approach the young lord and tell him that he slept too sweetly. They turn their attention to the Holy Grail and cannot believe that it is now in Vincent's hands. He holds it out to Dullen and offers to take a closer look at the artifact. The priest never thought he would be able to see it in person or even touch it. Dullen takes it in his hands and examines it with great interest. Suddenly, the Holy Grail begins to absorb the priest's divine powers. He looks inside the bowl and notices there is water that is formed at the bottom. Dullen is very much surprised and doesn't understand how it got there. Vincent assumes that this is its meaning. He offers to drink this water so that he too can master the divine powers. Helga wrinkles her face and warns that this grail has been in the tomb for 500 years. The young lord brings the cup to his mouth and begins to drink the contents. At this moment, his body begins to emit a light aura and he feels an influx of energy. A brightly colored butterfly that used to fly around Julian appears in front of Vincent's eyes. Suddenly, the ghost himself appears in front of him. His body is replenished by the flow of divine power. Julian does not yet react to his surroundings or open his eyes. However, Vincent realizes that his friend has returned and will soon be fully restored. Julian opens his eyes and cannot believe that he is alive. He thinks that Vincent has found a way to fix the exoskeleton. But the young master explains that he has found a way to restore his divine powers. Julian senses a large amount of energy and says that with that power he will be able to support his sacrum. Suddenly the ghost looks around and is greatly surprised at what he sees. They are in the middle of a lot of ruins with a huge pit at the former site of a temple. Vincent tells them that this was where the king's tomb used to be. After the mission was completed, it was completely destroyed. Julian is shocked and starts scolding the cadet. All the people read the news in the newspaper that the king's tomb is no more. It also says that it was destroyed by Adenka's seventh son. This incident greatly puzzles the people and creates a double impression about the young prince. The same newspaper is held by someone's female hand and is carefully reading the news that has traveled across the continent. Versa stands in her room and silently ponders what has been written about Vincent. Her stepson stands to her side and she tells him that not long ago he did not have the strength to get out of bed. Vincent informs her that he was able to recover quickly thanks to Priest Dullen. Mother becomes angry and clutches the newspaper in her hand, looking intently at the young gentleman. She tells Vincent that he has created tremendous chaos with his action. At this time, the action unfolds in the main building of the Temple of Gaia. Priest Dullen demands to get to the bottom of this and not accuse young Lord Adenk of intentionally destroying the tomb. Many priests are gathered in front of him who are aligned against Vincent. He approaches the table where the priests are seated and is about to restore justice. Nelok, a priest of the first class, informs him that they do not care about the reason for what he has done.
The fact remains that the young lord of Adenka destroyed the Temple of Gaia.
Dullen is angered by such accusations and asks the assembly not to jump to conclusions. Nelok slaps his hand on the table and informs them that they are going to demand compensation for what they have done. He believes that some sort of donation will not be a big deal for the head of the family. He will be forced to do it in order to maintain the trusting relationship between the Adenk and Gaia clans. The other priests support the head priest and report that this would help the church strengthen its influence. Dullen is disappointed in the assembly's decision, as they will spend the donation themselves. At this point, he hears someone's voice behind him addressing Nelok. Elder Delbecq enters the room and expresses great disappointment at the actions taken by young Master Vincent. In his opinion, he should be held responsible for the disgrace before the Holy King. Delbecq draws his sword and suggests one punishment for the young master. He wants Vincent to make a sacrifice in the form of his severed left arm. At this time, Versa reprimands her stepson and tells him that he has done something terrible. The boy stands in her room with Julian and listens intently to his mother's claims. He has destroyed one of the most massive historical treasures that Gaia has protected for 500 years. The Gaia Temple and the Adenk clan have been allies since the Great Demon War. Now they will have to make an unimaginable exchange to maintain their friendship. Vincent smiles and suggests that Mother dispense with the formalities and get to the point. Versa is greatly surprised and wonders what else her stepson wants to add to all this. At that moment, Raelsa enters the room with a cart with something hidden on it. She apologizes to her mistress and removes a cloth from the item on the table. Vincent shows the Holy Grail and informs her that he found it in the tomb. Versa sees nothing surprising and calls the Grail an ordinary cup. The young gentleman explains that the value of the object is immense, but his mother is not impressed by this. She says that Vincent will not escape punishment. The priests of Gaia are sure to look after their interests. The son of the head of Adenk smiles and informs that he will not have to answer for what he has done. Versa is greatly shocked by his words and demands clarification of his intentions. Vincent puts his left hand to his chest and says that the priest would rather want to thank him. The mother listens to her stepson in silence and asks him to explain what he is talking about. Vincent begins to tell her that the tomb of the Holy King was in no way attached to the priests. They neglected this important historical site in every way and did not care for it in any way. There were only 2 guards posted near the shrine. Anyone could get there if they wanted to. Most importantly, they knew nothing about the tomb and no one was investigating it. If they really believed in the value of the relic, they would have started exploring the place without delay. Vincent spreads his arms out to the sides and states that the tombs were just cargo to the priests of Gaia. He looks at Mother and says that there is nothing to be punished for here. But Versa informs him that she's greatly disappointed in him. Even knowing her ability to detect lies, he still speaks slander. At this point, Versa feels a lot of rage and starts yelling at her stepson. Raelsa watches what is happening and sees the peculiarity of the headwife manifest itself. Versa demands Vincent to stop making excuses and tell her what he is hiding from her. Julian is frightened at the sight of his mother's anger. Vincent, however, is completely calm. Young Mr. Adenka pulls something out and offers Versa a look at it. The whole room begins to reflect in the blue light and silence ensues. Mother and Raelsa are leaning over something Vincent shows them and are quite shocked. Versa asks if it can be tampered with. The Chief Chamberlain replies that it is an old model and cannot be tampered with. Mother calms down and turns to Vincent, offering him a solution to the problem. After what he has seen, everything changes radically. and the young gentleman is glad that he has met his mother's expectations. A few days pass and a delegation from Gaia arrives at Adank's main house. One of the priests informs Dulin that he too will not escape punishment. The head priest tells him that he has caused a big problem with his chatter. Dulin informs Nellic that he is making a big mistake with his actions. In response, the chief priest laughs and says that he is only doing his duty. Even if one of the elders tries to protect Vincent, it will not prevent him from becoming high priest. Dulin looks worriedly at Nellic and realizes that this is all just for his own gain. At the doorstep, the delegation is greeted by Versa and Vincent and Elder Delbecq. The head's wife tells the elder that thanks to him, Vincent was able to secure a high position, and their arrangement is in force. If the young lord cannot prove his innocence, she will personally leave him headless. Julian is in fear at such words, while Vincent is completely calm. Delbecq is confident that the son of the head will not be able to escape punishment. This thought causes a satisfied expression on his face. Right now, it's Versa's meaningless chatter for him. The elder is waiting for the moment when it will actually have to be done. The mistress of the House of Adenkov welcomes the delegation, led by Priest Nellic. She calls them to follow her and warns them that they will have much to talk about. The entire delegation gathers in the large and spacious assembly hall. The speech begins with the fact that they were all gathered there by one accident. The head priest addresses the elders of Adank and asks them to state their position. Delbecq is confident that under these circumstances, the power of the council will be in his hands. He looks at Vincent and becomes greatly puzzled at the sight of him. The young lord sits across from him and smiles, showing a satisfied face. The elder is very angry and starts yelling at the lad to realize his wrongdoing. Vincent gets up from his seat and puts his hand on the table. He smiles again and apologizes. The lad informs him that Elder Delbecq deliberately excluded Mistress Adenka from the meeting. After his words, a look of intense shock and horror appears on Delbecq's face. The head priest and his minions are also greatly surprised by such an accusation. Julian watches the reactions of the people in the assembly and begins to laugh. Nelloc stands up from his seat and calls Vincent a nasty boy. He demands an explanation and states that the boy will pay with his life. The young Lord Adenka offers to start by introducing himself to everyone. He calls himself the 7th Prince of Adenka and a cadet of the Crimson Fortress of the 9th rank. Vincent takes out an enchanted crystal and speaks his name in front of everyone. The crystal in his hands lights up and is ready to show his proof to those present. The Holy King appears on the recording and rises from his tomb. He says that thanks to Vincent, he was able to keep his promise to his friend. The king disappears and everyone in the assembly tries to make sense of what has happened. The head priest is shocked that he was able to see it. He opens his mouth wide and tries to say something. Vincent smiles and suggests that the meeting finally begin officially. At this time, a young girl is laboring outside Hansen's workshop. She hears someone's voice nearby, apologizing for the disturbance. The girl turns her head and sees a guy approaching her. She wonders what he wants, and if he came here for the purpose of getting the sword. The guy pulls out a notebook and informs her that he is a journalist. He is here now to get information about Vincent. He wants to know about the purple lotus that the young lord recently used to defeat Samian. At this point, the girl starts yelling furiously at the guy and demands that he stop coming to them. They have already been visited many times by journalists in order to write about the creators of the sword. This really interferes with the trade and the girl chases the guy away. At this time, under the ringing of the anvil, Hansen turns to Milla and asks who she is fighting with. He thinks it's another customer and asks her to tone down her ardor. She turns to Hansen and says his name. The journalist sees the swordmaker and starts writing something in his notebook. He asks the blacksmith to talk to him and answer just a couple questions. Millie doesn't let the guy pass and Hansen turns around back to the workshop. The foreman thinks about the fact that because of this Winchen's shtick, a lot of chaos has started in his life. The journalist doesn't give up and asks the master to talk to him again. Hansen shifts his gaze to the boy and answers him nothing. Millie shoves the annoying journalist out of the way and demands that he not ask any questions. The blacksmith sighs and thinks about how it's been a long time since he's been called a master. Winchen has some credit for that. However, after that time, he had not seen the young master for a long time. He took the gifted magic crystal and disappeared without reminding him of himself. The young master is busy dealing with serious matters and smiles, feeling his superiority over the villains. At this time, everyone in the assembly hall begins to discuss what they have seen. Many have doubts about the recording. Arguments are heard that the tomb has fulfilled its purpose and collapsed on its own. Vincent holds the crystal in his hands and thinks that it has come in handy at just the right moment. Chief Priest Nellic can barely contain his anger and clenches his teeth. He begins to shout that this is all a production and the young lord set up this recording. The other elders inform him that it is impossible to fake a recording with such a crystal. Vincent is not going to stop there and suggests that the assembly see further proof. The young lord pulls out a holy grail left to him by the king himself. Delbecq sees the holy relic and his face changes from sheer shock. The head priest smiles mockingly and says it is a fake. Vincent begins to tell of the Imperial Dragon Knight Merlin, who sacrificed his life in the authenticity of this relic. Nelloc recalls that Sir Paleko is one of the 12 swords of Adenka. He does not believe that he sacrificed his life. Standing next to the head priest is Dullen, who confirms the authenticity of the story. The priest is willing to forfeit his life and divine power if this grail is not real. Nelok is furious, and is surprised that Dullen is siding with Vincennes. Versa rises from her seat and offers to raise the stakes on the authenticity of the relic. She turns to Delbecq and informs him that the son's responsibility is also the mother's responsibility. The elder listens intently to Mistress Adenk and waits to see what she has to say next. Versa is confidently ready to bet her right hand that Vincent has spoken the truth. The elder did not expect such a turn in this proceeding and is greatly frightened. Mistress of the House Adenka offers to bet his left hand. Delbecq does not realize what is beginning to happen. At the same time, he sees the confidence of the head's wife and begins to have doubts. At the same time, the elder can no longer back down and agrees to the offer. Vincent steps forward and states that he already put his life on the line when he came to the meeting. He approaches Priest Nelok and places his hand on his desk. Vincent declares that the head priest is the only one who has bet nothing. He offers him a worthwhile wager that equals a life. Nelok continues to not believe that this relic is genuine. With these thoughts, he informs Vincent that he is willing to bet his life. His minions change in their faces and are greatly startled by such a statement. They rush to support the chief priest and put their lives on the line as well. The young lord smiles and turns to Dullen standing next to him. At that moment, the priest takes the grail and puts his fingers to it. Versa watches the process and rays of divine power begin to appear near her. The holy grail begins to transform Dullen's power and a bright light appears in his hands. Delbecq's face changes again and becomes overwhelmed by the sight. The head priest Nelok's mouth drops open in astonishment and he is speechless. Dullen demonstrates the result of the transformation of divine power and shows the water inside the bowl. He pours it on the floor and says that this is the power of the holy grail. The elders watch in amazement as Dullen's divine power has become holy water. Vincent stands with his back to Nelok and reminds him of his bet on life. He asks the head priest if he recognizes the holy grail as real. Nelok is badly shocked and can't find the words for any justification. He tries to say something while the other priests await his verdict. One of them rises from his seat and informs him that he refuses to believe in the authenticity of the relic. He accuses Vincent of using some sort of trick that created this ordinary water. At this point, Nelok looks in the direction of this priest and his head is cut off. He watches this picture in horror and cannot utter a word. Nelok turns his head and sees the same thing happening to the other priest. Versa uses the power of her sword and cuts off the heads of all those who had put their lives on the line. Among them happens to be the head priest. Delbecq screams at the mistress that she is doing unimaginably horrible things. At that moment, Versa cuts off his left hand and enforces the pact. The elder turns his head and finds his arm cut off at the shoulder. Delbecq realizes what has happened and begins to scream violently in pain. Versa wipes her hands with a handkerchief and informs him that she is Adenka's mother and mistress. With such a high status, she respects her son Vincent's honor. The other priests watch in horror at the decapitated body of Nelok and his minions. The elders of Adenk are also trying to come to their senses after what they have seen. Julian is delighted that his mother called Winchin a son. Meanwhile, the young lord thinks about how swift Versa's attack was. She is the true giant of Adenka. Delbecq holds onto the site of his wound and hesitates to utter a word. The assembly hall has become like a place of restoring justice and honor to Vincent. The young lord turns to his mother and asks permission to say something. He informs her that he would like to keep the delegation from Gaia alive. Wicknan points to Dullen and says that the king's holy grail is present. There are also high-ranking priests of Gaia there. If they hurry, they can bring the others back to life. Mistress Versa asks Vincent why he wants to do this. The young lord replies that he doesn't want to appear childish in the eyes of others. His mother has done everything for him in this situation, and now Vincent wants to let him decide for himself. Versa ponders her son's words and silently looks down. She agrees to his proposal and smiles at the young master. Vincent turns to Dullen and asks him to begin the healing process with the Holy Grail. The priest orders everyone to get down to business and present the others with their divine powers. The other priests roll up their sleeves and hurry to get down to business. They approach the Grail and begin the process of transforming the holy water. Vincent reflects on the fact that everything up to this point has been going according to his plan. Julian informs him that he is looking forward to seeing how further events unfold. At this point, the head priest Nolak regains consciousness and opens his eyes. He touches his neck and doesn't realize what has happened. He remembers exactly how he lost his head. Dullen holds the Holy Grail in front of him and says it's good to see him again. He speaks to the head priest without much respect and takes the relic. Nelok becomes angry instead of thanking him and says the priest's name through his teeth. Dullen approaches the elder and offers to heal his severed hand. Delbecq exhales in relief and says that would be glorious. Vincent lifts his limb and says it is not worth it. He turns to the elder and declares that he looks fine without his arm. Delbecq indignantly interjects to Vincent what he means. The young lord explains that the man is a noble warrior of Adenka. They cannot restore him the arm he chose to give up on his own. After all, if they give him the limb back, his honor will be leveled. This situation enrages Delbecq, and he becomes very angry with Winchin. He holds up the site of his wound and informs him that this is proof of the young lord's truth. Vincent puts his right hand to his heart and says that this is very brave of him. Delbecq casts his eyes downward and grudgingly agrees with the young lord. Versa stands behind the elder's back and informs him that they have sorted everything out. The girl approaches Priest Nelek and waits for him to agree with her words. He smiles tensely and informs her that Vincent is innocent. Now the temple will no longer seek compensation from Adenka's family. The delegation rises from their seats and all head for the exit of the assembly hall. Nelok thinks that they have lost nothing and will still be able to profit from the Adenkis in time. At that moment he hears Vincent's voice stopping him. The young lord stands up before exiting and informs him that the priests still owe him something. He pulls out his enchanted crystal again and turns on the recording. Vincent shows the words of the king, where he thanks him for helping him fulfill his promise. The Holy Grail was placed by the Holy King and the Sunsword Emperor, but for 500 years the Temple of Gaia never retrieved it, leaving the walls of the tomb without proper care. Vincent found this Grail and the king thanked him. The descendants of the Holy King have something to do as well. Priest Nelek presses his lips together and looks at Vincent with a displeased face. The entire delegation stands before the young lord and awaits the actions of the chief priest. Nelok informs them that the Temple of Gaia is most grateful to him for carrying out the will of the Holy King. He continues speaking and takes a knee before Vincent. Nelek makes a low bow and lowers his head to the floor, saluting the young lord on behalf of the Temple of Gaia. At this point, all the priests in delegation repeat the actions of the head priest. Nelek leans his lips to the floor, feeling the intense tension, and kisses him. The rest of the delegation joins the priest and kisses the floor as well. Julian tells Vincent that this gesture is considered the highest form of praise from the priests. At this point, the young gentleman takes hold of the handle of the front door and opens it. Nelok sees this and is greatly horrified by further events. In front of the priest stands a huge crowd of journalists with cameras. They observe an incredible picture of all the priests kneeling. The journalists hastily start taking pictures to blow up all the headlines with this news. The head priest tries to cover his face with his hands and demands the journalists to stop taking pictures. Delbecq puts one of his hands out in front and calls for the guards to remove the journalists. He doesn't want to keep losing to Vincent with Versa. The elder shouts that the contents of the meeting must not be divulged. Otherwise, Vincent will act against the laws of Adenka. The young lord relays Julian's words that there are exceptions. This is for when the content is useful to the interests of the Adenka family. He looks Delbecq intently in the eyes and informs him that even a donkey is capable of understanding the benefit of this situation to Adenka. The elder loses his temper again and realizes that there is no way he can influence Vincent. A few days later, the entire continent knew of the news between Vincent and the Gaia Temple. The news included pictures of the very moment the priests bowed their heads. This shows that Gaia's accusations against Vincent were unjustified. At this time, Dullan stands before the young lord and cannot believe that he wants to entrust him with the Holy Grail. Vincennes explains that it was the priest who received the power of the Holy King. Besides, he has no one else to entrust it to. He still has to use the divine power, so it is better to keep the Grail with someone close to him. Dullan accepts the young lord's arguments and agrees with him. He informs him that the current temple is in a terrible state. The priest could use the Grail for personal use and sell it. After these words, he looks Vincent intently in the eyes and asks him if he believes him. The young gentleman informs the priest without a shred of doubt that he believes him. Vincent smiles and says that it cannot be otherwise. All the more reason for this. It was Dullan who handed him the magic stone on one of the big days. It is in the hands of the priest that the Grail will be used for good. At that moment, the boy hands it over to his friend. Dullan swears that he is only willing to use it to help in the prince's affairs. Vincent informs him that this is already unnecessary and he doesn't need to overdo it. Suddenly, the door to his room swings open abruptly and Ryler appears on the doorstep. Julian observes her demeanor and remembers that someone had already called them in such a hurry during the meeting in Jingam. Raelsa informs Vincennes that there is no time to sit around and they need to start getting ready right away. The reason for this rush is because Mrs. Versa has called him for dinner. The boys' eyes round and they are in great shock at this news. Vincent sits at the table in front of his mother, and they talk about how he needs to return to the fortress soon. Julian is worried because Mother has never called anyone over for dinner. At this point, she begins to stare intently at her son. Vincent notices that Julian still continues to tremble at the sight of Mother. At this time, Versa is quietly eating the gourmet meals prepared by the cook. The young gentleman asks the ghost to point out that nothing terrible is happening. He reminds him that they were able to find a sacred relic in the tomb. Moreover, they were able to punish the heads of the Presbyterian Church. At this point, Versa starts talking about why she called her son to dinner. After all the events, the mother is going to give him a gift. Over a delicious dinner, she reminds him that he has denounced the elder Adenka of infidelity and helped him gain a leading position with the Gaia Temple. In appreciation of the young lord's services, Versa wonders what he would like. Vincent wonders to his mother if he has time to ponder. Mother gives him that opportunity. The young master realizes that on the one hand this could be a punishment for him. After all, Mother has failed in her role as mistress. He stops pondering and informs Versa that he has thought of a present for him. As a cadet of the Purple Fortress, he would like to pass the exam for promotion.
Versa is surprised that he has chosen such an insignificant gift.
She repeats his words that he needs to return to the fortress as soon as possible. At this point, Mother puts her hands forward and informs him that he can become anything he wants with her abilities. But of all the options, he has chosen to simply pass the exam. Vincent confidently looks Mistress Odenk in the eyes and confirms his choice. She smiles and asks her son what the reason for this is. The young master replies that he will do the right thing this way. The exams for promotion are graded extremely strictly, and a certain number of people take them twice a year. Of course, it would be easier to take advantage of his mother's connections and get promoted. But in that case, he would simply take away someone's well-deserved place. Such an act doesn't fit in with Winshin's principles. He puts his hand forward and says that he will achieve everything on his own. Versa ponders his words that this is the right thing to do. She informs her son that with such beliefs, he will have to spend a lot of time for what he wants. But with his perseverance, he will be able to accomplish much in this life. Versa leans on her arms and informs him that she used to be the same way. But now she is too old to chase after such a thing. Moreover, there are many more responsibilities. Mother reports that at one point she found a quick way to get what she wanted. She tells Vinshin that upon his return to the fortress, there will come a letter of recommendation for his mission. Its fulfillment will be a passed exam for promotion to rank 8. They get up from the table and say their goodbyes. Vincent thanks his mother for her support and makes a bow. It is dawning outside and the sun is beginning to peek out from behind the mountains. There is a carriage outside Odenk's house that Vincent is preparing to board. Julian looks up and looks at the windows of the main house. One of the windows shows the silhouette of a girl watching them. It is Versa standing in the room and looking toward Vinshin's carriage. Behind her is Ryler, and the mistress of the house asks her to prepare everything for the letter of recommendation. The head chamberlain wonders what kind of mission Versa has prepared for him. She informs him that the young gentleman is to travel to Maltium. Ryelsa clarifies whether this southern coastal city is under the control of the Viola family. Versa confirms her words, and says that the place is quite wealthy through the exploitation of its citizens. The place is overseen by the head of the family himself. Ryelsa assumes that the mistress wants to infiltrate the place with the help of Vincent. But the head's wife denies this version. His mission is to escort the priest of Gaia all the way to the city. The chief chamberlain is indignant because only a few days ago the young gentleman in a puff of dust trashed the temple of Gaia. In addition, the head of Viola's family is a greedy man. The priests might bribe him to harm the prince. Versa calmly looks at Ryler and agrees that this is a dangerous mission. Meanwhile, Vincenna's carriage finally departs for the Purple Fortress. Julian warns the young lord that his journey of truth will not be an easy one. Versa looks closely at Ryler and says that the mission could not otherwise be called an exam. The director of the Purple Fortress greets Vincent with a joyful face. She rushes to meet him and says that she is touched by his accomplishments. He informs the director that he is glad to see her in good spirits. Helga explains that she is impressed with his handling of the issue with the elders and getting rid of one of them. The young lord is surprised to hear that the headmaster wasn't particularly fond of Tillowin. It turns out that the nasty type was offering her to be his mistress. At this point, the dean stands behind the headmaster and coughs, trying to draw attention to himself. Helga remembers about an important mission and hands Vincent a letter. He is to leave on an important mission in 3 days. The young lord clarifies what the purpose of the errand is and where he is being sent. Dean Vargan informs him that it is a city on the southern continent, Maltus. Vincent recalls this city existing in his past life. At that moment, someone hears their conversation and shouts enthusiastically, drawing attention to themselves. Silvira stands in front of them and is greatly excited that Vincent is going to Maltus. She asks the young lord to take her with him on this dangerous journey. Vincent and Silvira look at a map of the city and discuss its top priorities. This place is famous for its barrier and borders the Heladim family with no conflict with them. Furthermore, Maltus has never paid tribute. Davin begins to remember that the Helaim clan was indeed closely related to the Viola family. Mother Vincenna's surname is Helaim. Apparently, she gave this assignment out of self-interest. She and Silvira are sitting on the bed, and the girl is proofreading the history of the city with interest. Vincent asks her if she enjoys learning about past events so much. At this point, the girl blushes profusely. She embarrassingly tries to answer something and can't find the words. In fact, the girl never dreamed of becoming a warrior. She was always interested in history. Vincent stares at her in silence, and Silvira starts to get angry at the guy. She thinks she is strange. The young gentleman explains that he was just thinking about it. The guy doesn't understand why she came to study at the Purple Fortress then. Silvira explains that you can't make a lot of money on one story. Therefore, military education is simply necessary for her. At this point, she places her hand on the bed next to Vincent's foot. Silvira informs him that she could help the young master with this task. She is eager to go with him and accompany him on this mission. Their conversation is interrupted by his friends who burst into the dorm room. They inform him that they too wish to go on the mission with Vincent. The young gentleman smiles and agrees to take everyone along on the journey. His friends are overjoyed at this news, and jump for joy in front of Vincent and Silvira. Julian smiles sarcastically and says that his friend has enough helpers now. He doesn't believe that Saizen and Harmon can really be of any use to him. Vincent explains that their eyes burn with genuine trust and a desire to help him. At this point, the young lord takes his eyes aside and thinks about the fact that there is one more person left. He meets Raven and offers to accompany him on the mission. This news makes the lad become greatly overjoyed. Vincent agrees to go out to fight with him after completing this errand. They seal their pact with a firm handshake and both are satisfied. The young lord realizes that along with Raven, Sir-kun will be involved in the mission. Julian praises Vincent for his excellent strategy and calls him clever. At this point, Raven remembers something and turns to the cadet. According to him, Sir-kun wanted to tell him something. Suddenly, his magical thread appears in front of Vincent. There are more and more of them, and they surround the guy on all sides. The room begins to fill with a web of threads, with Vincent standing in the center of it. He silently watches everything, and doesn't understand what is happening now. Male feet appear on the floor and head towards the young lord. Sir-kun comes out to him and informs him that he didn't mean to scare the young lord. Vincent looks at the butler in silence and places his hand on the purple lotus. Sir-kun motions for the young lord Adenka to draw his sword. The cadet replies that the butler doesn't look like he wants to crush him. Sir-kun chuckles in his thoughts at the fact that Vincent doesn't care at all. The butler tells him that the man amazes him with his behavior. The young gentleman tries to ask Sir-kun what kind of technique he used. He replies that it is a kind of barrier. Julian is greatly shocked and tells him that this is the territory of the King of Flesh. Few people have managed to get out of there alive. Vincent looks at the butler and relays to him the information said by the ghost. Sir-kun explains that this is the perfect way to eliminate a person. He is useful for uncovering secrets. The young gentleman doesn't understand what the butler wants to talk to him about. Sir-kun puts his hand to his chin and pretends he doesn't know where to begin. He repeats his words that few people manage to get out of the king's territory alive. In fact, there was one person who was able to get out of this place. He gives the man's name and says that it is Merlin Pileko. Vincent is greatly shocked at the information that the master fought the murderous king. Sir-kun tells him that Merlin was a young genius. Despite the age difference, he mercilessly destroyed the Flesh King's territory. For Butler, it was one of the most humiliating defeats. After that incident, he began to explore different ways to utilize mana. And he ended up leaving a deep scar on Merlin's face that reminded him of the last battle every time. Undoubtedly, it had become a monstrous defeat for the master. He relived it while sitting on his bed in his room. But 15 years ago, Sir-kun became a deacon in the Vatican and lost all contact with Merlin. Vincent is amazed at the amount of time that has passed since he last met the master. Julian tries to calculate how old this deacon is then. Sir-kun informs him that he must be the same age as Vincent's father is now, but his face looks too young. At this point, the deacon destroys the mask created by mana, and a large scar begins to appear on his face. Julian is greatly shocked by this sight, and assumes that the butler has used the reverse technique. He says that King Sal supposedly has a secret skill. It allows him to change his face to confuse his opponent. Winchin sees the butler's face has aged greatly and gets a huge shock. He utters the name of this skill, and Sir-kun offers to let him know the reason for his revelation. The young Adenka-san doesn't understand why the butler is having this whole conversation. Sir-kun tilts his head and begins to tell the first reason. He confessed to him as a thank you for saving him and Mr. Raven from the explosion. Secondly, they want the young prince to live up to the expectations of the son of the head of Valthican. Vincent looks at the butler and says that now he is even more confused. After these words, Sir-kun closes his eyes and thinks about something. At that moment, a memory pops into his mind and he sees a spear. The young Lord Raven uses his power and makes an attack into the ground. Sir-kun stands behind him and says that they cannot ignore the tight restrictions from the Purple Fortress. Raven looks at the site of his strike and informs that they are done for the day. The young Lord of Valtican casts his eyes downward and says that this is his second defeat. It was Vincent who recently saved the people in the restaurant from a massive explosion. He also came up with a plan to deal with the Chimera and defeat the wizard. Every time, Raven just watches from the sidelines as Vincent solves all the problems. At this point, the young lord's hand begins to tremble from the intense tension. He turns to face Sir-kun and happily informs him that it's cool to know someone stronger than himself.
Raven throws his hands up in the air and excitedly shouts that he is going to get stronger.
Deacon Sir-kun silently observes the young lord's behavior while he wants to be like Vincent. The butler focuses his gaze and informs him that he will help him in his endeavor. He allows Raven to continue to follow the young prince of Adenk. At this point, Sir-kun returns to reality from his memories and informs Vincent that he must become stronger. This will help his master become the same, but if the young prince becomes weaker on the contrary, Sir-kun will get rid of him. These words come as a great shock to the cadet. Vincent and Julian realize how dire the warning just sounded. The young Mr. Adenka wonders why Sir-kun used the backwards method for this conversation. He explains that he originally developed it to counter Sir Paleko's forces. He shows the mana in his hand and says that this technique allows you to do more than just change your face. It can be used to change the position of the magical chain. This makes it possible to rearrange the position of bones and muscles. Serkan assumes that some outside force kept Vincent's body from disintegrating. He doesn't want the prince to pass out or die now. That would get the butler in trouble. Serkan suggests that Vincent learn how to use this method. He approaches the young prince and asks if he wants to do it. Vincent is overjoyed and agrees to accept such an offer. Julian tells Vincent that with this method, he will be able to stabilize the exoskeleton even more. But in return for teaching him the new method, Serkan asks him to promise him something. Vincent lowers his eyes and seriously considers these words. He raises his hands in front of him and informs him that he may not be an example to Raven, and he doesn't think he can be anyone's dream or ideal. At this point, Vincent clenches his fist and says that one thing is certain. The boy focuses his gaze and tells him that someday he will definitely be able to surpass Samian's family. Serkan has had enough of this promise and offers to begin his training. Vincent begins to meditate and the deacon releases a stream of mana for him. The young Adenka Lord forms a certain circuit within himself that will help him use the new method. The mana grows larger and engulfs Vincent, giving him new strength. 3 days pass and the Dean of the Crimson Fortress places his hand on a book of notes, sitting in his office. In front of him stands Vincent with his team for the mission. Vargon offers to drop the formalities and get straight to the point. He informs them that the mission will be conducted as a proficiency exam. At this point, Selvira and Saizen listen attentively to the Dean's words. Mr. Raven is looking forward to the start of the mission and the exciting journey with a joyful face. Vargon warns Vincent not to become a threat to the two forces of the Temple of Gaia and Adenka.
The Dean clarifies that it doesn't matter if the boy passes the exam or not.
At this point, he thinks about the fact that he will have to grade the test himself instead of the headmaster. Vargon sighs heavily and says that they will discuss it later. For now, Vincent has a mission to complete. His entire team, along with the young prince, put their right hand to their hearts and salute the Dean. The horse-drawn carriage sets off and travels through a thick, snow-covered forest. The map lays out the journey to Maltia, which is through a teleportation gate and will take several days. In Davin's time, this journey would have taken about a year. After the 4th day on the road, the cadets pass the 5th teleportation gateway. Servant Wilson notices something and fearfully points his finger at it. There is a girl standing in front of the gate demanding a certain amount of money for entry. Wilson becomes very indignant and yells that there is a Red Fortress soldier in front of her. At this time, Sari tries to calm him down. The girl doesn't understand which Purple Fortress we're talking about, and once again asks again. Winchen's servants are surprised that she doesn't know about such a famous school. Wilson moves on to the next argument and informs her that Prince Adenk and Valtakana are traveling in the carriage. This does not impress the girl, and she says that with their high status they are all the more able to pay her. Wilson begins to threaten and Vincent urges him to stop his ardor. The young gentleman explains that such behavior will only ruin the whole reputation. Winchen reflects on the fact that the farther they get away from Adenka, the worse their attitude becomes. Julian clarifies that this is not surprising. The farther away they are, the less influence they have on people. The 6th day of the trip arrives, and the crew of cadets are traveling along the rocky coastline. The boys inside the carriage are discussing something heatedly and cheerfully amongst themselves. Selvira points her finger out the window and offers Vincent a glimpse of something. In front of them stands Maltius's famous barricade, which is a strong and high stone wall. Thanks to it, Maltius was able to defend itself from frequent attacks by pirates. Selvira explains that the attacks stopped just recently. Vincent is surprised that pirates were involved here. He lowers his eyes and becomes uncomfortable with this information. Vincent tells Julian that it is necessary to inspect these barricades. The ghost flies out of the carriage and sets off to explore the stone walls. From a bird's eye view, Maltium appears to be a large city. Its protective wall was built about 200 years ago. But despite the presence of the barricade, pirates continue to attack the place. Recently, a severe famine has hit the city, making life even more difficult for the locals. Vincena's team walks through the streets of Maltia. On their way sits a number of people who are severely malnourished. Serkan reports that he has heard of a hunger strike in the area, but seeing it with his own eyes, he realizes that the situation is much worse. The young lord's servants do not know where to go and are outraged that they have not been provided with a guide. Selvira suggests that this is because of the weak influence of the Adenk family in the south. Winchen begins to ponder and senses that things are not so simple here. Halen is the only bloodline of Adenka's wife's family. Maltius is right below this city and must respect Vincent's family. The young prince sets out to get more information, and heads with his team to the temple to see the priests. They find a Gaia temple in the city and approach it to seek answers to their questions. They are greeted by a third-class priest, Rozan, and listen to them carefully. Vincent offers to let him see the task at hand, but the priest refuses. The young prince is greatly angered that the mission is of no interest to Rozan. He suggests that the cadets not waste their time and leave the city. The priest refuses to accompany them, justifying it by the calm situation in the city. Raven begins to yell that they have wasted several days on this trip. Rozan pays no attention to them and walks into the temple. continuing to chat with the other priests about the trip to the sun camp for vagrants. The door closes in front of the cadets and they remain completely ignored. Selvira stands behind Vincent's back and informs him that this happens sometimes. The young prince turns to face the protective wall and calls out to Julian. The ghost reports that he has only now reached the top and shows his hand. The further Julian is from his friend, the weaker his abilities become. Vincent asks him what interesting or special things there are behind the wall. Julian scrutinizes the barricade and informs the young prince of his observations. As he expected, there is not a single scratch on the wall. At the same time, it does not even have shield magic on it. This suggests that the pirate stories are simply a bluff.
Vincent only confirms his hunch that something is wrong in this city.
At that moment, a massive explosion erupts behind the barricade, the fire from which rises above the wall. Saizen begins to scream in terror, thinking of a pirate attack. Raven tries to calm him down. All the people around him become very frightened as well, and begin to scatter to the sides. A few more explosions occur and panic is created in the street. Vincent asks Julian if he sees the pirates attacking. The ghost looks around and informs him that it's all a brazen and fabricated lie. He looks beyond the wall and sees that there is not even a hint of pirates there. At that moment, the temple doors open and a priest steps out. Rosen holds out his hand to the cadets and suggests they hide in the temple. They go inside the building and see people admiring the priest. Vincent notices that Rosen is too calm for such an environment. He recalls him saying that he doesn't need guards and everything is peaceful in the city. This is very strange, since the situation with the explosions suggests otherwise. Vincent concludes that Roseanne is aware of the staged attacks. A fragment of the priest going to a sun camp for vagrants also pops up in his memory. Vincent grabs onto this clue and some idea pops into his head. At this time, Sir Merlin Pilco stands at the edge of the purple fortress. His face still shows a large scar and he is silently pondering something. Suddenly someone asks him a question about what he was thinking about so much. Dean Vargan stands in front of him and is pleased that Sir Merlin has made a speedy recovery. His arm is in a cast and he says that he has different thoughts in his head at the moment. In the Holy King's tomb, he wanted to fulfill his destiny. It seemed to him that this was his destiny, but young Master Vincent changed everything. He had no intention of giving up and leaving the Master in that tomb. Sir Merlin did not ponder his future life after this. Now he is trying to figure out what he should do next. Dean Vargan shares with him that he too has had a hard time with worrying about his family. He is ashamed to admit it, but it was at that very moment that an ordinary child supported him. Merlin asks if that child was Winston. Vargon nods his head and agrees with his comrade. The Dean makes his look serious and says that since Vincent was able to change the course of Merlin's destiny, he will be able to help. Perhaps Merlin should turn to him and find out how to move on with his life. Meanwhile, Vincent continues to try to fulfill his mission. He is traveling with his assistants to a sunny camp for vagrants. Suddenly, 2 spears block the passage in front of him, and the guards order him to stop. They inform him that this is the property of the Viole family, and it is forbidden to enter without permission. The young prince introduces himself as a soldier of the Purple Fortress, and asks to let them pass. The guard refuses him and tells him that a reason is required for members of other families to enter. Vincent raises his palm and points with it to the side, showing his base. At this point, Rosen approaches the camp, accompanied by other priests. He begins to resent Vincent and says that he doesn't need his guards. The young prince informs him that he is simply following orders. Rosen becomes angry and chases the cadet away. Vincent tried to keep quiet so that his words would not reflect on Dullen, but Rosen's stubbornness forces him to act. The young Mr. Adenka pulls out a second-rank priest's plaque and asks Rosen to pay attention to it. At that moment, the plaque flies out of Vincent's hands and falls to the ground. The third-grade priest is dismissive of the item and proceeds to chase the young prince away. Vincent notices that even the church hierarchy didn't stop him. He's now certain that there is indeed something wrong here. At that moment, Rosen turns his head and sees something he doesn't like. Raven has made his way through the guards and sees a large number of crates inside the room. The men don't understand where this guy came from or how he was able to get through them. He walks up to one of these crates and tries to look in there. Raven doesn't have time to open the lid before one of the guards grabs him by the arm. The huge-looking man orders him not to touch that box. At that moment, many magical threads begin to appear around him. Sirkin rushes to the rescue of his master Raven and tries to rescue him from the clutches of the bulky man. He wraps the threads around his head and the man releases the Prince of Valtican's hand. Vincent advises the butler not to touch the man or they will be in trouble. The young prince tells the bulky man that they are here to escort the priest and make sure he is safe. While the man turns away, Raven starts searching the box he's interested in. Vincent puts his arm around the guy's shoulders and offers to report an attack on him at one of Viola's establishments. The thug tenses hard at these words and is covered in sweat from excitement. The priest hears Winston's threats and becomes very angry with him. The man informs Rosen that everything is fine and he has nothing to worry about. His guards can be here as long as they want and no one will interfere with them. The thug calls himself Edmund and informs him that he runs the place. He turns around and invites the cadets to look around. Vincent thanks Mr. Edmund for his cooperation and follows him. At that moment, the man turns his head and says with a smirk that the place is quiet. Vincent notices the look in his eyes and tenses greatly at his duplicity. Mr. Raven asks Edmund what is in all these crates. Rosen answers for the man and says that there are magic stones in there. Raven turns to the priest and once again interjects with surprise. The man explains that they make magic crystals from them. The local vagrants are in the business of creating these items in return for shelter. The priests heal the wounded while doing so, as the work is very hard. Selvira is outraged and shouts that only wizards can do such things. Edmund explains that this is the whole mystery of the Viola family's magic. Saizen suggests that this is the reason for Maltius's wealth. But Harmon refutes his speculation, as such stones are sold for next to nothing. At this point, they see the magic stones being struck. The entire team makes their way to the work area, where each vagrant is busy doing their own thing. The priest explains that their job is to help these people get back on their feet. The emaciated and bald men carry magic stones in boxes, and Rosan assures them that they will be treated well. One of them retrieves the stones and covers his face from dust with an ordinary handkerchief. Winchin watches the whole process in silence, and Edmund suggests they move on. He leads them outside, and the cadets marvel at the view they have been given. They stand on the roof and watch the beautiful sunset that peeks out from behind the wall. Vincent notices some building and asks what it is. Edmund replies that it is a warehouse. That's where they keep all the magic stones. Vincent realizes that no one would put a warehouse that far away. It is obvious that he is being lied to. At that moment, Rosen enters the roof and addresses the director. He says that today's work has been without injuries and he should get going. The sun has finally set over the horizon, and day has changed to night in Maltia. Vincent's assistants are tired from the day and are already fast asleep in their beds. Raven stretched out across the bed and rested his foot on Saizen's head. Only Vincent is awake and standing outside to deal with all the oddities. He stares into the distance and plans to find out what the priest and Edmund are hiding. At this time, someone is making their way through the woods to the so-called warehouses, shining torches. Masked men escort 10 poor vagrants and tell them to make sure no one escapes. Their hands are shackled and do not allow them to break free. Shackles are also fastened on their feet, indicating that the people are being held in bondage. One of the warriors of Viola Helk's family demands that the vagrants move faster and reach before dawn. One of the men in decent clothing shows him his shackles and asks to be released. He informs him that he's not a vagrant and has a young daughter waiting for him at home. At that moment, he receives a strong blow on his back and falls to the ground. The man is in great pain and begins to scream, hearing insults directed in his direction. The other vagrants watch him lying on the ground and greatly fear the same fate. Helk stands over the man and demands he tell him the location of his home. He suggests that he bring his young daughter to these slave-like conditions. The man begins to cry and realizes he will never see his child again. Viola, the warrior of the family, warns the others not to dare to talk nonsense. The men begin to shake with fear. They are threatened that after they escape, someone from their comrades or family will be taken in their place. At this time, one of the guys is in a very depressed state and wants to go home. After his words, a hand appears from the bushes and grabs his chest. The man instantly finds himself in the bushes and leaves behind only his shoe. Everyone else continues on their way and doesn't notice the absence of one of them. Helk holds a torch and informs them that they have reached their destination. The tramps stand in front of a tall, dilapidated building with battered windows, and are informed that this is now their new place of employment. Helk pushes the man who is begging to go home by the head and demands that he walk faster. He turns to the other man to call out the number of people present. The Viola family warrior begins to count each of them to verify the number. A 9th vagrant enters the area and the guards are about to notice the absence of the 10th man. Helk expects to count the last slave and quietly finish the job, but suddenly he notices that the 10th man is not there and looks deeper into the forest. Helk asks the other warrior why only 9 men are there. The one replies to him that there were definitely 10 vagrants. He realizes that one has escaped and orders them to find him immediately. Suddenly they hear someone from the forest apologizing to them. A silhouette of a man appears at the exit of the forest. He says that he tripped on the road and fell behind them. He smiles strangely, as if plotting something against his jailers. The man is Vincent with the appearance of a freed vagrant. A hand hits the floor of the building and the girl says it's all a lie. 2 hours before Vincent's plan begins, the cadets discuss the fact that it is impossible to work magic stones with a pickaxe. Selvira says that there is some secret hidden in the tramp camp. Heron and Cizen did not notice anything unusual and report that all the rooms looked clean. Vincent explains that they didn't get to see everything on the tour. The young gentleman is referring to the so-called warehouses on the mountainside. He thinks of Edmund's display of a sharp tone and gaze. Such behavior was not at all characteristic of a mere headmaster. His eyes reminded him of a man with many deaths to his credit, just like the wizards in the mission with the goblin. Besides, Mother Versa wouldn't have sent him here for nothing. All indications are that Vincent needs to uncover the mystery of this place. He informs his aides that he will go to the camp at night alone. Raven worries that his absence will be noticed. The young prince turns to Sir-kun and tells him that they have a solution for that. He asks the butler if he can turn into a man smaller than himself. A new day arrives and Sir-kun and Vincent's body sits inside the temple. The entire team is assembled and the priest holds a hearing, reading out a sermon. He is pleased that all the cadets are sitting in front of him. Roseanne thinks they have the wrong guy, and keeping tabs on him won't hurt him in any way. Raven admires the butler's transformation and banters a bit. Selvira notices that the deacon in Vincent's body speaks like an old man. His slang doesn't sound like youth at all. Sir-kun silently closes his eyes and thinks about what the young prince has gotten him into again. The deacon is worried that he might get him in trouble again because of him. Meanwhile, the action unfolds in a room surrounded by bars. The warrior Helk beats up one of the vagrants and demands him to move faster. The skinny guy falls to the ground and is in great pain from the blow. Helk is angry with him and says that the guy showed up from the woods after his loss on purpose and is getting on his nerves. He puts the guy with Vincent in his body behind bars. Julian says he's never been in jail before. The young prince sits on the floor and replies that you get used to it over time. At that moment, a multicolored magic circle appears behind him. From the ground in the form of a mole appears the spirit of Seri, with whom she's made a contract. The girl appears in the form of a hologram and asks if the young master is all right. Vincent tells her that he managed to sneak in undetected and has gathered some information. Suddenly, one of the vagrants starts screaming to be released from his confinement. It is the same man who was recently beaten up. He dictates the address of his house and says he wants to see his daughter. She can't even eat without him, and he asks him to at least give her some groceries. The young prince is very sympathetic to the man's situation. At that moment, someone's foot appears in front of him, and the man demands that he get up. Helk gives him a small pill and informs him that it is lunchtime. Vincent realizes that it is some kind of medicine. That said, the effects of this drug are unknown to him. The family warrior Viola brings the pill to the boy's mouth and forces him to eat it. Julian is shocked and asks Vincent to come up with something to keep him from eating it. The young prince explains that he needs to find out the components of the medicine. The best way in their case is to eat the pill. Julian scolds his friend while the rest of the prisoners are about to be given the same thing. Suddenly, the ghost's eyes and mouth go wide with surprise. Vincent gets to his feet and breaks the shackles. His backward skill keeps the medicine from dispersing through his body. He gathers mana in his hand and is about to split the drug with his brain energy. At that moment, a bright blue light begins to emanate from his cell. Vincent realizes what the components are and feels very surprised. The warriors force the imprisoned vagrants to eat highly purified mana. Julian is even more shocked and says that it is dangerous for a mere inhabitant. Mana gradually builds up in the heart, and when the limit is exceeded, it simply explodes. Vincent starts to get very angry at these nasty people, and tries to figure out why they are doing this. Julian adds that for those who already have mana stored in their heart, the substance works differently. It strengthens a person's body and makes them much stronger and more resilient. After a few days, the kidnapped vagrants are sent to some windowless building. Vincent goes in last and looks around. He has never been in this tower before. Helk turns to face the men and tells them that they have arrived. He points his finger at the entrance, from which a dark aura emanates. The tramps are greatly frightened by the sight of the place. Each of them must take turns to enter this passageway, which conceals the unknown. The first man cautiously passes through the door and goes inside. The others follow him and also cross the threshold of this building. Helk is not satisfied with the quiet process and waits to see who their scheme will work on. At that moment, the turn comes to a man who has a young daughter waiting at home. He lifts his bare foot over the threshold and walks inside the room. At that moment, the space around him begins to enlarge and only sunlight remains behind him. He sees many burning red eyes around him and becomes very frightened. One of the monsters shows huge burning teeth and is about to attack the man. He begins to scream violently and a dark aura permeates his body. Helk is very pleased with the result, and the fact that he succeeded on at least one person. His eyes begin to burn red and the man tries to shout out the address of his residence. Vincent and Julian watch in horror and realize that this is something terrible. The young prince confirms his hunch as to what he has just seen. The Helk warrior's face and eyes emit a demonic aura and behavior. It can be exactly compared to an evil spirit that contracts with humans. He recalls the demon king he saw during his flashbacks with Arslan. Vincent realizes that this is a right of contract with the devil. The man continues to scream and emit a dark magical aura. It remains incomprehensible to the young prince that they were able to make a contract with an ordinary man. He recalls the drug that was fed to the vagrants. Hence, it was needed just for this moment. At this point, the man is shackled around his neck and has a chain attached to him. His hands are also put under control so that he can't escape anywhere. Helk is pleased with the result and informs him that Mr. Edmund will be pleased. The guards focus their attention on Vincent and force him forward. The Viola family warrior creates a wicked smile and hopes that they will have better luck with the contract a second time. He takes the young lord by the shoulders and leads him to the entrance of the building. Vincent takes a step forward into the huge cluster of dark scarlet mana. The lad strongly dislikes the sensation and grits his teeth. The young prince finds himself back in the dark cloud of his memories. He realizes that through them, an evil spirit is trying to get into his heart and settle there. Davin sees his parents, who decide to get rid of him. They stand in front of their son with their impressive size. The one-armed Davin remembers his last days in prison. His parents did not accept him even after his demise. At that moment, Vincent puts his hand forward, in which an orb of mana lights up. He says that he will no longer succumb to his parents and uses his power against those memories. The young prince finds himself in the passage with his head down. Helk takes him by the shoulder and wonders why the boy is frozen. He's trying to figure out if the pact worked or not. At that moment, Vincent opens his eyes and they begin to burn with a blue light. Suddenly, there is a massive explosion with blue flames in that very spot. Huge puffs of smoke rise from the forest, and it is noticed by Priest Rosen and the team of cadets. The men assume it's pirates again, but at that moment, Rosen loses his calm and becomes worried. Sirkun in Vincent's body looks at the explosion and realizes that the young prince is now there. After the smoke clears, the completely destroyed tower becomes visible. Helk tries to cough up the cinders and says that this tramp was suspicious from the beginning. He orders his minions to capture the scrawny man. At that moment, a young prince appears from behind Viola's warrior with a sword in his hand. Helk turns his head and doesn't even have time to be shocked. Vincent attacks the evil bandit, but he blocks the blow with his sword. The man recognizes the escaped tramp and tells him that he has completely lost his fear. Suddenly, Viola's warrior sword splits in half and leaves the enemy without a weapon. Vincent uses the power of blue lightning and cuts off Helk's right arm. The man begins to scream violently, in unbearable pain from the injury. Vincent uses the backward skill again and reveals his face. He informs that he is disgusted to see the atrocities of these people. At this moment, two other warriors try to attack Vincent from behind. The young prince uses his ice-walking technique and disappears in lightning speed. The men stop and try to figure out where the guy went. They don't have time to react as Vincent promptly crushes them with his punch. Helk lies on the ground and does not understand why the blood on his shoulder does not stop. At that moment, the young prince thrusts his sword into the ground in front of him and tells him that it contains a special power. He suggests that Viola's warrior call a priest, otherwise his limb can no longer be saved. The man pulls out his crystal and asks for healers to be sent to him immediately. Vincent is pleased with this outcome, as the rest of the soldiers will be there along with the priests. Julian looks at the ruined tower and the young prince approaches him. The boy offers to uncover the plot of the brazen bandits in front of everyone. The tower consists of several levels and has several room entrances. Suddenly there is another big explosion and rocks start flying around. Vincent attacks one of the bandits and throws him backwards on the fly. The rest of the warriors see the attack and start yelling that an invasion has begun. Vincent lands on the floor inside the remaining unharmed half of the tower. A large crowd of warriors with spears begin running at him, ready to attack him. The young prince applies the swordsmanship transformation of the first chapter and builds a sword path. He calls upon the king of the dwarves to strengthen his body and sword with this blessing. At this moment, a violent explosion occurs again in the surviving part of the tower. The warriors from the lower level observe the situation on the upper floor and marvel at Vincent's strength. Suddenly, they see the young lord's blue lightning appear around them. The men watch as a huge sword-wielding god rises above Vincent. He unleashes a discharge at his opponents, and sparks begin to come out of his eyes. The young prince swiftly flies down with his crushing attack. Viola's warriors are engulfed by Vincent's mana and are defeated. The boy lands on the floor and leaves behind a pile of rocks. He looks around and sees no one else. Vincent spent more mana in this fight than he had planned. The young prince expects to find evidence, and at that moment a sword flies at him. Vincent senses the danger and shifts his gaze to that weapon. Curson manages to dodge the sword and it flies close to his head. On the top floor, he notices an unknown man with horns on his head. This man is dressed in a jester's costume with a mask on his face. He's holding a knife and calls Vincent very greedy. Julian warns his friend that this is a 7-star warrior of the Viola Harlequin Lenzathor family. He folds a fan of knives in his hand and offers the young prince a dance. This warrior is in the top 5 of Viola's strongest warriors, and this fact stresses the boys out. Harlequin asks Vincent if he realizes how much stronger he is. The young prince scrutinizes his opponent and sees the oddities in him. Lensort does not look at all like the 7-star warrior that Raelsa is. He also thinks back to Sirkin. If you take them all together, Harlequin is much weaker than them. Vincent puts his sword forward and tells his opponent that he has a long way to go to be a strong warrior. Harlequin folds his arms across his chest and thinks about something. Lenzathor shows his knives and is about to stab Vincent's body with them. He releases the blades, which fly at high speed at the young prince. There is again a large explosion in the tower, but this time from an enemy attack. At this time, Vincenna's head begins to peek out from the resulting puffs of smoke. Harlequin begins to laugh loudly, thinking of his victory over the young prince. He warns that he cannot be defeated, and smiles with an evil light in his eyes. At that moment, Vincent finds himself behind his opponent and tells him that he is even scarier up close. Lensort turns his head and is surprised to see his opponent beside him. His red eyes round heavily and he thinks about something. Harlequin looks down to where the other Vincent is also. He doesn't realize what the trick is. At that moment, one of the young princes uses magical threads. He entangles his opponent's sword blades with them, and says that he is still a long way from being a 7-star warrior. Lenzort doesn't understand why there are 2 of his opponents and which one is the real one. Vincent makes his attack and swiftly charges at Harlequin. He doesn't have time to react and is seriously wounded in the neck. His head is severed from his body and flies away from the young prince's technique. The silhouette of the enemy begins to dissolve into thin air and gradually disappears. Mr. Sirkin turns to Winshin and asks if this was his plan. The time he appeared coincides with the appearance of this clown. Everything went suspiciously well. The young prince informs him that he simply assumed such actions from the bandits. At that moment, Mr. Raven appears in the tower and all attention turns to him. He begins to search the tower for bandits to fight them in battle. Vincent explains that there is no one left, and that it is necessary to go down to the floor below. Sirkin grabs his head and senses another trouble because of all this. The young prince jumps down from the top floor to his aides and they are about to move on. Vincent is determined to uncover the secret of what the bandits are hiding in the shadows of Maltus. Another warrior receives a crushing blow and remains disarmed. The team has dealt with all the bandits and frees the poor vagrants. Vincent realizes that this is where the real magic stones are smelted. He approaches one of the kidnapped men and clarifies the nuances. The man begins to tell him that they were captured by the priest Rosen and forced to refine the magic stones. Those who had the slightest predisposition to mana were forced to make contracts with evil demons. Most of those people were weakened by the demons and died. Vincent was greatly upset by such news. The temple and family were supposed to protect the weak, but instead they were doing terrible things. The young prince doesn't understand where all the justice of the current generation has gone. Meanwhile, Sirkin continues to question the vagabonds and clarifies how the work itself was done. They point to the magic ball and say that this is what they used. It works through black magic and is designed to cleanse stones. It can be used to create a magic stone and store mana in it. Vincent walks over to the magic ball and places his hand on it. At that moment, a dark magical aura begins to dissipate around it. Julian begins to panic and tells his friend to stop doing it. The young prince explains that he swallowed the drug along with the prisoners. At that moment, the orb splits and releases the crystal inside it. Vincent picks up the object and it begins to hover above his hand. The young prince turns to Julian and wonders if this crystal could hold information about this place. The ghost confirms his hunch and says that it will be solid proof. Vincent raises the crystal above him and tries to see the record on it. At this time, a dilapidated tower still stands on the surface. Priest Rosen scolds the warriors for failing to deal with one boy. He continues to heal Helk's arm and notices something to his right. Vincent walks up to him in the clothes of a poor man and behind him stand Sirkin and Raven. The priest points his finger at them and yells that they dare not do that. Suddenly a strong fist blow lands in his face and Rosen screams in pain. The young prince reprimands him for profiting from innocent lives. He is about to send the criminals to the Jeremil court tower for sentencing. At that moment, Edmund appears out of nowhere and tells him that it's not that simple. There is a rotten smell and purple smoke appears all around. Sirkin and Raven try to cover their noses with their hands to keep from breathing the foul stuff. Edmund, the camp director, starts laughing and says that his plan has just begun. The young prince and the priest look at the bulky man and are greatly surprised. Fingers begin to emerge from his mouth and stick out. Vincent doesn't realize what it is, and is in great shock at the sight he sees. The body of the bulky man is torn apart, and some man comes out of it. The man looks at Vincent and offers to introduce himself again. He calls himself Edmund and the creator of nightmares of the first rank. Everything around him is covered in a purple aura, and the man appears before everyone gathered. Vincent is looking at the intruder with a focused stare and is ready for battle. He asks Julian if he has heard anything about the creator of nightmares. The ghost replies that he knows nothing about it. The young prince realizes that Edmund will want to eliminate everyone here. At this time, the priest Rosen and the warrior Helk ask the man to save them. The nightmare maker puts his hand forward and releases mana from it. A huge monster flies at him and Helk tries to swallow them. Rosen opens his mouth in horror and can't even scream in the face of the nightmare. Edmund thanks them for a job well done and says goodbye to the priest and Helk. Vincent thrusts his sword forward and asks his opponent what he is trying to accomplish. Edmund turns his attention to the young prince and begins his story. He says that there is a certain organization. They want to make the world a better place. At this time, many skeletal arms begin to emerge from the ground. Vincent watches this sight with horror and realizes that they are dead people. All those who were buried by the horrible experiment are now coming to the surface. Edmund's face appears mad and evil, and he offers the young prince to be his puppet. The skeletons run at the soldiers of the Purple Fortress and are about to attack them. Vincent uses his power against them, and the dead men fly off in different directions. Sirkin informs them that there are too many of them, and the 3 of them can't handle it. At that moment, Principal Helka appears from above and holds her whip in her hands. She comes to the rescue and crushes the many skeletons with one powerful blow. The soldiers of the Purple Fortress are surprised by her powerful mana that practically sweeps them off their feet. She informs them that Mr. Vargan asked her to check on the boy's business and that's why she came. Helga assesses the situation and realizes that the soldiers are in a state of emergency. She looks at Edmund and sarcastically says that all of his dead guy friends are over. The Fearmaker smirks and can't believe that the commander of the fortress is in front of him. He stands a few meters away from her and displays a huge snake behind his back. At that moment, Helga hears people begin to scream and scatter to the sides. The surviving tower building begins to finally collapse and falls to the ground. Edmund's hand hits the ground with all his might and shifts the cadet's attention to himself. He tells Helga that he's not done yet. Suddenly, a huge shadow covers the entire team. The same Harlequin Lenser in his mask appears before them. The dead 7-star warrior holds his head in his hands and rises. Serkin recognizes him and is horrified by the shock that they are seeing this warrior again. The director of the Purple Fortress grabs his whip and says there is nothing to fear from him. If you get rid of the necromancer, all problems with the undead will be solved. She wraps her whip around his waist and immobilizes the villain. He begins to laugh and his eyes light up red with rage. Julian notices his smirk and is greatly puzzled by this behavior of his opponent. He shouts to Vincent that this nightmare maker is actually a lich. The director of the Purple Fortress pounces on the villain to crush him. At that moment, the young prince stops the commander and shouts that this is no ordinary man. Helga turns her attention to Vincent and asks him to explain what he means. He explains that a lich is an undead. It cannot die until its core is destroyed. At this time, a huge dead Harlequin appears over the Crimson Fortress crew. He has half his body out of the ground and attacks with the powerful force of one arm. Serkin has his back to Mr. Raven and together they fly off to the side. Helga covers her face with her hands and she and Vincent are also hit by the shockwave and fall to the ground. A stream of enemy mana rushes towards Harlequin's opponents. A thick, gray smoke appears around the area, making it impossible to see anything. The cloud dissipates and the entire Crimson Fortress team is unharmed. At the place where Lensort's head is missing, the creator of nightmares stands and says that now he has another dead man to add to his collection. He strokes a huge snake behind his back and informs them that they too will become part of his precious army of nightmares. His pet abruptly dips its head down and attacks the boys, causing them to scatter around again. Serkin remembers that such dead warriors become many times stronger than himself. Helga jumps up in the air and says that this undead doesn't feel the 7-star level at all. Butler turns to the side and thinks seriously about something. The director of the Purple Fortress jumps up on a tree limb and watches everything from above. Serkin is distracted from his thoughts and informs him that his duty is to protect his master's children. He will take every opportunity to ensure Raven's safety. The director of the Purple Fortress realizes that Serkin is going to flee. He asks that if that is the case, they take Vincent with them and leave together. The young prince puts the commander to the fact that he will stay there. Helga is very surprised by the young prince's boldness and thinks about something. She points her finger at Vincent and informs him that he is now the second Vargon. The headmaster explains that he smiles the same way if he has a plan. Vincent's eyes light up and the fortress commander clarifies what he has in mind for the situation. Their conversation is interrupted by Edmund and says that they've been saying goodbye for too long. The villain makes an attack and Vincent jumps up, avoiding the blow. As a soldier, he accomplished absolutely everything there. At that moment, the young prince swings into the air. The cadet uses the ice walk skill and finds himself on the level of his opponent. Edmund looks at Vincent puzzled and doesn't understand what he wants to do. The cadet swiftly attacks him and calls for the 7th Prince of Adank to be memorized. Edmund puts his arm out in front of him and blocks the purple lotus strike. He holds back the attack and laughs at the cadet. The villain thinks that the boy won't have the strength to overpower him. Vincent replies that that's why he's not the one who will fight him. At that moment, the Nightmare Maker's hands wrap around Helga's whips. Serkin also joins the battle and uses his magical threads to immobilize his opponent. He pushes off the left shoulder of the huge dead Harlequin and leaps upwards. Together with the fortress commander, they wrap their whips around Edmund and throw him off the Harlequin. The creator of nightmares starts to get angry and doesn't realize what his rivals are doing. Suddenly, he notices someone's shadow covering his face from above. In front of him, Mr. Raven appears in the sky with his large spear and attacks his opponent. He delivers a lightning-fast strike right into the chest of the creator of nightmares. At that moment, Serkin and Helga release the villain and he flies swiftly into the ground. Raven smiles triumphantly at the fact that they managed to drop this brazen necromancer. Serkin tells the prince that this is not all. The enemy rises from the ground and tries to cough. Edmund begins to laugh at the fact that his opponent underestimates his capabilities. He thinks that some 7-star warriors and the heir to Valtakin can't do anything to him. The Nightmare Maker laughs madly and says that his opponents are just crazy. Helga trusts Vincent's plan and is almost certain that everything will be fine. Serkin agrees with her and says that something makes her believe the young prince's words. Edmund informs them that they are hoping in vain for their friend. According to him, he is already lying dead somewhere. Meanwhile, a huge headless Harlequin is waving his arms around. The undead tries to catch Vincent, who dodges its attacks in the meantime. The young prince asks Julian how much more time he needs. The ghost informs him that everything is going according to plan, and he will soon finish everything. Suddenly, the monster's huge arm looms over Vincent and is about to crush him. At that moment, something hurts the young lord badly in his right arm. Vincent loses his balance from the blow and begins to fall downwards rapidly. Harlequin's head hangs with its eyes down and starts laughing at the lad. The young prince realizes that even the monster's head has a separate life. A huge number of knives start flying from its mouth towards the cadet. He puts his sword out to defend himself and thinks about the fact that he needs to buy time for Julian. Vincent starts to get angry and says he will tear the monster apart. He uses his sword skill and is about to give Harlequin a devastating attack. The young prince applies the double cut of the great sword and strikes the dead man. The lad is greatly surprised as there is not a single scratch left on him. Vincent continues to hold his sword on Harlequin's head and thinks what could be the reason. At that moment, he flies off the monster from a strong blow and falls down. There is no way the young prince can catch his balance, and at this rate, he won't last long. Harlequin begins to emit bright, dark purple mana and grows stronger. He strikes Vincent hard, and he only has time to see the attack flying at him. There is a large explosion in the forest, and Raven is greatly distracted by it. The young Prince of Valtican is very scared for his friend who is in danger. He tries to focus on the enemy and trusts Vincent that he can handle it. Raven takes his spear and runs with an attack on the creator of nightmares. Harlequin takes his head and attaches it back onto his shoulders. His limbs are now reunited and the dead man becomes whole. Lancer begins to laugh and calls Vincent a pathetic prince. His feet are on the ground and a thick smoke dissipates from it after the impact. Vincent sticks his sword into the ground and stays on his feet, leaning on it. Harlequin takes a swing of his arm towards the guy and tries to grab him. At that moment, his huge arm is cut off and flies to the side. Lenzor finds himself partially defeated, giving Vincennes an advantage. A bright light appears to the right of the monster and he tries to see what his opponent is up to. Julian manages to transfer some of his divine power to it. At this moment, a purple lotus is wrapped around a magical chain. This is the Adenka family's chain technique, or otherwise, the divine power chain. While training with Merlin, he showed him his key technique of wielding the Adenka family sword. Sir Palco explained that Adenka swords are divided into several types. There are 7 of them in total. The first is the righteous sword. It is followed by the heavy and swift sword, then the circular and explosive sword. There is also the chain sword, which is not particularly different from the others. At this point, Merlin pulls out his weapon, which glows with a bright blue light. Whoever wields this sword can channel all the energy directly into the sword itself. Sir Palco reports that with Vincent's ability to overlay different skills, this is simply the perfect sword-wielding technique. As he gains new powers, he will grow stronger each time he uses it. Vincent then realizes that it's as if Arslan left this technique for him. Harlequin cannot believe that a warrior has divine power. Vincent shows him his sword and tells him to consider it an honor to use the power of the Holy King against him. Sir Palco's technique for wielding his sword is to climb the Great Wall. But now Vincent is about to use divine power by chain. He uses the ascension of divine power and deals Harlequin a devastating blow. Lensort finds himself defeated, and only has time to ask how the guy got such power. He cleaves the monster in half and its head disappears from his shoulders again. At this time, a bright glow, as if from the sun, becomes visible to everyone in Maltia from the forest. Harlequin becomes dead again and falls with a clatter to the ground. Raven notices that the undead energy is gone and is very happy about it.
Now even Mr. Sirkin is beginning to fear Prince Vincennes.
Helga is also delighted with the young prince's achievement and says that he is exactly like Sir Vargon. Edmund is puzzled and does not understand what has happened to his Harlequin. At that moment, Vincent emerges from the forest and informs the creator of nightmares that it is now his turn. The young prince radiates a strong energy and advises the villain to surrender amicably. Edmund realizes that the guy has managed to overpower his pet and gets very tense. He has spent 20 years coming up with a plan that will help get rid of the arrogant representatives of Adenka. But now his whole goal is falling apart because of the one he despised the most. Edmund loses his temper and plans to destroy everyone for ruining his plan. He uses all of his energy and directs it at the Crimson Fortress crew. His power proves to be so powerful that it overcomes the area of the destroyed tower. At this moment, near the barricade of the Maltia fortress, the water begins to shake. The whole city is enveloped by a strong earthquake, which is caused by Edmund's energy. Vincent and Julian freeze at such a powerful display of the villain's power. The necromancer tilts his head down and informs them that this entire area belongs to him. He plans to destroy everything around it along with the crew of the Purple Fortress that ruined his plans. At that moment, someone's voice tells him that he is a fool and shows the villain his core. This person says that it was only a matter of time before Edmund's plans went awry, and he immediately decided to destroy everything around him. The entire team turns at the stranger's voice and listens in amazement. A guy with a core is sitting on the ruins of the tower and says that the title of strategist was unnecessary for him. This gentleman is quite young and radiates some sort of evil energy from his eyes. Nightmare Maker clenches his teeth and gets very worried at the sight of this man. The Crimson Fortress team tenses up and doesn't realize who this person is. Deacon Sirkin realizes who it is and doesn't have time to say his name. Julian sees the Lich core in his hands and informs Vincent of this. He points his finger at it and assumes it belongs to Edmund. The necromancer begins to make excuses for the man and asks for another chance. The man does not respond to his words and splits the core with his fingers.
Its shards shatter into splinters, and that is the end for Edmund.
The necromancer's body begins to fall apart and he slowly disappears.
The Nightmare Maker lets out his last scream and finally disappears.
The guy continues to sit on the ruins, having finished off his servant. Raven and Sirkin are shocked to see the necromancer's body torn into small shards. Helga asks Vincent a question and wonders what is happening now. The young prince looks at the stranger and replies that Edmund was just a pawn in this man's hands. Deacon Sirkin looks at the man and asks him why he is here. The man replies to him that he is glad to see a butler he knows. Raven is greatly surprised that Mr. Sirkin knows this evil fellow. The butler confirms his words and gives him the young stranger's name. It is Damar Halem. He is the next head of the Halem family. At this point, the guy says hello to his nephew. A multitude of feet appear on the road, dressed and shod in the uniforms of soldiers. The Purple Fortress team is surrounded by many warriors in armor. Vincent smirks and says that Daimar has brought too large an army with him for a nephew and uncle reunion. Julian looks around and says that they are Halem soldiers. But what remains unknown is the fact that they were able to be there so quickly. Vincent recalls Selvira's words that Maltus and Halen have no conflict. Then Versa pops into his mind, talking about an easy way to get what he wanted. At the time of that conversation, she supported the rightness of Winchen's choice. The young prince realizes that Halem is behind all these atrocities. Damar continues to sit on the ruins and smirks at the fact that the heir to the family has finally figured it all out. Vincent thinks about what his mother really wanted. She needs all the darkness of the family to be brought before the world. Damar turns to the young prince and tells him that he must now retreat. The cadet is outraged at this suggestion, for he has seen terrible things in the city. He tells of the father of a young daughter who was forcibly brought there and sacrificed. Vincent is furious and shouts that he has no intention of surrendering after all this. Damar listens to his nephew's arguments and says nothing in response. He jumps off the ruins and clarifies that he doesn't want to discuss good or bad with him. Halem suggests that he forget everything he has seen today, and then no one will get hurt. At this point, his warriors draw their swords and take up an attack stance. Raven puts out his spear and hears Damar threaten them. Vincent approaches Damar and informs him that as a cadet he has done everything necessary. Halam looks at his nephew and tries to figure out what else the young prince is up to. Vincent looks at the enemy with a focused look and informs him that he is her son. At that moment, the sky above the people turns black and large red eyes loom over them. A woman's legs appear on the ground with a long dress down to her ankles. Versa Halam appears in front of them wearing a purple aura and with a strong energy. Everyone around is shocked by the sudden appearance of the head's wife in that place. Damar is not very happy to see his sister and asks what she is doing in Maltia. Versa turns to Vincent and asks how he deduced her presence. He informs her that he realized it the moment Damar appeared. After all, Mother wants to change the current state of affairs in her family. Versa's brother turns to her and tells her that she's making a big mistake. He explains that magic stones are created by hard work and it will become a new power for the Halem. Versa replies that there is no justification for any power that requires the death of so many civilians. Damar clarifies that Edmund is the only one to blame. Since he's now dead, the problem is solved. His sister tells him that he has completely forgotten about her unusual ability to see truth and lies. She begins to yell angrily at her brother for daring to lie to her so brazenly. Vincent and Julian are impressed by her power, which gives them a strong wind. Versa focuses her gaze and applies her peculiarity. Damar remembers how his sister used to use this skill against him before. He always saw that look of contempt directed at his person. Her eyes are full of killing intent, and she's always one step ahead of him. Damar decides to get rid of that look forever and pounces on Versa. Mother Vincena stands calmly in front of her brother and watches his attack. At that moment, someone's power strikes Damar's hand and knocks his sword away from him. Versa's eyes reflect the head of the Adenka family who appeared out of nowhere. From the use of his mana, a bright beam reappears from the side of the forest. A huge stream of his mana flies across the city, which has tremendous power. Damar tenses up a lot and realizes that he can't handle such a skill. He starts making excuses and says that it was his fault and he overreacted a bit. Khan Adenka stands with his sword and covers his wife with his body, protecting her from the villain. Vincent thinks about the fact that with just one blow, the dark sky is clearer than ever. The head of the Adenka family is a descendant of the Arslan family and Vincent Adenka's father. He is the living embodiment of the family's entire fighting prowess, which is reflected even in his gaze. Damar is holding on to his severed arm, and Khan asks Versa what he should do. Versa looks at her silly little brother and how he sits on the ground, scared. She can see the pain in her eyes at how her loved one has now become. She informs her brother that she is here to right her family's wrongs. Versa approaches Damar and tells him that he will answer for all wrongs. At that moment, the footsteps of other people appear not far from them. A multitude of men with a horse-drawn carriage walk towards the mistress of the house Adenka and her husband. Damar becomes greatly frightened by the fact that the dark knights of the Adenka family and the priests of Gaia's temple are approaching him. The boy realizes that with such preparation, his sister must have planned everything in advance. The men bind the outlaw, and Versa informs him that her family must be on the right path. He sits on the ground and yells after his sister that she should feel sorry for their father. At this point, Versa's lips and body begin to tremble at Damar's words. She turns to him and informs him that her father has a lot to pay for. Khan sees his wife's tension and says her name. The girl replies that everything is fine. She smiles and says that it is finally time to fulfill the plan. Versa orders with Damar to capture the warriors of the Halem family. They surrender to the knights and raise their hands in the air. At this time, Dullin informs the priests of Maltus that the local temple is now closed. They will now answer to Jermel's judgment and should cooperate with him to gain some leniency. At this point, he takes his gaze aside and notices something. Dullin sees Prince Vincent and the commander of the Purple Fortress standing next to him. He runs to his comrade, worried about his involvement in the new mess. The young lord turns to Helga and asks how things are now with his promotion. She replies that as Adenka's successor, he played a huge role in the case. But his assignment was to guard the priests at all costs. Now they are injured and there may be problems with the promotion. At this point, Dullin steps in and says he will solve the problem. He turns to the bound priests and starts shouting to them. Dullin asks them if they are happy with Prince Vincent's escort. The men think of the consequences of their answer and do not want to end their days in Maltia prison. They reply that they are completely satisfied with the young prince's work and compliment him in every way possible. Dullin laughs and turns to the director of the Purple Fortress. He tells her that they have enjoyed everything. Helga smiles and replies that in that case, even the strict Dean Vargon would be pleased. She pulls out a star of rank 8 and tells him that he has successfully passed the exam for promotion. The headmaster clips the star on his chest and says that usually this is accompanied by some sort of speech. But it's all very tedious to her. Helga congratulates the young cadet and Julian and Vincent are very pleased. Raven is happy for his comrade and congratulates him on his achievement. The young prince thanks him for it. Vincent is surrounded by his friends who join him in rejoicing at the good ending. Versa suggests that Khan should go on and not distract the boys from their conversation. Meanwhile, the bound Dimar is being led by the Dark Knights and ordered to go slower. He is angry that Versa sent Vincent to Maltius, and that's where her plan began. If she had come to the city in person, he would have hidden everything thoroughly then. Damar would have left no evidence and gotten away with it. At this point, he uses his energy to destroy his sister's plan. The boy frees himself from the ropes and, pushing the knights away, lunges forward. Damar uses his attack and shouts to his sister that the end of her plan has come. Vincent turns his head and sees the outlaw pouncing on him.
Spray from the wound flies in his direction and terror appears in his eyes.
Damar approaches the young prince and he has no time to react. Helga was already relaxed, but this villain has ruined the whole situation. Serkun realizes that he won't have time to protect Vincent and he is now in great danger. Damar realizes that this is his chance. No one was prepared for the attack as they relaxed a lot. His eyes are full of rage and he delivers a crushing blow to his opponent. Butler Serkun and Helga engage their weapons and try to protect Vincent. Around him, violent splashes begin to fly around him from the serious injury. His eyes are full of shock and horror at the surprise in the sight he sees. He looks away and sees the hand of his mother Versa in front of him. She swiftly stands up to defend her stepson and straighten out her younger brother. Damar tells Versa that she knew of his intention to take revenge on her. Mistress of the house, Adenka hoped to the last that he would not do so. Her younger brother said goodbye to his life and ended up decapitated through his own fault. Helga is in great horror and empathizes with Versa Adenk. Serkun thinks about what the girl did mercilessly to her younger brother. Vincent has not even had time to react to this attack before his mother has already flown towards him. She is called great for a reason. Versa looks at her brother at this moment and is greatly distressed by the loss. Her hands begin to shake violently. The girl is very sorry that now she is deprived of a native person. The young prince understands her feelings and addresses her, calling her mother. He presents her with a precious magic stone, which contains all the evidence of the atrocities committed. She rejoices that now one problem will be less, and this stone will help her. Versa takes it in her hand, and at that moment Vincent squeezes her palm. He tells his mother that it is his gift to her and asks her not to open her hand. Mistress Adenka is greatly shocked by such words and looks at her stepson in surprise. He tells her that it doesn't compare to her loss, but he still wants to hand her something. Julian explains to Vincent that his mother is dubbed great, and she needs no consolation. But the young prince asks for attention to her shaking hands. His mother is too fragile to react cold-bloodedly to such a tragic event. She clutches the stone given to her by Vincent and feels the warmth in her heart from it. That night, events begin to unfold at the Viola family's estate. The head of the family, Adenka, goes inside the house and massacres its guards. The other warriors observe how easily he massacred the man and are greatly intimidated. Khan informs the soldiers that evidence has come to light about the Viola family's involvement in multiple crimes in Malta. He throws off his cloak and is ready to fight with his powerful sword. The head warns the warriors not to stand in his way, whereupon they begin to shake with fear. After a little thought, they decide to take a chance and attack Khan. He uses his powerful strength and his eyes light up brightly. The head instantly massacres his opponents and cuts them apart. Khan stands in front of the remaining warriors and prepares to get them out of his way. He uses his power and pounces on the warriors of Viola Manor. In an instant, the head sweeps past these men and remains completely unharmed. All his opponents are defeated, and he is sent further down the corridor. Khan approaches the door to Viola's head's room and swings it open. Sitting on his throne all alone and in darkness is Versa's father. The head of the Adenka family walks inside and informs him that all the evidence has been gathered against him. Versa's father has no intention of giving up so easily and informs him that Khan is also awaiting execution. The head of Adenka suggests him to use his only chance and commit suicide. These words make the man very angry and he clenches his teeth in intense rage. Suddenly he rushes out of his seat and orders to destroy Khan. A warrior appears behind him at this moment and attacks Vincent's father. The soldier draws his sword over him and is suddenly badly wounded. Khan at this moment stands motionless and remains completely unharmed. The attacker is completely defeated and disintegrates behind the head's back. The head of Viola observes this picture and becomes very frightened, left unprotected. Khan releases his energy and informs him that he has made his own choice. The man becomes very angry, expecting a powerful reprisal against himself. At this point, the head of the Adenka family attacks the culprit and the man tries to close in from the blow. Khan makes his attack and Viola's master starts screaming heavily in pain, finding himself defeated. At this point, 2 sugar cubes fall into the black tea in close-up. Someone picks them up with special tongs from the sugar bowl and puts them in the cup. It's Versa tending to Vincennes and asking if he has enough. At this time, they are leaving town, accompanied by several carriages. She apologizes for his not riding back with his companions. Vincent says there is nothing wrong with that. In response, Mother recalls his words that it is the right thing to do. Versa realized a lot watching her stepson fight for his ideals. She thanks him for his newfound determination to face what she herself believes is right again. The young prince replies that he had nothing to do with it. It was all his mother's initiative. But now she will be branded a traitor in the Halem family. Winchin wonders how she feels at the thought. She laughs and says he shouldn't worry about her. He himself recently blew up a tower of magic stones. Vincent starts laughing too, and Julian grabs his head because they are the ones who need to worry now. A satisfied smile can be seen on Versa's face, and she says that even with that, he is like his mom. At these words, a look of intense surprise appears on her stepson and Julian's face. She informs him that she has something to tell him. This information can be considered a reward. Julian looks at Versa carefully and waits to see what she has to say. Mistress Adenka begins to tell Vincent about Sarvan Heasley and the heavenly fruit. The young prince asks how his mother and this heavenly fruit are related. Versa holds up a cup of tea and informs him that Sarvana was chosen by the heavenly tree and took the fruit for herself. Julian hears this information and is greatly shocked that Mom was chosen. Versa lowers her eyes to her tea and says that it is a very long story. She sees her reflection in the mug and adds that it was a long time ago. Back then, Khan was an outstanding cadet of the first rank who was about to graduate from the fortress. To do so, one ritual had to be performed and Sarvana and Versa went along with him to help. One monster that lived near the Nile Falls not far from the Purple Fortress needed to be killed. This monster was shaped like a seashell and opened a huge maw with which it was ready to devour everything in its path. Sarvana was incredibly beautiful and very strong. Her skills were as good as Khan himself. The moment he attacked the monster, he released a multitude of tentacles from his jaws at her. They wrap around her arms and legs and completely immobilize the girl. The monster releases its huge sharp teeth and is about to devour Sarvana. She starts screaming in intense terror and says that it is an abomination. Suddenly, Sarvana's face changes and tells the monster that he will not get the reaction of the terrified girl. At this moment, Versa appears and splits his tentacles, freeing her buddy. She starts yelling to Khan that this is when his exit begins. The man pulls out his sword and makes a crushing attack against the monster. He concentrates on his opponent with his serious gaze. Sarvana lands safely and the opponent is defeated. She raises her hands up and shouts enthusiastically that it was a wonderful attack. Versa says that the mission will be over after retrieving the pearl. At that moment, Khan's hand tries to retrieve it from the mass of slime. The girl covers her nose with her hand and doesn't understand why the fortress would want that stinky, nasty stuff. Hunting these waterfall clams is considered a tradition that has gone back to the time of Arslan. Sarvana adds that there is something else strange. For a strong cadet of the first rank, this mission seems too easy. With all this, it is cold outside, but the waterfall flows calmly in this weather. Versa adds that Vincina's mom was always curious and noticed unusual things. Sarvana stands in front of Versa and talks about her assumption. She believes that this whole mission has some other hidden agenda. Khan wonders what she means by this. The girl replies that Arslan himself has prepared something for them. Sarvana points her finger at the waterfall and says that there might be something hidden behind it. But it has a very strong current, and to inspect it, some solution is needed. In an instant, the girl's foot is on the cliff near the waterfall. Khan and Versa don't understand what she is up to and why she has dragged them to the dangerous cliff. Sarvana explains that they need to go around the wall and check out the waterfall. She has a gut feeling about this place that has never let her down. At that moment, the girl's foot gets on the fragile edge and suddenly slips. Sarvana has no time to react, and fear appears on her face. The girl slips off the rock and starts falling down rapidly. Khan notices this and tries to save her, but Versa tries to stop the cadet. He ends up jumping down after Sarvana, and the second girl promptly flies down after him. As a result of the fall, the three of them end up in the river into which the Nile Falls flows. Sarvana regains consciousness and finds herself lying on the wet ground. She looks around and sees that she has fallen into a cave behind the waterfall. She is glad that she was right about her hunch about this place. At that moment, Versa grabs her by the ear and scolds her for putting them in danger. She is angry with the girl and asks her to be more careful. In response to this reproach, Sarvana lowers her eyes down and apologizes. The girl is not hurt in any way, even after the strong current that pulled her there. At this point, a voice from the cave announces that he was the one who saved Sarvana. At this part of the story, Vincent is greatly surprised and asks what kind of person was there. Versa explains that it was the creature they called the Celestial Tree. The three of them are standing in the cave, and they are covered by a huge shadow and someone's purple energy. Sarvana is in great surprise and tries to pronounce the name of the creature. In front of them stands a majestic dragon of huge size and with burning eyes. Khan is greatly taken aback by the sight of this monster and cannot say anything. Versa too is in great fear, and sweat has broken out on her face. Sarvana looks at the dragon very surprised and enthusiastic and opens her eyes wide. Looking at the guys, the monster smiles evilly and asks which one of them was able to see the truth. Versa clarifies if he is referring to the prophecy passed down to the Adank family. The dragon smirks and informs him that they are completely out of luck if they don't know anything. He shifts his eyebrows and directs a stern, burning gaze at the boys. The creature opens its maw, from which a tremendous force of fire bursts out and is about to destroy them. All the power of the dragon flies straight at the cadets of the fortress. The flames hit the ground and throw them back several meters. Versa is trying to figure out how a dragon could have gotten into the Red Fortress. She pushes off with her foot and intends to survive this fight at all costs. Meanwhile, Sarvana shouts to the boys that it is urgent to run away from there and leads her friends behind her. But the dragon orders them to stand and releases magic rings from its mouth. At this moment, the waterfall current becomes even stronger and forms an impassable wall. The dragon's paw appears in front of the boys, and he informs them that there is now nowhere to run. He suggests that the boys accept their deaths and just accept it. Suddenly, Vincent stops his mother's story and wants to ask something. He is interested in the very mysterious appearance of the dragon in the story. It is incomprehensible to him how such creatures can still exist in this world. Versa starts laughing and doesn't understand what is so surprising here. After all, even on his purple lotus, there is a dragon bone present. Julian doesn't understand how his mother knew about this. After all, only his father and Raelsa knew. But Vincent knows he can't hide anything from the mistress of Adank's house, so he changes the subject. He asks how they survived after all. Versa casts her gaze downward and informs him that she does not know that. Only Sarvana alone could give an answer to this difficult question. At that moment, Versa tells the cadets that there is no way for them to escape the battle. In response, Sarvana pulls out her sword and prepares to engage the dangerous dragon. Khan too is not left out and swings his weapon for the upcoming battle. The three of them utilize their strength and attack the monster at the same time. Their feet swiftly lift off the ground to attack the enemy. Versa pounces from the dragon's back and is about to strike it with his sword. Sarvana picks up on her friend's idea and attacks him from the other side of his shoulder. At this point, the monster looks away and notices the actions of his opponents. They swiftly produce an attack, and Khan joins their battle. He applies a god kick and a sword dance, producing a powerful strike on his opponent. Suddenly, the dragon blocks his attack with its powerful large claws. The monster reflects the blow and sends it into the wall, remaining unharmed. As a result, Khan gets angry as this was Adank's strongest sword-wielding technique. At this moment, the dragon releases all its energy and says that everything in this life has a limit. Versa stands in front of the monster and feels its mana strongly squeezing her entire body. Sarvana is completely enveloped by this mana and can't even take a breath. They fall on the ground and Khan starts feeling very worried about the girls. He shifts his gaze to the dragon, who is greatly amused by his indestructibility. The monster sees how strong his opponent is, for mana has no effect on him. The dragon thinks about the fact that he feels sorry for killing such a strong warrior. At this moment, Khan releases his energy and shouts that he won't let him kill the girls. Right in front of his face at that moment, magical patterns appear. In the same second, the cadet receives multiple wounds in different places of his body. He screams in pain and cannot resist the powerful force of his opponent. Suddenly, the dragon's image dissipates and a girl appears in it, urging them not to try to compete with her. All their ways of wielding mana are only imitating the dragon's. After these words, the girl approaches Khan. She reproduces a strong fire in her palm and informs him that it is time to say goodbye. At that moment, there is a violent explosion in the cave, which erupts outside. In the dissipating smoke, a tail of Sarvana's hair is seen wriggling in the wind. She covers Khan with her body and puts her arms out to the side, resisting the dragon's power. The dragon girl doesn't understand how the human was able to deal with her powerful magic. She takes a close look at Sarvana and realizes that this is the one. The dragon girl reaches her hand forward and takes the cadet by the chin. She looks at her face intently and tells her that this is the same Heasley. Sarvana doesn't understand how her opponent could know her last name. Her opponent looks her in the eyes and replies that it's not that hard to figure out. Meanwhile, Versa crawls on the ground and tries to reach Sarvana. While the dragon is talking to her mate, the mate can't keep conscious and closes her eyes. The last thing she heard were words about Sarvana's family. She had been chosen by this dragon. Versa woke up outside the waterfall. At that moment, Sarvana herself appeared, and she had something in her hands. In her palms, she held a heavenly fruit that looked like a golden apple. Vincent feels as if he is electrocuted when he hears about this discovery. He realizes that the fruit is real and that it was left by Arslan himself. They are still riding in the carriage, and Versa continues his story of further events. After this incident, Sarvana grew weaker and weaker. She sits on the floor in the room and coughs, leaving red marks on her clothes. Her entire palm is purple in color, and in just a few years she has lost all her powerful strength. Julian listens with intense sadness in his eyes to how hard it has been for his mom in the last few years. But even in that state, Sarvana did not touch the fruit and eat it. She wanted Khan to eat it, and sitting on her bed gave it to him. However, this power came at the cost of Sarvana's health, so he too could not just take it. Sarvana was the love of his life. After decades of struggle, she had left them after all. At her will, Khan did eat the fruit, and she remained in his heart forever. Vincent notices the many emotions on his mother's face. These include envy and longing. He dares to ask what his mother was to Versa herself. She did not expect such a question and is taken aback. Her mother bows her head and says with a smile on her face that she respected her and envied her at the same time. Versa recalls a day from the past when it was raining heavily outside. Sarvana hugs her and tries to comfort her. She tells her that everything is fine. At this moment, Versa's eyes are filled with intense pain and disappointment. Sarvana tells her that she's not some toy. These words make her cry hard. So they continue to sit on the ground in the pouring rain and hug each other. At this moment, Versa asks Vincent to do one more thing for her mother's sake. The cadet looks at her concentratedly and asks her what she needs. Mother makes a serious face and asks her stepson to destroy her Hylam family. After their conversation, some time passes and Vincent has already returned to the Purple Fortress, first going to the site of the waterfall. It impresses him with its size and the force of its flow downward. Julian notices that his friend is suddenly gripping the hilt of his sword. At that moment, Vincent applies his supernatural wielding of the sword of the dwarf god. The young prince lines the path of the sword and prepares for some sort of attack. He uses a lightning discharge and delivers a crushing blow. His power is directed at a waterfall where a violent explosion occurs. Julian doesn't realize what his brother is doing. He worries that the passage to the cave may be blocked by a broken-off rock. The young prince seriously considers his words and focuses his gaze. He asks Julian exactly what he means. Nothing happened to the waterfall after all. One thing they are sure of now is that they will not be able to get into this cave using simple methods. The dragon is clearly waiting for the truth seeker from Adenka's family. But there must definitely be a connection between Arslan and this waterfall. Sego Mama used a completely different method than the Adenki founder had prepared. When she took the sacred fruit, she died young. So the key to get beyond the falls is still hidden somewhere. Winchin holds up some sort of bundle and says that they now need to find out the whole truth. Meanwhile, in the Purple Fortress, the aftermath report of the young prince's mission is read out. Dean Vargan is greatly shocked by the events that have transpired. Helga says that she did not go after Vincennes for nothing. Vargan becomes angry and reminds her that she did not want to go there at all. In response, the girl clarifies that she doesn't remember such a thing. In the end, everything ended well, except for the loss of Versa's kin. Vargan exhales doomfully and looks at the framed photograph on his desk. It depicts his sister, whom he had also recently lost. At that moment, someone's footsteps are heard in the hallway in a great hurry. It is Priest Dullen running somewhere fast, holding the Holy Grail in his hand. Suddenly he stops and focuses his gaze on something. He finds himself at a dead end and does not know how to proceed. Someone behind him tells him it's time to give up and stop running. The priest Nellik appears in front of him with several soldiers. He approaches him with a sword and demands that he hand over the Holy Grail and die in peace. Nellik grabs the priest by the throat and squeezes it hard, causing pain. At this point, he swings his sword and is about to crush the man. At that moment, a huge blue lightning bolt appears in Gaia's temple and strikes him. It crushes all the warriors of the head priest, and they start flying off in different directions behind Nellik. He turns back to see the cause of the unknown commotion. Suddenly, someone's sharp sword comes up under his throat. Nellik tenses up violently and is unable to move. The man offers the outlaw a surrender. Dullen remains unharmed and recognizes his savior. Sir Merlin stands before him and informs him that he will protect the Holy Grail as Dullen's paladin. At this time, a man appears behind Vincennes and asks why he called him there. Standing near the waterfall is Hannah Adenka, the third princess of the family and a distinguished cadet of the first rank. Vincent informs her that this is where her future mission will take place. Hannah replies that she does not have enough points to complete this mission yet. Missions for cadets of the first rank are very rare because their complexity is different from other assignments. That's why Vincent offers Hannah a solution to the problem and shows her the roll of paper in his hand. He offers to complete the task with her and holds the details of the mission in front of the girl. Hannah reads the letter carefully and sees that it is signed with her mom's name. She is interested in his offer and is willing to listen to the rest of the information. Vincent explains that he needs to go to Halem first. Hannah suggests that after his uncle's death, he won't be particularly pleased to be traveling there. The young prince agrees with her and says that's why he needs her as his chaperone. It will help her earn extra points. Hannah folds her arms across her chest and asks what he wants in return. Vincent replies that he needs a portrait. At these words, the girl gets a look of intense surprise. The young prince recalls the moment when he and Julian were studying the books in the room. In one of them was a portrait of the young Prince Vincent. It had been painted when he was a very young little boy. Hannah then drew her brother herself and handed the drawing to him. Vincent explains his request by saying that these drawings are old. His sister is angered by this request and puts her sword to her brother's head. The girl promptly applies the skill of the mad sculptor Michaelian. She uses her mana and approaches the young prince in a threatening manner. Hannah is intensely angry and tells her brother not to dare joke with her. With his sword at his throat, Vincent explains that this is a serious request. It is a very precious memory to him. At this point, the ghost tries to stop him. Julian says that this portrait is not that valuable. Vincent replies that if it were, he wouldn't have used special magic to preserve it. The young prince turns to Hannah again and says that he has already changed since that moment. He asks if she can't draw him one more time. At this point, Hannah hesitates a moment. She removes the sword from his throat and offers to call her to come with her when he changes terms. The girl turns around and walks away from Vincent. At this point, her brother stands with a satisfied face. Julian looks after his sister and is greatly upset by her departure. At this time, in the strange man's room, a red liquid drips into a glass. A man of mature age and with a long beard clarifies the information about Daimar's death. His butler confirms the Lord's death and assumes the man is very upset about it. But instead of grief, the man clarifies if his servant has gotten rid of all hints of his involvement. The head of the family, Halam Gabons, sits before him and waits for an answer to his question. The butler replies that it was pure arbitrary behavior on Daimar's part, and they handled it with minimal damage to the family. Gabbins takes a sip of his red drink and says that Versa has always questioned his methods. Droplets of liquid run down his lips, and he is pleased with the pleasant taste. The man's face changes, and he focuses his evil gaze. He wants to play a game with Versa and Vincent. Gabbins' arsenal contains many rare creatures that will help accomplish the goal. Above the chapter, monsters hang from above on chains, and the chapter informs them that they have one more secret weapon left. It is Yongen's blood, which he extracts from these creatures right in his home. One of them hangs upside down and has horns. There is nothing left of its pupils in its eyes, and only 2 black holes are visible. Gabbins is holding a glass and is very eager to take revenge on Mrs. Versa. At that moment, he clenches his fist and shatters the glass to pieces. The man turns into Yongen, and horns appear on his head as well. At this time, there is a strong sword fight between the 2 men. Kagon and Vincent cross their weapons and face each other. Their mana collides with each other in the air, creating bright sparks. The boys land on the arena, which is completely destroyed from their attacks. Julian watches from the sidelines as 2 members of different families duel. Vincent holds his sword in front of him, and the ghost tries to figure out what happened. Kagon attacks the young prince and yells at him that this time he is definitely finished. Prince Adenka concentrates on striking and uses his unusual sword enhancement skill. At that moment, Raven appears in the sunlight with his spear and is about to attack. The boys don't notice Prince Valtic and continue fighting each other. At the same second, there is a very strong explosion in the dueling arena. Vincent tries to cough up the smoke and covers his face with his hand. Kagon stays alive as well and is angry that Raven ruined his attack. The Prince of Valtican lands between them and asks if they missed him. Kagon orders him to stay out of the battle. Raven becomes angry and says he was going to defeat Vincent first. Samyon's heir informs him that in that case he will deal with him first. The Prince of Valtican is overjoyed at this turn of events and is ready to fight. Vincent yells at them to stop and remember why everyone is here. Julian continues to watch all of this from the sidelines, and many questions pop into his head. He doesn't understand what happened and why the guys are having a competition. At this time, the head of Samyon's family and Kagon's mom is watching their fight. The head of Adenk is also present in the arena and watches Winshin's fight. Another person appears. It is the head of Valtican and Raven's father. Versa stands next to the head of the Halem family and mentally asks Vincent to hurry up. If he is late, their plan to destroy her family will end in failure. It all began 2 weeks ago, one clear day within the walls of the Purple Fortress. Director Helga sits at her desk and allows the 2 of them to go on a mission. Standing in front of her are Hannah and Vincent. The girl is greatly surprised at how easily Helga agreed to this. The headmaster reiterates that they are both going to Halem tomorrow. Vincent's sister is angry because her sword is not at all suitable for guarding someone. Helga squeezes her shoulder and warns her not to piss her off. She tells the girl that she will be relieved to be away from the purple fortress of the Odinks. Hannah continues to try to avoid this trip and tries to say something. At this point, the director turns her back on her and tells her that she doesn't want to hear anything. She informs her that this is an order. In response, Hannah obediently agrees and casts her eyes downward. The girl puts her feet next to each other and says that it did happen after all. Vincent smiles and replies to her that for sure his sis doesn't like to stay in debt for long. That way, she'll be a point closer to the assignment and he'll get the portrait. Hannah exhales doomedly and thinks about the fact that her brother has planned everything here too. She agrees and says she will paint him the portrait. Vincent and Julian are very happy to hear these words. His sister leaves the office and Vincent shouts after her that she made the promise. A new day comes and the night is replaced by a beautiful sunny morning. Vincent and Hannah's carriage is ready and waiting for the cadets at the fortress gate. They are escorted out by the fortress commanders and hope that this time the mission will be without incident. Dean Vargan asks Vincent to remember that this is a dangerous mission. The boy replies that not even Halem can harm him. In addition, a first-rate cadet of the first rank is going on the mission with him. He will also be accompanied by the outstanding elementalist Siri, along with his spirit. Wilson raises his arms up and shows off his muscles. He tells the Lord to count on him as well. At that moment, someone says Vincent's name and he averts his gaze in the direction of the voice. All of his friends run over to him and ask the young prince to wait for them. They stop and try to catch their breath after running fast. Vincent wonders to the cadets what they are here for so early. His friends stand in front of the young lord and put their right hand to their heart. They salute their friend, and Selvira asks him to be more careful on the mission. Raven reminds him to expect their duel after they return from the mission. Season and Harmon inform him that they have been able to accomplish much because of him. The young prince opens his eyes wide and is greatly surprised by such support. He recovers from the shock and a happy smile begins to appear on his face. Vincent salutes them and asks that his friends wait for him. Hannah looks out the carriage window and informs her brother that it is time for them to depart. Helga smirks and tells the girl that she hasn't been so abrupt before. Hannah replies that emotions only get in the way of focusing on the task at hand. Being an Adenki warrior, you always have to give up something. Dean Vargan looks at the girl carefully and thinks about something. Finally, the harnessed horses move from their seats and are ready to carry the boys. The gates of the Purple Fortress open and the horse-drawn carriage sets off on its mission. Vincent's friends wish him a good journey, and the dean worries for the boys' safety. He informs Headmaster Helga that Hannah seems to be not quite right. At some point, she became very cold and took control of all her emotions. So the girl became like a sculpture. Vargan worries if the two of them will be able to be together for long. Helga reassures him and tells him that they are brother and sister after all. At that moment, a sharp object flies past Vincent's head. It promptly slams into the wall of the carriage, which is behind his back. Hannah approaches Vincent and says that they can finish each other off. She grasps with her hand the sharp object that has been stabbed into the carriage seat. On the table is a drawing of Vincent where he has no head. Hannah frees the seat from the blade and a hole is left in its place. Vincent is outraged and asks his sister what she is doing. At this point, she picks up her blade and launches multiple attacks with it. Many pieces of hair from the young prince's head appear in the air. Julian sees this picture and is greatly shocked by his sister's actions. Vincent continues to sit with Hannah's new haircut, and she informs him that his brother needs to tidy up his hair once in a while. Their carriage, meanwhile, continues to move quietly along its route. Hannah has an easel in front of her, and she occupies her time by drawing the promised portrait. She finishes the drawing and holds it in her hands, letting Vincent know it is ready. The girl checks her brother's actual appearance against the image on the canvas. She hands Vincent the long-awaited portrait, which he is delighted with. He wonders how she managed to paint so much detail in a shaking carriage. Julian informs her that she has amazing drawing skills and had a gift as a child. The girl puts her drawing paraphernalia away in a box and says that they are now even. Vincent thanks her and doesn't understand why she would give up drawing with such a talent. Julian suggests that she might have given up. Bearing the name of a famous family is not at all easy, and much has been decided for her. Perhaps becoming an artist was something unattainable for her with that status. Vincent suggests that none of that matters in the face of a dream. Not everyone has to become a warrior and deny themselves what they enjoy. If Hannah has been deprived of something because of her family name, he is willing to give it to her. At this time, a riot breaks out in Helam, and the residents demand Gabon's banishment. They want to free their city from this horrible tyrant enslaving them. The knights and the residents clash in a battle and try to oppose each other. Over all this turmoil, Vincent and Hannah Adenki watch from the rooftop. Helam used to be known as a city with rich lands and thriving trade. But there is currently a civil war going on there due to the brutal tyranny of the head. Those who wanted to escape it all hid in the central city in Durson. Julian reports that he had heard about it, but he didn't expect to see such widespread unrest. Just recently, the leader of the revolutionary movement was executed. This has caused even more anger from the citizens. Hannah informs him that it wouldn't hurt for them to be in Durson as well, Otherwise, they risk running into the revolutionaries. They follow Hannah down the road, who leads them a shortcut into town. Vincent asks her sister if she has been here before. She tilts her head down and wants to tell her brother something. Suddenly, they stop and see the knights of the Halem family in front of them. Winchin is very angry to see his opponents in this alley. The knights notice the unusual clothing of the cadets and are about to attack them. The young prince evades the blow and informs them that they have come to the city in peace. The soldiers see the sword in the guy's hands and assume they are partisans of the revolutionary movement. Vincent realizes that now is not the time to settle the matter with words and will have to fight. He uses his powerful mana and pounces on one of the knights. The young prince clenches his fist and uses the shaman's power, which forms a bright yellow light in his hand. Vincent flies at his opponent and swiftly delivers a crushing attack. The other knights observe the unfamiliar fellow's skills and are greatly surprised. His fist flies into the head of one of the soldiers and strikes the enemy. He crushes several soldiers at once with one blow and they fly away. Vincent lands safely on his feet and sees no more danger. At that moment, another knight appears above his head and attacks the cadet. The enemy directs his attack at him, and a violent explosion takes the place of the young prince. The flames are so powerful that they burst beyond the tall buildings of the city. Vincent's servants rush to his aid, but Hannah Adenka stops them. She tells them that the cadet is safe and will handle these attacks. The knight sees the lad get behind him and is greatly surprised. The cadet promptly bounces off the wall using his mana capabilities. He kicks his opponent in the chest with his legs and he flies off to the side. Vincent feels lightness in his body after taking the pill at camp and receiving with the transformation. At this time, Sari looks back and sees many other knights. From all sides of the crossroads, a whole army of Halem soldiers are closing in on the cadets. Julian informs his friend that they are trapped. Vincent realizes that there are too many soldiers. The young prince's servants realize they can't cope. At this point, Hannah exhales doomlessly and is about to do something about it. She pulls out a shining medal from her breast pocket and shows it to the knights. This medal, with a blue gemstone from Halem itself, speaks of the highest military position. She informs the knights that she came from the Purple Fortress and is Hannah Adink. The soldiers realize that this is the granddaughter of the head himself, and are greatly frightened. They order the rest of the army not to attack Hylam's benefactress. Vincent looks at his sister and realizes that she held back until the last and did not want to show the medal. He tries to question her about this achievement, and at that moment a strange object appears on the ground. The round stone begins to spread heavy smoke everywhere, creating a veil. Vincent and Hannah cover themselves with their hands against the smoke grenade and say that they can't see anything. At that moment, Vincent is abruptly grabbed by someone's arm and pulled towards him. The man tries to pull him away to save him from the knights. Hannah thinks about the fact that only gorillas use such grenades. Suddenly, her eyes round hard and she notices something in those puffs of smoke. The veil dissipates and the boys can't find the young prince anywhere. The Knights of Halem begin searching for Vincent, but he is nowhere to be found in the neighborhood. Hannah sends them through all the streets and tells them that they couldn't have gone far. The girl seriously begins to worry and hopes that her brother is all right. She turns to the servants and says that it is necessary to hurry. Sari assumes that the young gentleman has been kidnapped by revolutionaries. In that case, they are ordinary citizens, not soldiers. Hannah replies that they began to act after her name was spoken. Now they can show extreme hostility to Vincent as her relative. It was she who arrested the leader of the revolutionaries and handed him over to Halem. At this time, the young prince falls on the wooden floor of some room. An unknown revolutionary throws the unconscious lad into his wagon. A very young girl takes off her hood and thinks it was easy. She orders the other members of their group to go ahead. The horse with the wagon dismounts and rushes through the streets of the city to an unknown destination. The bandits discuss the loot they looted from the soldiers, which they were able to take thanks to the protesters. They enter a mountain tunnel that leads to the Vatican. It is very dark, and there is an opportunity to mingle among the merchants. One of the bandits points at Vincent and asks who it is. His captor explains that this is Hannah's younger brother, and he would make an excellent hostage. At this time, the young prince lies unconscious on the floor and does not react in any way. The man driving the wagon makes them think twice about doing such a bad thing. The girl grabs his shoulder and tells him that they barely escaped Maltus and will not live as slaves to Gabbins. Another bandit asks how he managed to capture a member of Adenk's family. She says she forced him to follow and attacked him in a smoke screen. At that moment, a punch from Vincent flies into the bandit's head. The guy doesn't have time to react to the attack and flies off to the side. Hamona sees the crushed comrade and yells out to him, calling him by name. At that moment, Vincent turns his attention to her and attacks her as well. The coachman hears some chaos in the wagon and turns his head to see what is happening. Vincent puts his sword to his throat and the man is badly startled by the surprise. The young prince orders him to drive the wagon to its destination. In that case, he will not touch him. Vincent Adenk needs to meet the revolutionary leader in person. The bandit agrees to his terms and asks him to remove his sword from his face. The man informs him that he knows nothing but how to drive a carriage. At this point, Vincent changes in his face. He rips off the bandit's mask and sees that it is the same man from the camp. At this time, some man appears in front of the carriage inside the tunnel. Vincent shouts this to the driver and asks him to stop urgently. The man grabs the reins and pulls them toward him, trying to slow down. At that moment, the carriage begins to turn over on one side from such a sudden braking. It finally collapses with the passengers and completely disintegrates. A large cloud of dust forms from the destruction inside the tunnel. Hamona comes to her senses and feels how much her head hurts. She calls out to Cal and Uncle Subin and wonders if they are all right. The man who wanted those bandits appears in front of him. This road is rarely used by ordinary townspeople. Halem's soldiers wouldn't have guessed to look into this tunnel. A revolutionary guerrilla girl notices Halem's blue armband on his arm. The girl starts yelling at him that he is a traitor and was going to sell out the innocent citizens of Gabons. The man replies that they have nothing to do with ordinary citizens and rebelled against the head. He shows her the mana medicine in his hand and is about to demonstrate a real citizen. Hamona becomes very frightened when she sees the pill of blessing in his palm. The man swallows the medicine and it moves through his body, filling him with power. His skin becomes covered with a strange growth and a purple aura appears around him. The man transforms and covers Hamona with his huge shadow. He transforms into a fearsome Yongan and is about to crush the bandits. The monster feels a great power with which he can give away more than 1,000 traitors. If he catches these revolutionaries, he will get even more of the drug of grace. At that moment, Yongan's huge arm is stopped by the young prince's sword. He blocks his blow, protecting the young girl from imminent death. Hamona stares at Winchen's hand in amazement and tries to move away from the shock. The monster doesn't understand how this guy managed his attack with just one swing. Vincent uses his special sword skill and looks at the Yongan. He offers to start by introducing himself to the evil monster and giving his name. The young prince launches multiple attacks and plunges the unknown into a cloud of dust. The monster refuses to identify himself and says that his power is nothing compared to grace. At that moment, a huge stream of mana begins to appear above his head. A huge block of stone falls on Yongan from above and crushes the monster. Vincent knows very well that mana is useless in front of the dragon's power. Therefore, his entire attack was initially aimed at destroying the tunnel. The young prince ponders the power of the dragon and a puzzle is forming in his mind. The way in which they were able to put immense power into small pills, and Tilawan's dragon blood, have one source. All of these horrors were created in Halem and were directly faced by Vincent during the battles. From behind the prince at this moment, one of the bandits pulls out his sword and wants to attack the guy. The young prince manages to react to his blow and blocks his opponent's sword. The bandit is angry and doesn't understand how Vincent has such strength and reaction speed. She says that Vincent is in cahoots with Hannah Adenka, and they don't care about ordinary citizens. Another man with a stick appears in the tunnel and asks Hamona to stop. He says that the young lord's strength surpasses her, and the girl can't handle him. Vincent peers into the depths of the tunnel and wonders who the man is. He introduces himself as Laurent Halam and stares intently at the young prince. The man is the leader of the very same revolutionary association that was recently executed. Further action unfolds in the forest on the outskirts of Halem. There's a wooden hut and a number of men. They look out the window and see Vincent there, who is conversing with their leader. Cal tells Hamona how Vincent blew up the tower at Maltia and saved them. Uncle Subin comes up to them and shows them his young daughter, who was being cared for by the young prince's servants all that time. Sitting behind bars, he shouted out the address of his home and Vincent heard him. Then he would ask the evil guards to give her at least some food. At that moment, the young prince was contacted by Sari and he asked her to go to that address. Cal and Subin approach Hamona and assure her that Vincent will not harm them. But she is only angry and is not going to trust the guy. She turns to her comrades and says that this is not the end. The young prince can still show his true colors and betray them. At this time, Vincent sits across from Laurent. He asks about his exploit at Maltia. The cadet explains that his mother and father took care of everything themselves. The revolutionary leader replies that the survivors of the camp say very differently. On behalf of all the partisans who hail from Maltier, he expresses his sincere gratitude. Suddenly, a man appears in the hut and tells Laurent to finish off the young gentleman. The revolutionary leader turns his head and sees old Barum beside him. He yells at Laurent for daring to bring Adenk here, and now he knows everything. The man explains that Vincennes has dealt with one of the perverts and is a brave warrior. He assures Barum that the young lord is no danger to them. Vincent tries to understand why the old man is extremely wary of strangers. The young prince begins to ask Laurent how he managed to survive. He explains that it's all about dark magic. These words frighten Vincennes. Barum once escaped from a camp for vagrants. There he discovered his talent for dark magic. The old man explains that he brought a dead man back to life. He used it to create a fake body for Laurent. Right before his execution, they switched the real leader with the fake one. Julien tenses up and informs him that this kind of magic was used by Tilawan. Laurent gets up from his seat and asks Vincennes to continue their conversation in private. They leave the hut outside and only the old man Barum remains inside. He looks at Vincent carefully and warily and thinks about something. Vincent talks about being sent there to destroy the Halem family. Laurent assumes that this is Versa's way of wanting to punish himself and the whole family for what happened. Vincent turns to him and asks permission to ask him something. He wants to know about the scar in the man's eyes and why he did it. Laurent wonders if Vincent could understand the true appearance of the scar. The young prince explains that the cut is too flat and does not look like a warrior's attack. The only option left is that he did it himself. Laurent hides his eyes under his hat and says that he couldn't bear to watch the horrors. His citizens were suffering from the oppression his family was inflicting on them. He no longer wanted to see all that was happening in Halem, and so he cut his eyes. Vincent doesn't stop there and suggests that there must be some other reason. Laurent realizes that the prince is too perceptive for a warrior, and his sister chose Vincent for a reason. The leader of the Revolutionary Association asks the young gentleman if he has seen how grace works. This drug not only confers superpowers, but is also addictive. The Halem family used it to divide all of their citizens. The more some citizens betrayed the others and worked for the Halems, the higher their ranking became and the more favors they earned. More and more citizens became addicted to grace and left the association. Then Laurent stood in front of all the citizens with a knife and informed them that he could no longer bear to watch the atrocities in the streets of Halem. At that moment, he put the blade to his eyes and cut them. He wanted to be a symbol to unite those still left on his side. At this moment, the young and converts appear in the tree and learn that Laurent is still alive. Vincent and the leader of the revolutionary movement notice them and are frightened that they do not understand how the traitors found them. These monsters jump from the trees and intend to capture Laurent. For them, he is now the most desired prey, for they will receive many favors for him. Vincent attacks these monsters and tells Laurent to hide. He uses his mana and aims it at one of the opponents. After his attack, not even a scratch is left on the Yongan's body. But this time, the terrain doesn't have any terrain features. The monster aims his fist at the young prince while he is immersed in his thoughts. Vincent gets hit by the Yongan turned civilian and flies off to the side. The boy lands on his feet and remains unharmed from the attack. Sweat beads up on his face and Vincent starts to get angry at this strong thug. Julian notices something and asks the young prince to pay attention to it. One of the Jongen at this time tries to attack Laurent, who is lying on the ground. He opens his mouth and releases magical mana to get the leader's head. The man realizes that he is in a desperate situation, and his end is approaching. Vincent shouts to Mr. Laurent and tries to save him from being killed. He swiftly pushes the leader of the revolutionary movement away and gets in the way himself. At that moment, there is a violent explosion in the forest, the flames of which reach all the way to the sky. In the dissipating smoke lies Mr. Laurent and tries to understand what has happened. He sees Vincent in front of him, who has closed himself off from the blow with his wounded arm. The monsters offer Vincent to give them Laurent, for he will not be able to resist their power for long. The young prince refuses this offer, as the Yongan are not immortal and there is a chance to defeat them. But he will have to fight while protecting the blind Laurent at the same time. The monsters attack Vincent and inform him that he will die with the leader. The young prince puts out his sword and tries to defend himself against the Yongan. At this point, multiple dissecting mana moves are made in front of him against the monsters. The Yongan disintegrate into many pieces that promptly fall to the ground. Vincent stands in front of the crushed monsters and holds the purple lotus in front of him. He realizes that he did not make this attack and recognizes the technique of the force used. His sister Hannah, who defeated the opponents in an instant, appears in front of him. She notices Laurent lying on the ground and is surprised that he is alive. The blind leader of the revolutionary movement recognizes her voice and is greatly worried. The girl clenches her teeth in anger and prepares to attack him. They swiftly dash past Vincent and run towards Laurent. Hannah points her sword at him and tells him that he has shamelessly allowed himself to live all this time. At that moment, the young prince manages to react to his sister's attack and blocks the blow. He defends the guerrilla leader with his special sword skill. Vincent tries to reason with Hannah and asks her to stop without doing something stupid. The girl rarely shows her emotions, but now she openly shows anger. Laurent silently listens to the conversation of his relatives and thinks about something. He asks Hannah if she continues to draw as well as before. The girl's lips begin to tremble at this point and the anger disappears from her face. She stops attacking and throws her sword aside, which falls to the ground. From the overabundance of strong feelings, Hannah falls to her knees and puts her head down. The girl begins to cry and says that there is no meaning in her paintings. After all, blind Laurent won't be able to see them anyway. They are in the middle of the forest, and the leader of the Revolutionary Association apologizes to Hannah. At that moment, they hear many people approaching them who shout to Laurent. Hamona runs ahead of everyone and wonders what that explosion was and if the leader is okay. She sees a girl sitting on the ground and thinks it's one of the Blessed Ones. Hamona tries to get a closer look at the unknown person and focuses her attention on her. Suddenly she gets very startled and realizes that it is Hannah Adenka in front of her. The girl doesn't hesitate and promptly pounces on her. Laurent orders everyone to calm down. Hamona stands in front of Vincena's sister and stares at her intently. She reminds Hannah that she has handed Laurent over to the tyrants for the purpose of execution. After saying this, the girl slaps Vincena's sister hard. Hamona tries to find out why this traitor has come to them. Hannah lowers her eyes down and a look of remorse comes over her face. She recalls the city burning with riots and how she was taught to contain her emotions and complete the task at hand. That afternoon, Hamona comes to the leader and informs him that they have been discovered. Behind her appears Hannah, who has come to arrest Laurent. She draws her sword and stabs Hamona hard in the side with the hilt. The Adank heiress walks inside the room and looks at the girl who has fallen to the floor. After giving up her dream, everything else has become unimportant to her. So Hannah, without a single emotion, is about to hand over the leader to the chapter. She turns to Laurent and asks him to witness the illegal demonstration in the center of Dersona. Hamona blurts out that this is a lie to lure the leader out and destroy him. Hannah promises that he will be asked a few questions and then released. At this point, Hamona gets in front of him and is not about to let Laurent go. Suddenly, someone's male foot enters the room. This man informs him that it makes no sense for him to get rid of the leader. It's Gabon's Halam, and he's come to take his grown son back home. Laurent hears his father's voice and is greatly disturbed by his presence. Gabons orders him to finish with all his business and come home. The leader of the Revolutionary Association informs him that there is no way they will surrender. For the welfare of Halem, their guerrillas will do anything. Gabons replies that to lose his eyes and impose his beliefs on people seems rather foolish. He places a hand on his shoulder, and his mouth shows a wicked demonic smile. His father suggests that he sacrifice his niece in the name of his faith. Their family relationship is a very close one, for it was Laurent who taught her how to paint. Gabons blackmails his son with the fact that Hannah will remain as blind. From these words and fright for his favorite niece, Laurent is very worried. He obediently follows his father, and a few days later his execution is announced. Fortunately, his loyal men then managed to switch the bodies in time. With the help of reviving the dead, everything went perfectly and the leader was able to escape. Baram tried very hard and began to rush Laurent to leave the city sooner. He refuses because he hears someone's familiar voice and turns his head in his direction. Hannah stands in the square and tries to break through the soldiers. She screams that they promised not to kill Laurent. She is crying very hard and doesn't understand why his uncle was sentenced to death. No one pays attention to her screams and the guillotine is set in motion. A lot of people witness the sentence being carried out. Hannah can do nothing and begins to tremble with pain in her heart. Laurent closes his eyes and hears his niece is very upset about his death. He now sits in the woods by the fire and says that there was common sense in his father's words. If not for Baram, he would not have escaped execution. After losing his sight, he is of no use to him. To completely disguise his death, he did not inform his niece about himself. At this time, Hannah sits behind a tree and cries. She recalls the recent events that led to the decision to execute her. Gabons Halem stands in his house and thanks the girl for her excellent work. He sees how depressed Hannah is, even though she did an excellent job. The head tells the very upset girl that heroes usually look different. A warrior is worthy of praise for a task well done. That is what is called virtue and honor. He places a small object in her hand and says that a soldier doesn't need emotions. She looks at her palm and sees the hero's star there, which she got at the cost of a dear man's life. Hannah continues to sit under the tree and clutches that award hard in her hand. At this time, Laurent asks Vincent if he is really going to follow Versa's orders and destroy Halem. Julian, he is angry at Gabons and how he took dirty advantage of his sister. Vincent remembers the tears in Hannah's eyes and makes his look furious. He declares that he too will join Mr. Laurent's movement. The leader is happy about this decision and asks Vincent to do something for him. He asks the young lord to go to Durson and meet his father. Vincent fulfills his request and sends him to Halem Manor. There he is stopped by warriors and demanded to give his name. The young prince shows his mission letter and gives his name. He says that he needs to see his grandfather, Gafonso Halem. The warriors inform him that they will be able to receive him after a small inspection, and he will have to wait a while. Vincent is very angry that the Adank heir has to wait for something. He uses his strong energy and tells one of the warriors this. The young prince informs him that his visit is made solely with the permission of the head of the Halem family. With his actions, the soldier places himself higher than the head of the Gabons family. He steps forward and demands that the warriors escort him to his grandfather's chambers. They run after him and tell him that he cannot just barge into the house like that. The young prince does not heed their warning and swings open the doors of the manor. He is confronted by something that greatly surprises and shocks Winchin. Within the walls of the house stands a large number of warriors guarding the place. He and Julian do not understand why there are so many soldiers and why they are all so serious. Vinchin turns to the soldier who met him on the street and tries to ask him for information. The warrior replies that it's all because of the Hades gathering. This event is named after the flower that represents Halem. On this day, competitions are held between Halem and invited masters, but a revolutionary movement that has arisen puts the event in danger of being disrupted. Fearing unrest, virtually all troops are on constant alert. Vinchin replies that his grandfather simply decided to place the soldiers in an unnecessary place. The warrior hears the young prince's words and doesn't understand what he means. The young prince replies that he should have come up with a better excuse. There is no point in having so many soldiers stationed at the entrance to the house. Vinchin realizes that this is all a test and asks the warrior about it. He bangs his implement into the floor and replies that this is to be ready for any danger. The warrior stands before Vincent with a huge hammer in his hands and eyes blazing. He offers him to escort the cadet. The soldier warns the young prince not to dare pull any pranks. Vincent begins to smile and realizes that the soldiers are determined to stop any danger. He asks the soldier how dare he expect danger from Prince Adink and the cadet of the Purple Fortress. The warrior is greatly startled by this wording of his words and does not know what to answer. Vincent starts shouting for them to clearly explain to him the reason for this defense. Why they would spend so much defense force to defend themselves against an ordinary guest. He walks past the soldier with the hammer and says he doesn't need his escort. At that moment, the warrior swings his weapon and points it towards the young prince. It hits the floor and blocks the passage right in front of the Scarlet Fortress cadet. Instead of giving a clear explanation of what is happening, he simply barred the heir to the Adenk family from passing. Vincent takes the hilt of his sword and says he could be that very danger. The warrior sees his strong energy and realizes that what happened in Maltia is true. At that moment, the head of Halem appears and demands an end to the showdown. He stands on the top floor and tells the warriors to all disperse. Gabbins turns to the young prince and says he's glad to see him. The man smiles at his grandson and suggests he go upstairs. They sit down on the couches in front of the table, and Gabbins informs Vincennes that he overreacted to the guards. The head had heard so much about his grandson's amazing abilities that he wanted to test them out. He saw that the men really weren't lying. Vincent replies to Gabbins that he's flattering him. The young prince sees his evil energy, which is perfect for a warrior family. The head of Halem tells him that he wanted to look at him. In his thoughts, he compliments that he wanted to see his son's executioner. Vincent smiles at his grandfather and thinks about the fact that he came there to overthrow Gabbins. The head inquires of his grandson the purpose of his visit. The young prince replies that it is a secret. The man is very surprised by this answer and the fact that the lad has secrets from him. Vincent sips some tea from his mug and says that one should be able to separate work and personal life. The head of Halem starts laughing hard and says that the guy hooked him up and is completely right. At this point, Vincent says he can tell who he got the assignment from. He looks at his grandfather carefully and compliments that it's a mission from his mom. Gabbins is greatly surprised that Versa trusts this boy so much and considers him a son. He turns the conversation to what happened in Maltia and the murder of his son. Vincent replies that he was just lucky. Gabbins gets angry and says that this luck cost the life of his own blood. The young prince answers nothing and just stares at his grandfather in silence. Julian warns his friend that the conversation has gone the wrong way. Vincent explains that it is too risky for Gabbins to attack him now. At this point, the man exhales relaxedly and tells his grandson to take it easy. He is grateful to Vincent for the work he has done. If it weren't for him, the chapter itself would have had to deal with his son. Gabbins expected his grandson to arrive early. The young prince explains that he had to hitch a ride with members of the revolutionary movement. The head of Halem loses his temper and jumps up from his seat. He is outraged that his grandson was dared to be attacked. Vincent tries to reassure him that there is no problem and that he is fine. Gabbins doesn't hear him and continues to shout, cursing at the rebels. He calls them dogs who dared to bite their master and is going to teach them a lesson. The head tells him that they caught some guerrillas recently. Vincent asks his grandfather what they ended up doing to these people. Gabbins takes his mug that he used to drink tea from and breaks the handle off of it. He vividly begins to tell them that he took away each of their arms and legs. Now they will regret for the rest of their lives that they dared to go against the head of Halem. Gabbins tells Vincennes that these rats should know their place. His grandfather's inhumane treatment of people makes the young prince very angry. The cadet gets up from his seat and informs him that he is uncomfortable keeping secrets from his grandfather. He suggests that the head of Halem learn the purpose of his assignment. Gabbins looks intently at his grandson and waits to see what he will say next. The young prince reveals that he has come to participate in the Haida's gathering. The head is greatly shocked that his grandson plans to fight in this event. Vincent shows him the mission letter and explains that a lot of people are hoping for him. That night, he and Laurent come up with a plan to start the day of the meeting. The leader warns that his father is very cautious and defends Durson with all his might. That is why Vincent must be the bait. At this point, the prince announces the guest list. It includes the entire command of the Red Fortress and his parents. Also, Vincent's friends will come to watch the competition. The young prince smirks and thinks about being the perfect bait, and Gafonso won't be able to take his eyes off. The day before, the young prince had warned Laurent that they needed to contact all the people listed in one day. A sepulchral silence hangs among everyone gathered at this crazy idea. Vincent's servants grabbed their heads at the fact that he was going to get someone involved. Hannah folds her arms across her chest and informs the prince that she understands his plan. She begins to explain that Vincent could be in danger if something goes wrong. Her brother starts to smile and says that Sis is worried about him. He assures Hannah that everything will be fine and he has everything under control. The only problem is one of dexterity. Each person on the list will have to be contacted in different places without getting caught by Gafonso. Hamona asks them to entrust this responsible task to them. The revolutionaries have one secret contract stashed away for the use of the magic mail. Vincent gets up from the log and says it's time for them to get on with the plan. He expects to give his grandfather a gift that he is sure to appreciate. That same night, one of those invited to the meeting receives a letter from the young prince. Priest Dullan carefully reads the letter, which describes all of Halem's turmoil. Merlin appears behind him and wonders about the contents in the sheet. Dullan holds the letter in his hands and offers the master to walk with him. At this time, Vargon holds the magic circle and asks Principal Helga to stop. The girl exercises the whip, and the dean informs her that at this rate she will tear down all the mountains in the area. Helga is very angry that such things have happened to her cadet. Vargon watches as the girl is worried about what happened to Vincent. She sits on the ground and doesn't understand why the cadet didn't ask for help. The headmaster asks the dean who is behind all these atrocities. Vargon looks at the commander of the Red Fortress and replies that it is Elder Tillowin. Before his death, he seemed as if he had been greatly betrayed. Helga wonders who was involved. Dean replies that there aren't many organizations that can influence the Council of Elders. She calls them the Nightmares, and Vargon continues to stare at her in surprise. This is the organization the necromancer Edmund spoke of. Versa's younger brother was also a member. The dean lowers his gaze down and thinks about what Helga said. She wonders to Vargon what this whole situation could turn into. The dean looks away and replies that nothing is clear yet. They continue to look at the rock Helga has destroyed, and one thing is certain. At this time, Versa Adenka is in the main house and informs them that Vincent is going to ignite the spark. She tells the chapter that their task is to light the flame. Khan has his back turned to her and listens to his wife in silence. Versa communicates the need to work out their plan. The head interrupts her and talks about the flame. He turns to face her and warns her that it will set her entire family on fire. Khan approaches his wife and says that he is asking her one last time. He looks into Versa's face and gently places his hand on her shoulder. They stand in front of the stars and the head is worried about his wife and whether she can handle it. Versa is very touched by Khan's concern and silently looks into his eyes. He has treated her so kindly and is so much worried about her feelings. Mistress Adenka presses her body against the head and tells him that everything is fine. This can atone for at least a little bit of guilt to the people of Halam and Hannah. She hugs her husband and thinks that this is also all for Sarvana and Kana. Vincent stands across from his grandfather and rests his hands on the large table between them. He asks Gabbins why he keeps sitting and not getting ready before the guests arrive. The head of Hylam looks at his grandson in silence and begins to smile. His smile begins to be replaced by a loud, hard laugh that makes him open his mouth wide. Vincent tenses up and asks his grandfather what made him laugh so hard. Gabbins focuses on his grandson and makes his gaze stern. He tells him not to expect him to freak out over something like that. The head gets up from his seat and walks over to Vincent. He explains that Halam has always prospered from trade. He shows a map and says that this trade area connects the territories of the three main fighting families. Even if the relationship between Halam and Adenk becomes strained and they have to break it off, it won't be a great loss. In that case, they will just form relationships with the other families. Gabbins leans over to Vishnin and says that a mere boy can't just get rid of Halam. He tells his grandson that he won't be able to do anything against him. Winshin looks at his grandfather and smiles. He asks if this is really all his reasoning. Gabbins didn't expect such a reaction from his grandson and is greatly surprised, rounding his eyes. Vincent smirks and shows his energy, which makes his eyes glow red. At this time, Sir Kun the butler runs through the forest looking for Ravenson. He peeks out from behind a tree and spots Prince Valtikin. Young Mr. Raven sits on a log and reads the letter carefully. He is greatly excited about the upcoming events and radiates a powerful energy. At this time, outside the main castle of the Samian family, all is calm and quiet. But inside there is suddenly a violent explosion from the use of mana. One of the people falls on the floor destroyed from the impact and tries to understand what is happening there. At this time, young Mr. Kagan is in the room, and he too is reading a letter from Vincent. He becomes angry at the contents of the message and calls the young prince a boy. At this time, young Lord Raven asks Sirkun to contact his father. Kagan also asks his servant to notify his mother, who is the head of the Samian family. He holds up this letter signed by Vincent and begins to crumple it up. Raven is encouraged by the cadet's impending plan and orders immediate departure. With the help of magic mail, the Adenk heir managed to notify everyone in time. The young Prince Samiona also accepts Vincent's invitation and sets off. Davinus still sometimes dreams of events that took place 500 years ago. Back then, he used a heavy Yangtze sword against Kajin in the arena. His eyes are filled with intense rage and a desire to avenge his brother for all the abuse. His opponent uses Yugumon steel and makes multiple attacks. The people in the arena feel a strong wind from the use of such energy. There is a violent explosion in the arena that erupts outside of the arena. The spectators begin to feel a sense of panic and scatter around. Kajin assesses the result of his attack and is greatly displeased with what happened. He doesn't understand how the one-armed Davin's sword could become so heavy. At this time he swings up and lines the path of the sword for the strike. Kajin stands from below and looks up at his brother, raising his eyes upward. Davin informs him that now the end has come for him, and he will be crushed. While in Vincent's body, he continues to wallow in his memories. After Cajun sneakily attacks his back, he exits the arena and passes on. Step by step, Davin remembers how unjustly he was slandered and imprisoned. After all this, he lies emaciated on the floor of Samyun's dungeon and slowly dies. Vincent averts his gaze and turns to someone in his memories. Arslan stands before him and asks him how to untangle this badly woven thread. Davin answers himself with his friend's words that it is necessary to overcome the Samyun family and face the truth. At that moment, he opens his eyes, and there is Hannah standing over him telling him to wake up. Vincent weakly opens his eyes and tries to move away from the sound sleep. His sister still continues to stand over him and tries to wake the boy up. The young prince rises from his bed and is greatly surprised to see Hannah. She informs him that she has come to wake him up early on such an important day. He informs her that he understands her. There is no time to agonize with these dreams, and it is necessary to prepare for today. Dersona is illuminated by many lights from the windows of the houses, and it is not long before the Hyde's meeting takes place there. The residents have put on their finest attire and are celebrating 200 years since the founding of Hylam. At this moment, the head of the Adenka family walks through the town and people are trying to figure out if he is real or not. Along with him, Versa Adenka walks under the scrutiny of the locals. In the center of the square, the head of Halam, Gabens, stands and greets his Adenka guests. Vincina's grandfather wishes his grandson in his thoughts to be damned from this venture. The young prince watches Gabon's awkwardness with amusement. Hannah notices her brother's smirk and says nothing. Versa puts her hand to her chest and greets the head of the Halam family. Gabens is very angry with her and tries to keep his emotions in check in public. He tells her that it was brave of her to come there after Damar's death. She bows her head and informs him that her brother died at her own hands. The head of Halam is in great shock at her confession without the slightest hesitation. Gabens asks Versa what purpose she has come to Halam. The man assumes that she wants to take over the town. She replies that it is not a valuable place to commit patricide there. The head loses his temper and starts yelling at Versa for insulting Damar. The girl turns to Khan and says that the loving father just blamed all his sins on his dead son. Gabens feels himself being turned inside out and calls Adenka's family names in his thoughts. Versa approaches Vincent and asks him to attend a meeting to strengthen the friendship between the families. He agrees, and at this time, the head's wife approaches Hannah, placing a hand on her shoulder. Versa apologizes to her for failing to protect her in Halam. She leans into her ear and whispers that things will be different now. Mama has come to finish the rebellion she couldn't finish right away. At this time, Julian tells Vincent that the rules of the Hydas Assembly are to fight a battle with dozens of participants. The last one standing wins, but there is one important point. At that moment, Hannah approaches him and warns her brother to be careful. She says that not only heirs are involved in the competition, there will also be real warriors fighting with them. Vincent looks at his sister and agrees with her that it will be difficult for him to survive alone. At that moment, other people appear beside them and greet Adink. The sixth prince, Samyuna Kagon and Raven Valthikin, appears before the head of the family. Gabens greets the arriving guests, and Vincent is pleased to see familiar faces. Kagon almost doesn't recognize Vincent with his new hair, and they all wonder where he got it cut. He informs them that his sister did it. The young prince is very happy that the boys answered his letter. Kagon replies that he came there for another reason. He didn't want to miss a good opportunity to defeat Vincent. Raven is also glad for the opportunity to fight the young prince and that he fulfilled his promise. Julian asks Vincent if these guys will be all right. At this point, the young prince turns to face Gabons and informs him that these are his friends, and they will be attending the assembly with him. The head of Halam is greatly shocked that the Bardican and Samyun families have come to the assembly. They all gather in the square, and Raven says that Vincent is nothing like his father. Kagon demands that he watch his tongue when in charge. Khan Adenka approaches him and says that the Prince of Bardican looks a lot like his father, Fonciano. Chapter Adenka has known him since he was a child. Raven is very much surprised by this. He is glad that they will be able to see each other again after a long time. At that moment, the silhouette of some man with a spear appears in the moonlight. The head of the Adenka family looks up and watches the stranger's next actions. The man lands right in front of the gathered people, and his force causes the rocks under his feet to fly apart. He smiles happily and informs them that he is pleased with the encounter. Fonciano stands in front of them and says that Khan has aged a lot since the last time they met. Vincent and Julian are in great shock, as their plan did not include the arrival of the head of the Valtican. Khan informs them that they did not receive notice of his arrival. Fonciano makes his look focused and explains that he has come for a specific purpose. Julian and Vincent tense up considerably and prepare to expect some sort of danger. At that moment, the head of Valtican hugs his son and informs him that he has come to see him participate in the grand event. The boys exhale in relief and realize that Fonciano is just a caring father. Suddenly, the head of the family, Samyun Valkia, appears on one of the rooftops. She promptly disappears from the roof by making a sharp jump upwards. Valkia lands with her feet and walks towards the boys. She stands next to her son and greets everyone present. Hannah is quite shocked to see the head of the Samyun family at the event as well. The heads of the other two families wonder why she has come to Halam. Valkia strokes her son's head and replies that he once lost his honor. Now she wants to be present to restore Samian's status. Fonciano asks her why she is so confident of defeating his son. Khan adds that his honor might be tarnished a second time too. Julian watches the resulting tension and is greatly surprised. All the rulers of the continent have gathered in one place, and each of them has incredible power and energy. Ghost begins to panic and tells Vincent that they have lost control of the situation and are not coping. He agrees with Julian and looks away, saying that there is one important point. This situation also concerns Gafonso, who is highly stressed by the presence of all the heads. He is agitated and cannot understand why they are all gathered in Halem. It remains a problem for him that something could happen in their presence. While they are all together in town, Halem could turn into a battlefield. Gabbins makes the decision to kick them out immediately. He approaches the heads and greets them. The man makes up an excuse that Dursona can't give them the attention they need right now and will invite them later. The head of Valtican looks at Gabbins in bewilderment and asks how the man dares to kick him out in the presence of his son. Valkia is also displeased that he dares to insult Samian with such a gesture. Gabbins realizes that this was not a good idea and doesn't know how to proceed. It's impossible to kick out the heads of the continents now, and the man finds himself on a diplomatic landmine. He is angry at Vincennes for contributing to this unpleasant situation. Gabbins seriously begins to think that the young prince wants to ruin him. From all this thinking, the head of Halem loses his temper and strikes his fist. He sits on his throne in the manor and is angry that Vincent dared to joke with him. Because of him, Dursona is overrun with tourists, and he is unable to contain them. It is unknown how many members of the Revolutionary Association have hidden in the city during this time. Gabbins is tense from this situation and forces himself to think of some solution. He asks the butler how the Revolutionary Army is doing. The latter replies that their activities are quite organized. After Laurent's death, they expected the association to collapse, but they are still gaining strength. Gabbins becomes very angry and does not understand why, after the destruction of the leader, they did not disperse. Butler explains that Laurent managed to instill strong beliefs in the citizens of the association. The head of Halem realizes that Vincent will use them for the purpose of threats. He closes his eyes and tries to think of something. After a short thought, Gabons orders to ask the Nightmare for help. The butler is greatly frightened by such an order and says that they are too dangerous. Gabbins informs him that the culprit of the whole situation is Vincent and he is ready to use any means against him. He wants to deal with his grandson definitively during the meeting in Hydas. Helga and Dean Vargon arrive at the meeting place along with his friends. They are surprised by Vincent's new haircut. Selvira looks at her friend with rapt attention and says that it suits him very well. The fortress commanders wonder why the young prince suddenly decided to cut his hair. He replies that Hannah helped him to do it. Helga and Vargon at that moment turn their puzzled gaze to the girl. Selvira approaches the young prince and tries to say something to him with her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She says that there is a festival going on nearby and she would like to go there with him. At this point, their conversation is interrupted by Raven, who shows Vincent some delicious boiled corn and suggests they try a variety of other foods. They go off to get refreshments and leave Selvira, who never waited for a response. The director of the Purple Fortress notices the girl's bewilderment and tells her that it looks like Raven beat Vincent away from her. Hannah asks Vargon if all the staff is here. He tells her that many of the cadets are on a mission and will be there tomorrow. According to the plan, the descendants of the three main families have gathered in Durson. Now the gathering at Hydes was no longer just an entertainment event. It had become an indirect war for the power of the noble families. Representatives of the Temple of Gaia and Sir Merlin have also gathered in the city. Vargon adds that there are reporters from every territory there. Small noble families and ordinary tourists have also gathered at the event. More forces should be gathering there by tomorrow. At that moment, a portal appears behind the dean's back from which someone's voice is heard. Vargon turns around and sees a familiar mana. He realizes it is the Lord of the Sixth Tower, Helios. He steps out of the portal and appears before Vargon. The man says that it has been a long time since they have seen each other. Helios stands accompanied by two mages and says he wants to make the dean an offer. He asks him to take the position of Vice Lord of the Tower, a position previously held by his sister. At this time, Revan is eating roasted meat on a skewer with great appetite. He looks at Vincent and asks why he is not eating anything. Along with them, representatives of three different families are sitting at the table and chatting warmly. Kagon isn't eating anything either, and thinks about the fact that he was invited there by Raven. The heads of the continents are chatting about how it has been a long time since they have gathered around the same table like this. Fonciano reports that he is in a good mood and suggests a sit-down for old time's sake. Head Adenk agrees with him, but asks him to postpone it for later. Today, their children are the main center of events, and all the attention belongs to them. Julian begins to chuckle and tells Vincent that it is nice to see such friendship between the masters. The young Prince Adenka informs him that it seems the opposite to him. Competition is the instinct of warriors, and right now they have an uncommonly equal opponent beside them. Vincent focuses his gaze and tells Julian that he has a bad feeling. At the same time, Kagon thinks about the fact that one spoonful could give him indigestion.
In such an environment, you have to control your every word and action.
Suddenly, Raven jumps up from his seat and stretches his hand up to question the masters. His father smiles at his only son and allows him to ask anything. The boy hesitates and says he feels the masters are truly powerful. He wonders who would win in such a case if they all fought. Vincent is in complete shock at the Prince of Valtican's question, and even opens his mouth. Kagon is puzzled as well, given his stance on controlling every word spoken in front of the heads. Julian begins to scream at the inevitability of what is about to begin. Fonciano begins to stretch his neck and ponders his son's question. Valkia gets up from her seat and places her palm on the table. The girl informs him that she's curious about it as well. The head of Adank proposes to find out which of the three of them will be stronger. They get up from their seats, and each of them emits incredible energy. At this time, Helga is greatly surprised that her dean is being poached by the Sixth Tower. She turns to Helios and once again questions him about the offer for Vargan. The dean tells the Lord of the Sixth Tower that he is well aware of his feelings for the place. Helios replies to him that Vargan has always admired his sister as a vice-lord of the tower. Lady Varnelli was consummately talented in magic and possessed an outstanding mind. She held a high position in the Sixth Magical Tower and was excellent at it. Helios tells Vargan that he appreciates his abilities. During his time as a mercenary, he gained real combat experience and reached the level of the Fifth Ring. Now the tower is on a new path and it needs just such a man as Sir Vargan. Helga is getting quite tense from this conversation and is worried about Vargan's decision. She jumps forward and tells Helios that he has no right to take her dean for himself. The Lord of the Sixth Tower asks Helga if she can fulfill his lifelong dream. After all, he has always admired his sister's position. The headmistress of the Purple Fortress was not prepared for this question and now does not know what to answer. Vargan stands behind her back and tries to make some decision. At this time, the heads of the three families have gathered together and are considering figuring out who is stronger. At this point, Raven raises a finger up and wants to say something else. Kagon is very angry with him, as the guy has no control over his words at all. Suddenly, Vincent feels some strange feeling of discomfort. A multicolored reflection of the three different energies of the continent heads appears in his pupils. Suddenly, a slight smirk appears on the face of the Adank family head. All the other family masters also begin to laugh as they look at each other. The heirs of the families are in high tension, waiting for their parents' decision. Valkia begins to say that it is unlikely that she would have lost in this fight. Adenka clarifies that she wouldn't have won either. Fonciano adds that a warrior's strength lies in defense. Therefore, it is pointless to throw away power because of one's feelings. Valkia clutches her head and says that she should have destroyed him as an immature child. She clutches her palm and says that one day she will settle the score with Khan Adenka. He confidently answers her that he also wishes to defeat her as soon as possible. Valkia is pleased with his answer and tells him that she is glad to hear that. The head of Samian is already mentally imagining how one day they will cross their swords. In that duel, she will demonstrate all her strength and agility by piercing Khan with her sword. But even if she meets her end from the blade of his weapon, there will be no more joy for her. Valkia focuses her gaze on Khan and sinks into her thoughts. At this time, Fonciano turns to his son as the instigator of this stirring question. He asks him who he thinks is the weakest of the three heads. Vincent realizes that this question is a test of sorts for them. Kagon smiles at the fact that now the hilt of the sword has been passed to them, and the war of the masters begins. Raven puts a finger to his chin and thinks about his answer. He hugs his father and says that he is the strongest of all three warriors. Valkia turns to her son and wants to hear what he has to say to her. Kagon thinks briefly and with a smirk on his face replies that Lord Adenka is the weakest. Khan looks at Samian's heir carefully and waits for an explanation. The young prince explains that Fonciano has true sight that sees through. His mother has the special ability of Kasaka, which also makes her unique. But Lord Adank doesn't have any special attributes or blessings for being the strongest of all. Kagon adds that the chapter is at its peak level and yet cannot create any variables. At this point, Vincent enters the conversation and informs him that Samian is the weakest. The chapter looks at his son carefully and asks why his son thinks that. The young prince explains that he recently experienced a feeling of some discomfort. He saw clearly that Valkia's energy was the weakest of the three. Despite her special skill, her aura was unable to overwhelm the power of the other two warriors. The heads of the three families are greatly shocked by Vincent's arguments and his aura-detecting abilities. Raven thinks about something again and tries to make a suggestion. Kagon interrupts him and says that Vincent is talking nonsense. The head of Samian herself enters the conversation and says that she does indeed have 8 stars out of 9. Though the other two heads outrank her in this, but that doesn't stop her from being strong, and she swipes her knife across the table. Valkia uses the mind power of the sword and says that with the blessing of the Kisak, she equalizes their abilities. Julian tells Vincent that Lady Samiona has the ability to improve her image. She calmly sits back down at the table and says that her ability balances their powers. Raven asks her if when she reaches 9 stars she can improve the ability to the level of 10. Kagon doesn't doubt her mom's abilities, and Khan says that a person dies when they reach 10 stars. This news is unpleasant for the heir to the Samian family, and he seriously thinks about it. The head of Adenk informs the lad that he will realize this after reaching the 9th star. Beyond that limit, only the realm of the gods exists. Khan shifts his gaze to his son and tells him that was a wonderful answer. Vincent closes his eyes and expresses his gratitude to his father for the praise. Valkia is amazed at the young prince's abilities and thinks he is smart beyond his age. In her mind, he used to be just a frisky boy, but now her opinion has changed. She takes a serious look at Winchin and believes that there is a monster growing in the Prince of Adenki. Kagon is very angry that the cadet was right again and overshadowed him. After resolving the difficult question, everyone has just calmed down, and Raven raises his hand again to ask another question. Vincent and Kagon cover his mouth so the boy doesn't have time to say anything and take him off to bed. They leave their parents and lead the chatty Raven away from them, continuing to keep his mouth closed. Fonciano begins to laugh at this close companionship between the boys, comparing their friendship to his own when he was younger. Deep night falls in the city, which is illuminated by the light of the bright moon. Everyone goes to their rooms and prepares to get a good night's rest before the big day. At this time, the action unfolds among the huge cliffs of Halem. In one of the caves, Versa Adenka and her brother Laurent meet secretly. The girl is very happy to see the leader of the revolutionary movement who has survived. Laurent refrains from pleasantries and shows his sister a box. He opens it and reveals a pointed object that is used as a weapon. It is the Eye of Athenia, which will serve as the means to overthrow Gabons. At this time, Dean Vargan is greatly worried before communicating his decision to the Lord of the 6th Magical Tower. He makes his look as serious as possible and says that he refuses the offer to become Vice Lord. Helios is surprised by this decision and asks Vargan the reason for his refusal. He explains that this new path for the Magic Tower is a kind of manipulation. It is tied to events like this gathering of goodwill in favor of a particular family. Helios drops his eyelids down and silently agrees with Vargan's conclusions. The Dean of the Crimson Fortress hesitates and says that the magical tower he used to admire no longer exists. He turns the conversation into a joke and explains that without it, the commander of the Crimson Fortress would jeopardize things. The Lord of the Magic Tower replies to Vargan that it was all his fault and there is no point in the Dean's excuses. He explains that he came there to see Prince Vincent. He has heard much about his sword that cuts through magic. Helios bids farewell to the Dean of the Fortress and says that it was good to meet him again. Vargan wishes the old familiar master to enjoy the festivities in Halem. He leaves with the cadets to the other end of the street. One of the mages asks Helios if he will let him go so easily. The Lord of the Tower explains that they will leave him alone. The mage expresses his fears that Vargan might begin to resist them. Helios stands with his back to the minion and ponders his question. He turns to face the mage and replies that in that case they will send Vargan to his dead sister. The Lord of the Magic Tower turns back around and informs him that it is late and time to go to meet the head of Halem. The next day comes and all the streets of the city are completely deserted. Maria, the chief reporter for the Voice of the Wind, is already broadcasting to the viewers. She is in Durson, where a Hides meeting is taking place and a large number of people have gathered in the stands. Maria reports that this gathering is unprecedented in scope as the most notable people have gathered there. At this time, the Crimson Fortress commanders, along with Hannah, are standing in the spectator stands waiting for the event to begin. The cadets of the Crimson Fortress have also taken their seats and are impressed by the magnitude of the event. Merlin and Dullen watch the action in the arena and conclude that such wealth has only been gathered by oppressing the neighboring outskirts of the city. The heads of the 3 continents have taken their places of honor and have come to watch their sons. The chief reporter turns back and reports that the assembly participants are already entering the arena. At this point, Vincent, Raven, and Kagon walk out to the audience and wait for the competition to begin. Fonciano rises from his seat and is excited to see his son on the stage. At this time, Gabonese Halam is standing on the upper podium asking someone the reason for his visit. Versa approaches him from the back and replies that she too is from Halem. She thought Gabons would be lonely at such an event without his kin. Gabons gets angry and tells her not to expect to keep him under surveillance and control. He doesn't understand why Versa is trying to obstruct him. If Halem gains more power, it will only benefit her. She bows her head down and replies that the current state of the city is terrible. It is different from the path the heads of the other continents wish it to follow. Gabonese is angry at Versa for trying to play the virtue. He informs her that her hands are not so clean either and have blood on them. Everything she has now was obtained through his laborious methods. Even the place next to Khan was gained by displacing Vincena's mother. Versa is quite upset at these words and says that she does not deny it. At this point, she raises her gaze to Gabons and informs him that this is redemption for her. The head of Halem tenses up a bit and replies to the girl that she's talking nonsense. He turns back to the podium and tells Versa to do what she wants. A wicked smile appears on Gabon's face. Even if the girl interrupts him, Vincent will still die. The head of Halem begins his speech and addresses the audience. He says that under the guise of revolution, violent gangs are running rampant in the city. Gabons pulls out a flower and says that through this gathering, Halem will also be able to blossom. He spreads his arms out to the sides and is about to announce the start of the competition. The heirs of the three families look at him intently and await the upcoming battle. Vincent watches his grandfather and creates a smirk on his face. He thinks about the fact that soon Halem will truly blossom. Only it will happen after the city is freed from his evil deeds. Gabin sees Winston's grin and mentally promises to destroy him the next time he sees him. He continues to broadcast an intrigue over who of the three princes will win. Vincent prepares to announce the start of the competition and applies his energy. Kagon stands at the ready as well and grips the hilt of his sword. Raven pulls out his spear and smiles in anticipation of the upcoming battle. A large number of strong warriors stand against the three princes. They realize that the heirs of the families are focused on defending the honor of their rulers. The warriors decide to use the opportunity to straighten out Vincent while the others are busy fighting each other. Gabin sees the arena filled with men who obey his orders. Before the heirs can try to do anything, his subordinates destroy Adink's son. Meanwhile, the sons of the three heads join forces against their rivals. Prince Kagon massacres one of them, and the latter flies off to the side. Vincent uses his incredible abilities and defeats one of the opponents as well. Raven makes a stunning attack with his spear and destroys the opponent. The guy smiles and asks the others not to interfere with his enjoyment of the fight. Kagon looks at his opponents and is absolutely sure of his victory. At this time, Laurent gives Echo Athenia to Versa and says that it is one of the magical artifacts. The girl reminisces about Itania Halem and Dragon King Abeltan. Itania loved the powerful dragonborn warrior Abeltan. She diligently cared for him and courted him for some time. But their intense love ended tragically because of racial differences. Laurent tells of various offerings and artifacts to be found throughout Halem. Athenia created them for Albethan. The Eye of Athenia is also one of them, and was created for the sake of anticipating dangers. At this moment, Laurent swiftly throws the artifact aside. The Eye of Athenia flies into the wall with great force and smashes into it. At this moment, a magical eye inside a circle forms around it, showing the scenery behind the cliff wall. When touching any objects, the shard makes them translucent and shows the other side. Versa informs Vincent that he will have to take this artifact into the arena. She asks her son if he knows how to use the item for their mission. The young prince replies that they will use the eye to expose his grandfather's deeds to everyone. In order to process the blood of the Dragonborn, Gabens must have an enterprise larger than Maltus. He and Versa conclude that grandfather would not place something like that far from his control. Therefore, the processing plant is necessarily in Durson. Vincena's mother makes a suggestion as to where it might be. The only suitable place for its atrocities is the main arena of Dersona. Before releasing the warriors onto the stage, the instructor informs them that several magical crystals will check their condition. Once they lose their ability to fight, the crystal will teleport them outside the arena. The goal of the contest is to incapacitate as many opponents as possible and survive to the end. One of the warriors raises his hand and wants to ask the instructor a question. He wonders what will happen if one of his opponents dies during the match. At that moment, the warrior looks at Vincent and the latter notices his gaze on him. The competitor is informed that this is one of the inevitabilities of combat. The young prince realizes that all the warriors are in cahoots, and their target is him. He focuses his gaze and sees the cause of the real problem. To open the arena with the Oka Athenia, he needs to hold the item in his hands and infuse it with mana for a certain amount of time. He will then have to sit motionless in the center of the arena while Gafonso's minions try to kill him. The only way to accomplish what he had planned would be to overcome all the opponents. Vincent looks around and realizes that he alone cannot handle the entire elite of Halem. At that moment, Kagon distracts him and asks him what he's thinking about. The young prince looks at his allies and realizes that they are the ones who will help him. He turns to the boys and makes them an offer that will help him defeat all the warriors. Winston lures them with the decision to defeat all the opponents first. After dealing with Hylam's soldiers, they can fight the three of them and figure out the winner. The boys take up the idea and defeat the warriors one by one. They band together and overcome all the attacks with ease. Their opponents get very stressed by this turn of events that was not in the plan. Gabens becomes angry and doesn't understand why the other heirs are helping Vincent. At this time, the young prince uses his incredible strength and attacks the soldier. He applies the sword chain skill that wraps around his purple lotus. With his new tactic, Vincent creates a huge mana flow against his opponents. This flow fills a large amount of area and destroys several opponents at once. The editor-in-chief continues the broadcast and says that Vincent Adenka has amazing fighting skills. Just last year he was considered a coward, but now he is a matured martial artist. At this moment, one of the warriors attacks him and tries to strike him with his sword. Vincent exhibits the purple lotus-enhanced extra sword skill. He blocks the opponent's blow and holds back his attack that sneaks through his blade. The opponent tells Vincent that he will defeat him and receive a reward from the chapter. Suddenly, the warrior is impaled by someone else's sword and stops attacking the young prince. Standing behind this soldier is Kagon Samian, who helped Vincent deal with his attacker. He tells the cadet to pull himself together and leave his forces to fight him. Kagon himself wants to deal with Vincent. In response to his words, the boy only gives him a stern look. Suddenly, he sees something that startles him and shouts to Samian about the impending danger. A warrior girl appears behind him with many sharp blades sticking out of her hands. Kagon didn't expect this turn and starts to get very worried, expecting an attack. At that moment, Raven's spear flies from her side and stuns the girl. She falls to the ground under the surprised looks of the other two heirs of the families. With a deft movement of his hand, Raven brings his spear back and clutches it tightly. He tells Kagon that now is not the time to admire his skills and abilities. Fonciano shouts from the podium, cheering his son on in his accomplishments. Samian makes a disgruntled face and tells Vincent that he has a strange child helping him. Gabonese sees the heirs of other families helping Vincent and realizes they are in an alliance. As expected, the young prince is a danger to him, but that doesn't change the plans for his destruction. While the head of Halem dreams of overcoming Vincent, the latter has no problem massacring his minions. The young prince thinks about the need to finish everything quickly, and not to be caught by this man. Suddenly, some danger appears at his side, to which Vincent has no time to react. One of the soldiers strikes with his hammer, and the young prince manages to make a counterattack. He closes himself off from the soldier's attack with a purple lotus and flies in the opposite direction. Vincent jumps back a few meters away from his opponent, who wouldn't let him through to the head in Halem manner. He tells the guy that he's been giving him too much trouble and it's time to get rid of him. Vincent smirks, glad for the opportunity to destroy an old, unpleasant acquaintance. Meanwhile, Kagon deftly takes out the rest of the opponents using his incredible skills. He tells the others that this arena is only for the worthy and to stay out of his way. Raven uses his spear and imbues it with mana that can crush anyone. He throws it at his opponents, and it flies swiftly towards the opponents. The other warriors are greatly startled by the weapon coming at them and expire in sweat. Nothing manages to help them, and the soldiers are defeated. One of the warriors sneaks up from behind and aims his sword at Raven. The lad notices the man and only smirks at his attempt to overpower the Prince of Valtakin. Raven frantically twirls his spear, which becomes like a flying disc, and launches it at his opponent. He receives a crushing blow and flies back before he can attack the prince. All of Halem's soldiers are defeated and teleported out of the arena. Now only the princes of the families are left on the stage to fight each other. Kagon glares at Vincent, whom he plans to defeat at all costs. At that moment, his blade crosses in a duel with the last soldier and creates a bright spark between the swords. Vincent tries to overpower his opponent by holding back his strike and punching hard. The soldier slams his hammer into the ground, but the young prince remains unharmed. Vincent realizes that this warrior has as much mana as a muscle, but that also means that he has plenty of weaknesses, and this must be exploited. He applies a chain attack with Silver Rain and Rising Dragon. Vincent gazes at his opponent and is about to deliver a devastating blow. At that moment, Raven joins the young prince's fight and shatters the warrior's weapon with a single attack. Kagon doesn't stay away either and delivers multiple blows with his sword. Halem's warrior remains without a weapon and holds only a short hammer hilt. He strains hard at the union of the three heirs and clenches his teeth in anticipation of his end. Vincent shouts to the boys that it is now safe to act, and the three of them create a strong attack. The soldier manages to react to the attack and applies some obscure defense. The heirs unsuccessfully attack him without leaving even a scratch on his body. His body creates a mana barrier when it comes in contact with the blade, preventing it from overpowering him. Kagon is greatly puzzled by this situation and doesn't understand why the warrior didn't even feel the blow. Vincent's eyes go wide at the familiar feeling he experienced. This soldier is using the mark of a minor king that prevents him from defeating him. An intense shock of impending terror appears in the young prince's eyes. At that moment, the enemy focuses his attention on Vincent and pounces on the lad. He strikes him hard, and the young prince promptly flies backwards. Vincent falls to the ground, and a huge explosion forms around him. Raven and Kagon are very frightened and worried for the young prince's life. The headmaster of the Purple Fortress and the dean are also terrified in fear for their cadet. The head of the Adenka family tries to contain his excitement and watches the events unfold carefully. At that moment, the smoke from the explosion clears, and Vincent becomes visible on the ground, leaning on his sword. Raven and Kagon rush to avenge their ally and attack the warrior from behind. The enemy throws them aside with one light blow and orders them not to interfere. The guys are not happy that the warrior didn't even move from their attack and has a top-level defense feature. Meanwhile, Vincent focuses his stern gaze on the warrior and has no intention of giving up. The enemy comes closer and closer to him and says that the guy is trying to destroy Halem's honor. Vincent stands calmly on the ruined ground and listens to the warrior's speech. He reminds the adversary that he has caused bloodshed and dare not speak of honor. The warrior scratches his neck and says that he is too young to understand everything. For him, valor lies in following orders. Even if those orders involve capturing people, that is no reason to ignore them. He adds that he won't even be stopped by the severing of limbs. At these words, a look of horror appears in Vincent's eyes. The cadet remembers his grandfather saying the same words during their conversation at the manor. All of this shocks the young prince, as these men have many innocent victims on their hands. The warrior fills his fist with energy and says that this time, Vincent will be the victim. He swells in rage and informs the lad that he will become fertilizer for Halem. Vincent starts yelling at his opponent not to make him laugh with his antics. He is outraged at how perverted the valor of this era has become. The young prince explains to the villain that strength is only meaningful in defense of others. He loses his temper and attacks the villain, not allowing him to defame the honor of a warrior. The enemy uses a counterattack and is about to crush Vincent. The warrior puts his powerful fist forward and he and Vincent attack each other. As a result of their impressive attack, there is a massive explosion in the arena. At this time, Gabonese is watching the whole process of the battle closely. He senses that something is going wrong. Vincent is too obsessed with victory, and it is strange. Gabons looks at Versa and sees that she is waiting for something after her stepson's victory. A look of horror appears on the face of the head of Halem as the blood of the Dragonborn is stored underground at this time. He realizes that his opponents want to show it to the world and expose him. Gabons tries to push these thoughts away as it is not possible to expose his facility. Suddenly he remembers the confident smirk of Vincent, who will stop at nothing. This makes even more consternation appear in the eyes of the head of Halem. He can't predict his grandson's actions and decides not to let his guard down. Suddenly Gabons leaves the podium and calls his butler to follow him. The servant sees his master off and they leave the event together. At that moment something startles him and the head stops. He turns his head and looks at Versa. It seems strange to him that she is just standing still. Wasn't the plan for the girl to stop him if he tried to hide the evidence? Gabons thinks about the fact that Vincent might just be the bait in this story. This is actually how they are trying to find out the existence of an underground facility. If he goes there, he will bring Versa with him. At the same time, his grandson might actually be up to something. From these thoughts, Gabons does not know how to act. At that moment, Versa stands with her back to the head and asks what's wrong. She turns to him and says with a smirk on her face that he needs to hurry up. Her father feels a great rage and yells that Versa dare not do that to him. The girl does not react in any way to Gabon's anger and calmly asks what happened. The man closes his eyes and tells his daughter that she has nothing to do. Versa offers to take over the event and allow her father to step back. Suddenly, she begins to use the ability of her eyes and asks Gabons if he's going to trick her. The man becomes very angry at the hopelessness he finds himself in. He feels chained and helpless in this situation. He starts shaking all over and Versa offers to continue watching the fight. The girl lowers her gaze down and says that the outcome will soon be decided. At that moment, Vincent holds his sword in front of him and pounces on his opponent. The Halem soldier runs towards the cadet and swings his powerful arm at him. He uses his body augmentation abilities and launches an attack. As they collide, bright flames and sparks erupt between them. Kagon and Raven watch the resulting cloud of smoke, with Vincent standing in front of it. They look closely and wait for clarity from what is happening. The smoke begins to clear and out of it reveals the silhouette of a warrior with a spark from his eye. He pounces on the young lord again and demands that he not interfere in their affairs. The man creates a powerful stream of energy, which causes an explosion and the boys fly backwards. Kagon is outraged that Hylem's soldier won't fight them and focuses all his attention on Vincent. He has ignored the other opponents from the beginning and aims to crush the young Adenc prince. At this moment, Vincent is thinking about breaking the small king's line with a supernatural sword strike. Raven and Kagon try to catch up with their opponent and attack him. Meanwhile, Vincent dodges his blows and thinks of ways to deal with the warrior. Julian suggests to his friend to dodge the soldier's attacks and create an opportunity to use a supernatural sword strike. The young prince informs the ghost that they are up against a 6-star warrior, and it's not easy to do. Suddenly, Vincent notices something in the sky and his pupils reflect a ray of sunlight. He shouts sharply to Raven to urgently pay attention to the sky. The boy looks up and wonders what the young prince of Adenc means. He runs through all the possible options in his head as he watches the nice weather. At that moment, Raven reaches something and is about to implement the idea. Vincent stops in front of the warrior and he pounces on him, trying to figure out his plan. He strikes with his fist and slams into someone's sturdy sword, which blocks the warrior. Kagan appears in front of him and says that he is sick of seeing the ignoring in his direction. He loses his temper and demands that all attention be turned to the main victor from Samion's family. Out of anger, Kagan unleashes multiple attacks on his opponent that do not seriously harm him. At that moment, Vincent jumps up and the soldier turns his attention back to him. He thrusts his arm forward and tries to catch the young Adenki prince. At that moment, someone's foot suddenly strikes the Hylam warrior in the shoulder. Raven stands on his opponent and applies a partisan spear throw. He wishes the weapon to fly and looks forward to what comes next. Raven's spear is swiftly carried forward and reaches its target. Vincent has prepared his sword and is ready to meet the impending attack. Prince Valtic's spear slams into the purple lotus of Lord Adenka and creates a powerful spark. With the resulting energy, Vincent flies upwards rapidly, gaining incredible height. The Halem warrior continues to pay no attention to Samion and raises his eyes to the sky. At this moment, Vincent already finds himself high in the sky and gazes downward. The young prince creates a target for himself and promptly begins to fall downward. He makes his gaze as focused as possible and looks at his opponent. Vincent develops tremendous speed and falls from the sky towards his opponent, leaving behind a large plume of mana. Gabon sees his grandson's actions and is greatly shocked by his tactics. Helga and Vargan stand together and are also stunned that the lad is going to use a supernatural sword strike. Head Khan approves of his son's plan. At this height, he will be able to do the intended thing without interference. Moreover, it will not give the enemy any blind spots for evasion. Halam's warrior sees Vincent's swift approach and is about to flee. The young prince thrusts his sword forward, reminding the soldier of Halam's honor. He thinks about the fact that there were only 2 honorable men in that family. He betrayed Versa and Laurent and submitted to Gafonso. At this moment, he uses a supernatural sword strike of the second form of Silver Flow Sword. Vincent creates a sword path that flies at his opponent with a powerful stream. At this moment, there is a violent explosion with blue flames in the arena. The energy from this attack proves to be so great that it bursts out into the sky. Halam warrior's hand begins to gradually become covered in ice and does not move. Vincent lands next to the soldier whose arm is severed. The editor-in-chief is stunned to see that all of Halam's warriors have now fallen. The last soldier is defeated and sits on his knees in front of Vincent. The audience cheers at what was an amazing fight. Helga hugs Vargan, rejoicing at her cadet's successful attack. Hannah is thinking that this is exactly how her brother planned it. Everyone looks at Vincent, who creates a focused and serious look on his face. The young prince turns around to the defeated warrior and looks at his severed arm. At that moment, he notices 2 attacks bearing down on him from different directions. He turns his gaze aside to see what is happening behind him. There is an explosion from which the young prince manages to quickly bounce away. He lands on his feet and looks at the opponents attacking him. Kagon cocks his head up and tells Vincent that they are finally alone. Raven smiles at the feeling of now being able to start a duel with Vincent. They both stand in front of the young prince and offer to fight him.
Vincent thinks about the fact that now is the time for the final battle.
He stands in the arena in front of the remaining opponents and thinks about something. His gaze and strength is focused as much as possible on the upcoming fight alone. Versa looks down at his stepson from above and thinks about the fact that everything now depends on him. During the conversation in the cave, she informs him that there is a flaw in this plan. The girl worries that Vincent will not be able to defeat the heirs of the other families. The young prince is confident in his superiority and informs his mother about it. Versa's hands begin to shake from the fact that she entrusted everything to her stepson. She asks in her thoughts that Vincent can defeat everyone in this battle. The heads of the 3 families sit in their seats and await their son's duel. Khan focuses his gaze and expects his son to win as well. Gabbins thinks about the fact that his opponents have yet to make a move and cannot figure out their scheme. The head of Halam is waiting for Vincent to finally die and stop inconveniencing him. At this time, the young prince grabs his weapon and attacks his opponents. Raven uses his spear and runs towards Vincent, while Kagon is about to attack him as well. Prince Samyona rushes to deal with his opponent first. He uses his powerful attack and directs it towards Raven. Kagon creates nimble sword movements that produce many red rays. The Valthican heir blocks Kagon's strike and prevents himself from being wounded. He deftly spins his spear, deflecting his opponent's attacks. Kagon has no intention of giving up and is about to attack Raven from above. The boy smiles and waits for the long-awaited battle to show his strength. There is a strong fight between them, from which sparks fly everywhere. Vincent wastes no time and takes his chance, waiting to strike during their clinch. He uses Amilin's continuous heavy sword technique with lightning bolts. From his attack, Kagon Samyon flies aside and falls down into the arena. At the same time, Raven flies sideways from a powerful lightning strike. Kagan gets to his feet and is angry at Vincent for his successful attack against him. The Prince of Valtican is impressed by Adenka's son's strike and smiles happily. He has no intention of losing and sticks his spear under Vincent's feet with a powerful blow. Another of Raven's attacks flies swiftly past the young prince of Adenka's face. The lad leaps over his opponent and delivers a leg kick that he manages to dodge. Raven falls to the ground and sees a large shadow looming over him. Above him and Vincent, Kagon appears in the sky with an increased flow of the Red Emperor's power. He unleashes a powerful attack that causes a massive explosion in the arena. Kagon lands in the slashed circle formed by his strike in the arena. The guy has expended a lot of energy, and at this rate he won't be able to last much longer. He raises his sword up and uses Kisak's abilities, hoping for a quick victory. Vincent uses the blessing of lightning thunder and decides to put in all his strength so that he won't lose. He stands his ground and is full of readiness to attack his opponent. At this time, Raven decides to keep up and applies his god's blessings as well. They are about to put up a full power battle and fight all together. Kagon uses the red full moon skill and rushes at his opponents. Raven brings his powerful weapon forward and uses the spear penetration technique. The young Prince of Adenki at the same time lines up the path of the giant lightning sword. He uses the third technique and is about to crush the heirs of the other families. They collide the strength of their mana and there is a massive explosion between the guys. Flames burst out with great speed and cover the entire arena. Versa watches closely from her podium and sees bright rays coming from the center of the explosion. The girl and the head of Halam are covered in a bright and blinding light. Khan focuses his serious gaze and waits for further developments. Finally, the explosion reaches its peak and scatters shards of stone outside the arena. Vincent's face appears in the dissipating smoke as he tries to catch his breath. The guy is standing on the ground, holding onto the hilt of his sword stuck in the ground. He expected that he wouldn't be without injuries after this attack. Vincent touches his wound on his side and realizes that it is too deep. He shifts his attention and looks around, trying to find his opponents. There is nothing but large holes in the ground in the dissipating cloud of smoke. Meanwhile, not far from Vincina, Raven and Kagon are trying to regain consciousness. Julian tells his friend that Samian and Valtican turned out to be not so simple. Suddenly, Vincent notices something strange. There is complete silence all around, and there is no reaction from the audience. After such a powerful explosion, the audience did not let out any screams or applause. The guy focuses his gaze and realizes that something is going wrong. At that moment, he abruptly plans to attack and applies a double sword strike. Raven sees Vincent coming and realizes he has no power to dodge. Kagon clenches his teeth in anger, and the realization of hopelessness before the blow. Vincent unleashes a powerful attack, and a beam of his mana splits the ground between the two airs. There is an explosion, and blue flames throw out a multitude of sparks. Raven and Kagon remain unharmed and do not understand why Vincent missed. The Prince of Valtican takes a closer look, and his eyes round with horror. The lad sees something in front of him that shocks and frightens him greatly. Kagon also notices something strange and doesn't understand what's going on. Vincent focuses his gaze on the problem and tries to make an assumption. A gap has formed in front of him that resembles a dissected magical barrier. This suggests that the boys are trapped in this arena. The audience is trying to realize what is happening and waiting for further developments. Someone starts shouting from the stands for the opponents not to set up a fight and to continue the battle. At this time, a huge purple portal is formed in front of the spectators on the stage. Versa is stunned by what has happened and asks Gabbins what is going on. The man begins to smile and thinks about finally seeing Vincent's death. The head of Halem laughs at the fact that he promised to destroy the guy the next time they meet. He announces to the audience that there was a mistake with some of the spells for the meeting. Due to this, the Tower of Magic has requested a break for maintenance. Vargan is greatly shocked by the tower's intervention. Gabbins continues to broadcast and reports that the arena has been temporarily sealed with a barrier for the safety of the spectators. Versa begins to panic that this turn of events was not in their plan. She begins to resent it and expresses her displeasure to her father. Gabonese looks at the girl with his evil smirk and informs her that this is his insurance. The head of Halem adds that he has asked Daimar's friends for a little help. Once the barrier is gone, the audience sees a scene with 3 dead heirs. The man clarifies that the arena will look like the princes were destroyed. These words make Versa very angry. She loses her temper and lashes out at her father, grabbing him by the throat. Versa demands to get all the children out of this barrier immediately. Gabbins merely laughs at his daughter and says that she has failed. She has placed false hopes on Sarvana's child. He clarifies that he has actually helped Versa. After all, now only her children will remain in Adenka. The girl pushes her father away and he falls to the floor. She runs to Vincent's aid and intends to stop his scheme at any cost. The butler informs Gabbins that Versa is fleeing to the arena. He tells the servant not to think about it, as it is too late. The heads of the 3 families continue to sit in their seats and watch the barrier over the arena. Khan thinks about the fact that greedy old man Gabbins has done many terrible things. He gets up from his seat and tells Fonciano that he will bring them drinks. Valkia is surprised and tells the head of Adenk that it's not like him. Khan explains that his desire is due to the variety of rare alcohol in Halem. Suddenly he adds that this foul booze was smuggled in without their knowledge. The heads of the Samian and Valthican families stare in surprise at the departing man. Then they avert their gaze from him and look at each other. Meanwhile, the young princes are inside the barrier, trying to realize the full extent of the problem. The cut from Winchen's attack inside the barrier is slowly starting to recover. The young lord of Adenki and Kagon look at this sight and are greatly surprised. Vincent realizes that the mage continues to cast spells to seal the rift. Even being wounded won't help the boys teleport outside the arena. Kagon realizes that they weren't going to be let out of there alive from the start. Raven looks at the barrier and thinks about the fact that they can't handle that level of magical ability in this situation. Vincent realizes that their only option right now would be to escape. He puts a new priority on his plan and looks around. At that moment, Vincent notices one of the mages is exerting his power on the boys. A magical hand grabs Raven by the throat and begins to choke him. Kagon cannot resist this spell either and asks to be released. The young prince of Adenka is greatly shocked by what he sees and is worried about the boys. At that moment, the mage greets Vincent and says that this is the first time they are meeting in person. He turns to face him and introduces himself as the master of the Tower of Magic named Helios. Vincent becomes angry that such a powerful man is helping Gafonso. Helios tells the young prince that he was impressed with the special attack. After all, she was able to create a rift in his magic. Vincent disregards his words and wonders why the man is helping Gafonso. The man creates a magic circle and refuses to answer him. He directs his magic at the young prince and informs him that he will die there. Vincent thinks about how he needs to avoid being attacked and directly confronted by the magic. The young prince already has a wound present in his left side, and the next blow could be dangerous for him. At this moment, the power of the Lord of the Magic Tower approaches the cadet. There is a violent explosion in the arena, and Helios watches the result of his attack. Vincent promptly flies backwards from the impact, and is once again severely wounded. As he falls, a blue magical hand begins to approach his face. It grabs Vincent and slams him to the ground with rapid speed. At this point, Helios steps closer to him and informs him that he is not going to destroy him right now. He is going to stage a fair death of the heirs from each other. At this point, the magical hand continues to hold the guy by the throat. Vincent tries to find out from Helios who is really behind this. The Lord of the Magic Tower sticks his blade next to the prince's head and says he's naive. The mastermind behind all these atrocities stands above the elders of Adenka and Samian. Helios notices the wound on the lad's side and offers to make it deeper. Vincent opens his mouth wide and reaches for the blade that is stuck next to him. He grabs it with his teeth and squeezes it hard, preventing Helios from moving it. At that moment, Vincent applies the sword feature, and blue chains appear around him. The guy applies a giant lightning bolt, and his opponent is engulfed in blue light. At this moment, there is a massive explosion with blue flames near him. Helios flies aside, stunned at the young prince's incredible strength. He looks at his hand burned from the attack and calls Vincent a savage. At that moment, Helios looks up and sees the sword path lined up towards him. The young prince uses the sword technique from the underworld and is about to strike the mage. He accelerates and flies at the Lord of the Magic Tower at a blistering speed. Helios is greatly startled and tries to defend himself with magic. Vincent dissects his defenses and punches an attack towards the man. The mage's gaze shows intense horror at the fact that the cadet has severed his arm. The Lord of the Magic Tower doesn't understand how the kid was able to break his strongest defense magic. Vincent doesn't stop there and tells Helios that no one should interfere in their duel with the heirs. Otherwise, such a person will have to pay for his deed. At this point, the heirs attack the villain. Raven is very angry that someone is constantly interfering in their fight. Kagon also shows his displeasure and calls the mage ignorant. Helios looks at the guys and greatly wonders how they could have gotten out. Vincent decides to take his chance and uses all his power. Anger appears on the face of the main lord of the tower, which makes him grit his teeth. The old man decides to use another magic and raises his hand up. At that moment, a bright orb that looks like the sun lights up above him. Vincent holds his sword and uses the Amilin technique. Helios creates the facial expression of a madman on his face and informs him to turn everything there into dust. The young prince realizes that this could be dangerous and is going to prevent his magic. Unfortunately, the guy can't use his special punch. With his current condition, his body just can't handle it. This makes the guy very angry, especially after Helios' desire to destroy him. At this moment, a slit appears again in the magic barrier above the arena. It gradually grows larger and larger, forming a large slit. At that moment, from that opening, someone rushes into the arena. Vincent watches the guest and sees that his silhouette looks like Sir Lauren. The boy is greatly surprised to see his uncle on the dangerous stage. He is not hard to recognize by the scar over his eyes and certain revolutionary clothing. The man sees the magic above him and looks at it closely. At this time, Vincent wants to keep him out of danger. Laurent pays no attention to him and extends his right arm upward. At that moment, his hand turns a bright orange color and seems to catch fire with flames. In an instant, he breaks Helios' magic and prevents destruction. The Magic Tower Lord looks up and can't find words from shock. Behind him, Raven sits on the ground and marvels at the miracle done. Kagon is also watching carefully and realizes that Laurent has blocked his opponent's magic. The man did it without any attributes, using only one hand. Laurent stands with his back to the wounded Vincent, and the latter asks how his uncle got there. At this time, the tear in the barrier gradually heals, leaving only small cracks behind. The Dean of the Crimson Fortress controls the magic ring and gradually weakens its effect. He drops to the floor and informs Principal Helga that Laurent has gotten inside. The man thinks about the fact that it was a complicated barrier spell. He was helped by a gap created by Vincent. At that moment, a soldier of Halem falls to the floor, and a voice from behind tells Vargan that he did a good job. Versa and Khan appear in front of them, who now have the opportunity to save the children. Vargan apologizes and informs them that his power was only enough for one person. Helga wonders if Loran will be able to protect the heirs. Versa replies that they will be fine now, and he will manage. Suddenly, the girl lowers her head and informs him that the man's current strength is not that great. At this time, Mr. Hylema is in the arena and stares intently ahead. Vincent runs up to him from behind and grabs his shoulder, trying to save him from danger. Laurent calmly continues to stand and does not react to his warnings. He turns to the young lord of Adenki and the other noble princes. The man asks them to stay out of his way and just observe what is happening. Vincent is in great shock after his uncle's intention to defend Halem's honor. At this time, Helios sees the scar on the man's face and realizes that the famous revolutionary leader has managed to survive. He is aware of the fact that Laurent does not have the unique abilities of a warrior and seems even weaker than the boys. The revolutionary leader demands the Tower Lord to remove his magic immediately. At that moment, the old man looks up and notices something terrible. Laurent pounces on him, having previously taken a grace pill and transformed into a Yongan. He grabs Helios by the face with his paw, who at this moment is in great fear. With one powerful blow, he throws the mage into the ground, which shatters to pieces. Yongan continues to hold Helios in the ground, preventing him from staying alive. The old man is completely defeated and loses several teeth along with his glasses. At this point, the barrier begins to be covered in many large cracks. Gabin stands on the podium and watches the destruction of the magic dome. He smiles evilly, expecting to see a performance with the destruction of Vincent. Suddenly his eyes round, experiencing a huge shock at what has happened. The crushed lord of the magic tower and his son Laurent appear before him in the arena. He is greatly surprised by his appearance and his changed appearance. Gabins is horrified that the leader of the revolutionary movement managed to survive the execution. At this time, the spectators on the podium discuss the monster's unexpected appearance in the arena. He holds a grace pill in his hands and introduces himself loudly as Laurent Halam. He takes a bite of the drug and is about to tell the people some important information. Meanwhile, Vincent is watching and is surprised that his uncle has decided to take more grace. Gabins realizes that his fears are confirmed and the boy will try to reveal his secrets. Laurent's face turns red from rage and the release of a lot of energy. He starts screaming loudly and completely transforms into a stern Yongan. The spectators in the stands see the monster formed and become very frightened. The man in the Yongan's body informs them that this is all the result of grace. The drug is created by purifying the blood of the Yongan and is the secret weapon of the Halem family. Gabinese is afraid of being exposed and lashes out from the podium at his son in another man's body. He gets very angry and spews out all his anger by pulling out the blade of his sword. The head of Halem demands him to be silent, and at that moment delivers a strong blow. The tip of the sword only slightly wounds Laurent while he deflects the blow of the strong warrior. He reports that he is blind and has never studied martial arts, but with the help of grace he was able to repel the sword of the head of the fighting clan. This drug was created for the sake of an invincible army that will help take dominance of this continent. Laurent informs the audience that because of his father's ambitions, the nearby cities were heavily exploited. They have become laboratories for the creation of favor. Hearing these words, Gabins once again wants to shut his son up and makes another attack. He lands on his feet and tries to justify himself to the large crowd. The only thing he can say is that it's all lies and baseless slander against him. At this point, Vincent pulls out the Eye of Athenia and is about to show proof. He inserts the artifact into the center of the arena and a blue energy forms around it. Gabins notices the unique object in the young prince's hands and is greatly startled. He looks at what is happening and feels helpless to denounce his wrongdoings. A magical eye appears in the arena that will reveal everything hidden underground. Many Yongan are chained and dangling from all sides of the dungeon. The editor-in-chief of the newspaper sees this horror and is greatly shocked at what is happening. This race was thought to be extinct, and now they are under the arena in large numbers. Selvira scrutinizes the Dragonborn and she feels sorry for them. They find themselves alive and being mistreated by Halem. They have been kept alive to continuously extract precious blood. Vincent informs everyone that he has shown proof of the horrible deeds of the fighting family. Raven and Kagon are also stunned by such a revelation. As part of the experiments, favors were only handed out to those loyal to the idea.
The entire public is outraged by Halem's atrocities and demands punishment for the perpetrators.
Vincent turns to Gabons and says that everything will be confirmed by him and his mother Versa. Gabins realizes that a frame-up has been orchestrated against him and becomes very angry. He yells to Helios, who is lying on the ground, that this is not how they bargained with him. He demands the old man get up and deal with the problem. At that moment, he is immersed in bright yellow energy and rises up. A second genuine Helios appears in front of Gabons and informs him that he is pleased to meet the head of Halem. At this point, Vincent and Julian are greatly surprised by the appearance of the Lord of the Magic Tower. Raven stares at the mage's back and doesn't understand where he came from in the arena. The man informs them that the tower is going through a difficult time. He did not expect anyone to impersonate him. The Tower Lord says that it is entirely his fault and snaps 2 fingers. After his gesture, the impostor explodes and disappears. Helios informs him that he wishes to at least apologize in this way. Gabins begins to shake and doesn't understand where the fake Tower Lord came from. Kagon takes a closer look at Helios and realizes that they have been fighting someone else all this time. Vincent realizes that the real Helios would have left the young prince no chance. Suddenly he focuses his gaze and thinks seriously about something. Julian informs him that the magic that captivated them would not disappear even after a superhuman sword strike. The young prince of Adenki makes his gaze serious and suggests that the real Helios is also their enemy.
At that moment, Laurent falls to his knees with a clatter and Vincent notices it.
He grabs his head and says that grace has side effects. The cleansing process utilizes the evil spirit of a demon. And if you take the medicine in large quantities, you can become a victim of the contract. Vincent watches his uncle closely and gets very scared for him. He sees Yongan enveloped in a dark aura and the demon takes over his mind. He finally loses his human form and turns into a bloodthirsty monster. In front of Loran stands the head of Halem, who is shadowed by his fierce son. He looks at the Yongan, who obeys the evil spirit and will not take kindred feelings into consideration. Gabonese smirks and says he will not go quietly from this arena and can have his revenge. He pulls out a mercy pill and is about to eat it, reminding himself of himself as the creator of this. At that moment, Laurent punches him in the face and the medicine falls out of Gabon's hands. With one deft move, Yongan sends his father to the other side of the arena. The man hits his head against the wall and loses several teeth in his consciousness. At this point, Laurent's rage increases even more. As a result of the contract with the spirit, the spectators are greatly frightened by the sight of him and begin to scatter from the stands. Vincent tries to save his uncle and shouts to Laurent that he needs to come to his senses. Suddenly, he sees a man with a familiar red cape walking past him. It is the three heads of the continents who have entered the arena and are about to go up against the monster. Valkia focuses his attention and gaze on the upcoming battle. Meanwhile, Fonciano is smiling with anticipation of the upcoming battle with the monster. And the head of Adenka announces that it is now their turn and the fight belongs to them. All the spectators turn around and are about to stay to watch the head's incredible fight with the reborn. At this moment, Vincent thinks about the fact that this was Mr. Laurent's plan. He wanted to reveal all of Hylam's misdeeds and be defeated by the heroes. The boy recalls his last words about just watching what was going on. Now Vincent wastes no time and tears off his cloak to rectify the situation. He stands in front of the heads and apologizes to them for his tactlessness. Vincent can't just stand by and watch his uncle die, and volunteers to take over for Laurent. Valkia informs the young prince that it is now no longer his uncle. After making a deal with an evil spirit, he has turned into an unintelligent monster. And Fonciano expresses his displeasure that the audience will not understand their return. In the end, everyone waits for a decision from the third chapter. Khan silently ponders and focuses his gaze. He turns to Vincent and asks if the latter has any plan. The son of the head explains that it is a deal with an evil spirit. In that case, Sir Laurent has a good chance of surviving. He has already saved a man once before who had made a contract with an evil spirit. Khan recalls the case when Vincent was able to break Malone's contract with the demon. The guy also adds that he promised his mother one important thing. He makes a bow and asks his father to help him keep his promise to Versa. Khan silently looks at his son and ponders over the decision he has to make. At that moment, a monster appears from behind Vincent and tries to destroy him. The boy turns his head and sees that Laurent has completely lost his mind. He only growls loudly and tries to grab the young prince with his hand. At that moment, someone's palm appears in front of him and blocks the blow. Khan stops the monster's attack and uses his strength against it. In the moment of restraining Laurent, he asks the heads to give his son 3 blows. Valkia is greatly surprised at how reverent Khan is towards Vincent. Fonciano, too, is shocked that the head pays so much attention to his 7th son. He concludes that his love for him is due to his special feelings for Lady Sarvana. He smiles and is even willing to give Vincent a chance for such an occasion. The head of Halem agrees with Khan and allows the young prince to carry out his plan. Valkia informs Adenka's master that he remains indebted to her for her permission. Khan continues to hold the monster and informs her that he will be sure to pay her back later. The man creates a special energy in his hand that emits a purple light. At that moment, he strikes his fist towards the monster and throws it away. Laurent gets a wound in his chest, which gives Vincent a bit of a head start. He wastes no time and pounces on the enraged monster. The young prince grabs his sword and is about to unleash a powerful attack. Laurent looks at Vincent with mad eyes and waits for him to approach. The boy is eager to save his uncle at any cost and uses his 3 strikes. Vincent recently spoke to Hannah about the converts using grace. She was able to deal with the 2 citizens who attacked him and Laurent in the forest. The girl explains that there are 2 methods for overcoming monsters. The first method is to crush those who have received grace with physical force. If they are crushed by a rock or hit by a cannon, they cannot reappear. Vincent looks at her sister and tells her that she used a sword to fight them. She focuses her gaze and informs her that it was the second method. Grace is like a degraded version of dragon scales. They aren't as tightly packed as the real thing. Hannah explains that because of this, there are small gaps in their body. The hardest part is discovering them. The girl has a blessing from the crazy sculptor Michaelian. With it, she easily detects the gaps and uses accurate and fast swordsmanship. At this moment, Vincent holds her sword with a Millen's special skill and attacks the monster. Laurent destroys the young lord's special technique with 1 blow. Vincent focuses his serious gaze and says that it was the first strike. He utilizes the Galactic Wanderer's specialty and develops a strong speed. All that's left is to focus his vision to find the gaps between the scales. To do this, Vincent is going to use Julian's powers. The Eye of the God memorizes the magical patterns seen in a flash without mistakes. At this time, the young prince attacks the monster from above, and the monster blasts past him with a powerful arm punch. Vincent lands and informs himself that this was the second blow. Now he has one last chance. He concentrates all his energy and applies a huge force. The guy notices that his body is at its limit after being wounded and he may not be alive. Vincent asks the ghost if he's going to stop him. In response, Julian gets angry and says that he recently had to die for this. But now he has a good reason for not stopping the prince. At this time, Versa is watching everything from the podium. Behind her, someone's footsteps appear and catch Mistress Adenka all alone. That person is Hannah, for whose sake Julian intends not to stop Vincennes. If she learns of Laurent's death one more time, she will be even more upset. At this moment, an exciting battle is taking place in the arena and the monster opens its maw wide. It attacks Prince Adenka with lightning speed and he swings his sword against it. At this point, Julian makes a satisfied face and informs Vincent that he has found a gap. From shoulder to chest, there are 4 open places to strike. At this point, Vincent's vision opens up and sees a path for the magic to break. This path lines up over the monster's shoulder and should free him from his contract with the spirit. This is Vincent's last chance, and if he fails, he will no longer be able to save Laurent. The young prince unleashes a powerful attack into its left shoulder and crushes the monster. A wound remains at the site of the blow, but the monster still remains in the same condition. The lad is shocked that the wound turns out to be not deep enough to fulfill the purpose. At this point, Laurent is about to strike back and growls hard in Vincent's face. Revan feels strongly for his comrade and shouts his name as he watches from the sidelines. The head of Adenk already pulls out his sword and is about to intervene in this battle. Vincent cannot accept the hopelessness and the fact that Laurent can no longer be saved. At this point, the monster's skin at the point of the cut becomes dry and crusty. It collapses, and from this shell, Sir Laurent emerges alive. His face is illuminated by the rays of the sun, and his eyes stare straight ahead. The man falls to the ground right in front of Vincennes and loses consciousness. The spectators from the stands begin to applaud the young prince as the conqueror of the monster. The exhausted Prince of Adenki stands in front of the huge audience and utters words about how he was not the only one who did it. At that moment, he casts his eyes downward and says there is more to it. He takes his sword and thrusts it into the ground below him with great force. The guy crouches down on one knee and informs them that it's not over yet. The whole world is looking at them now, and this chance must be taken. He has no intention of relaxing, and his goal is to take down Gafonso Halam. Vincent informs the audience that Gafonso is maddened by his ambition. Hades' flower has blossomed on the bitterness and blood of many innocent people. But despite Gafonso's influence, not everyone submitted to his atrocities. Among the citizens of Halam, there remain those who retain their honor and dignity. Vincent spreads his arms out and speaks to all who hear his words. He calls for everyone to rise up against the evil Gabbins and creates a smirk on his face. At this time, the editor-in-chief of the newspaper looks at Vincent and is greatly shocked by his speech. She tells her reporters to urgently write an article and publish it. But the men are afraid to do so as this situation is causing a serious political crisis. She loses her temper and says that the men have no journalistic spirit at all. If they don't do it now, another editorial board will pick up the scoop. She lights up with the idea of getting their story out first and sends the journalist to act immediately. The girl remains content to report the sensational news first. At this time, Vincent is standing in the arena and Fonciano is watching him from the back. He is impressed by the way the young prince destroyed the demonic Yongan in 3 blows. The man walks closer to him and takes his hand on his right shoulder. At that moment, something greatly confuses him and Fonciano opens his eyes wide. He sees that the young prince is unconscious and not moving. The head of the Valtican begins to laugh at the fact that the prince has fainted standing up. It reminds him of the old days when the same thing happened to him. Valkia is surprised by Fonciano's reaction and informs him that the guy needs to be healed immediately. At that moment, the Crimson Fortress commanders rush into the arena and rush to the young prince. They are going to teleport him to the priest Dullen and heal the lad. Vargon begins to create a teleportation magic circle and transports Vincent out of the arena. Headcon watches the whole process closely and holds back his emotions. Fonciano approaches him and informs him that he has always shamed him for his warm relationship with his son. Khan realizes his wrong and agrees that he is also proud of his child. He looks at the head of the Valtican and informs him that he now understands his feelings. After this incident, all of Halem is plunged into a series of chaos and proceedings. Versa began a sweep of everyone involved in her father's atrocities. After Winchen's speech, all the lurking citizens of the revolutionary movement took to the streets. Everything that happened at the gathering in Hides was covered in journalistic articles. At this moment, Vincent again sees strange images of Cajun stabbing Davin. He wakes up abruptly and screams in horror of his past memories. At this time, his sister Hannah is next to him in the room. She informs him that he should have consulted a priest because of his frequent nightmares. Vincent clutches his head and thinks that it was the same dream. Only this time something changed when he saw Davin and Cajun clash. Eventually, the guy gets distracted from his thoughts and asks Hannah how long he was unconscious. His sister informs him that he had been passed out for about half a day, and everyone was pretty worried about him. Vincent is pretty shocked by this. He remembers about Laurent and asks if the gentleman is all right. At that moment, Versa is in his room and tells the man that he has developed scars. Laurent wakes up and asks why he didn't die in that very arena. The girl explains that Vincent had a different opinion on the matter and spared him from death. At this point, Hannah stands up in front of her brother and makes a low bow to him, much to his and Julian's puzzlement. The girl informs him that she is truly grateful to Vincent for saving Laurent. At this time, Versa tells her brother that Hannah must be very happy to see him alive. The man is disappointed that he could have caused this child heartache again. Mistress Adenka smiles and advises Laurent to take his life more seriously from now on. Now there is an important role for him. Versa asks him to become the head of Halem. Further action unfolds in the dark underground river of the city. A man's hand suddenly appears out of the water and grasps the shore. A living Gabonese crawls out onto the stone ground and curses at his enemies. He promises revenge on all those who overthrew him and takes out a pill of mercy.